What? You're engaged to Sovereign Mu. This time round, Yi Xinghua was totally awestruck. In the past, Mu Qingqing had proposed multiple times, yet Huang Yueli had never nodded her head, so Yi Xinghua silent assumed that they would still be in an ambiguous relationship this lifetime. In the end, whoever knew that Huang Yueli had actually gotten engaged to him at such a young age? Yi Xinghua had an unspeakable feeling in his heart, but he knew that even without Mu Qingqing, it was impossible for Huang Yueli to like him. He forcibly squeezed out a smile as he lowered his voice. Master, congratulations. In this way, Sovereign Mu will become my master's wife? Master's wife? Huang Yueli went into a pause when she heard this greeting and immediately burst out into laughter. Right, you're absolutely right. In future, he will be your master's wife. Greet him as this when you meet. She wondered when Li Moying heard this greeting, what kind of reaction would he put on? Surely he wouldn't be so infuriated that he would slap Yi Xinghua to death, right? The two of them chatted for a while more, and Huang Yueli noticed that the day was getting late, hence she prepared to leave. Speaking of that, she was considered to have snuck out today, and if Li Moying found out that she had snuck out while he was in closed-door cultivation to meet Yi Xinghua, he might probably be drowning in jealousy. Yi Xinghua personally sent Huang Yueli out of the Armament Guild headquarters. When the two of them passed by the certification lobby, there were still many armament masters who were lining up waiting to be certified. On seeing the both of them, everyone's gazes immediately turned around. They originally thought that they would see Huang Yueli trying her best to please Yi Xinghua. After all, to be able to get a lift from the Armament Guild headquarters president, to gain his appreciation was like a cake falling from the sky, to any armament master. It was so great that anyone would wake up laughing from their dreams. But the truth which fell into their eyes was Yi Xinghua respectfully leading the way for Huang Yueli. Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes, not daring to believe what they just saw. How could this be? What kind of scenario is this? Why did President Yi treat that young Miss Bai so politely? Could it be that he values young Miss Bai's innate talent and wishes to take her in as his disciple? What? How could that be possible? I don't believe it. President Yi is the highest skilled armament master in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and he had even inherited a major portion of Grandmaster Huang's skills, but yet he had never taken in any disciple before. Could he really make an exception this time round? Who knows? Miss Bai is still so young, yet she has already become a 5th-ranked armament master. It's only natural for President Yi to appreciate her, isn't it? Wow, I really envy her. I'm much older than young Miss Bai. But I'm still here queuing up to take part in the 3rd-rank armament master certification and worrying if I can pass or not. Looking at her. Really comparing one against another person can die. Yi Xinghua heard the audience's discussions as his brows furrowed. Since when did he have the ability to take Huang Yueli in as a disciple? That year, he begged Huang Yueli to impart him her armament refining skills after many years of shameless requests, before he managed to attain his wishes. If these people were to find out what the lucky talented young lady in their eyes was the yesteryear #1 armament master Huang Yueli, he wondered just how shocked they would be. The two of them walked out of the Armament Guild headquarters entrance, and Huang Yueli boarded the carriage as she waved at Yi Xinghua and set off on her return journey back to Blue Profound Sect. However, no one expected that there were two black figures dressed in black robes, observing this entire scene in one corner. Hey, wake up quickly. The taller practitioner poked his companion beside him. Stop dozing off. Bai Ruoli had already walked out from the Armament Guild, so let's quickly chase up to her. The shorter practitioner jumped up suddenly, as though he was rudely awoken from his dream. Finally. This young lass finally walked out from inside. What on earth was she doing for such a long time inside? Really such a waste of our time. They had originally thought that Huang Yueli would come out very quickly, hence they didn't purchase a ticket to enter the Armament Guild, so naturally they wouldn't know the commotion which Huang Yueli had created. The taller practitioner said impatiently, she could have possibly taken part in the Armament Master certification. Today's Armament Guild is very disoriented, and President Ye's sudden appearance probably took up quite a bit of time. Alright, don't bother about that now. It's a good thing that she came out so late, because now that the sky had darkened, it'd be much more convenient for us to make a move later. You're right, let's chase up quickly. The two figures ducked out from the wall and followed behind Huang Yueli's carriage from a distance, behind. In the carriage, Huang Yueli's head leaned against the side of the carriage, as she appeared drowsy, almost about to sleep. She had exhausted a huge amount of mental power today. Firstly was the Armament Master assessment as she utilized complicated armament refining skills, and later on in order to worm the truth out from Yi Xinghua, she used her piercing sky eye technique which exhausted an even larger amount of mental power to control a 9th stage realm practitioner. Hence the minute she went up the carriage, she felt tired. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart and it skipped a beat. This was the reaction which a practitioner who had been through long-term experience had. Every single time a crisis appeared, warning signs would crop up in their mind. Moreover, this feeling seemed to be the same as what she sensed this morning when she left Blue Profound Sect, something which made one feel uncomfortable. Huang Yueli suddenly opened her eyes and was just about to ask the coachman what was happening. Whoever knew that at this present moment, 2 muffled moans were heard from the front of the carriage. Huang Yueli knew that things were not right, and the minute she lifted up the curtain, she saw the 2 coachmen cum guards seated in front, each leaning to one side as their heads dropped down softly, totally not moving and unsure if they were dead or alive. When Huang Yueli saw that, she instantly knew that she had been targeted, but she had seen many large scenarios before, hence she wasn't very flustered. Instead, she speedily started to turn into high alert mode as she used her soul trace to sense the surrounding situation, so that she could prepare herself for a battle. Who dares to lay a hand on my guards? Since you're directing this at me, why are you still hiding for? Trying to be a street rat? Huang Yueli's voice was calm as she spoke out. Her words had just ended and 2 figures sprouted out from the forest by the roadside, as they started shouting loudly. Yo, you little bitch, your mouth is indeed incredible. Have you relied on your fiancé's backing too much that you've become used to being arrogant and your mind is not that usable already? I advise you to follow us obediently and stop making unnecessary resistance. Otherwise, your 2 bodyguards will be your role model. Huang Yueli fixed her eyes outside to discover 2 practitioners who had wrapped themselves up tightly, revealing only a pair of eyes and nose. Apparently they did not dare to reveal their identities in front of her. But she also noticed that these 2 men's cultivation weren't very high. One was in 7th stage realm 1st level while the other was in 7th stage realm 2nd level. Huang Yueli frowned. You 2, what on earth did you do to my guards? The 2 guards whom Song Pejun allocated to her were also 7th stage realm top exponents, and based on the cultivation method inheritance in Blue Profound Sect, when they faced same-leveled practitioners, they should gain the absolute advantage. How could they possibly be defeated so easily by 2 fellows who don't even dare to show their faces? The shorter practitioner couldn't help but started laughing loudly. Why? Did you think that you're totally prepared just because you brought along 2 7th stage realm practitioners? Let me tell you, Sky Emperor City isn't like South Sky Region, that kind of countryside place. There are plenty of top exponents here, so 7th stage realm really isn't considered as anything. Your 2 bodyguards have probably waited too long for you, hence when someone went up to chat with them, they just went on ahead to drink some tea. So you added something into their tea? Huang Yueli's brows rose. Haha, that's right, you're rather smart. These Blue Profound Sect disciples think too highly of themselves, and probably have never thought that the other powerhouses people actually dare to openly drug them? The shorter practitioner spoke with disdain. Don't look at his current haughty attitude right now. In actual fact, if it was under normal circumstances, he really didn't dare to do something like drugging Blue Profound Sect's direct disciples. But now, on seeing the greatest opportunity right in front of his eyes was to capture this young lass in front of them, and a bright future would be ensured, hence he didn't put too much thinking into this. Huang Yueli revealed an enlightened look and at the same time became assured. Looked like these two guards were merely drugged unconscious and would not die for now. But Blue Profound Sect's disciples' quality really wasn't much these days. If it was 16 years ago, such brainless disciples would have been kicked out of the sect by Mu Qingqing long ago. The taller practitioner saw Huang Yueli in deep thoughts and thought she was afraid as he became even more complacent, feeling that his mission today was considered successful. Young Miss Bai, don't rely on these two fellows regaining consciousness to come save you. This knockout drug can last for at least 24 hours and they won't be regaining consciousness anytime soon. Moreover, we are currently in a path where we are off the beaten track and usually not many people pass by this place. It's so quiet now, so no one will come over to save you. The shorter practitioner continued, isn't that so? You'd be calling your eyes out and crying for help to no avail. So don't bother with those unnecessary resistance. We are men who knows how to protect the fairer sex, and you're such a petite young lady, so as long as you listen to us obediently, we will not do anything to you. Huang Yueli's brows rose as she laughed coldly in her mind. These two dumb asses were really meaningful. They were only in 7th stage realm initial level cultivation, and they actually dared to stop someone so arrogantly in the middle of the street. Did they really treat her as a weak young lady who would allow anyone to bully her? She believed that they would find out very soon that offending her Huang Yueli was absolutely the same as kicking an iron board. Later she'd make them cry. Huang Yueli's mind was racing these thoughts, but her expression revealed an extremely terrified look, as her long lashes kept on fluttering while her voice turned so gentle that it seemed to be like a mosquito buzzing. You guys really don't hurt me? She originally had outstanding looks, and when she acted weak, it added some charm, and the shorter practitioner immediately became lustful. Of course we won't. Such a beauty like you, who has the heart to hurt you? Isn't that right, senior brother? He turned and took a look at the taller practitioner. The taller practitioner saw his junior brother become lustful and couldn't help but berate him silently. This fellow was lustful by nature and had already delayed many things due to this, and now at this crucial moment, he still had these wiry thoughts. He stared fiercely at the shorter practitioner. All right, stop with the rubbish. The day isn't young anymore, so let's hurry and bring her back. As long as we manage to gain a big credit, we will be able to obtain the clan's inheritance and resources, and all the beautiful young ladies in Sky Emperor City will be for you to choose from. Now stop thinking of all these. The shorter practitioner smacked his lips regretfully. There were indeed a lot of beauties in Sky Emperor City, but not many of them were able to match up to Li Moying's fiancée. That peerless genius was still a natural-born winner, and there wasn't any part of him which didn't make anyone jealous. Not only did he have outstanding innate talent, his looks were especially handsome, and even his fiancée had heavenly looks. Although it was a pity, but that shorter practitioner still knew clearly in his mind that his future ahead was more important. He gave a cough. Yes, senior brother, let's head up the carriage right now. The taller practitioner nodded his head and turned towards Huang Yueli and said, Young Miss Bai, you heard what my junior brother said. As long as you coordinate with us properly, nothing will happen to you. Anyway, our main target isn't you. Huang Yueli pretended to shiver out of fright as she asked, tremblingly, Really? Your target is not me, then why do you have to capture me? The two black-robed men exchanged glances, and the shorter practitioner couldn't help but laughed out. TSK, little beauty, don't you even use your brains? What other reason could there be for someone to capture you? Of course it's because of that peerless fiancé who keeps creating trouble outside. If it wasn't for the fact that he refused to listen, we wouldn't have to resort to such a measure. The taller practitioner frowned. All right, stop these gibberish. This is after all still a path, and if anyone comes over later, it wouldn't be good, so let's bring the carriage away first. He commanded Huang Yueli, turn over, place your hands behind your back and don't move. The taller practitioner said that and took out a coil of immortal binding rope as he bounded Huang Yueli's wrists. Huang Yueli casted an eye at that coil of rope to discover that it was only a fourth-tiered profound armament. Looked like these two robbers had not collated a complete set of information and totally didn't know her ability at all. Whereas she herself carried the Sky Phoenix ring on her, and she could suppress her own cultivation, so unless the other party had much outstanding ability than her, otherwise it would be very difficult to tell her real cultivation level. These two black-robed men had thought everything was set in place, but in actual fact, from what they thought, it didn't matter if they bounded Huang Yueli up or not. They had long predestined that Huang Yueli was someone who relied on her outstanding talented fiancé, hence she was able to helm her own in blue profound sect. Go back into the carriage and sit properly. Do not ever come out without our command. Do you hear us? The taller practitioner barked sharply. Huang Yueli nodded her head as she shrank back into the carriage. The shorter practitioner jumped into the cabin and the taller practitioner kicked the two blue profound sect's disciples down as he sat onto the coachman's position and shaking the reins, he drove the carriage into a small path which was rarely ridden by people. The shorter practitioner pulled down all the curtains to disallow Huang Yueli from seeing the tracks of where they were moving along. But Huang Yueli was still able to hear the surroundings outside becoming quieter and quieter, so apparently, the carriage was moving into a desolate area. Shorter practitioner stayed in the same cabin as a peerless beauty, and his heart was feeling frisky while his mind was like a cantering horse. Initially, he still remembered his senior brother's warnings, and didn't act blindly without thinking. But after the carriage had left for quite a distance, he felt that his mission was already successful, and now that Huang Yueli was someone who was at his mercy, especially since outside was a desolate area, and the skies had already turned dark. Under this atmosphere, his gut started to fatten up again. The shorter practitioner slowly got closer to Huang Yueli as he gave off a wretched laughter. Little beauty, you have been trembling, are you really so afraid? Let this elder brother comfort you well. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she cried out in a sharp and tender tone, you. Don't come over. My fiancé is most overbearing, and if you dare to do anything to me, when he comes and saves me, he will chop you up into 1,000 pieces. The shorter practitioner gave a sinister smile. You're still hoping that he can come and save you? I'm telling you, the moment he comes to save you will be the day of his death. No, impossible. Moing, he's very powerful and his ability is so strong, it's impossible for you guys to hurt him. You dare to do this kind of thing, he will definitely exact revenge fiercely. The shorter practitioner laughed wildly. Little beauty, did you really think that Li Moing is invincible? Does he think that he's blue profound sex sovereign Mu? It's too comical. He's merely a freshman who entered Sky Emperor City for just a few days, and no matter how talented, he's still a freshly ascended 9th stage realm practitioner. You really think he's able to go up against the first-rate powerhouse in Sky Emperor City? Huang Yueli bit her lips as she intentionally said, "Wh. What powerhouse?" Sky Emperor City's powerhouse. Why would they have any feud with Moing? We were South Sky Region's practitioners in the past, and after we arrived in Sky Emperor City, we had been staying in Blue Profound Sect. So you should think properly about which powerhouse had you offended when you were in South Sky Region. Our young master Ling from the Ling family is dead, because of Li Moing. Surely you have not forgotten about that so soon, right? The shorter practitioner assumed that success was within grasp, hence he had no reservations when he was saying these. Huang Yueli was suddenly enlightened. You are from the Ling family. She originally had this guess, but without evidence, she could not frame anyone casually, hence, she let these two black-robed men up the carriage. Now since she had already wormed the facts out of them, then. Junior brother, shut your gap. Have you forgotten that clan leader asked us to proceed in secrecy and absolutely not be allowed to reveal our identities? The taller practitioner's voice suddenly emitted into the cabin. Shorter practitioner didn't put much thought into it as he smiled. Senior brother, you're just too uptight. This little beauty had already entered our Lin family's doors, so could she not know who had abducted her? Anyway, since we've already captured her, let's just wait to collect the clan's resources. Ha 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 ha. Saying that, he struck out his fat oily hand towards Huang Yueli. Come, little beauty, look at your tender face, let me caress you. The shorter practitioner hadn't even managed to finish his words when a miserable shrill was heard coming from him. The taller practitioner's heart jolted when he heard this sound and subconsciously tugged the reins to stop the horses before he turned around to lift the curtains. However, his hands had yet to touch the curtains when he saw the light purple curtain weaved from wild silk yarn floating in midair towards himself. An extremely harsh, profound energy shot out from the lower end of the curtain as it struck his chest directly. The taller practitioner instinctively tried to evade, but the speed of the burst of profound energy was just too swift. His bodily reaction could not cope with his brain, and his entire body seemed as though it froze as he could only watch with his eyes wide open at the golden red fire attributed profound energy struck directly on his chest. As it went through his chest, the taller practitioner only felt his chest turning chilly, and momentarily, he didn't feel any pain. At the same time, he looked at the situation in the carriage's cabin. The shorter practitioner was lying in a pool of blood as his eyes were wide open, looking as though he had breathed his last. His outstretched right hand was completely shaved off and laid on the side, and a certain area on his power body was also shaved off with one strike, as it was soaked in a puddle of blood. His awestruck expression before his death, and that look with a remaining grievance, expressed the shock in his inner heart. Even until his death, he probably had not understood why that weak, tender-looking, stunning young lady had suddenly exploded with such powerful ability in an instant. She only took one strike with a sword and struck him dead on the spot. The taller practitioner's astonished gaze fell onto the ground and slowly turned back onto the young lady standing by the side. Huang Yueli's expression was icy cold as she looked at him, with her eyes filled with ridicule. What you said is right, this place is indeed obscure and desolated, indeed no one will come to one's rescue even if you bawled your heart out, so. No one can come and save you too. The taller practitioner then realized the intense pain from his chest as his limbs turned icy cold. He finally understood that the two of them had assumed that bringing this young beauty to a desolated place, thinking that they could do as they wished, but she was hoping even more than them that they would go to a place where no one would disrupt them. Because in this way, she could murder them without any reservations. They thought that she was the prey, but in actual fact, she was the hunter. But wasn't the young beauty in front of them was not merely Li Moying's fiancée, hence she could become Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple? Hadn't she relied totally on Li Moying's protection, hence she paraded herself ostentatiously about in town? Why was she so strong? 7-stage realm practitioner in front of a 15 to 16-year-old young lass, but they actually didn't have any way to retaliate. What kind of terrifying innate talent was this? To think that they thought that she was a weak young lady who only knew how to rely on a man. The taller practitioner knew that he was already on the brink of his death, but he could only risk it all in order to live. He instantly jumped up and revolved all his profound energy all over his body, hoping to use the most powerful profound skill which he had learned in this life, not even sparing to burn his life source, to forcibly lift his cultivation. But before he was able to strike, he felt a sharp piercing pain in his heart, and the profound energy which he had finally managed to gather, instantly dissipated in an instant. The taller practitioner lowered his head blankly and looked at his chest. A sharp longsword was pierced right into his chest and had stabbed through his heart while blood was surging out wildly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the blurry figure of Huang Yueli's hand holding on to the sword. Under the misty moonlight, the young lady's exceptional countenance appeared even more outstanding as the flowing dress with intricate embroidery which she wore was neat and tidy while the lower hem of the light muslin swayed along with the breeze, giving off an airy saintly feel. Huang Yueli's lips hung a slightly sweet smile as she retracted her hand lightly. The long sword was pulled out. The taller practitioner's body followed her actions and loudly dropped onto the ground. He fell onto the ground and his body had already stopped moving totally, but his mind still had a weak awareness, which allowed him to see Huang Yueli throwing the long sword onto the ground as she was mumbling softly. After having slashed off such a disgusting thing, this sword cannot be kept anymore. Huang Yueli was saying that and lifting up her feet as she stepped on the longsword's blade hard. A crisp click-clack sound resounded and the long sword was broken into two halved from the middle. The taller practitioner's blurry mind only had one thought, that was a 5th-tiered upper-grade profound weapon. Even for a 7th-stage realm practitioner, it was worth a small fortune, but this young lass actually just destroyed it directly? Moreover, the reason was because this sword had slashed the shorter practitioners that part. Fuck, tycoon. The taller practitioner's last conscience slipped away gradually. Huang Yueli usually didn't like to kill people, but when two kinds of people fell into her hands, they were definitely doomed. The first kind was those who dared to get fuzzy with her, and the second kind was those who dared to assassinate her fiancé. These two black-robed men had violated both taboos of hers, so she totally didn't show any mercy towards them. After certifying that the both of them had already breathed their last, Huang Yueli patted the dust off her skirt and turned around as she prepared to leave. But just at this moment, she suddenly felt a kind of uneasy feeling, as she subconsciously looked around her surroundings. The night was late now, and she was in a desolate place without any people around. The surroundings were filled with murky stones and sparse trees. When she looked from far, she couldn't tell if there was anything abnormal about this place. But, she still decided to leave quickly. No matter what, dragging till this timing and not returning back, Song Pujun and the others should have gone mad with anxiety. She immediately jumped up the carriage and shook the reins as she flew back along the road which she came from. Right after Huang Yueli left, not too long later, a figure suddenly appeared beside those two black-robed men's side. The person was an elderly man with a bushy ash-colored beard and a pair of small eyes, which radiated gloriously, apparently a top expert. He took a look at the two corpses on the ground and immediately stopped as he pulled the black clothes on the two masked men's faces. Damn it! It's indeed these two fellows. Elderly man appeared an apparent frustrated look. I knew these two fellows aren't reliable, and in the afternoon they didn't even mind using the sect's secret transmission technique to inform this elder that they had already captured Li Moying's fiancé. In the end, after so long, these two fellows didn't appear at all. I know things were going to be bad. Indeed, they had been counter-killed? Elderly practitioner frowned as he apparently found it strange. But they've already reached this place, which is obvious that they're already bringing the person whom they captured back, so why did they suddenly come out with an accident? Moreover, they aren't wounded that much, all killed in one instance. Could it be that that young lass has a life-saving profound artifact, which she managed to take out at the crucial timing, taking the chance while they were unprepared to kill them in one shot? The elderly practitioner frowned as he pondered over this for a moment as his eyes suddenly turned clear. Because he suddenly thought that since these two fellows had died here, it didn't mean that it was something bad. From the condition and temperature of their corpses, they should have just died no longer than a quarter of an hour. If Li Moying's fiancé depended on the profound artifact to kill them and escaped, then she apparently had not left for too huge a distance. Moreover, her life-saving profound artifact was already used up and now facing this 9th stage realm elder like him, could be put that she completely lacked the ability to resist. This was an opportunity that heavens had chanced upon him. If he was able to capture her, not only would he be able to obtain the reward which clan leader had promised, he would also not need to split the gains to these two dumb disciples. Originally he was still concerned about his own dignity, hence was unwilling to follow those young disciples to lie in wait for a chance at Blue Profound Sect's entrance. But this chance had flown into his hands by itself, and if he were to give it up, then he would really be an idiot for doing so. With this thinking in mind, the elderly immediately got up and followed the blurry carriage tracks, chasing after in hot pursuit. Huang Yueli traveled swiftly for the entire journey, as she anxiously wanted to return to Blue Profound Sect. But the route which these two black-robed men brought her was really too desolated, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had stayed for a decade plus in Sky Emperor City in her past life, hence giving her some understanding of the surrounding environment, she would probably have been lost long ago. She spent some time to differentiate the directions, and drove the carriage, with the hope of returning back on the official path. Just at this moment, a harsh burst of profound energy came chasing after her from behind. Huang Yueli's reaction was extremely swift as she leapt down from the carriage. Profound energy hit the two fourth-tiered reflective night sky, and both steeds simultaneously cried out miserably as they were split right into two halves from the burst of profound energy, with their internal organs spilling all over the ground. Huang Yueli frowned slightly when she saw the scene. The incoming person's ability was much stronger than what she had expected. To be able to kill two fourth-tiered magical beasts in one strike, moreover so accurately killing them while pursuing after her. This kind of potential was really not ordinary. Moreover, apparently, the person's motive was originally to kill her two horses, trapping her here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any chance to evade it at all. This person didn't conceal his own identity as he directly walked out from not too far away. "Young Miss Bai, you're in such a hurry, where are you thinking of going to?" Huang Yueli's heart was startled as she could tell at the same time that this elderly practitioner's potential should be between 9th stage realm, 3rd to 4th level. This kind of cultivation, generally speaking, wasn't considered as a top-rated expert in Sky Emperor City, or not even second-rated. Moreover, with his age, putting him into a third-rated practitioner was already a form of respect to him. But no matter what, he was still a genuine 9th stage realm practitioner. Towards the current her who was only in the 6th stage realm, it was an immense amount of threat, and it was possible that she might die on the spot. Huang Yueli's heart was in high alert, but the expression on her face didn't reflect anything. "Who are you?" Elderly looked up and down at her, apparently sizing her up, and upon seeing her calm and composed look, his eyes revealed a sense of admiration. "TSK, you're really worthy of being Li Moying's fiancé, indeed with extraordinary temperament. But how could you have the cheek to act innocent here? Earlier, my two disciples had invited you back to our sect as a guest out of goodwill, but you killed the both of them upon disagreement. Aren't you just doing as you wish just because you're a disciple of Blue Profound Sect?" Huang Yueli heard that and was suddenly enlightened. "So, you're also from the Lung family?" "You." The elderly practitioner almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He originally intended to threaten her before abducting her and didn't want to expose the powerhouse behind himself. Whoever knew that the young lass in front of him had already found out about everything. Needless to ask, it must be those two fools with their loose mouths, which leaked out this secret. Since this was the case, then there was no need to put it up a false pretense, as that had no meaning at all. Elderly gave a cold humph. "All right, since you already know my identity, then you should also know that your meeting with this incident is all your fiancé's doing. To exact revenge for young Master Lung, we will absolutely not let Li Moying off, so you can save up your pointless struggles. I am not like those two dumb fools, to advise you not to do any small movements. It's impossible for you to escape from my clutches." Huang Yueli also knew that when facing a 9th stage realm practitioner, the odds of pushing him back was very low. She frowned slightly as her heart cried out sorely. Originally she thought that she had already casted off Lin family's pursuit and could hurry back, but whoever knew that after killing two small ones, it actually attracted an old one. Ninth stage realm practitioner's level and a powerhouse within Lin family was still an elder, and he actually did such a degrading matter to abduct her, which meant that Lin family's clan leader had probably promised the skies to them. This was undoubtedly trying to push Li Moying to his death. Now, how was she supposed to escape from this? She had a piece of blue profound sex emergency aid token on her, and this was the life-saving token which only core direct disciples could own. But she was still a distance away from blue profound sect, and even if she set it off immediately, it would probably take quite a moment before the rescuers could hurry over. Was she really able to drag such a long duration of time? Just as she was pondering over this, the elderly had already started to snort impatiently. Enough, I will warn you once again, to stop cooking up some tricks. That little bit of cultivation of yours, can forget about hurting me. If you anger me, I won't mind breaking your limbs and shattering your meridians, then bounding you up to carry back to Lin family. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she spoke out softly, Don't do that, I'll follow you back, alright? Elderly gave a cold command, still not hurrying over. Huang Yueli's feet shuffled slowly, as she headed towards his direction. The elderly practitioner thought that he had obtained the absolute advantage, and she totally didn't dare to resist against him, so he totally didn't put up any defense as she got near him, intending to tie her up. Just as the two of them were just 2 to 3 steps apart, Huang Yueli suddenly shook her wrist. A silver glint flashed past the elderly practitioner's eyes. What's this gimmick? Elderly practitioner instinctively felt something was amiss as he swiftly retreated backwards. But as the distance between them was just too near and he was totally caught off guard. He only felt bursts of piercing glows flickering by as intense piercing pain emitted from his face, chest, arms, and various other parts of his body. Elderly practitioner tried his best to brandish his hands as he used his profound energy to strike away the profound armaments flying towards him. It was until a stick of incense was over when the silver light vanished completely, and the elderly practitioner then realized that the thing which had attacked him earlier was a pile of thin cicada wing-like flying daggers. These flying daggers were able to break through a 9th stage realm practitioner's protection profound chi to cause damage to him, so apparently it was at least a 7th-tiered profound armament. These 7th-tiered flying daggers had all landed on the ground as the elderly man swept a gaze over it as he saw at least 70 to 80 pairs of flying daggers. Even though he was cutting a sorry state right now, the elderly man couldn't help but was astonished. So many 7th-tiered profound armaments, and all of it were uniformly produced. Where did all these come from? However, without waiting for the elderly man to clear his mind, he already saw a slender figure flying swiftly into the desolate wilderness. Not only so, on the top of Huang Yueli's head was a sword-shaped totem which rose into the sky, brightening a large portion of the night sky. What bad luck! This lass actually has blue profound sex emergency aid token on her. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Only 20 best direct disciples are able to own this token. She's not some important figure, merely relying on her man's reputation to get in. How is she able to get such a thing? The elderly practitioner knew that things were going to take a turn for the worse, and he must hurry up and capture Huang Yueli, bringing her away. Blue profound sex aid would take at most a quarter of an hour before they reached, and if he wasn't able to capture this young lass in time, bringing her away, then he would be seen by the elder from Blue Profound Sect. Based on his current ability, how would he dare to go up against the #1 Sacred Land's top-rated practitioner? Of course, he could also choose to turn around and escape right now, letting this young lass go. But earlier he had already exposed the fact that he was a member of the Lin family. Not only had he not caught her, he had also exposed the family's secret, and if the clan leader were to find out about this, he would not be able to get around this easily. Moreover speaking, this young lass used dozens of flying daggers, causing him to become ashen-faced. So if he didn't teach her a lesson, just letting her go so easily, he was really unresigned over this. Elderly practitioner's footsteps suddenly sped up as he pursued Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli knew clearly that she was facing a crisis, and worked up all her profound energy, racing off at the fastest speed she was able to. At the same time, she started throwing seventh-tiered profound armaments as though it was worthless towards the elderly practitioner's direction. The elderly practitioner apparently had not expected her to carry so many high-tiered profound armaments on her. It was simply as though she had an inexhaustible supply. Initially, he was too lazy to evade it, but after he had fallen victim to several daggers, in order to avoid becoming a target board by Huang Yueli's flying daggers, he had no choice but to evade it suitably. In this way, his speed took a huge discount. Whereas Huang Yueli borrowed the use of the agility dance steps, running off faster and faster. The two of them, one was pursuing while the other was escaping as the distance between them kept on reducing, but within a short period of time, she was still within safe distance. On seeing time starting to slip by bit, the elderly practitioner's heart became even more flustered. If he still wasn't able to catch this wretched lass, he would probably be caught red-handed by Blue Profound Sect. Under the urgent circumstance, the elderly man's heart started to come out with evil intentions. He originally intended to bring Huang Yueli back to the Lung family. In order to have an effective threat over Li Moying, he thought of preserving the mortgage item in complete shape, not wanting to injure Huang Yueli too badly. But now this lass had slipped away from him once and again, and now that time was running out, the elderly practitioner couldn't care less about anything else. He ferociously revealed his profound skills as a burst of earth-attributed profound energy shot out from his fingertips. The ground soil was affected by his profound energy as it rose up swiftly, and bumps of mud started to spring up around Huang Yueli one after another. Huang Yueli stepped on it and almost fell down. Although she had barely managed to control her body's balance, but the agility dance step rhythm had already been broken, hence her speed immediately slowed down. On the other hand, elderly practitioner shot up like an arrow and at the same time, shot out another burst of profound energy, which shot directly towards Huang Yueli's back. Earth-attributed practitioners weren't usually apt in speed, but the disparity in cultivations between the two of them was just too huge, so the strike which the elderly practitioner had launched utilized at least 70% of his strength. Huang Yueli couldn't evade in time as he clearly sensed that burst of penetrative profound energy nearing her back, bit by bit, closer and closer. Looked like there was no way for her to avoid getting hit. By then, no matter if she was struck dead on the spot or perhaps suffered heavy injuries, either one of it was enough to make her fall immediately, rendering her immovable. Following that, no matter what the elderly man wanted to do, there would be nothing that she could do to resist him. Huang Yueli bit hard on her teeth, but momentarily she had no ideas as well. A sinister smile appeared on the elderly practitioner's face. This wretched lass actually dared to challenge a ninth-stage realm top exponent like him, and really had injured him. It seemed that she had really lots of guts. Did she really think that he wouldn't dare to injure her? He wanted this young lass to pay the price for it. However, just at this moment, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly landed down from the sky. This bolt of lightning was mixed with a terrifying aura which slashed across the silent night sky with a cracking loud noise, as it descended with an aggressive temperament. In the process of its landing, electric currents kept on absorbing the surrounding thunder-attributed energy, and kept on increasing its width with its shockingly swift speed. It was only a couple of seconds, but when it got near the ground, it had already formed into a light pillar which was several centimeters thick. This bolt of lightning pillar clashed against the elderly practitioner's earth-attributed profound energy heavily. Earth-attributed energy totally could not take on this overbearing attack as it collapsed immediately. Whereas the elderly practitioner suffered a backlash as his face instantly turned blood red and spat out a mouthful of blood in the sky. He was pushed back by the remnants of the profound energy and stumbled back for 10 over miles before he managed to stop his feet. At the same time, he was already intimidated by this shocking aura, knowing that a top expert from Blue Profound Sect should have arrived. Blue Profound Sect's practitioners were not only strong in their abilities, but they were also extremely protective of their own people even though they knew they were in the wrong. He had been caught on the spot for attempting to kill one of the disciples from Blue Profound Sect, so this was equivalent to a death sentence. The elderly practitioner no longer cared about the escaping Huan Yueli as he became more and more frightened as time went by. His legs softened and knelt down on the ground. Mare. Mercy, I am Lung Fugue, may I know, which senior from Blue Profound Sect have arrived? The incoming person didn't make a sound, only slight walking footsteps were heard. Lung Fugue lifted up his head trembling, and the minute he saw the person walking over, he cried out in shock, "How come it's you?" The man walking over was dressed in a dark long robe with gold trimmings on the side, and he was tall and lanky with outstanding temperament, giving off a powerful aura which only a practitioner who had long been established could have owned. He had a handsome-looking face, without a single flaw on his perfect features, and this alone was enough to make numerous young ladies scream for his handsome countenance. Right now, it was icy cold as his chilly thin lips were pursed tightly, with an unconcealable murderous intent beneath his eyes. That person was Lemoyne himself. He casted a cold glance at Ling Fugue and didn't say a single word, but turned his gaze towards the young lady who had shrunk up her neck and intending to hide herself as he said coldly, "What's there to hide? Still not coming over?" The instant Huan Yueli saw the electric currents, she had already stopped her movements of trying to escape. They had originally thought that it was Tsong Pajun or the rest who had arrived and heaved a big sigh of relief, but on taking a careful look, it was actually Lemoyne who had come over personally. This time round she started to feel guilty once again. She had not expected Lemoyne to come out of his closed-door cultivation so soon. As she had snuck out while he was in closed-door cultivation, she expected Lemoyne to be very angry over this, and now that she was pursued after in the middle of her journey back, almost being abducted. It was imaginable to what extent would this man be angry till. Huan Yueli had a guilty conscience and immediately shifted in small steps sneakily with the intention to find a place to hide first to wait till Lemoyne's anger had appeased. But how would Lemoyne not know what his little fox was thinking about as he immediately fixed her attention onto her at the first moment? Huan Yueli could only pout under his pressurizing gaze as she mumbled softly, "I'll come over, why are you being so fierce for?" Saying that, she nudged over slowly like a tortoise crawling. Just a few meters of distance took her 20 breaths, and still haven't reached the end. Lemoyne didn't bother to urge her, merely staring straight at her without blinking at all. It was until there was only 1 meter distance between the two of them when Huan Yueli suddenly stopped. She lifted her head up and gave a sweet smile towards Lemoyne. "Moyne darling, you're really, really very incredible. Every time I meet with danger, you're always able to reach in time, you really make me feel extremely secure." Her eyes glowed while looking at the man in front of her, and that gaze was truly extremely innocent. Lemoyne met her watery big eyes, and his heart stirred, but immediately following that, he managed to regain his senses in time. He stretched his arm out and grabbed Huan Yueli's wrist as he tugged her over, then after giving her a fierce stare, he chided, "It's no use trying to act pitiful, and flattery does nothing as well. Stand properly and don't make a single sound, later when we're back I'll settle the debt with you." Almost got tricked by her. She actually started to act cute and put on her pitiful act. This was probably because she knew that he could not bear to get angry with her. But he could forget about any other stuff, but today she actually snuck out while he was in closed-door cultivation and even allowed herself to fall into such a life-threatening situation. This matter, he absolutely would not let it rest easily. Huan Yueli kept shrinking her neck and silently stuck out her tongue. Whoa, her fiancé was really angry. And moreover extremely angry. This time it was a little troublesome and it seemed a little too difficult to placate him later on. Li Moying saw his little fiancé putting on an obedient look, but his anger still wasn't quelled. But he wasn't willing to cast his temper on his fiancé, so his gaze turned as he shot an icy cold gaze towards Lung Fuguei. Lung family's men? Lung Fugui's lower jaw tightened as he gave a cold huff. That's right. He was feeling a little regretful right now, but earlier that thunderous bravado was overly powerful, making him thought that it was some 9th stage realm peak elder from Blue Profound sect who had arrived, making his soul and spirit fly out so he could only report where he came from, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. In the end, whoever knew that the person who had appeared was actually Li Moying himself. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to have come alone, without bringing anyone along. Li Moying's cultivation had already been spread throughout the entire Sky Emperor city, and various powerhouses all knew that his cultivation was only in 9th stage realm 1st level. This cultivation, based on his age, was naturally something incredible, but as compared to those well-known top exponents who had advanced into the 9th stage realm many years ago, there was still some disparity. Lung Fuguei felt that, at the very least in the current stage, he was still able to take care of this young lad. So the person who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy should be Li Moying. It was all his own fault for gauging the wrong situation, actually kneeling down in front of a junior. Just thinking about that made him feel embarrassed. Lung Fuguei felt that he had been conned and was anxious to gain back his face, hence the tone of his words started to become unfriendly. Little fellow surnamed Li, since you know I'm part of the Ling family, then you should know why I'm here for. Since you've fallen into my hands today, then follow me back obediently. Li Moying frowned slightly. Follow you back? Lung Fuguei gave a cold snort. Why? Did you think that after you've caused young Master Ling's death, this matter would end just like that? Do you really treat us, the Ling family, as someone whom you can bully easily? If you don't follow me obediently, then don't blame me for treating you impolitely. Hearing this, Huang Yueli, who was acting like an obedient child behind Li Moying, couldn't endure it any further. She stuck her head out and asked, curiously, what did you say? You want to treat my Moying impolitely? Earlier the person who was sent flying seemed to be you, isn't it? When Lung Fuguei heard that, he couldn't help but give a cold laugh. He's merely a 9th stage realm 1st level practitioner, whereas I have advanced to 9th stage realm 5th level hundreds of years ago. My battle experience is definitely richer than this young punk by several hundred times. Did you really think that your man is invincible after advancing into the 9th stage realm? I'm telling you, every level above the 9th stage realm is a huge difference, and the distance is even much higher than an entire large realm than before. Earlier, this youngly fellow must have used Blue Profound sect's secret treasure, hence he was able to expound his move, plus the fact that I was careless, hence I was pushed back. Now I will not show any mercy, so I'd advise you to listen obediently, which is the best outcome for you. Lung Fuguei was speaking with complacency, and he was already daydreaming about the scenario after he captured Li Moying back. To be able to abduct Li Moying's fiancée was already a huge merit. What more if he was able to deliver Li Moying himself into the hands of clan leader? He wondered just how much benefit would he be able to reap. Actually, Ling family did not think that the top exponents in their family were beneath Li Moying because in their eyes, he was merely a young punk who didn't have much experience and was extremely tender. What made them worried the most was the Blue Profound sect, which was Li Moying's backing. If the news of the Lin family deposing the peerless talent which Blue Profound sect, #1 Sacred Land Sky Chart top exponents was leaked out, this matter would not be settled easily. But now it wasn't the same. Other than Li Moying and Huang Yueli, there was no one else here. As long as they captured both of them back at the same time, then there would be no witness or evidence, so who would find out which powerhouse had done this? This was a chance of a lifetime. The saying always mentioned about losing one's head through material greed, Lung Fugui's mind at this point of time wasn't working well, and he was only concerned about his own complacency, totally not noticing the gaze which the young couple had been casting on him as though they were looking at an idiot. Huang Yueli's beautiful eyes opened wide like a full moon, sob, so scary, so frightening. Brother Moying, this old monster wants to capture us. And he's going to be impolite to you. Why? Scared? But it's all too late now. Why not think about how to kneel down and beg for mercy when you're in Lin family's residence? Sob. Huang Yueli still wanted to add more. Li Moying swept her a gaze with an ache in his head as he said, "Can you stop fooling around?" He knew that his little fox was never the kind to be obedient, and upon hearing him getting angry, she immediately jumped out to create havoc. Earlier the words which she used to calm Lin Fugue made him feel as though he didn't know if he should cry or laugh. The anger which he was filled with had vanished by a large portion. Really? She was born to curb him naturally. Huang Yueli stuck out her tongue as her little head whooshed and shrunk back. Can't even play for a bit. Why do I have such a fierce fiancé? She mumbled softly, which entered right into the man's ears. Li Moying was speechless. He was about to catch his little fiancée to educate her when he suddenly heard Lin Fugue's resentful voice. What play? You think I am playing around with you? Looks like if I don't show you my real ability, you really treat yourself as the #1 top expert under these heavens. Alright, I will teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Sovereign Mu, who is still in closed-door cultivation. Lin Fugue had assumed that Li Moying was talking to him, and he was fuming with smoke, feeling that he simply could not endure this further. His words had just landed and his surrounding aura immediately raised swiftly as an overbearing aura from a 9th stage realm practitioner enveloped the diameter of several hundred miles, and momentarily, the air seemed to start congealing. Lin Fugue self-assumed that if he released his full might, Li Moying would definitely not be able to go up against it, or at least reveal a pained look. However, what was out of his expectations was that there wasn't any change in expression on Li Moying's face. Not only did he not suffer any effect, he had even protected his fiancée standing behind him extremely well. That young lass seemed as though she had not realized any changes in the surrounding atmosphere's pressure and was still nagging while ridiculing at her fiancé for torturing her over those trivial matters. Lin Fugue didn't think that it would end up like this, and had finally realized that he seemed to have underestimated Li Moying's ability. The peerless genius, which even the #1 sacred lands had fought over to recruit, could he really have the ability to fight a cross-realm battle? However, it was already too late for regrets, as he could only brace himself to continue. Moreover, he didn't dare to let down his guard as he struck out fully. Earth-shattering attributed profound energy surged in waves towards Li Moying's direction. However, Lin Fugue had portioned out a part of his profound energy revolving around Li Moying, driving towards Huang Yueli's direction. The ground below Huang Yueli's feet split open, and she slipped and almost fell down. Luckily, ever since the both of them met earlier, Li Moying had been holding on to her wrist tightly. No matter how she struggled, he was unwilling to let go, and right now, he merely tugged her lightly and his little fiancée fell right into his arms. When Lin Fugue saw that, his heart jumped with joy. What kind of timing was this now, himself being in deep trouble, but still had the time to worry about the woman behind him? Indeed, a young punk was still a young punk, being young meant he was inexperienced. To have his attention diverted at this kind of moment, not only would he not be able to save anyone, it would expose his weak points in front of the enemy. In this way, the two of them could only become a pair of mandarin ducks. Lin Fugue grabbed hold of the opportunity as he worked up all the profound energy within his body to coordinate with the most powerful established profound skill of his, as he used up all his energy and struck out towards Li Moying. This young punk had finally exposed the flaw of underestimating the enemy due to lack of experience, so this time round, he would definitely be either killed or injured. However, following that, Lin Fugue's complacent smile froze on his face. His full power strike was about to land on Lemoyne, but he saw him turning around in an unhurriedly and composed manner with a look of ridicule on his face, as the right arm which locked onto Huang Yueli's waist lifted up as he waved his sleeves. Violent surging profound energy vanished instantly in a blink of an eye easily. What? Lung Fugui was tongue-tied as he simply could not believe his own eyes. How did it turn out like this? A 9th stage realm 4th level practitioner's full power unleashed was actually blocked so easily like this? He even used a heaven-grade profound skill. This couldn't possibly be real. But the truth was right in front of his eyes, and moreover, after Lemoyne dissipated his profound energy, he immediately struck back, pushing Lin Fugui's profound energy back. His speed was much faster by several times than when Lin Fugui struck out. Lung Fugui was still in shock and had not been able to react totally when he was directly sent flying. He crashed against 10 over huge trees continuously before crashing heavily onto the ground several hundred meters away. Giving off a pft sound, Lung Fugui's landing sounded rather dull. Huang Yueli's brows rose when she heard that. Apparently, that old man's protection profound energy had been scattered by Lemoyne and his physical body crashing against so many solid trees, so his bones had probably smashed into dregs, and there was a 99% chance that he had already breathed his last on the spot. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders as she was totally unsurprised. She didn't like killing people so much, but Lemoyne wasn't that particular, and he had always been someone who would exact revenge if there was any, without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, Lung family's people were rather bold. Lemoyne did not have the time to go find trouble with them since his return to Sky Emperor City, so they should be thankful for it. But they actually dared to initiate the provocation towards the big demon lord. No one would be able to save them now. Huang Yueli prayed silently for the Lung family in her heart. Suddenly, a clear voice rang above her head. Have you got enough? What's so great to look at an old man's corpse? Huang Yueli's expression stiffened up. I wasn't looking at that. I merely felt that the scenery here isn't too bad, so I'm just casually taking a look. The night is extremely dark today, and there aren't even many stars in the sky. The surrounding is so dark, so may I ask, what can you even see? Moreover, the surrounding is filled with crooked trees, and so many of it have been broken by the crash. This is considered as not bad scenery? Lemoyne's voice was icy cold. Huang Yueli gave a dry cough. Haha, I was saying, to take a look at such bleak scenery sometimes gives off a special sentiment. Lemoyne gave a cold humph. Enough, stop dragging the time. Perhaps you'd have the interest to explain to me, why haven't you waited for me to come out of closed-door cultivation or bring Song Pajun and the others before you left the mountain on your own? Was there any urgent matter which you had to settle today? Huang Yueli hemmed and hawed. This. She hesitated for a moment and her eyeballs rolled as she smiled. Yeah? Didn't you just say that you will settle the debt with me later when we return? We're still outside now, why are you throwing a tantrum? What are you doing? She had not finished her words when she suddenly realized that her feet had left the ground as she was lifted up by Lemoyne. Huang Yueli hurriedly kicked her little feet as she struggled. What are you doing? Let me down now. Lemoyne gave a cold harumph. Since this is the case, then we shall hurry on back now so that I can settle the debt with you properly. Hey, wait a minute. I can walk on my own. You walk too slowly. Lemoyne rejected her resolutely as he withdrew his arms and hugged the young lady tightly as his toes tipped and the thunder wings behind his back suddenly appeared. His body floated upwards lightly, and borrowing the levitation state, he flew swiftly across the sky. Huang Yueli's face turned slightly pale as her fingers grabbed onto Lemoyne's lapel while her heart pounded wildly. This wasn't out of fear for heights, but because she realized that her fiancé's anger wasn't easily quelled, hence she was feeling exceptionally guilty. So to speak, one just couldn't do any bad things, otherwise if one was caught red-handed, the scene would be extremely embarrassing. As though it took only an instant, the two silhouettes appeared at the entrance of Levitation Sword Palace. When the guards who were standing in front of the entrance saw that it was Limoying who had arrived, they all started to kneel down to pay their respects. "Welcome back, Sovereign." "Paying our respects to the Sovereign." However, Limoying didn't give any reply as he flew past them directly, making those guards feel astonished. When they passed by the front lobby, Huang Yueli discovered that Song Pujun and the others were kneeling at the front without moving at all. It was until the two of them appeared when the few guardians obviously heaved a sigh of relief. But they were still kneeling upright on the ground, not daring to show any signs of slackness. Huang Yueli cried out loudly, "Ah, Guardian June, are you guys okay?" It was her who had insisted on leaving the mountain this morning, but now it had caused Song Pujun and the others to be punished. Huang Yueli felt that she had let them down and didn't want them to continue kneeling down as a punishment, with the intention to let them leave first. But before she could finish her sentence, Limoying had already opened his mouth, speaking out coldly. "If you have the heart to worry about others, why not first worry about yourself?" "Me." Limoying's footsteps didn't stop as he locked his little fiancée into his arms tightly, heading straight into the bedroom. Song Pujun and the others could only look at Limoying's lanky figure disappearing into the night, and the few guardians exchanged gazes, sharing the same lament. Sovereign was still the same as in the past. The minute the matter had something to do with Grandmaster Huang, he would start scratching wildly. Whereas those pitiful and innocent guardians like them would probably be the same as in their past lives, every day being the duo's cannon fodder. Limoying strode into his bedroom as he waved his hand to chase away all the female attendants, and after that throwing Huang Yueli onto a big, magnificent soft bed. The minute Huang Yueli obtained her freedom, she immediately rolled around on the bed and sat up. "Dear brother Moying, don't be angry. Today's incident is just an accident. I didn't want it to end up like this as well. I can explain." Huang Yueli's large eyes sparkled as her long lashes shook, putting on an innocent and pure expression. After having acquainted with this man for so many years, she naturally knew that Limoying fell for this the most, and normally as long as she put on an obedient and lectured attitude, he would not bear to berate her. However, this time round, Limoying didn't seem to be fooled so easily. His expression remained chilly, and his gaze was deep-set as he stared at Huang Yueli for quite some time, but didn't say a single word. This gaze, somehow, left Huang Yueli feeling scared. Just as Huang Yueli decided to change her strategy, Limoying suddenly moved and he grabbed Huang Yueli's shoulder, and using his strength, he pulled her onto the bed, with her butt facing up. Following that, there was a slap-slap sound, and Huang Yueli used her hands to cover her own butt in a shocked and dazed look. You actually spank my butt. You actually dare." Huang Yueli's little face had instantly flushed beetroot red. Honestly speaking, she had profound energy on her, and Limoying didn't use any profound energy when he spanked her, so that little bit of strength wouldn't break her defense, so it wasn't painful at all. But this was simply too embarrassing. How could he simply spank a lady's butt? Moreover speaking, she usually always used spanking to threaten little Wang Kai, and that little thing was originally not convinced by her ways. Now that it saw its own masters but being spanked, it almost fainted from laughter in the Sky Phoenix ring. This face, she had really lost it big time. Huang Yueli's anger rose up as she turned around and pounced onto Limoying. "No way, you're bullying me. This matter cannot be resolved like that. I want to bite you back." She pounced over with the intention to leave a fresh and obvious teeth mark on Limoying's neck, those kind which could be seen on one look. Anyway, she couldn't suffer a loss, so since Limoying made her throw her face in front of Little Phoenix, she must make Limoying lose his face in front of all his disciples in Levitation Sword Palace. Humph. However, just as she leaned forward, Limoying's arms retracted, making her lose her balance, and fell into his broad warm embrace. Immediately following that, she was brought into the man's embrace rightly and Li Moying's arm grew tighter and tighter, as though he was about to snap her slender waist into half. Whereas his head was placed on Huang Yueli's shoulder. The scorching breath, blowing on her sensitive neck, made her shudder. Lear, you really scared me to death today. Can you stop scaring me in such a way? Do you know that I can ignore everything else, but I just can't see you fall into danger? Just how fortunate am I to discover that you're not around the minute I came out of my closed-door cultivation, so I headed out to look for you. If not, I will have no way to arrive in time after you set off the emergency aid token. Seeing you almost getting hurt by that old thing, my heart almost stopped beating. If you scare me a few more rounds, my life will really be shortened by several years. What if one day I'm not able to arrive in time? Huang Yueli could clearly sense that the man who was hugging her, his body was shaking continuously. Evidently, he was really frightened. Huang Yueli originally felt rather unresigned, but upon discovering that Li Moying's reaction was so intense, she instantly felt a twinge of guilt as it filled her heart and wasn't able to say anything to debate, or even acted silly or cute. She stretched out her arm as she hugged Li Moying back. It's all right, I'm fine, don't be so anxious. All right, it's my fault. In future I won't run about on my own, all right? Even if I am going out, I will bring along the guards, which you have designated, or wait for you to accompany me personally, all right? Huang Yueli actually knew clearly that Li Moying had reacted in such a way, totally without any sense of security, because he suffered a huge psychological shadow from her self-explosion in her past life. When they were in their past lives, although Mu Qingqing was also exaggeratedly riled up, but he had not turned into such an anxious and frail state just because of her getting into one dangerous incident. After all, none of the practitioners who went through experience learning in the continent dared to say that they were able to avoid all the danger, so it was impossible to be overly cautious. Moreover, the bigger the danger, the more it meant that it was a chance, and Mu Qingqing understood this deeply. But in this lifetime, Li Moying kept her under exceptionally tight reins, and sometimes his reaction was really very intense. Today was still considered alright, unlike the past few times, where it even led to his soul detachment illness acting up. This was a sore point which Li Moying had brought over from his past life to current life, and that was the evidence that his feelings towards her were etched too deeply. Hence, other with heartache, Huang Yueli didn't reflect New York other emotions, as she could only choose to listen obediently. Li Moying hugged her tightly, and after a while longer, he slowly started to calm down. You already promised me, so you're not allowed to change your mind. If I find out that you secretly sneak out again, I will ground you for 3 months. Li Moying's tone was filled with threat. Huang Yueli secretly rolled her eyes. Man. Didn't he think about who was the one who remodeled Levitation Sword Palace's mechanisms, so how would he have the ability to ground her? If she wasn't willing to do out, that would be because she wanted to keep him company in Levitation Sword Palace. But Huang Yueli wasn't willing to expose him, so she obediently nodded her head. All right, I know. Speaking of this, the matter had developed to such an extent today, ultimately it was her own fault. This fault wasn't because she had left on her own, but because her own ability was too weak and she wasn't able to reach the same heights as Li Moying, hence she was targeted by someone else. Hence, she indeed should go into closed-door cultivation, properly to work hard and raise her own cultivation. Only in this way would Li Moying be assured, and she would even be able to work alongside him during a critical moment. Just like in their past lives. A long moment later, Huang Yueli pushed the man in front of her gently. All right, not angry anymore? You went to look for me immediately after you came out of your closed-door cultivation? You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Just nice, I haven't taken my dinner as well, so accompany me to eat a little? Huang Yueli leaned to the front of her fiancé and her tone was extremely sweet and gentle, which was filled totally with the meaning of pleasing him. But Li Moying merely casted a fleeting glance at her, not saying a single word. Whoa, he's putting on airs. Why had this man suddenly become so difficult to coax recently? Huang Yueli blinked and her delicate little hands whisked the part in front of his chest as she slowly went near him, all the way until their noses touched and they could smell each other's breathing. Why are you still angry? Haven't I already listened to you obediently? How about this, I'll give you a kiss and you'll forgive me, alright? Saying that, she stuck out the tip of her tongue and started licking Li Moying's perfectly shaped thin lips. Li Moying felt a stinging itch from his lips and his eyes were half narrowed as he looked at her from the corner of his eye. This fair delicate little face looked extremely pure, but that slightly roving eyes revealed an extremely seductive sense, as though it was like an intense fire which could light one up in an instant. This intense comparison made Li Moying's heart pound wildly. His Adam's apple slid up and down, then he used his strong palms to hold on to the young lady's slender shoulders. Suddenly, at the next moment, he shoved Huang Yueli away hard. Huang Yueli cried out as she lifted up her eyes to look at him in surprise. Because according to Li Moying's earlier performance, she actually didn't expect that she would be pushed away. Just as she was astonished, Li Moying took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge as he retreated back several steps while staring deeply at her. Why are you looking at me like this? Huang Yueli pouted as she felt slightly unhappy. Acting coquettish and cute didn't work, now even her automatic seduction also didn't work as well. Could it be that her charm had dropped? How could it be possible? She obviously sensed that following her cultivation rising continuously, she had obviously become prettier and prettier. She wanted to lean forward once again out of a reconciliation. Li Moying hurriedly took a few steps back as he gave a slight cough. Don't come over first, I have something to ask you. What do you want to ask? Huang Yueli instantly became uneasy. She had thought that she had managed to smuggle past today's matters. In the end, Li Moying totally didn't let her proactiveness go to his head, and even remembered to criticize her violently. I ask you, why have you insisted on going over to Sky Emperor City today for? Li Moying's expression was solemn as he questioned her. The #1 top expert in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, at this moment, was no different from a predisposed man who was extremely jealous. Oh, you're asking about this? Actually, it's nothing much. I just suddenly recalled that today is the day of the Armament Guild headquarters public certification assessment date and I wanted to go get a high-leveled armament master badge so in future no matter if it's to sell things through auction or to handle some matters, it'd be a little more convenient to do so. Huang Yueli knew that he would ask about this, hence she was already prepared. So her reply was extremely fluent and the expression on her face was also exceptionally natural, totally not showing any abnormality at all. But in actual fact, she had cleverly avoided the main point of this question, in an attempt to muddle through this. However, Li Moying was not that easy to con at all. His brows rose as he continued to question her. You went to the Armament Guild to attend the certification? Which rank certification did you take part in? Show me the badge? Huang Yueli immediately retrieved the freshly baked 7th-ranked armament master badge and passed it over to him. Li Moying turned it around and took a look and said, looks like you really went to take part in the certification. Hey, what do you mean by that? Could I even lie to you over this? Huang Yueli pouted in dissatisfaction. Li Moying gave a harumph, you won't resort to lying to me, but it's possible that you are hiding something from me. When did I? Then let me ask you, you're a 15 to 16-year-old young lady, heading over to the Armament Guild and saying that you want to be certified for 7th rank armament master. Didn't they treat you as a lunatic and chased you out? Or they really allowed you to be certified? Moreover, haven't you always been afraid of exposing your identity? Running over to the Armament Guild in such a high-key fashion, aren't you afraid that it would rouse people's suspicions? Li Moying posed question after question and every single sentence were exactly doubtful points. Huang Yueli knew that he should already have an answer in his heart as she stuck out her tongue and said, all right, I admit, it's because I wanted to meet Yi Xinghua, so I chose to head over to the Armament Guild today. Oh, I was just saying, so it's to meet another man, so you secretly kept your own fiancé in the dark to enter the city, not even caring about your own safety. Before Huang Yueli could finish her words, Li Moying already started to butt in with a sourish tone which could be smelled from miles away. Huang Yueli went into a blank and burst out laughing. Why did you put it in such a way? You obviously know that Yi Xinghua is only my disciple. Moreover, he's the current president in the Armament Guild headquarters, and what is most rare is that he's still totally loyal towards me, and that's really a rare sight. And, so his unwavering loyalty towards you made you feel extremely touched. Li Moying's face still bore the cool expression as his arms were wrapped in front of his chest and his sword brows rose up with brilliant radiance flashing past his peach-blossomed eyes, making him extraordinarily good-looking. But the tone of that sounded as though it was a young boy whose candied fruits had been snatched away, that kind of tsundere and unhappy feel. Who didn't know that Yi Xinghua had started liking you since he was 10 over years old, and he was so thick-skinned to use armament refining as an excuse to hover around you day after day? I can tell that he has ulterior motives. You really thought he gave up you became his master? Until now, he still can't forget you daily, his feelings towards you are really deep. Anyway, I don't like you to go meet him, not to mention meeting him alone. In future, you're not allowed to go to the Armament Guild. She knew it. Huang Yueli was speechless. In their past lives, this man had already hated Yi Xinghua deeply and had kept obstructing her from heading over to the Armament Guild. In the end, this lifetime turned out to be the same. But she could give up going anywhere else, but she absolutely could not head towards the Armament Guild. Forget about the other matters, there was President Zhang's matters, which were waiting for her to investigate the truth, to exact revenge. Huang Yueli bit her lips and suddenly leapt up from the bed as she pounced over to hug Li Moying's waist. Li Moying wanted to evade her, but Huang Yueli's speed was too swift and he was caught unprepared. Not only was he unable to evade her, he also lost his steadiness as he fell down onto the ground. With a bang, the two of them landed onto the ground. Li Moying's back landed onto the ground and he felt a sharp pain as his brows creased, whereas Huang Yueli laid on his chest, with her hands grabbed tightly on the clothes around his waist. This time round, she had really fallen down. Li Moying's expression grew uglier still. Huang Yueli, however, kept grinning as she said, "Hey, why are you so petty? I didn't tell you because I'm worried that you would be jealous, and in the end, you're really jealous." "I'm not jealous," the sovereign declared as a matter of fact. "Only those weaklings who are not confident of themselves would get jealous. Why should I get jealous?" "Yes, oh, the sour smell is assailing my nostrils to death, still saying you're not jealous," Huang Yueli mumbled softly. Her voice was indeed very soft, but Li Moying's hearing was very good, so he was still able to hear her clearly. His face grew darker still. "What did you say?" Huang Yueli blinked her eyes innocently. "Then since you're not jealous, why do you hate Yi Xinghua so much? Isn't it a good thing that he had unwavering loyalty towards me? With his aid, I will be able to enter the Armament Guild headquarters freely, and need not worry about exposing my identity. So why won't you allow me to meet him?" This. Li Moying was stuffed and couldn't think of any words to rebuke her, so he might as well put on a straight face. "Anyway, I just don't like him. In future, you're not allowed to go to the Armament Guild." Huang Yueli didn't know to laugh or cry as she spoke out. "Hey, you're really enough. Armament Guild's environment is most suitable for refining armaments, and there's fire-attributed spiritual artery to add on the effect and also various arrays to supplement, which are extremely difficult to replicate in other places. Moreover, that place has many rare materials for sale, which could not even be purchased in the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's auction. How could I possibly not head over? So after saying so much, you just want to go meet Yi Xinghua?" Li Moying put on its tsundere look on his face and towards that little disciple who took up his fiancé's major portion of her attention. He hated him from the depths of his heart. No, I really don't. How about this, next time you go along with me? But you must promise me that when you meet Yi Xinghua, you're not allowed to bully him. I bully him? Since when have I bullied him? It's that soft-legged prawn whose cultivation is just too weak, getting jelly legs when he meets top exponents, and since he fell and needed support, how could you blame me for that? Li Moying spoke righteously when he said these, without even blushing at all. Huang Yueli couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. That's right, how many people would be able to resist kneeling onto the ground when the number one top exponent under this heaven's profound energy leaked out a little bit of his suppressive aura? Moreover, Yi Xinghua was merely at 7th stage realm cultivation that year, and he was that kind of scholarly weak armament master, without any actual combat ability. But Huang Yueli didn't dare to expose him at this moment in time. She coaxed him for half a day before she finally managed to placate this man who had drowned a huge urn of vinegar down, barely making Li Moying agree to accompany her to the Armament Guild, and also took action in a low-key manner, not alarming or disturbing any armament master in the guild. But Li Moying was still insistent in not admitting that he was jealous. I'm doing this for your safety, and also, I don't wish for you to be tangled with men with dubious intentions. Yes, you're totally right. A stubborn man was really hard to coax. She had finally managed to placate her fiancé, and Huang Yueli also decided not to go out in the near future as she stayed in Levitation Sword Palace with a piece of time, cultivating and refining armaments. In the early morning, 3 days later, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had just finished their breakfast. Li Moying kissed her face in front of the female attendants, and instructed her to stay in Blue Profound Sect obediently before returning back to the rear palace hall, to cultivate. Huang Yueli walked to the front courtyard and happened to see Luo Jiyun walking hurriedly to the outside of the palace doors. Junior brother Luo, where are you going so early in the morning? Huang Yueli asked, curiously. Luo Jiyun halted in his footsteps as he turned around. Lil sister-in-law, you're up so early. Weren't you the one who told me that Blue Profound Sect has a mountain climbing sky ascension stairs assessment in the rear mountain, and the disciples who gain a rank in the top few places would be able to gain a chance to refine their bodies in the swordbath pool? Huang Yueli suddenly realized that, right, that day Guardian June told me, these few days will be the time for assessment. How about it, today should be your turn. Luo Jiyun shook his head and said, tomorrow is the assessment date for direct disciples, and today is the last day for inner disciples. Brother Moe and the others will be making their move today, and I intend to go over and take a look there now. Huang Yueli's interest was piqued from hearing about that as she said, I'll go along with you. When they were in South Sky region, Moe and the others helped her quite a lot, and she had always wanted to raise their cultivation and aptitude to thank them. But unfortunately, although the few of them had joined Blue Profound Sect, due to their innate talent, their advancement was limited, hence she wasn't able to help at all. Today was the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, and that was the best chance for ordinary Blue Profound Sect disciples to leap over the gateway to raise to turn their lives around, so she must personally head over to take a look. The rear mountain behind Blue Profound Sect was part of their turf and was extremely safe, so Li Moying naturally wouldn't object to it. Huang Yueli made someone pass a message to him and then followed Luo Jiyun speedily towards the rear mountain. At this point of time, the foot of Blue Profound Sect's rear mountain had already gathered a large number of practitioners. Although the crowd was massive, but under Tsang Pajun and the others' organization and arrangements, the scenario was orderly without any chaotic situation occurring. The crowd had been split into several groups, and the practitioners who were taking part in today's assessment had been assigned a number, and everyone followed their own number tag and queued up from the designated entrance as they waited for the assessment to start. Whereas those disciples who were here purely to watch were all blocked by an array in the outer zone, which was at least 500 meters away from the rear mountain. Luo Jiyun took a look at the cliff from afar and was a little dazed from it. Heavens, the rear mountain is practically shrouded in the fog, and from such a far distance, we can't see anything clearly at all. Couldn't they allow us to stand a little nearer to take a look? Huang Yueli smiled and said, You think that you're not able to see clearly just because you're standing too far? That's not the case, all right? Even if you're above the Sky Ascension stairs, the scenario you see will still be fog, which is impossible to be any clearer than what you're seeing now. Oh? Why is this so? This is part of the assessment. Every year there will be different practitioners who fall down from the cliff because they can't see the stairs carefully. Fall down? Luo Jiyun was stunned. Are you sure? Falling down from such a tall cliff, even if it was a 7th stage realm practitioner, there was a possibility to become seriously injured, right? Blue Profound Sect's rear mountain was the top 10 ranking tall mountain in Soaring Heavens continent, and it was several thousand meters tall. Standing at the foot of the mountain looking up, it looked majestic as it was tall and erect, reaching through the clouds. Whereas this mountain was southern-facing as though it had been chopped by an invisible huge axe, forming a flat and tidy cliff wall. This cliff looked extremely tidy, and every few meters, there would be a palm-sized stone piece, intermittently from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top of the mountain, forming a flight stairs leading to the sky. Other than this, there didn't seem to be any place for them to rest their feet anywhere. This kind of arduous cliff, just looking from afar, made one feel fearful, so no wonder Luo Jiyun felt uneasy. He gazed towards Huang Yueli, anxiously hoping to obtain a negative answer. Whoever knew that the minute Huang Yueli opened her mouth, it almost made him faint. Sustaining a serious injury from the fall? If it was really only a serious injury, that would be great. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, somewhere near the cliff, there is an array boundary which amplifies the effect, and it would suppress the practitioner's profound energy. The higher one ascended, the stronger the suppression of the practitioner, and the minute one climbed to mid-mountain, the intensity of the profound energy within the body would be left with less than 10%. Under such circumstances, there was no way to maintain one's own protection profound energy. In this way. She paused and met Luo Jiyun's terrified gaze. Once they fall from mid-mountain or above position, basically there is no difference from an ordinary person falling down from the cliff. It is a definite death for practitioners who are in 7th stage realm and below, whereas for practitioners who are in 7th stage realm and above, they would probably be half dead from the fall, and whether they can be saved or not will depend on their luck. Luo Jiyun shivered all over coldly as the words he said also started to stutter. Why? Why is this so dangerous? Huang Yueli said, I told you this earlier, right? The Sky Ascension Stairs assessment towards ordinary disciples in Blue Profound Sect is the best chance for one to rise to stardom, and at the same time, it is also one of the most dangerous assessments. Every year there would be at least hundreds of disciples who died here. But, isn't this a little too dangerous? Isn't the sect's aim to filter all the outstanding talents, so why must they make it so dangerous? Can't they just use the array to protect the surroundings, at least for those practitioners who fell down to restore their protection profound energy, and not fall too badly? Luo Jiyun's words blurted out like that, and Huang Yueli had not been able to answer in time when someone by the side started laughing. I saw, this junior brother, this is your first time taking part in the assessment as a new disciple? Right. Luo Jiyun nodded his head. The person who said that was a 20-over-year-old young practitioner who was dressed in a direct disciple uniform. He was fair and plump, someone who looked like he had a good temper. This junior brother, there's something that you don't know. This Sky Ascension Stairs is not built by our Blue Profound Sect, but a historical remain which was left behind by the ancient God clan. Not only could it filter out the outstanding disciples, moreover, even if you had not obtained the top few ranks, as long as you are able to climb up the Sky Ascension Stairs at least once, after you come down from it, you will also reap huge rewards. Practitioners on the cliff suffer from the pressure of profound energy, and this is the effect caused by the ancient array which is set up around the surroundings of the Sky Ascension Stairs. Our sex guardian Yu is soaring heaven's continent's #1 array master, and I heard that 20 over years ago, he had once spent several months with the #1 armament master Huang Yueli to attempt to set up an array near the cliff to protect the practitioners who had fallen off. But eventually they did not succeed. Luo Jiyun knew about Huang Yueli's real identity, and when he heard that, he shot an astonished gaze at the young lady beside him. In his heart, his little sister-in-law had such outstanding talent, and there didn't seem to be anything which she could not settle. There was actually a mechanism array which even she was not able to do. Luo Jiyun frowned and asked, then in this case, if I were to climb until mid-mountain and unable to ascend to the top, what happens if I were stuck halfway? Could it mean that it's the end for me? Fair Fatty smiled and said, how could that be possible? When it's your turn for an assessment, you will be given a piece of token. If you are willing to end the assessment yourself, just pinch the token into pieces and you will instantly be transported to the foot of the mountain without any harm. Those practitioners who have fallen down the cliff are because they wanted to obtain a higher ranking and break through their limit, so they took the risk to continue climbing, which was why they lost their footing and fell. Hearing that, Luo Jiyun then came around it. But he wasn't feeling appeased at all, instead he became even more uptight. Every year, there would be hundreds of practitioners who paid the price with their lives, just to break their own limits. This aspect explained everything. In Blue Profound Sect, where the competition between disciples was so intense, which one of these practitioners who were able to join the #1 sacred lands wasn't a peerless talent from their original powerhouse. But when they all came to Blue Profound Sect, where so many talents were gathered, their innate talents appeared even more ordinary, so in order to obtain even better cultivation resources, they gambled their lives for it. Facing so many talents who were trying their best, could he really distinguish himself? Huang Yueli saw his extreme uneasiness as she opened her mouth to comfort him. No need to be overly anxious, just try your best. Fatty heard her exceptionally sweet voice and turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound, and it was then when he realized that the two who were standing beside him were also dressed in a direct disciple uniform. Blue Profound Sect's direct disciples were chosen to be 1 in 10,000 people, and that wasn't a mere exaggeration. The number of practitioners who could obtain the position of direct disciple could be counted with one's finger, and every new direct disciple who appeared would attract the entire sect's attention. Fatty saw their dressing and combined it with Huang Yueli's age and looks. He immediately guessed her identity. So, this young lady must be Bai Ruoli, young Miss Bai? 15 to 16-year-old direct disciple, you're the only one in the Who with this status. Huang Yueli smiled as she nodded her head. I am. May I ask for senior brother's name? Fatty chuckled heartily. I'm called Pangy Hao, but many of them call me Fatty senior brother, so you can just call me that. He waved his hand expansively and turned towards Luo Jiyun. Since this person here is young Miss Bai, then could this be? Luo Jiyun understood his hint and hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm not. You're looking for me eldest senior brother, right? He's not here today. Pangy Hao laughed. I wanted to ask if you're junior brother Luo Jiyun. Who did you think I wanted to say you were? Of course I know you're not senior brother Li. His fame has spread through the entire Sky Emperor city, and his reputation is extremely impressive. It's rumored that his innate talent is at 9th grade upper level, and he had met with many fortuitous meetings, but he had just broken through to 9th stage realm at 20 over years old. Moreover, his looks were extremely handsome, and the number of young ladies who fell under his long robe were plenty. It didn't look like you fit the description. Haha, looks like I've thought too much. That's right, I'm Luo Jiyun, my pleasure to meet senior brother Pang. Luo Jiyun gave an embarrassed smile as he cupped his fists into the other to show his respect. Huang Yueli couldn't help but curl her lips, feeling that this fatty senior brother was rather interesting. Moreover, she also noticed that Pangy Hao's age wasn't very old, and although he had a carefree personality, his cultivation really wasn't bad at all. 20 over years of age and had reached the 6th stage realm peak. just a step away from 7th stage realm. This kind of innate talent, even in Blue Profound Sect, had reached the standard of a first-rated talent. The three of them were acquainted and Pang Yihao asked in curiosity, both, "I'd like to ask a presumptuous question, will Senior Brotherly come to take part in the assessment tomorrow?" Luo Jiyun had not expected him to ask this kind of question, hence he didn't know how to reply, so he just stood there gazing towards Huang Yueli blankly. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "He's been in closed-door cultivation recently, and will not be heading over to take part in the assessment." Luo Jiyun echoed along with that. She said, right, eldest senior brother, had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Pan Yihao replied with an "oh," and a smile was revealed on that plump face. "I was thinking that as well." With Senior Brother Li's innate talent, the resources within the sect should be accessed at his will, so how would he risk his life at the Sky Ascension stairs just so that he could soak a few days in the Swordbath pool? But in that case, those top experts of the cloud mounting chart will definitely be disappointed. They had waited several days, just so that they could experience just how strong the legendary Sky Emperor City's #1 genius was. Luo Jiyun put on a dazed look. What cloud mounting chart? What's that? Pang Yihao laughed. "You really don't know anything at all. Since everyone is mounting the Sky Ascension stairs, they must follow according to the height of the climb, so there will naturally be a chart which is the cloud mounting chart. Do you see that levitating blue gemstone tablet right over there? The gold words on the surface are engraved with gold letterings, and that is the name list of the cloud mounting chart." Luo Jiyun suddenly saw the light as he looked over towards the direction which Pang Yihao's finger was pointed at. A huge stone tablet was floating in mid-sky, just in front of the Sky Ascension stairs, and was extremely eye-grabbing, but because he was overly anxious earlier, he didn't notice it. The stone tablet was filled with gold-engraved names, and at the front of each name there was a rank. The later part of the line also indicated the height which that person had ascended, and there were a total of 100 names. Moreover, this stone tablet was apparently a profound armament. The words on the surface kept on changing, and after every practitioner had completed the assessment, if their results were able to squeeze them into the top 100, then his name would be placed into the correct rank and the cloud mounting chart's rank would then change. Pang Yihao saw that he was totally absorbed by it as he laughed and walked over while explaining his queries. Sky Ascension Stairs assessment is said to be one of Blue Profound Sect's most difficult assessment, and the assessment not only tests the practitioner's innate talent and ability, more so it requires overwhelming determination and courage, hence Cloud Mounting Chart practically represents Blue Profound Sect's disciples' combined abilities ranking, and every single one of these disciples who had rather outstanding ability cared about this ranking very much, which could also symbolize their status. "I see." Luo Jiyun nodded, and at the same time he spoke out in astonishment, "Senior Brother Pang, you're ranked 58 on the Cloud Mounting Chart. I thought a genius like you would be ranked at least in the top 30s. Luo Jiyun's words were not flattery, because a 20-year-old 6th stage realm peak had indeed not bad innate talent. That year, when Li Moying hadn't met Huang Yueli or invigorated his bloodline and innate talent, he was merely at this cultivation stage and had already been awarded as South Sky Region's #1 genius. Whoever knew that when Pang Yihao heard that, his face flushed red and he lowered his voice, "Oh my, junior brother Luo, don't say that please. If anyone heard that, they would laugh at me for overestimating my own self. Obtaining this ranking is already very lucky. Every single one of the top 30 senior brothers and sisters are much stronger than me." Luo Jiyun was shocked as his eyes turned into full moons. "Surely not right, Senior Brother Pang's innate talent only allowed you to squeeze into rank 58. Pang Yihao smiled, "My innate talent is considered okay, but there are plenty of people with better innate talent than me in Blue Profound Sect. Moreover speaking, the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment doesn't rely mainly on innate talent. The person who takes over Sovereign to hold the sex affairs is Guardian June, who was #1 on the Cloud Mounting Chart that year, but his innate talent was rather ordinary. Luo Jiyun nodded as he recalled similar words which Huang Yueli had mentioned previously. Thank you, senior brother, for your pointer. Pang Yihao continued as he pointed to the uppermost portion of the chart. See the first few people's names? Those who are able to rank in the top 10 on the cloud mounting chart are all Blue Profound Sect's most powerful direct disciples, and all of them are 9th stage realm, peak elders direct disciples under their wings, and some even have 9th grade innate talent. Especially Feng Zhihao, who is ranked number 1, he's Elder Feng's biological grandson, 28 years old this year. His cultivation had already broken through to 8th stage realm, and he had already occupied the cloud mounting chart's first place for 3 years. Wow, that's so incredible. Luo Jiyun sighed in admiration but was also slightly disappointed. Before today, I was hoping to be able to obtain a good ranking in the Sky Ascension stairs, but thinking about it now, it seems that I'm just too frivolous. You need not undervalue yourself. As long as you practice the cultivation method, which your eldest senior brother had personally selected for you, entering the top 50 is absolutely no issue at all. Huang Yueli butted in indifferently. She originally didn't wanted to show off, but this young lad Luo Jiyun's character was soft by nature and his self-confidence was easily shaken, so after hearing what Pang Yihao said, it was evident that he had cowered back a little, so she could only jump out to give him some encouragement. Luo Jiyun turned back and looked at her. Really? Of course, that's what your eldest senior brother said personally. You ought to give a good performance and not embarrass him. Huang Yueli vowed solemnly. These words actually weren't said by Li Moying, but by herself. However, she was lying to him because she had also taken a look at the cultivation method which Li Moying gave Luo Jiyun. As long as he is able to master until a small accomplished realm, entering top 30 would be a breeze, so top 50 was just a conservative saying. Luo Jiyun naturally trusted his own eldest senior brother totally and instantly regained his self-confidence. Pang Yihao was listening by the side as he got even more curious about Li Moying. Why? This senior brother Li is really so incredible? Just casually giving some pointers to junior brother and he will be able to enter the top 50? Huang Yueli smiled as she said, Senior brother Pang, don't believe this? It's okay, tomorrow when junior brother Luo takes part in the assessment, then you will find out. To tell the truth, Pang Yihao really didn't believe it. He usually self-assumed that he had outstanding talent and was already extremely hard-working, but he merely ranked 58. This Luo Jiyun, his age was much younger than him and his innate talent didn't seem to even match up to his, and moreover, this was his first year at Blue Profound Sect. Would he be able to enter top 50s in his first assessment? Just because he obtained Li Moying's pointers? If it was really so miraculous, then how would he even be able to hang on around here? Pang Yihao shook his head and said, Alright, then I ought to take a careful look tomorrow. But is senior brother Li really not coming over? Huang Yueli shook her head as she gave an affirmative reply, not coming. Pang Yihao sighed, Young Miss Bai, you don't know that many people are actually not convinced by senior brother Li and are just waiting for his Sky Ascension stairs results. If he doesn't come, he will definitely be termed as a coward. He had yet to finish his sentence when someone called out to him from behind. Little fatty, who are you talking to? These two people looked unfamiliar. Pang Yihao's body stiffened as a helpless expression filled his face and he turned around to cup his hands in obeisance. My respects to senior brother Feng. The incoming person didn't look at him but instead landed his gaze on Huang Yueli's face, and instantly, a glint filled with surprise flashed by his eyes. What's the matter? Little fatty, not going to introduce us? From the moment his eyes landed onto Huang Yueli, his gaze had completely been attracted by her, totally unable to shift away. Ever since Huang Yueli broke through to the 6th stage realm, her looks had grown even more beautiful and alluring, and it would cause people walking by who to turn their heads back. Pang Yihao felt that something was amiss, and took a look at him before replying, Senior brother Feng, these two here are our newly joined direct disciples. This lady here is junior sister by Ruoli, and this is junior brother Luo. Junior sister by is senior brother Li's fiancé. Following that, he turned towards Huang Yueli and Luo Jiyun as he introduced, junior sister by, junior brother Luo. This person here is whom I had mentioned earlier, Cloud Mounting Charts #1 ranking, Feng Zhihao senior brother Feng. Oh, so you're senior brother Feng, it's an honor to meet you at last. Luo Jiyun saw a top expert who was also a senior brother from the same sect, so he was naturally extremely respectful as he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. But Huang Yueli merely raised her brows as she didn't say anything. She could already tell that this young practitioner, with a haughty face in front of her, harbored ill intentions. Indeed, Feng Zhihao totally ignored Luo Jiyun but kept staring at Huang Yueli intently as a cold smile curled on his lips. So you're Li Moying's fiancé. This fellow really has a good fortune in love affairs. I know that women all love men with great abilities, and you chose him as your fiancé is also within reason. But he's merely South Sky Region's #1 talent. Now that you're in Blue Profound sect, you will find out that there are much more incredible disciples in the sect than him. Huang Yueli spoke in a smile which didn't resemble a smile, someone more incredible than my brother Moying. Surely you're not trying to speak of yourself, right? Feng Zhihao didn't seem to understand the ridicule in her words as he puffed out his chest and spoke in a conceited manner. That's right. I'm also one of those. Huang Yueli sized him up and after a moment, she spoke out leisurely, really? But why can't I tell at all? Moying is already in the 9th stage realm whereas you're only in the 8th stage realm and you're so much older than him. Could Blue Profound sect's evaluation of geniuses be different from the other powerhouses? Huang Yueli's words were really vicious, just short of directly saying that he's shameless. But when she was saying that, she put on a sweet smile and her tone was totally innocent. When paired with that flawless beautiful face, it really made one unable to get upset with her. Feng Zhihao was stuffed and didn't know how to reply because Huang Yueli had poked his sore point accurately. However, there were tons of people around and many of those practitioners who were passing by had already noticed them, and even heard their conversation. Many of them casted a strange gaze towards them. What backing does this junior sister come from? How dare she talk to senior brother Feng like that? Doesn't she know that senior brother Feng is the most outstanding talent among the younger generation in the Blue Profound sect? Haha, most outstanding talent, you're joking, right? In the past, he was barely considered as one, but now, you know who that beautiful white dress young lady is? She is Li Moying's senior brother Li's fiancé. Ah. It's actually her. No wonder she spoke so discourteously towards senior brother Feng. With senior brother Li as her backing, senior brother Feng is indeed just not enough. The crowd started to break out into discussions, and Feng Zhihao's expression grew uglier by the minute. Originally his status in Blue Profound sect was rather high-standing, so how would same-generation disciples even dare to discuss about him in his face? Ever since that South Sky Region's peerless genius Li Moying arrived at Blue Profound sect, the entire situation changed completely. He was no longer the #1 genius who was adored by the masses. The party whom everyone exclaimed in admiration had changed to Li Moying. They even said that his innate talent surpassed that year's Xiu Qingqing, and he was the one with the most hope to become the #1 top expert in Soaring Heaven's continent, to helm Blue Profound sect. Feng Zhihao had always been proud and arrogant, so how would he easily admit that there was someone who was stronger than him by that much? How was he able to endure the fact that his esteemed position had been stolen away from him in just one day? So in this period of time, he had been spending all his time to cultivate hard just so that he was able to break through his own limit during the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment to create an unsurpassable record, completely crushing Li Moying just to show everyone who was Blue Profound sect's #1 genius. Moreover, Feng Zhihao felt that his chances of victory were huge. After all, Li Moying had just arrived from South Sky region and he probably hadn't practiced high-grade cultivation methods or profound skills, so even if his innate talent was indeed shocking, but in terms of actual combat ability, he might not match up to those blue profound sex veteran direct disciples. In the end, the direct disciples assessment had yet to start and Feng Zhihao had already heard so many idle gossip around, and adding on to the fact that he was despised by Li Moying's fiancée, it made him grow even more melancholic as he got even more anxious to have a duel with Li Moying. "Shut up! Who dares to sprout nonsense in front of me?" Feng Zhihao suddenly shouted out harshly, and the surrounding practitioners all shut their mouths. He crossed his arms and surveyed the increasing bystanders as his 8th stage realm top exponent's aura naturally revealed, making those practitioners who were sprouting nonsense hang their heads low due to guilt. "I haven't even had an official match with Junior Brother Li, and you've already deemed that I cannot win him? Who's stronger and who's weak isn't debatable just by your presumptuous comments, but depending on actual ability." Saying that, he turned towards Huang Yueli, "Junior Sister Bai, please convey the message to Junior Brother Li that I, Feng Zhihao, is initiating a battle invitation to him, asking him that it is a must to take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs tomorrow. All the disciples in Blue Profound Sect will be our witness, and we shall have a showdown." His words were said openly and candidly, neither servile nor overbearing, which made the practitioners present cheer out. "Right, Senior Brother Feng is right. Sky Ascension Stairs assessment is the fairest, and since Senior Brother Li is so talented, becoming the #1 in cloud mounting chart should be an easy matter, right?" "That's hard to say, after all Senior Brother Feng is more experienced. Anyway, an open fight is the best method. I really want to experience the legendary genius who was rumored to be much more outstanding when Sovereign was young. Just how much stronger is he?" Everyone looked at Huang Yueli, waiting for her to run back to convey the message. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli just took an indifferent look at Feng Zhihao and slowly shook her head. "My apologies, Senior Brother Feng. I've just told Senior Brother Peng earlier that Moying is recently in closed-door cultivation and doesn't have the intention to take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs." "What? He's actually not taking part? How could that be possible? Such an important assessment, why isn't he taking part? Even if he doesn't lack that little bit of reward, but cloud mounting chart's rank is a representation of a top exponent's reputation, and didn't those peerless geniuses care most about their reputations? Could it be that Senior Brother Feng had guessed it correctly? Senior Brother Li only has cultivation, but his actual combat ability is very weak, and he's afraid to take part in the assessment, which couldn't match up to those older disciples, hence he doesn't dare to attend." Feng Zhihao's first thought was that Li Moying didn't dare to come. Suddenly his thoughts changed, feeling that it wasn't quite possible. A peerless genius with such outstanding talent, how was it possible that he was afraid of a battle? Probably it was Li Moying's fiancée who was afraid that he would lose, hence, she helped him reject it, eh? Feng Zhihao said, "Junior Sister Bai, you're not Junior Brother Li, so how will you know that he's not willing to come take part in the assessment? As long as you go back and convey my message to him, he will definitely be here tomorrow." However, Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders calmly. "Don't you understand what I just said? Moying is behind closed-door cultivation. Closed door, understand? If there's nothing major, he will not come out from it." Although Li Moying's closed-door cultivation was all short-term and he would generally be out in a few days, but why would she even bother him with such a small matter? Feng Zhihao's expression stiffened. What do you mean?" "The annual Sky Ascension Stairs assessment determines the ranking of the cloud mounting chart for the entire year. Isn't this considered as a major matter? Even if he doesn't care about the rewards, but I've already issued a challenge towards him, shouldn't he come and take up the challenge?" Huang Yueli threw a baffled expression at him. "Why is it that when you issue him with a challenge, he must take it up? There are so many people who want to challenge Moying every day, and if he were to agree to it all, wouldn't he be extremely tired?" This was the truth. Ever since various large powerhouses had scrambled for Li Moying at Sky Emperor City's city gates, he received numerous battle invitations, and those were all from various powerhouses' practitioners who were unconvinced about his power and had specially sent it over to challenge him. But Li Moying made his men throw those invitations away directly and had never ever responded to it once. Feng Zhihao's face grew even darker still. Can I be compared to those people? Haven't you heard what little fatty said earlier? I've been on the top of the sky mounting chart consecutively for 3 years. If there are no accidents, this year would be the 4th year. Huang Yueli's lips curled slightly. So what about it? So what about it? Do you know that this is the fight for the #1 genius in Blue Profound Sect? It is the deciding crucial factor between us to see whose ability is stronger. If he is a man, he must definitely come. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she got slightly upset as the look on her face sunk. Whether my Moying is a man or not, it's not up to you to judge. What fight for Blue Profound Sect's #1 genius, to think that you can even say that out. Whoever is stronger or weaker between the two of you, anyone with eyes will be able to tell. You're just depending on the number of times which you have ascended the sky stairs, wanting to take the chance while Moying isn't familiar with the situation, using this advantage to win over him this time. Huang Yueli exposed his ulterior motive and Feng Zhihao's face totally couldn't hang on. You. What gibberish? What's called using this advantage? I've obviously asked for an upright battle with Li Moying. How could you act in such a way, to gauge the heart of a gentleman with one's own measure? Although he said that, Feng Zhihao's tone was obviously tinged with a hint of guilt. Moreover, the surrounding practitioners had also managed to grasp this. What young Miss Bai said is correct. While one had taken part in the assessment for so many times while it's the other's first time, how could this be considered as a fair competition? That's right, junior brother Li's cultivation is right there, so even if he lost this time, by next year, he will have learned all the heaven-grade cultivation methods in the sect, so his ability will definitely surpass senior brother Feng. Moreover, senior brother Feng himself, when he first climbed the sky ascension stairs, he fell down even before he reached 500 meters. Feng Zhihao's face gradually flushed red. Huang Yueli laughed and said, but even if you use those low stratagem, you will absolutely not be able to win Moying, so don't bother wasting your effort. When Feng Zhihao heard that, he immediately responded, since you say junior brother Li will definitely win, then just let him come attend the assessment. Otherwise, who doesn't know how to make empty promises? Since you are so confident to say such words, but he doesn't dare to come, it really makes me doubt if what you're saying is the truth or not. He's most afraid of people saying that there's nothing for him to be delighted about over his win. If Huang Yueli were to bite on this point, he would really not be able to pull his face down. He had not expected that Huang Yueli would actually continue saying that Li Moying would definitely win, which gave him a chance of rebuttal. Since you're so arrogant, then how about showing a hand or two? But Huang Yueli merely casted a floating gaze at him and said, it's up to you to believe or not, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, Moying is not interested in the ranking of what cloud mounting chart, so whatever you say is of no use at all. Feng Zhihao felt as though he was given 2 tight slaps by someone. He had valued the ranking of the cloud mounting chart so much, but from Huang Yueli's mouth, it sounded as though Li Moying totally didn't treat this ranking as something important. This was equivalent to saying that his position as #1 of the cloud mounting chart, in Li Moying's eyes, wasn't considered as anything at all. He clenched his teeth tight as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Forget it if you're not willing to convey the message. I will get someone to send my battle invite to Levitation Sword Palace. If junior brother Li doesn't dare to come, I can only assume that his ability is not up to mark and he's afraid that he will lose to me. By then, everyone will know that he's a coward who is as timid as a mouse. Saying that, he turned around and left. The surrounding practitioners started to discuss even louder than usual, and he felt that he had no face to continue staying on here. Originally he thought that sending out a battle invite to Li Moying would give him a tight slap on his face. But in the end, not only did he not successfully secure the battle, he didn't even get to see Li Moying, and he was even run on a bank by his fiancée so much that he couldn't even pull his face down. Since when had he ever suffered such grievance, especially after he had spent so many glamorous years in the #1 sacred lands? After Feng Zhihao left, the surrounding practitioners saw that there was no show to continue watching and that day's assessment was about to start, so they started to disperse. But everyone was still whispering about Li Moying's matters. Luo Jiyun was filled with suspicions, and took many gazes at Huang Yueli, wanting to ask something but didn't dare to. Just say whatever you want to. Huang Yueli finally found him too frustrating to look at. Luo Jiyun lowered his voice. Lil sister-in-law, eldest senior brother is really not coming to take part in the assessment? Huang Yueli took a curious look at him. Forget it if other people ask about it, why are you asking about this for? It's not as if you don't know, if your eldest senior brother were really to take part in this assessment, what ranking would he even need to fight with other people for? Then in future, wouldn't other people laugh their teeth off? Li Moying's actual identity would be revealed sooner or later. By then, as the sovereign of Blue Profound Sect, just because of a sentence from a younger generation disciple made him take part in an extremely dumb assessment ranking, if this matter leaked out, he would probably be the talk of the entire Sky Emperor city for many years to come. But, isn't that Feng Zhihao too arrogant? Eldest senior brother wouldn't come, and if everyone thinks that eldest senior brother is really afraid of him, then what should we do? Luo Jiyun was still unresigned over this. Huang Yueli shook her head while bursting out in laughter. Those talented practitioners who are able to join Blue Profound Sect, which one of them are retards? Who wouldn't know that Moying is more incredible? Only you don't understand this. To tell you the truth, Feng Zhihao invited Moying for a battle, not because he is high-spirited but because he's worried that your eldest senior brother will be accepted by Sovereign as his disciple. Huh? But isn't eldest senior brother? Luo Jiyun's face was stunned as he didn't think that this would be the reason, as he almost had a slip of the tongue. Luckily, after Huang Yueli gave him a stare, he immediately reacted in time and swallowed back the words which he should not have spoken out. So it's this case, but isn't Sovereign still in closed-door cultivation? And he doesn't have any intention to take in disciples? Isn't senior brother Feng thinking too much? Huang Yueli replied, but in the eyes of outsiders, this isn't so. Moying had been recruited personally by Guardian Jun into Blue Profound Sect and stayed directly in Levitation Sword Palace. Even the people close to him like you and me have become direct disciples. This is something which was unprecedented. Moreover speaking, Moying's innate talent is so high, and it is very difficult to find another person like him in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. According to logic, Sovereign had recruited him into Blue Profound Sect, must be because he wanted to guide him personally. Luo Jiyun had no choice but to admit that what Huang Yueli said was right. But what is senior brother Feng anxious about? What does this have to do with him? Of course it's related. Huang Yueli cast at him a gaze and explained, according to Blue Profound Sect's tradition, every sovereign could only take in one disciple, and this disciple is the only candidate who will succeed the position of the future sovereign, so he naturally feels that he has prospects. In the end, a genius like Moying suddenly appeared now. Ah. Luo Jiyun then revealed an enlightened look. Huang Yueli continued, so, Feng Zhihao wanted to take the opportunity, while Moying wasn't familiar with the situation, to show him a display of severity or at least win him this once. It was rumored that Sovereign has high expectations, and if he knew that Moying had lost, perhaps he might despise the fact that he was embarrassed and would not take him in immediately, but to test him for several more years before doing so. Luo Jiyun frowned. What's the meaning in that? It is impossible for Sovereign to take senior brother Feng as a disciple eventually as well. This is called, since I can't have my cake, neither shall you. He just wanted to obstruct Moying only, how could there be such a senseless person? Luo Jiyun cried out in indignance. Huang Yueli swept him a glance. I've told you this long ago. In the pursuit of cultivation peak, there would be various kinds of villains who want to harm you. Like the innocent you, after being betrayed and still willing to count the money for those who betrayed you, how would that do? You should at least gain some insight on this. Yes, Lil's sister-in-law is right. Luo Jiyun nodded as he accepted the lecture and suddenly broke out into laughter, but, senior brother Feng has kicked the iron panel this time round. In his wildest dreams, he must have not ever dreamt that a thing like this would even happen. Huang Yueli also laughed, isn't that right? Actually, Feng Zhihao's innate talent isn't too bad, but he just thought too highly of himself and can't bear to see anyone doing better than himself. Many talents have this problem, so we must take this opportunity to rectify this. Pang Yihao had not walked too far away and heard the duo's intermittent idle chat. The more he heard, the more stunned he was. Originally he had thought that Huang Yueli was still so young, and usually she was so low-keyed, so her innate talent must be very ordinary, and the reason she had gained Li Moying's attention was because she was young and beautiful. Whoever knew that hearing what she said earlier, she actually saw through Feng Zhihao's plot easily. What made him more astonished was that she came to Blue Profound sect not too long ago, but she already grasped the sect's various regulations and each disciple's situation at the back of her palm. Just a simple sentence was dead spot on. As though there wasn't anything that she didn't know. This made Pang Yihao keep away his scornful attitude and started to re-evaluate this beautiful young lady again. She was indeed Li Moying's fiancée, indeed someone with outstanding talent. Just at this moment, the large bronze bell at the foot of the mountain rang as its deep bell ringing reverberated throughout the entire public square. On hearing the bell, the clamoring crowd all instantly turned silent. Because that meant that today's Sky Ascension Stairs assessment was about to start officially. After a moment, Song Piyu appeared at the tall stage to announce the regulations of the assessment. Today is already the assessment's sixth day, so I believe that everyone already understood the regulations of the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment. This seat will emphasize a few main points again. Number 1, it basically means death for practitioners who are 7th stage or lower to fall down the cliff, and everyone must remember this point to make a cautious choice. Number 2, according to regulations, inner disciples who are able to enter the top 100 of the cloud mounting chart will be promoted to core disciples immediately, and you will also get double the rewards. Additionally, you will get 3 days cultivation time in the sword bath pool, so everyone please do your best, because this is the best opportunity which you can get in the entire year. After Song Piyu's words were done, the inner disciples at the foot of the mountain all revealed excited and anticipated expressions, apparently all prepared to do their best later on. But those practitioners at the spectators' seats apparently didn't think so. These inner disciples really know how to daydream. Did they really think that they are able to enter the cloud mounting chart top 100? There are close to 300 Blue Profound sect's direct disciples, and their cultivation is mostly above the 7th stage realm. It's already considered not bad for those inner disciples to have 6th stage realm cultivation, yet they're still hoping to enter the top 100? Generally, there would be a black horse once every 10 years, and that would be an achievement already. Recently, I've never heard of any outstanding characters within the inner disciples, so it looks like there wouldn't be anything much to see in today's assessment. Amidst the discussions, the assessment started officially. Inner disciples were split into 10 over groups, and each group had 20 people who set off simultaneously. However, as the Sky Ascension Stairs was a pathway constructed out of bricks and stones popping out of nowhere, not to mention how dangerous it was, at any point of time, only one person could pass through the path. So many people setting off at the same time meant that right from the start, there was already an intense competition. The examining officer sounded the horn and 20 practitioners immediately fought to rush for first place as they all dashed out. At the same time, they attacked those practitioners who were beside them or blocked the path of the others who were on their way up. Every one of them were clear that it was easy to obtain the lead right from the start, and the suppression on their profound energy was much weaker, so the faster they climbed, the lesser they expended, and it would take after a certain height when they required more leftover energy to deal with the gradually increasing resistance. At the height of 500 meters and below, even for those 7th stage realm practitioners who fell, there wouldn't be much danger, and that took off some worries from the others. Huang Yueli had been through this kind of scene many times, so she was already used to it. Luo Jiyun opened his mouth wide and spoke out in surprise, "So, the Sky Ascension Stairs is so dangerous right from the start." Peng Yihao had been listening to them nearby, and at this moment in time, he couldn't help but butt in. What kind of danger is this considered as? Anyway, falling down now would not sustain heavy injuries. But once they reach 500 meters and above, falling down would be dangerous, right? Peng Yihao smiled and said, "The amount of profound energy for those who had just mounted the cloud mounting chart is around half of the normal situation, and at this time, everyone's pressure isn't considered too heavy. But the minute they reach 500 meters and above, the resistance increases, and the climbers' profound energy within their bodies would continue to decrease by half. Later on, with every 500 meters ascension, their profound energies will decrease by another half. So from 500 meters onwards, there would be a certain distance between each practitioner, and the one leading would mostly have much outstanding potential than the others. The ones behind will rarely be able to chase up, hence, there will be very few situations where they will mutually attack each other." Luo Jiyun's expression turned pale slowly. In this case, when they reach 3,000 meters and above, even if it was a 9th stage realm practitioner, the level of profound energy within their bodies will be no different from ordinary people? He asked this question because he had already seen the top 100 climbers' height which they mounted, and those were just around the 3,000 meters position. Peng Yihao shook his head. "Junior brother Luo, you don't know about this. If it was only a decrease in profound energy, that would still be alright, because although the distance between the stones on the cliff had widened, but for many outstanding practitioners just needed to use their physical strength to jump several meters in one shot. So climbing to the summit totally doesn't pose any difficulty, so how will it be possible for them to fall just after 3,000 meters? Luo Jiyun was stunned. "Oh yes, then what's the reason?" Peng Yihao explained, "From the start of the 3,000 meters, the climber's 5 senses will slowly be stripped off. Firstly, they will feel that their sight will gradually turn blurry and fog will appear before their eyes. Moreover, it will turn thicker and thicker, hence many geniuses on the cloud mounting chart gradually fall from here. At the point of 3,500 meters, they practically couldn't see anything at all, and following that, their sense of touch will also slowly disappear, followed by their sense of hearing." Saying to this point, he stopped. Luo Jiyun asked endlessly, "What happens after the loss of hearing?" Peng Yihao spread open his hands as he gave a helpless reply, "How would I know about that? I gave up when I was around the 3,200 meters mark. Most of the 6th stage realm practitioners aren't like me. Generally they will automatically give up when they reach 3,000 meters. After all, falling down isn't a joke. The sense of touch at 3,500 meters disappears, and that was something which senior brother Feng told all of us last year." Huang Yueli and Luo Jiyun took a look at the cloud mounting chart at the same time. At the back of Feng Zhihao's name inscribed the letterings 4,100 meters, and he was the only disciple who had surpassed 3,800 meters. Luo Jiyun gasped in admiration, "Incredible! So no one knows what happens after 4,500 meters? Peng Yihao had yet to reply when Huang Yueli opened her mouth calmly. "Actually, there isn't anything strange. There is only a total of 7,000 meters in the Sky Ascension Stairs, and once they reach the height of 6,000 meters, all 5 senses will vanish totally, and at the same time, one's soul trace will also disappear completely." Soul trace will also disappear? Then how will one gauge the direction? Wouldn't it mean that they will definitely fall? Huang Yueli shook her head. "Although soul trace has disappeared, but it's rumored that there will be a kind of energy pointing out the direction. Only there will be all sorts of illusions which appear in one's mind, spiking one's inner fears and desires. The minute one isn't careful, they will immediately self-explode out of madness and die without a burial ground. For the past several thousand years, the number of peerless geniuses who had died at the last 1,000 meters had at least been 10 or more. Pang Yihao was shaking with fear and trepidation from hearing these as he turned tongue-tied and flabbergasted, simply not believing his ears at all. "Young Miss Bai, how do you know about these? Have you ever been at the height of 6,000 meters and above before?" "No, this isn't possible." Such a matter was simply inconceivable. Pang Yihao really wanted to say that she was spouting nonsense, but unfortunately what she said made sense, and plus the fact that her sweet and gentle voice, unknowingly, gave people a sense of being convinced, making them unknowingly chose to believe in what she said. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Of course I've never been that high up before, I heard this from someone else." "Heard from someone else? Who was that someone?" For the past 1,000 years, those who were able to climb up to the height of 6,000 meters and above was only the current sovereign Mu Qingqing. But Sovereign Mu had always been in closed-door cultivation. This last was just how old, surely she could not have met him in person, right? Just as Pang Yihao was filled with puzzlement, Huang Yueli suddenly pointed to the foot of the mountain as she cried out excitedly, "Junior brother Luo, quick, look there quickly. Brother Moe and the rest are up." Luo Jian's spirits lifted, "It's really them. Mo brothers, good luck." He yelled out loudly, but alas his voice was drowned among the bustling crowd, so probably Moe and the rest couldn't hear him at all. Pang Yihao asked, curiously, "Those few people are close to your guys?" Luo Jian was here today, just to take a look at Moe and the rest, so his eyes were fixed onto them while he gave a casual reply, "Yes, they're my eldest senior brother's past guards, and now they're all inner disciples." Pang Yihao suddenly saw the light. He had heard about this some time ago, that in order for Tsang Pujun to recruit Li Moying, he also recruited the shadow guards under him and even gave them the statuses of inner disciples. There were plenty of jealous and dissatisfied people within the sect. From the current look of this, these few people were all under 30 years old and their cultivations weren't very apartment. The highest cultivation among them had reached 6th stage realm peak, whereas the lowest cultivation was just merely 6th stage realm. In the South Sky region, such a level was considered as not bad, but within the inner disciples and Blue Profound sect, it was really very ordinary. But they exuded a kind of astute and fearful acute aura, which apparently meant that they had experienced through many actual combat, and for practitioners who were rich in battle experiences was rather outstanding. The examining officer quickly announced the start, and the few shadow guards all flew up swiftly as they started to climb the sky ascension stairs. Initially, all those who headed up were swift, and moreover, they were fighting as they attacked each other mutually as the situation was intense. But luckily, Moe and the others were united, and they worked together to fight against the outsiders. Hence very quickly, they casted the others behind and quickly passed by the first 500-meter checkpoint. Immediately following that, everyone's speed started to decline. Following the height of the climb, the mounting speed started to slow down, and furthermore the distance between the few of them started to increase. The fastest was Moe, and very soon, he had ascended to 3,500 meters. Moreover, his steps were extremely steady from the start. Apparently he still had the ability to continue ascending some distance more. The slowest was Mo Lu, who was just at 1,700 plus meters, and because his footsteps were already unstable, there were several times when he missed a step and almost fell down, which made Luo Jiyun broke out in sweat for him. "Brother Mo Lu, good luck. If you really can't, just come down. You're just at 6th stage realm first level, and you can't play with your life like this. There will be plenty of chances in future." Luo Jiyun was burning with anxiety as he couldn't hope more than to rush up and tug him down. The more Pang Yihao watched, the more surprised he got. Because the performance of these few shadow guards had simply exceeded his expectations. Generally speaking, even if their cultivations were the same, inner disciples' performance would be slightly weaker than direct disciples. After all, there was a disparity in innate talent and moreover the cultivation methods and profound skills which they learnt weren't the same. However, the potential which these few shadow guards had displayed were almost on the same level as direct disciples, even more outstanding. Especially Moe, who had the strongest ability, he was already charging towards the height of 3,000 meters. Peng Yihao's eyes were glued on his ascending figure as he wanted to see what height he was able to attain. By now, those surrounding practitioners had all started to turn their attention towards Moe. Because there weren't many who stayed on the sky ascension stairs by now and Moe was the only one who had surpassed 2,500 meters in height and he was still pressing on. Look there quickly. That inner disciple dressed in black, he had already climbed to 2,800 meters. It's just too fascinating. Although his speed seems rather slow, but his footsteps are extremely steady, so he should still be able to continue ascending. Could it be that he could surpass the 3,000-meter height? Surely not. If he is able to reach the 3,000-meter mark, he will get a chance to enter the top 100 of the cloud mounting chart. He's an inner disciple. If he were to enter the top 100, then he would be this year's biggest black horse. I also feel that it's impossible. Who is this person? I've never seen him before this. Practitioners were whispering in one another's ears trying to find out about Moe's identity. However, Li Moying's shadow guards had acted low-keyed and during this entire duration, they had been submerged in closed-door cultivation, hence the number of people who recognized them weren't too many. It took quite a while before their identities were all leaked out. I heard that these few are the related people who Junior Brotherly brought over from South Sky region. Ah? What? It's these people who joined through the rear door. I've always thought that their abilities are very weak and it was all because of Senior Brotherly's face that they were able to become inner disciples. From the looks of it now, their abilities within the inner disciples are mostly front-ranking. Not only front-ranking? That Moe looks like he's really going to enter the cloud mounting chart. Whether he can enter the cloud mounting chart or not, that is still too early to tell. Perhaps he will not continue to mount any higher. Moe had already suddenly reached the height of 3,000 meters and was just about to step over to the most important checkpoint. Whereas at this juncture, he stopped immediately. Those who had been through 3,000 meters all knew that his sight was beginning to become fuzzed and he wasn't accustomed to this, hence he stepped right there. In actual fact, having this reaction was already not bad, most people would just fall right here directly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him tightly, waiting for his pending performance. Because Moe was different from most people on the cloud mounting chart, his cultivation was only at 6th stage realm, 9th level. For practitioners who were in 7th stage realm and below, if they were to fall from a position which was 3,000 meters and above, it would result in a definite death, hence even if 6th stage realm practitioners had the ability to reach here, hence they would usually not dare to proceed ahead, unless they had other speciality of their own. Take Peng Yihao, for example, he had an exceptional keen sense of smell among the 5 senses. Moreover, Moe was already in the first place among the inner disciples, so even if he was to give up now, he would already be able to obtain a generous reward, so there was really no need to risk his life for this. Moe stopped at the 3,000-meter stone for a very long time and after that, he still took a step forward as he continued to proceed ahead. This time, his speed was extremely slow. Practically every single piece of rock which he stepped on, he would stop for a very long period of time and his feet were even swaying towards the left and right, as though he wasn't able to grasp a firm footing. Every single step he took made everyone's heart shook in fear and trepidation. Even so, he still continued to move upwards. It was all the way until he reached a height of 3,100 plus meters when Moe's foot slipped and he almost fell down. Ah! Heavens! That's too terrifying. Bursts of shrieks echoed from the foot of the mountain. Moe managed to steady his body and successfully stood on the marked stone piece, but he immediately made a decision to pinch the token into pieces, choosing to give up. Huang Yueli nodded her head approvingly, as she was extremely satisfied with Moe's performance today. Daring to take the risk to continue mounting was not an easy feat, but to be able to precisely judge his own limit and make a resolute decision to give up, that was also not easy. Moe was able to do this meant that he had clear and thorough knowledge about his own ability, and also had enough self-confidence. Moe's figure was quickly sent down to the foot of the mountain. At this moment in time, the cloud mounting charts list emitted a stream of golden glow, and on the 81st position appeared Moe's name and his final mounting height, 3,115 meters. No one had thought that in a usual assessment this time round, a South Sky region's unknown practitioner actually did something which many inner disciples had not achieved, successfully entering the top 100 of the cloud mounting chart. Even among the direct disciples, not every one of them were able to reach this height. After a short moment of silence, at the position of where the inner disciples gathered, bursts of cheering and applause was heard and the disciples all swarmed up crowding Moe in the middle. This was not only Moe's lone achievement, it was the shared glory which all inner disciples had mutually. Usually direct disciples looked down on the inner disciples, and now that an inner disciple who was much stronger than most direct disciples appeared, this really gave the inner disciples face. At this particular moment, who could still remember that just 1 month ago, these people were still picking on Moe and the others, assuming that they had relied on Li Moying's relationship, hence they were allowed to join Blue Profound Sect, and that they were all useless trash? A large group of them crowded around Moe, greeting him as senior brother Mo, extremely passionately. Moe silently heaved a sigh of relief as he suddenly sensed a familiar sight looking towards him. He hurriedly lifted his head and met with Huang Yueli's smiling gaze from a distance away. Huang Yueli nodded towards him and at the same time, gave Luo Jiyun a tug. "All right, stop looking, we ought to leave." Leave to where? I wanted to tell brother Moe a word of congratulations. Huang Yueli swept a glance at him as she said chillingly, "Junior brother Luo, surely you haven't forgotten, right? Tomorrow you are going to take part in the Sky Ascension assessment as well." What? Brother Moe's innate talent isn't as good as yours, and he had already entered into the top 100. As a direct disciple, if you can't enter the top 50, wouldn't that be embarrassing your eldest senior brother? Luo Jiyun's face immediately crashed. I will go back to cultivate immediately. Huang Yueli waved her hand towards Pang Yihao as she followed Luo Jiyun to leave this place. Only Pang Yihao was left, as he watched their departing figures with a dazed look. The moment they returned to Levitation Sword Palace, Luo Jiyun dashed into his own room to make the last preparation for tomorrow's assessment. Huang Yueli took quick light steps back to the rear palace and Li Moying just happened to walk out from there. He walked over quickly and pulled her into his embrace as he whispered gently into her ear. "Lear, did something good happen today? Why are you so happy?" Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards as she just wanted to say something. But suddenly she saw a large pile of letters on the table from the corner of her eye, and on the very top was Feng Zhihao's name. Huang Yueli swept a glance over and immediately chuckled. "This fellow. He really sent you a battle invite." Li Moying didn't understand what she meant. "What do you mean?" Huang Yueli smiled. "I went to take a look at the Inner Disciple Sky Ascension Stairs assessment today, and this Feng Zhihao kept on asking to challenge you, asking me to convey the message. I ignored him, but I didn't expect him to really send you the battle invite." Li Moying gave a slight harumph, senseless. Huang Yueli beamed as she said, "How could you call someone senseless?" Someone wanted to attract Master Sovereign's attention to be taken under Sovereign's wing. Li Moying lowered his head to kiss the roots of her hair on top as he gave an unhurried reply. Real talents don't need to intentionally attract anyone's attention, as his innate talent is unconcealable. Alright, don't talk about these things, which dampen one's spirits. I'm dying of hunger, accompany me to have dinner. When they were having dinner, Huang Yueli depicted the performance which Moe displayed today. Li Moying revealed an appreciative look. This period of time I had been cultivating and have no time to take care of them, entirely relying on you to think of ways to give them pointers. In this case, Moe will be able to become a direct disciple from next year onwards? Huang Yueli nodded her head. That's right, why not just let him enter Guardian Jun's wing? Guardian Jun's innate talent isn't high as well, and had all relied on acquired hard work to grow up, so I think he should be able to give brother Moe very good pointers. Li Moying's lips curled up as he grabbed Huang Yueli's small hand while delivering a light kiss with his lips. Lear, you're so considerate. You're worthy of being blue profound sex sovereigness. Huang Yueli's face blushed and lifted up her chin as she spoke with Sundara. Who's your wife? I haven't said that I will definitely marry you. Li Moying shook his head and chuckled softly in adoration. Since we're already engaged, who else do you want to marry? I'm warning you, if you were to fall in love with someone else. Huang Yueli blinked as she asked, curiously, what will happen? Li Moying casted an eye at him as his tone turned chilly. I'll chop the adulterer into ribs to feed the dogs, and as for you, I'll use a chain to lock you on the bed, and after giving birth to 10 babies, then will I return you your freedom. Li Moying's threat sounded extremely terrifying, but when Huang Yueli heard that, she scoffed and burst out into laughter. You'd best be able to find a chain which can lock me up. Do you think that I'm not able to? Li Moying's hand increased in strength, and with a tug, Huang Yueli lost balance and fell onto him. Li Moying hooked her arm and wrapped her into his arms as his handsome-looking face leaned close and his straight nose almost poked her face. Little fox, you still want to have an affair, you really need a lecture. Saying that, he used his strength and blocked the ruby-red lips in front of his eyes, as he heavily crushed down on it. The next day, Huang Yueli continued to look at the direct disciples' assessment. Li Moying originally wanted to accompany her, but was rejected by Huang Yueli's vigorous shaking of her head. Arg, don't you go make a mess. Haven't you seen so many people wanting to challenge you? We can forget it if you don't appear. If you really appear, wouldn't you be tangled up by those people? Am I afraid of them? Li Moying sneered. Not afraid of them, but it will be very troublesome, and I'm just there to encourage junior brother Luo. If you go there, it will be too ostentatious. She tipped her toes and kissed Li Moying, following that patting his handsome face. Be obedient and stay at home to wait for me. I'll personally cook for you tonight when I come back. Li Moying's expression wasn't very good because it felt as though his fiancée was coaxing a little kitten or puppy, which was too perfunctory. However, Huang Yueli totally didn't sense his grudges, as she assumed that she had already pacified her fiancé and immediately turned around to call for Luo Jiyun as she left with quick, light steps. Luo Jiyun, on the other hand, noticed his eldest senior brother's secret grudgeful gaze, but he made the wise decision of pretending to act silly as he slipped away without turning his head back. On this day at the side of the rear mountain cliff, several times more people than yesterday appeared at this place, and every corner was filled with people, almost to the point of having no space to stand. Because today was the last day of the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, and it was the most important day of all. The ones who will be attending the assessment today are all Blue Profound Sex Elite Direct Disciples, and each one of them are Sky Emperor City's younger generation's top-rated genius practitioner. Usually these geniuses are mostly conceited and arrogant and seldom made a move, but while they were revered by ordinary disciples, they didn't know just how incredible of their standards had their abilities reached. But today at this occasion, these geniuses would reveal their skills at the Sky Ascension Stairs to fight for a rank on the cloud mounting chart. By then, everyone will be able to see the top expert's genuine ability. Just thinking of it made one feel excited. Luo Jiyun said his greetings to Huang Yueli and squeezed at the front of the line to register. Huang Yueli also bore the identity of a direct disciple, so by right, she should also take part in the assessment today. But she had no intention to flaunt her potential, hence she didn't have any intention to take part in the assessment. In order not to attract anyone's attention, she intentionally stood in a corner position which was slightly further away. But even so, that peerless complexion of hers was still very eye-catching, and for those who wanted to look for her, they were still able to locate her easily. Junior sister Bai, you really came alone. Where is junior brother Li? Hasn't he received the invite which I've sent to Levitation Sword Palace? Feng Zhihao noticed her slim and graceful figure from far away and immediately squeezed past the crowd walking towards her. The surrounding practitioners consciously separated out a path for him to pass through. Which of those blue profound sect disciples didn't recognize the number 1 ranked Feng Zhihao of the cloud mounting chart? Just based on his own fame, it was enough to attract others' attention. Moreover, the person he was talking to was still Li Moying's fiancé Bai Ruoli. Yesterday, Feng Zhihao had publicly asked Bai Ruoli to convey his message for Li Moying to have a duel with him in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, and that matter had already spread throughout the entire Blue Profound sect. Many people were here mainly to catch this spectacular battle, hence they specially hurried over. Now on seeing the both of them speak, everyone pricked up their ears, worried that they would miss out something which they said. Huang Yueli looked at him and with a normal look, she lightly nodded her head at him. Senior brother Feng, we meet again. The assessment is about to begin, don't you need to queue up to register first? Feng Zhihao replied, aren't you not queuing up as well? Huang Yueli smiled and said, I'm not preparing to do the Sky Ascension Stairs. The other practitioners present all found it very strange. When Huang Yueli had just entered Blue Profound Sect, her cultivation was at 5th stage realm and even her biodata stated that she was in 5th stage realm. A 5th stage realm practitioner, out of safety considerations, was extremely normal for them to be unwilling to take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment. After all, the risk was just too high, which didn't match up with the rewards reaped. Generally, most people would have a try at mounting the mountain only after they advanced into the 6th stage realm. Feng Zhihao nodded as he expressed his understanding. I see, then how about junior brother Li? Is he really not taking part in this assessment? Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile which didn't resemble a smile as she said, haven't I told you clearly yesterday? My Moying is in cultivation and has no time to come over. But Feng Zhihao didn't know how else to say. His current thinking in his heart was, this peerless genius who sounded so incredible, was he just a timid tortoise? Yesterday, the battle invite which he had sent over to Levitation Sword Palace was written in an impolite manner with all sorts of provocation terms which he could choose to make him riled up. From what Feng Zhihao thought, it seemed a little bloody in nature, and whoever who saw such a letter would charge over to have a duel with him. Towards a proud genius like Li Moying, it was even more so. However, the result was so surprising. In his wildest dream, Feng Zhihao had never thought that Li Moying didn't know who he was at all and couldn't possibly lower his pride to read his letter at all, so he had already sent his letter to the kitchen to be used as firewood. Feng Zhihao wanted to say more, but the public square had already rang the examining officer's voice reminding everyone that this was the last reporting timing and they would not wait for those who had missed the timing. He could only clench his teeth as he went on to register first. Forget it, since Li Moying wasn't going to come, he must grab the opportunity to charge towards an even higher peak. This time, he was aiming for 4,500 meters. If he was able to break through this height, then in the next 10,000 years of history in Blue Profound Sect, he would be able to rank in the top 300. This kind of ability was outstanding enough, and on looking towards the cowardly Li Moying who was too afraid of taking up the duel, it was obvious who was the genuine stronger practitioner. Feng Zhihao walked away and the surrounding practitioners couldn't help but start to whisper into each other's ears. Senior Brotherly really isn't coming, he really doesn't care about the ranking of the cloud mounting chart. Surely he's not really feeling guilty, right? Hearing that Senior Brother Feng is here to challenge him and afraid of being embarrassed, hence he doesn't dare to come? Surely not to that extent, right? Otherwise, how should this be explained? What's that about in closed-door seclusion? The rewards for the top rank of the cloud mounting chart are so generous and even allowed to continuously cultivate in the swordbath pool for an entire month. No matter what, it should be much stronger than him cultivating behind closed doors, right? What you said is reasonable as well. Could he really be afraid? Originally, very few people would assume that Li Moying could not match up to Feng Zhihao. But since he really didn't appear today, that made them rouse their suspicions, and momentarily, the crowd started leaning towards Feng Zhihao's side. Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown, but she didn't make any explanations. Just as what Li Moying said, true practitioners had no need to prove themselves to anyone as their brilliance was unconcealable. Someday, everyone would be able to tell who was the genuine peerless genius. The assessment quickly started officially. As it was only direct disciples who mounted the Sky Ascension stairs today, each one of them were first-rated geniuses in Sky Emperor City, and were all very important towards the sect. So the people who were asked to provide support were not only Tsang Pijun, Tsang Piyu, and Tsang Pihan, the three great guardians. Even the deposed Tsang Ningyue had also been called over. Half a mask was placed on Tsang Ningyue's face as it covered half of her face. What's the matter with Guardian Yu? Why is she wearing a mask? I heard that she met with danger when she was executing a mission and had half of her face ruined. Even her meridians were damaged, resulting in a drop in her cultivation, and she was relegated because she failed in her mission, and now she's no longer Levitation Sword Palace's guardian. What? That's such a pity. Huang Yueli knew clearly that Tsang Ningyue turned out like this because of her provocation towards herself the other time, and Li Moying had thrown her into the deep abyss of the snake pit, hence resulting in this ending. Tsang Ningyue's gaze was roaming around the crowd, surveying, as though she seemed to be searching for something. Huang Yueli had a misperception, as though she seemed to be searching for herself. But as there were just too many people present, and Tsang Ningyue took a look for quite a while, but seemed to have derived at nothing, and under Tsang Pijun's urging, she could only affix her gaze back onto the cliff. Direct disciples' potential was indeed much stronger than inner disciples. In yesterday's assessment, Moe was the only one who was able to reach the height of 3,000 meters. There were just a handful who had surpassed 2,000 meters. But today was totally different. The weakest among direct disciples had also surpassed the 2,500 meters mark, and around half of them broke through 3,000 meters, and there were some who were even at 3,500 meters. The cloud mounting chart kept on giving off gold rays continuously. After every batch of practitioners had completed the assessment, the ranking would also change accordingly. But equivalently, the number of accidents occurring had also increased in numbers, and just within half a day's time, already 7 to 8 people had fallen from the position of 3,000 meters and above, and amongst them was someone with a cultivation of 6th stage realm 8th level. Although when every practitioner fell, Tsang Pijun and the rest would immediately fly over to rescue them, but everyone knew that at least half of these people weren't able to survive. Bursts of sighing could be heard at the scene. There was a total of 7 days for the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, but it was only this last day which was the closest to accessing the intrinsic quality of the candidates. Numerous abled powerful geniuses were fighting to climb up the position, and there were people who kept on refreshing their own ranking on the cloud mounting chart, obtaining astonishing and proud achievements, but at the same time, there were people who failed while trying to risk their lives. Not only had they not been able to make a name for themselves, instead they paid for the result with their lives right here. While there were people cheering excitedly, at the same time there were some who were struggling in pain. Ability, courage, luck, not a single one was dispensable. By afternoon time, it was finally Luo Jiyun's turn. When his figure appeared on the Sky Ascension stairs, it attracted many people's attention. Although this was his first time taking part in the assessment and his cultivation wasn't very high, but his identity was extraordinary because he had the backing of his eldest senior brother, the famous Li Moying, behind his back. Moreover, yesterday, Moe had already passed the assessment and even became the only black horse who entered the top 100 of the cloud mounting chart among the entire batch of inner disciples, so the other practitioners naturally would link that since even Li Moying's shadow guards was already this incredible, then the same-sect junior brother Luo Jiyun shouldn't be simple as well. Huang Yueli's gaze was locked on him as she followed his ascending figure, all the way up. At the start of 1,500 meters, his speed was very swift, and among the group of direct disciples with 7th stage realm cultivation, he totally wasn't at a disadvantage, and it was until 2,000 meters and above when his speed started to slow down, but was still rather stable, proceeding on with an exclusive rhythm. Have you noticed it yet? This junior brother Luo's footsteps are extremely stable. The amount of strength he uses under his feet is very little, but his body is light, as though he totally doesn't use any energy. This should be a kind of body movement, profound skill. He's really Li Moying's junior brother, indeed has some skill. It's too early to talk about this now. After he crosses the 3,000-meter mark, then we'll find out just how much ability is he capable of. Luo Jiyun's body movement, profound skill, was indeed the heaven-grade cultivation method which Li Moying had given to him, and under Huang Yueli's training, he had already derived at a large accomplished realm. But when he reached the position of 3,000 meters, his body suddenly halted. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly as she was sweating on his behalf inside her heart. Towards Luo Jiyun, this was the hardest juncture, and because his actual cultivation hadn't even reached Moe's, he was only at 6th stage realm 7th level. Although his innate talent wasn't too bad, but his age was right there, and moreover in the past when he was in Celestial Light Sect, the training that he had undergone was far from those practitioners in Blue Profound Sect. Actually, after Huang Yueli and Li Moying's Spartan training in this period of time, his actual ability totally would allow him to reach 3,500 meters height and above, but the amount of pressure he was facing was extremely huge. 6th stage realm, 7th levels cultivation, a missed step would result in him being consigned to eternal damnation. He might not have this confidence and courage to win his inner fears, to really reach the height of 3,500 meters. Every step after that, to him, was a huge torment and test. If he was able to win himself, then to him, it would be considered as baptism of his soul and heart, allowing his potential to ascend. Song Pejun and the others were extremely anxious, and the 3 great guardians' eyes were fixated on him, worried that he might really fall down. Luo Jiyun was Li Moying's junior brother whom he had brought over from the South Sky region, and if he died in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, which they were in charge of, they would definitely be implicated. Luckily, the amount of time where Luo Jiyun had stopped for wasn't considered too long, and it took merely an instant's time before he started to step forward again, continuing to proceed forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step Luo Jiyun took was according to the footsteps which Huang Yueli had taught, precisely and perfectly completed, totally not affecting his body movement, profound skill exhibition due to the gradual reduction of his eyesight. Huang Yueli nodded her head in gratification. Not bad. In this way, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the position of 3,500 meters. As for after that, that would depend on how much potential he has. As what Huang Yueli predicted, Luo Jiyun took slow but steady steps forward. When he surpassed 3,200 meters, it had already roused a rustle within a small boundary, because for 6th stage realm 7th level practitioner to be able to reach this height was simply very rare. But he immediately continued to surpass 3,300 meters, 3,400 meters, all the way heading towards the position of 3,500 meters. Wah, he really is someone whom senior brotherly had brought along. No wonder he could directly join as a direct disciple. Now that he's already reached this height, he should be able to enter the top 40 of the cloud mounting chart, right? What? He should have entered the top 30s. What? Let me take a look, it really is. If he's able to reach 3,500 meters, then he will really be invincible. In the past 1,000 years, it seemed that there wasn't any practitioner under 7th stage realm to have arrived at this height. That year didn't Sovereign, When Sovereign entered Blue Profound Sect, his cultivation was already at the 7th stage realm peak. Amidst the discussing voices, Luo Jiyun had already stood on the 3,500-meter checkpoint, and moreover, he stopped again. This time, even Huang Yueli too kept a tight watch on him, not knowing how he would choose because even she didn't know if he could continue breaking through because maybe if he just took one step ahead, he might just lose his life on the spot, which was totally unpredictable. However, this time round, the soft-natured Luo Jiyun actually made a choice which Huang Yueli had not expected. He continued to move ahead. Luo Jiyun's left foot stepped out as he landed firmly on the first stone. Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide in astonishment, but she immediately put on a smile. This young fellow. He has really grown up. Ah. If Moying were to find out about this, he might blame me for stopping him to come over and have a look. The first step was always the most difficult one. After stepping out on that one step, Luo Jiyun apparently gained confidence as he continuously proceeded ahead. It was until he reached the 3,700 meters plus mark when he chose to give up. Even so, his results were enough to shock everyone. Following Luo Jiyun's figure appearing at the foot of the mountain, the cloud mounting chart suddenly gave off a glaring glow. This glow was much brighter than any other times, which simply made one's eyes dazzled. Huang Yueli was just feeling strange about it when she heard the surrounding people talking about it. It's really such a rare sight, such a strong ray of glow on the cloud mounting chart to be emitted for the first time this year. Yes, it's such a surprise. Looks like junior brother Luo has entered the cloud mounting chart's top 10. Whenever the ranking chart top 10 has some abnormalities, the glow will be much stronger than any other rankings outside the top 10. If there was a change in the first place, it was rumored that it is so bright that everyone present is not able to open their eyes. Oh? Really? Have you seen this before? Haha, I'm merely just saying. I've really never seen it before. How could this be possible? Senior brother Feng became number 1 around 4 years ago, and that time senior brother, you have already joined the sect. Sigh, this you don't know. Senior brother Feng's number 1 is not because he had actually surpassed the original number 1 in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, but because the number in the past was already over 50 years old, so he was automatically taken out of the chart. This is because those above 50 years ago are no longer considered as the younger generation disciples, and they must accept the sect's allocation and take on a position which matches their abilities. So it's like this. Yes, in actual fact, many of those number 1 were merely pushed up, because the previous number 1 drops out of the chart. The last time there was a shift in the first place was when Sovereign took the first assessment. After a while later, the glow on the cloud mounting chart slowly dispersed and Luo Jiyun's name appeared on the 10th position. 3,720 meters. This height was something which many 8th stage realm practitioners were not able to attain. To a practitioner whose cultivation was only at 6th stage realm 7th level, this was an unimaginable achievement. However, this was only his first assessment. A couple of years more after Luo Jiyun's cultivation ascended substantially, and after he gained even more experience, he will definitely climb to an even higher height on the Sky Ascension Stairs. It's too terrifying. This junior brother Luo is only 18 years old. I heard that he had been cultivating under the guidance of junior brotherly. Doesn't that mean that junior brotherly is much stronger than him? Isn't this obvious? Junior brother is already so strong, senior brother's reputation is renowned everywhere, so he must definitely be even more heaven-defying. No wonder junior sister Bai has so much confidence in him. Earlier, I still assumed that senior brother Li did not appear today, because he was afraid of senior brother Feng. Looks like he probably can't be bothered about this. Because of Luo Jiyun's stunning performance, many of them had a 180 degrees change in their thoughts. These words fell onto Feng Zhihao's ears, which made him simply unbearable. Every single word of comment seemed like a fire, which was burning his chest. If they had been through an official match and he was defeated, then he had no choice but to be convinced. But what was this considered as now? Li Moying, this fellow didn't even dare to accept the battle invite, and he had not even appeared from start till end, but already compared him down into dregs. Junior brother Luo is just too incredible. Junior brother Luo, I am Elder Situ's direct disciple, and as your senior sister, in future we can learn from each other. Junior brother Luo. A group of people crowded Luo Jiyun in the middle and he revealed a lost expression. Huang Yueli found it a little comical, but at the next moment, Luo Jiyun's complexion suddenly turned extremely pale and after that, he fell down backwards. The group gave off bursts of shrieking and Song Pejun hurriedly ran over. Luckily, very quickly, Blue Profound Sex doctors came out with a diagnosis. Should be because he had depleted all his energy plus the fact that he was extremely anxious earlier. The minute he relaxed, his energy gave way. No matter, just let him have a good rest for the next 2 days. Luo Jiyun was escorted away on a stretcher and Huang Yueli originally wanted to leave, but she caught a glimpse of the next batch of people who were about to set off for the climb, where Feng Zhihao could be seen. Huang Yueli had already stepped out, but she turned back again. This fellow had been so arrogant, so he should indeed have some skills. She wondered just how his ability was, to be among the younger generation's #1 in Blue Profound Sect. Huang Yueli was just thinking of staying, with the intention to watch Feng Zhihao's performance. Following the examining officer's command, Feng Zhihao's team set off. Quick, look there quickly. Senior brother Feng is up. He's so fast, senior brother Feng's speed is really very fast. Even though the profound energy within him is suppressed, but his body movements seem as though it is not affected at all. That's of course. Senior brother Feng's aim today is to break through 4,500 meters, and the initial 3,000 meters totally pose no difficulty, alright? He's really incredible. 4,500 meters. I simply can't imagine what kind of feeling it would be to just stand there. Feng Zhihao was very popular and although he had given an invisible slap on the face by Li Moying today, but when it's his turn to make a move, it still attracted everyone's attention. Towards Feng Zhihao himself, he had been suppressing his anger today and was wholeheartedly intent on performing well just to show everyone his ability, and forgetting about Li Moying, who didn't dare to show his face, so he mustered up even more energy compared to the past as he started off in full power right from the start. One could only see his figure fleeting up the sky ascension stairs swiftly, totally unable to see where he landed, as though he had just floated past from the stone steps. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters height flashed past in a blink of an eye. Even though he was at the juncture of 3,000 meters, he didn't stop, merely decreasing his speed by a little. 3,000 meters checkpoint, to a large portion of direct disciples, was like a heavenly most. But towards Feng Zhihao, he was already well accustomed to it. Huang Yueli shook her head silently. No wonder he's so confident, he indeed does have some ability. When he reached the position of 3,500 meters, Feng Zhihao decreased his speed once again and this time round, he had already resumed the speed of walking normally and when he moved forward, he became extremely cautious. When he reached the height of 4,000 meters, Feng Zhihao finally stopped for the first time. Following that, to him, was an extremely difficult stage. Vision and sensory touch had all vanished and even his hearing had reduced by quite a lot. Under this situation, he had only ascended 300 meters the last time and didn't dare to continue taking the risk. But this time, Feng Zhihao clenched his teeth hard, to the state that he could almost taste blood. This time, he must break through his own limit. Feng Zhihao moved forward carefully. Based on last year's experience, he was very sure that under the circumstance where his sense of touch had completely disappeared, it was very difficult for him to be sure if he made the right judgment if he had stepped on the stone, as the sounds which entered his ears were no different from what he usually heard. If he was slightly careless, he would not be able to react completely when he fell. He must put on 120% attention into this. Everyone at the foot of the mountain raised their necks looking up at him, watching him make forward steps one by one, mounting to a height which no one else had ever been through. Not too long later, Feng Zhihao reached the height which he had achieved last year, which was the #1 highest record in the current cloud mounting chart. Feng Zhihao was indeed the #1 figure among Blue Profound Sect's younger generation. His heart and essence was extraordinary, and under such tremendous pressure, he was still able to move forward slowly but steadily, step after step. Finally, he broke through to 4,500 meters height. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd of practitioners were applauding and praising, as it filled the entire valley. "Senior brother Feng, you're just too incredible. 4,500 meters. What concept is that?" It's a legend in history that those practitioners who had surpassed 4,500 meters height all had cultivations of 9th stage realm peak. Senior brother Feng's achievements in the future is simply inconceivable. Senior brother Feng is really my idol. In the face of Feng Zhihao's powerful ability, everyone had long forgotten about the matter where he was being slapped on the face by Li Moying. Right now, he had already proven that he was seen as one of the geniuses within Blue Profound Sect. Feng Zhihao stood on the stone, totally not moving. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. What's the matter? Why isn't senior brother Feng coming down? Surely it can't be that he still wants to continue climbing? He's already at 4,500 meters, and he still wants to climb higher still? This is still really doable? I feel that it's impossible. Now he's already created such a high record, so why bother to take the risk? If he falls, it wouldn't be worth it. It's best to first prepare before continuing to charge again next year. Most of them didn't approve of Feng Zhihao's behavior. Huang Yueli, however, was extremely clear of what he was planning. Feng Zhihao had apparently been agitated by Li Moying, so he wasn't resigned to just come down like this. He still wanted to continue trying, to create a height which even Li Moying might not be able to reach. Of course he knew that he was taking a risk, but he could not just give up like this. This Feng Zhihao is rather interesting. Although he is rather petty, but his willpower and determination are strong enough, and this is something that a top-rated practitioner cannot lack. He's considered as a diamond which can be polished. Huang Yueli muttered to herself. Under everyone's astonished shrills, Feng Zhihao proceeded for a short distance more and was surrounded by perils. But his luck was still not bad, as he eventually didn't fall from the sky ascension stairs. He walked all the way for another 100+ meters, before he reluctantly gave up. 4,617 meters. Feng Zhihao broke a new record once again. But as he merely refreshed his own record, there wasn't any chance in the #1 rank, hence cloud mounting chart's glow wasn't considered too strong, merely changing in the numbers for the height portion. But his achievement, in ordinary disciples' hearts, was already a miracle. When he appeared at the foot of the mountain, almost all the practitioners rushed towards him as various praises could be heard from the surroundings. As compared to now, earlier when Luo Jiyun was being chased after, it totally couldn't be compared. Feng Zhihao stood right in the middle with a happy and contented expression, as he delightfully accepted everyone's gazes of adoration. He was already used to this kind of scene. Ever since he mounted the cloud mounting chart #1 rank for the first time 4 years ago, every year, he was always the last batch to climb the mountain, and every time he completed the assessment, it would push the atmosphere to the highest climax. He would forever be the most glamorous one. But today, just being popular among ordinary disciples made Feng Zhihao a little dissatisfied. His gaze pierced through the crowd as he surveyed left and right, towards the direction where he had talked to Huang Yueli in the morning. Huang Yueli was still standing at her original spot with an elegant posture, as her looks were exceptionally pretty. Her watery large eyes, which looked like limpid autumn waters, were fixated straight ahead calmly. But in her eyes, there wasn't that kind of adoration like everyone else. On the contrary, her eyes reflected a profound examination, as though she was judging his performance from high up, as though his achievement couldn't really enter her eyes. This kind of gaze made Feng Zhihao's originally excited mind instantly cool down. Not knowing why, a melancholic and uneven feeling arose in the inner depths of his heart. It was his first time meeting a young lady like Huang Yueli. Not only did she have exceptional looks, what was most rare was that there was a kind of indescribably temperament on her, noble, graceful, mysterious, yet a young sweet beauty. Feng Zhihao had no way to deny that he was attracted to her at first sight. But unfortunately, this young lass only had eyes for that incredible fiancé of hers, Li Moying. Even if it was now, after he had obtained such a shocking result, standing at 4,600 meters height, refreshing the cloud-mounting chart #1 record once again. But in this young lady's eyes, it still wasn't considered as something. In her eyes, was Li Moying really that undefeatable? Feng Zhihao was feeling unresigned as he subconsciously headed towards her direction. The surrounding practitioners started to back off as they split into a pathway for him. Huang Yueli was originally intending to leave, but she had not expected that Feng Zhihao to suddenly walk over. She felt a little helpless as she shook her head and said, "Senior brother Feng, congratulations. To be able to break through to 4,500 meters height at just 28 years old, you're indeed worthy of being the first-rated peerless genius in soaring heaven's continent." This praise was something which Huang Yueli meant from the bottom of her heart. But Feng Zhihao totally didn't take it in, merely asking, "Then, how do I do against Li Moying?" Li Moying? Huang Yueli was stunned, as she had not expected that even after this fellow had gained so much fame, but he still hadn't forgotten about Li Moying. Just what kind of feud and hatred was that? That's right. Now do you still feel that junior brother Li's ability is much stronger than mine? Feng Zhihao questioned unrelentingly. Huang Yueli raised her head to take a look at him, and she could tell that his brows were still filled with an ill-at-ease look, as she sighed secretly. "Senior brother Feng, your innate talent is very strong and you have enough determination and willpower, so as long as you cultivate properly, you will naturally be able to mount the cultivational peak in future and become soaring heaven's continent's first-rated top exponent. There's really no need for you to go compare with other people." Feng Zhihao's brows creased. "In this case, you still feel that Li Moying is stronger?" "It's not something that I feel, it's just the truth," Huang Yueli said peacefully. Hearing that, the surrounding practitioners started to engage in discussions again. Feng Zhihao couldn't help but grit his teeth. He doesn't even dare to come take part in the assessment. Huang Yueli was just about to speak out when she suddenly heard a chilly voice coming from her back. "By Ruoli. You've come indeed." Huang Yueli and Feng Zhihao turned around at the same time and saw Tsang Mingyu, who had a mask on, trudging towards them in full storm. When the surrounding practitioners saw her, they started to bow down to pay their respects. "Our respects to Guardian Yu." Even Feng Zhihao put on a solemn look as he bowed. Tsang Mingyu's identity as the sex faction with authority, as compared to a younger generation disciple like him, had a huge disparity in terms of status. Only Huang Yueli, not only did she not show her respect, she even revealed a playful smile. "Guardian Yu? Why do I seem to recall that you're no longer a guardian, but had been kicked to the outer school to be part of the lower management?" "You." Tsang Mingyu's face flushed crimson red instantly as her gaze was filled with a horrifying bitterness, shooting towards Huang Yueli. This period of time, although she had been demoted to the outer school, but the ordinary disciples in Blue Profound sect didn't know the real reason for her demotion and had always thought that it was because of her failure in her mission which led to it, and sooner or later she would return to Levitation Sword Palace. So everyone was still respectfully greeting her as Guardian Yu and were usually very polite when they spoke to her. There wasn't anyone like Huang Yueli, who immediately poked her sore spot immodestly the minute she spoke out. By Ruoli, a trash like you who relied on your fiancé before having the right to enter Blue Profound sect, to make it sound even uglier, isn't that equivalent to hugging a man's thigh? What rights do you have to sprout rubbish to me? I'm relying on a man? Huang Yueli casted a glance at her, then what are you considered as? I'm telling you, you're able to live until today, is all because of your fiancé Guardian Yu. Otherwise, you can forget about hooting in front of me right here. Song Mingyu had been poked again on another sore point and she flew into a fury from embarrassment as she couldn't help but shouted out loudly. Presumptuous! Who do you think you are? You're only in the 5th stage realm. This is the kind of attitude you have towards the sex seniors? Sex senior? Housekeeper you, it's not the first day you've been in Blue Profound sect. Don't tell me you don't even understand the sex regulations? An outer school lowest level housekeeper like you, against a direct disciple who can freely enter the Levitation Sword Palace like me, whose status is higher. Do you need me to teach you the regulations again? Huang Yueli gave a light smile and her tone was gentle, but every single word which she said had a stance which made one unable to be unconvinced. Those surrounding practitioners who were standing around them were all dumbstruck as they were praying for her silently in their hearts. Had this junior sister gone mad? She actually talked to Guardian Yu in this manner. Song Mingyu was one of the 4 great guardians in Blue Profound sect, Sovereign's trusted aide. Even if she had been demoted, she was still an authoritative figure who could obtain Sovereign's trust. What about Ruoli? She's merely a newly ascended direct disciple and even if she had a fiancé like Moying, but Li Moying had not been accepted by the Sovereign as his disciple yet. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Song Mingyu had lost favor, but she was at least still a 9th stage realm practitioner and if she really fired up, she would be able to crush her to death with just one finger. Did she know the situation clearly or not? Song Mingyu was so angry that her entire body kept shaking, as she couldn't wait to kill this wretched lass who she hated deeply into her bones with a palm strike. She ended up like this today, was all thanks to her. She really didn't understand why Sovereign had died once for her, but even after he reincarnated, he still treated her as a treasure whereas she had merely said a wrong sentence and was rendered to such a miserable state. This revenge, she must exact it. Thinking of this, Song Mingyu forced herself to calm down. Great plans could be ruined by just a touch of impatience. She had finally waited for today's chance, so she definitely needed to show Huang Yueli some colors. Huang Yueli spoke out, Housekeeper Yu, is there still anything to talk about? If there's nothing, then I'll make a move. My fiancé is still waiting for me to return to Levitation Sword Palace. If I'm back late, he will be anxious. Saying that, she prepared to leave as she didn't want to continue tangling with Song Mingyu. Song Mingyu saw that she was about to leave as she gnashed her teeth hard and shouted out, Stand right there. You haven't taken part in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment, so who permitted you to leave? Huang Yueli's footsteps halted as her brows rose. I didn't even register to take part in the assessment. Isn't Guardian Yu's control a little too wide? Song Mingyu gave a cold laugh. I don't have the rights to control? I'm one of the examiners for this round's Sky Ascension Stairs assessment and I have every right to control. Huang Yueli frowned slightly, but whether to take part in the assessment or not depends on the practitioner themselves, and it has nothing to do with you. Song Mingyu's eyes flashed past a sinister cold look. Ha. To other people that is the truth, but to you, it's totally different. Blue Profound Sect's law regulates for all first-year, direct disciples must take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs. Looks like you haven't been studying the sex regulations properly. This regulation was something which was seldom known to many. Because under normal circumstances, those practitioners who became direct disciples all couldn't wait to mount the sky ascension stairs to exhibit themselves, worried that they would be belittled, especially in their first year. Who would intentionally not come for no good reason? When Song Ningyu said this, before Huang Yueli could even speak, Feng Zhihao started to become excited. Ah? In this case, Junior Brotherly ought to attend today's assessment. Guardian Yu, I wish to report Li Moying. Shut your mouth. Song Ningyu's face turned black as she had not expected someone to suddenly pop out and interrupt her. This seat is speaking. Is it a time when you can butt in? Feng Zhihao had a rude shock as he immediately lowered his head, not daring to say a word more. Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Housekeeper Yu, why are you flying into such a huge rage for? What senior brother Feng said is correct. My Moying had indeed flouted the sex regulations. Do you need me to go get him here? To take part in the assessment together with me? No one had expected her to actually say that. Momentarily, the surrounding practitioners all started to bustle. Actually, everyone was waiting in anticipation for Li Moying to show his presence, to allow everyone to see just how strong was Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 genius, as compared to Sovereign Mu in his younger days, was in comparison? If there really was a rule like what Song Ningyu said, to coerce Li Moying out, that would simply be great. But how would Song Ningyu have the guts to go look for Li Moying? She just relied on the fact that Li Moying wasn't around and that Huang Yueli's innate talent this lifetime seemed very ordinary and was no longer that top-rated genius in her past life, hence she only dared to provoke her this time round. If Li Moying really came, she would really be finished. Song Ningyu was shot back by Huang Yueli's sentence, and she stifled for half a day before speaking out. No, come back, don't go. Li. Young Master Li is still in closed-door cultivation, so how can we interrupt him in the middle of it? This will affect his cultivation. Huang Yueli blinked. Oh? Really? But weren't you the one who said that this was the sex regulations? Since it's a regulation, how could it be easily flouted? Even if he is in closed-door cultivation, he has to exit from it. Don't worry, as long as Moying hears that this is Housekeeper Yu's command, he will definitely rush over. Huang Yueli was all smiles as she said that and was about to leave. Song Ningyu shot up like an arrow blocking her way. No way, you're not allowed to leave this place. This time round, even the ordinary disciples around them could not understand and were unable to suppress their curiosity as they started to discuss secretly. Why doesn't she allow Junior Brotherly to come over? Everyone wants to see Junior Brotherly doing the assessment. That's right, Junior Sister Bai is only in the 5th stage realm and there's nothing much to see in the assessment even if she took it. I just want to watch Junior Brotherly. That's right, really don't understand why must she block Junior Sister Bai from asking him over? I've waited for an entire day today and finally waited for this chance to witness Senior Brotherly's performance with my own eyes. That's right, just follow according to regulations. Just what is Guardian Yu thinking about? Why does it feel as though she's picking on Junior Sister Bai? Song Ningyu's behavior was just too abnormal and everyone's gazes which shot towards her were filled with doubts. Song Ningyu's face turned red before she finally blurted out a sentence. Young Master Li doesn't need to take the assessment. This is specially permitted by the Sovereign. Specially permitted by the Sovereign? Huang Yueli's lips curled with ridicule. Since when had Sovereign come out of his closed-door cultivation? I'm in Levitation Sword Palace every day, so how come I don't know about this? You, of course you don't know. Song Ningyu braced herself as she said that. What identity did Huang Yueli had? Of course she wouldn't know that what she relied on was the fact that Huang Yueli could not disclose her own identity in public. However, she had not expected that Huang Yueli just used a few mere words to embarrass herself again. Huang Yueli's gaze filled with ridicule landed on her body. Does your words even count? Where's the evidence? Then I got to say that Sovereign also gave me special permission to not take part in the assessment as well. How could that be possible? You. Enough. Why are you all here quarreling for? Song Ningyu still wanted to add more when she was suddenly interrupted by a harsh voice. Song Pijun and the rest noticed the commotion here and strode over in huge steps. This year's assessment has already ended. Still not going to disperse, what are you guys crowded around here for? Song Pijun, as Blue Profound Sect's first great guardian, had been aiding the sovereign in handling the sect's duties while he was in closed-door cultivation, and had always been trusted within the sect, something which no one else could be comparable to. The minute he spoke out, the younger generation disciples around didn't dare to voice out. However, Song Ningyu was still unreconciled. She clenched her teeth and couldn't help but said, "By Ruoli, you really have such great ability. Even Guardian June stands on your side. But you're still a piece of trash, a trash who has rubbish innate talent and relies on man to climb upwards. Everyone who has eyes can tell that you don't even dare to take part in the Sky Ascension stairs. Your existence is obviously an embarrassment to young Master Li. Young Master Li has such a fiancé like you, he has really fallen into 8 generations of bad luck." Song Ningyu knew that this was her last chance, so she might as well pressed her luck to say everything she could to everyone. Song Piyu ran over with a steely green face. "Shut up. You've already been chased out to the outer school and still haven't learnt your lesson? This is the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment grounds, not a place where you shout your abuses like a fisherman's wife." Song Piyu's expression was so terrifying that Song Ningyu was momentarily shocked, not daring to say a single word. But her words earlier had developed some effect. Quite a number of them started to look at Huang Yueli with a doubtful gaze, especially those female disciples. Blue Profound Sect's female disciples were only 1/3 of the male disciples, and every one of them had outstanding innate talent with gorgeous beauty and were all cream of the crops. But it was exactly because of this which was why when they saw Huang Yueli's exceptional beauty, all of them had all become ordinary, and many of them naturally had the jealous mentality towards her. What was the most infuriating of all was that she was Li Moying's fiancé. Moreover, it wasn't only Li Moying, anyone with eyes could tell that even Feng Zhihao took a liking to her. What was this really based on? Wasn't it just because she looked prettier than everyone else? 5th stage realm cultivation in Blue Profound Sect was really nothing. Unfortunately, she was able to capture the male god in every female disciple's eyes. Look at her, she probably really doesn't dare to take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment. If it was me, to be spoken in such a way, I will definitely show everyone my ability. That's you. What ability does she have to speak of? If she doesn't go up the Sky Ascension stairs, at least she will be able to save her own life, but if she really did go up, based on her cultivation and ability, she probably will give up after just a mere 1,000 meters. Otherwise, if she forcibly continues climbing, she might not even survive after falling. Sigh, I also feel that it's best that she doesn't go up. If she really falls down after 1,000 meters, that will be too comical. Among direct disciples, I don't think a trash who had not fulfilled 2,500 meters height has appeared yet, right? So we can only say, we are all human, but we don't have the same kind of fate. No matter how strong your ability is, or how high your innate talent is, you just can't win those with a pretty face, to be able to seduce the peerless genius to become your husband. All kinds of remarks drifted over from all directions. Although those who were saying these were the minority, most of the female disciples there placed their own statuses in high regard, so they weren't willing to mince their tongues, but in actual fact, they had no different thinking in their minds. Huang Yueli slowly scanned her sight past those female disciples who were gossiping. These people thought that they were in the right and self-confident, but not knowing why after they saw the gaze which Huang Yueli's cold eyes swept past, they suddenly felt a pang of guilt as they all started to lower their heads. In actual fact, Huang Yueli understood what they were thinking about. If one was to blame, she would blame her fiancé for being too outstanding and too good-looking. This kind of man was mostly coveted by other people, which was totally unavoidable. Whereas she, as a peerless genius's fiancé, if she wasn't able to display a compatible level of ability, then this would naturally make those female disciples, whose eyes grew on the top of their heads, completely unresigned. If she kept on choosing to back off, this kind of trouble would keep on popping out. Moreover, the rumor of her not being able to match up to Li Moying would also drift further and further away. Of course, using her ability to leave them in awe was actually the easiest method, but Huang Yueli muttered to herself irresolutely but didn't say a single word. Song Pijun and the others saw her expression wasn't very good as they exchanged glances secretly, faintly feeling ill at ease. A few days ago, when Grandmaster Huang left the mountain, she was almost assassinated and the few of them guardians had just been lectured terribly by the sovereign. Now Grandmaster Huang had not even left the sect's main doors and had already been offended by others, right in front of their eyes. If this went to sovereign's ears, everyone would be in deep shit. Luckily, after a while, Huang Yueli looked towards Song Ningyu and spoke out slowly, "Since you've already said so, if I don't take part in the assessment, it really seems as though it's wrong." Song Ningyu suddenly turned excited. "You're really agreeing to take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment? Since this is Blue Profound Sect's regulations, then as a newly joined disciple, I naturally can't flout the regulations openly," she replied calmly. Huang Yueli originally wanted to remain low-key and not show off in front of ordinary disciples' assessment. After all, she wasn't short of this glory. But it seemed that it was predestined that there was no way for her to remain low-key. Every single time, she was forced to the corner to display her ability. Huang Yueli sighed silently. "Forget it. It should take too much time to climb the Sky Ascension Stairs, just reaching the height of 3,000 plus meters should do." After all, she was merely 15 years old, so this height should be enough to shut everyone's mouths. Moreover, from the start of her past life, she had heard about the condition regarding the Sky Ascension Stairs and knew that this was a challenge which tried one's limits and it could increase the practitioner's determination to a broad degree, or even bring about a chance to break through. Honestly speaking, she had always been curious and had long wanted to go up and have a try. Having this chance wasn't too bad at all. Song Ningyu didn't know her thoughts and worried that she would regret it at the next moment. She hurriedly said, "All right, since you've agreed then you're not allowed to regret. Anyway, it's already afternoon, so hurry on up, don't wait until the sky turns dark," she urged her as she really couldn't bear to bind Huang Yueli up to send her up herself. Huang Yueli somehow felt something was amiss as she took a look at her with her eyebrows creased, but she wasn't able to tell what was amiss. And right now, the practitioners who crowded around were increasing in numbers and some disciples who were already prepared to leave, on hearing that she would be climbing the Sky Ascension Stairs, all specially turned back in anticipation of her performance. Didn't she say that she wanted to climb the Sky Ascension Stairs? Why isn't she moving up yet? That's right, it's already so late, better grab hold of time tightly. If the sky is dark, it will be very dangerous. It's better to take the opportunity while the sky is still bright, quickly go up. The sounds of urging increased and Huang Yueli thought over it for a moment and still turned around towards the Sky Ascension Stairs. "Junior sister Bai, don't go. For you, this is simply too dangerous." Feng Zhihao subconsciously wanted to stop her. But Huang Yueli merely shook her head. "As a practitioner, under such circumstances, can I not go?" Feng Zhihao was stunned because he understood this reasoning, but looking at Huang Yueli's petite figure, for those people who do not know her actual ability, it was very easy to feel that she was extremely fragile, totally unable to take any pressure. "Junior sister Bai, don't do this in a moment of anger. It's very dangerous for 5th stage realm practitioners to climb the sky stairs. There's nothing more important than your own life. If you insist on climbing, you must not try to coerce yourself and consider coming down around 1,000 meters or so. When Huang Yueli heard his earnest and well-meaning advice, her brows rose, and she merely said a word of thanks, then turned around and left. Song Pahun, who was standing by the side, also tried to stop her, but was held on by Song Pajun from behind. "No matter, just let her go," Song Pajun said in a low, inaudible voice. "Aren't you curious on how Grandmaster Huang's ability is for this lifetime?" That day when she advanced in Levitation Sword Palace, the flames gushed right up into the clouds, and this kind of strange occurrence apparently meant that she's not some trashy mediocrity. Moreover, Grandmaster Huang never did something which she had no confidence in. She couldn't possibly make a fool out of herself at this kind of occasion. When Song Pahun heard that, his brows creased, but his footsteps halted. Whereas Song Ningyu was so excited that she almost jumped right up. She had finally successfully made Huang Yueli climb the Sky Ascension stairs. Following that, she only needed to wait quietly, along with everyone else, to see how she made a fool out of herself. When Huang Yueli advanced towards the 6th stage realm in Levitation Sword Palace, Song Ningyu had already been driven out of Levitation Sword Palace, hence she wasn't aware of Huang Yueli's actual ability for this lifetime. From what she saw, although Huang Yueli had her past memories, but she was only in the 5th stage realm, and that meant that her innate talent for this lifetime wasn't really that great. Did she think that she was still that past lifetime's Grandmaster Huang, who had excellent innate talent? Based on Huang Yueli's current ability, she would probably mount the Sky Ascension stairs to around 1,000 meters plus before she falls down badly. By then, even if she didn't die, she would become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Profound sect. Li Moying would also see that Huang Yueli was no longer that omnipotent female goddess in his heart. Her this lifetime was just too insignificant. Totally not worthy of him. Song Ningyu smiled coldly as she watched Huang Yueli walk over to the registration counter and sign her name under the examining officer's instructions. She received the token and stood in front of the first stone steps. She was the only one left in this batch, and there was no one to fight with her. Under everyone's joint focus, she took a light breath and her body swayed as she started mounting the Sky Ascension stairs. It has finally started. By Ruoli, just wait to be embarrassed. Song Ningyu couldn't help but give a cold smile, but her smile had just surfaced on her face when it froze instantly. Not only her, everyone at the public square was stunned into a daze in an instant. Because Huang Yueli's speed was just too fast. Simply like a bolt of lightning, she merely took a couple of breaths and had already scuttered to the height of 1,000 meters. A large portion of those present were all waiting for her to swagger unsteadily while climbing up, but in the end, their eyes blurred and they only saw a remnant image flashed past. By the time everyone reacted, they realized that she had gone missing. Where was she? After a moment, someone found Huang Yueli's figure on the cliff, and at that present moment, she was already reaching the height of 2,000 meters. Over there, quick look, she's over there. Where is she? I still haven't found her. Over there. Have you seen her? See that white figure who keeps scuttering up? She's too fast. How could she be so fast? I thought that my eyes had gone blurry. What? How is that possible? Wasn't it said that she was only in the 5th stage realm? A 5th stage realm practitioner being able to mount up to 1,500 meters is already considered as having outstanding talent. She's now around at 2,000 plus meters. No, about to reach 3,000 meters. Heavens! Waves of shrills and shrieks came gushing over as everyone didn't dare to believe in their own eyes. Earlier, everyone was still bearing the mentality of seeing her becoming a joke, but at this present moment, they all realized that they were the ones who were the real joke. If it wasn't for the fact that they had witnessed with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death, that there was someone who was able to blaze at such a speed while climbing the Sky Ascension stairs. Feng Zhihao's eyeballs were about to pop out from its sockets. He had always assumed that he was already soaring heaven's continent's top-rated genius. There was absolutely no one among the younger generation who could climb even higher or faster than him. But the truth was? That fifth stage realm young lass was actually faster than his speed by several times. Was he really not having a dream? Indeed, Grandmaster Huang is indeed Grandmaster Huang. That day when she advanced into the sixth stage realm, I could already tell that her innate talent in this lifetime is even better than in her past life. Song Pujun sighed with emotions. Song Pahun added, looks like Grandmaster Huang and Sovereign, no matter when, are still the most compatible pair. Song Mingyu's complexion had turned extremely pale. Never in her wildest dream did she expect Huang Yueli's innate talent for this lifetime to be that good. It looked as though she was even much better than in her past life. This kind of speed was simply faster than ordinary practitioners who were running swiftly on flat grounds, and the profound energy suppression from the sky ascension stairs seemed to have no effect on her at all. How could that be possible? How on earth did she manage to do it? Song Mingyu clenched her teeth so hard that she tasted the blood in her mouth. Impossible, this is impossible. She mumbled to herself irresolutely, but the truth was already right in front of her, so no matter how she attempted to hypnotize herself, it was to no avail. Song Mingyu stared fixedly at the graceful figure blazing on the cliff as a sinisterly cold smile appeared on the corners of her lips. Luckily, she had made other preparations in advance. Don't think now that Huang Yueli was so glamorous. The end result would be her unable to escape from her palms, and moreover her ending would be extremely miserable. Wasn't there a saying like this? The higher one climbed, the greater the fall. At this present moment, Huang Yueli had already reached the checkpoint of 3,000 meters. She didn't stop, neither did she show any signs of slowing down as she attracted bursts of shrills from below the mountain once again. In actual fact, it was only after Huang Yueli had exceeded just a little over 3,000 meters did she suddenly realize that she had already climbed to such a height. Initially, she only felt that since she was already climbing the sky ascension stairs, why not just use this as an opportunity to access her current ability? Ever since she had advanced into the sixth stage realm, there didn't seem to be a chance for her to make a serious move. So she used her strongest body movement skill agility dance steps, in combination with 9 Phoenix Transformations exclusive cultivation method, which made her body as light as a feather as she scuttered out with a whoosh, which gave even herself a huge scare. It was until she had run a distance away before she realized that every stage of cultivation method in 9 Phoenix Transformations improved her physique and reconstructed and upgraded her meridians. The degree of each upgrade was something which the lower realms' heaven-grade cultivation methods could not be compared to. Whereas in the sixth transformation of the 9 Phoenix Transformations, it was mainly to increase speed to the extent that if she had maximized her own speed to the greatest degree, she might even metamorphose a faint phoenix wing behind her. Generally speaking, most practitioners with excellent innate talents would only be able to metamorphose an attributed wing only after they reached 9th stage realm or above, which could be used to upgrade their speed, strengthen their attacks, and also float momentarily in the air. For Li Moying, who was in 7th stage realm then, it was only when his soul detachment illness acted up when he was able to form his thunder wings completely. But for Huang Yueli, was able to congeal the infancy stage of her wings with the help of 9 Phoenix Transformations, this kind of God-grade cultivation method. Although it was still too early to show its effect, but it would probably be able to display a part of its formidable power when she reached 7th stage realm. Under various kinds of elements, Huang Yueli's speed rose explosively. She sped past 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and even at the 3,000 meters checkpoint, she didn't feel anything until she finally reached the position of 3,500 meters, when she realized that she was totally unable to see and suddenly found out that she seemed to have ran overboard. Originally she had only intended to reach the initial 3,000 meters mark to deal with this, but in the end, she forgot to take notice and directly reached 3,500 meters. Moreover, it seemed that she had only spent a little bit of time for that distance. Anyone would now know that she was an ultra genius. How did it end up like this? I've really miscalculated. Because of her own carelessness, it led to the failure of her plan. Huang Yueli was apparently a little frustrated. But she had a change in thoughts. Anyway, since she could no longer stay low-key, she might as well continued heading upwards to take a look at one of the legendary, mysterious ancient early historical remains, Blue Profound Sect's Sky Ascension Stairs. Just how much difficult did it pose? Whereas for her, what height could she finally mount till? Huang Yueli made up her mind and decided to continue moving ahead. When the practitioners at the foot of the mountain saw the white figure pause momentarily and after that continued to ascend upwards swiftly, they all drew in a mouthful of cold air. Look quickly, she's going up again. She's already reached 3,500 meters, Isn't she going to stop? Please, when she headed up to 3,000 meters, it seemed as though she was just having some fun, so how could she possibly stop at 3,500 meters? Perhaps she might even climb higher than senior brother Feng. What? Even higher than senior brother Feng? That's impossible, right? Senior brother Feng's cultivation is at 8th stage realm, whereas she is only at 5th stage realm. How could she possibly be even more incredible than senior brother Feng? That would be too scary. But you've seen with your own eyes her speed for passing through 3,000 meters, which is much faster than senior brother Feng. Unless senior brother Feng intentionally controlled his speed, otherwise, doesn't it mean that senior brother Feng cannot be compared to junior sister Bai? This can't be compared on the same length, right? Speed is merely just one of the representation of ability. The crowd's whispering became louder and louder, and quite a number of people started to turn their head to look towards Feng Zhihao. Right at this moment, Feng Zhihao's sweat was starting to profuse on his forehead and his mouth was agape, but he was tongue-tied as he simply didn't know what else he could say. It had developed to this current stage and towards a genius practitioner at his level. How could he possibly not tell that the young lady mounting the Sky Ascension Stairs had much stronger ability than him? He was even unable to imagine what kind of innate talent did Huang Yueli really had. Thinking about himself before this, he actually thought that he could display his own ability and cultivation to win this gorgeous young lady's heart. Feng Zhihao just wanted to slap himself hard on his own face. Such a stunning and gorgeous talented lady like this, was she someone whom he could casually desire for? She was like the moon on the side of the sky, cold and arrogant, never intentionally trying to express herself, but had enough standing to make the stars around her fall pale in grace in front of her. Moreover, Feng Zhihao surfaced another suspicion in his heart. Then how about Li Moying? Junior sister Bai, who already had such innate talent, held Li Moying in high esteem as though she was a weak young lady who worshipped her own fiancé. This man. Was he really that powerful? Where in heavens could there possibly be such a genius? After not too long later, Huang Yueli surpassed the 4,000 meters height and immediately followed up with 4,500 meters. Song Ningyu's complexion had turned extremely ghastly. Because for herself, the best result which she had obtained that year was merely at 4,500 meters, and this height was something which only soaring heaven's continent's first-rated geniuses could reach, destined to become a 9th stage realm peak top practitioner in their future days. This young lass, she had actually reached this height so quickly. Now, who else could say that she wasn't worthy of Li Moying? Damn it. Really damn it. Why don't you just go die? I'll let you be more complacent for a little while more. Very soon you'll find out what is called extreme joy turns to sorrow. Very soon. Song Ningyu's heart was cursing silently, as her eyes turned red. However, just as everyone was concerned with lifting their heads up to look at Huang Yueli climbing the mountain, no one noticed her abnormality. Huang Yueli continued to mount upwards with a neither too fast nor too slow pace, and was extremely stable. Actually, the minute she reached 3,000 meters height, she had also started to sense a tinge of pressure as her five senses slowly disappeared. This kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable to anyone. But to her who was climbing the mountain, the influence wasn't very huge. As she had her past life's memories, hence her soul trace was extremely powerful, so just based on her soul trace, she was able to differentiate the direction clearly. So she wasn't too worried about falling off the cliff. But as the height increased, the amount of profound energy suppression she suffered became stronger. This intensity of pressure, to an 8th stage realm practitioner like Feng Zhihao, was taken in easily, but Huang Yueli was after all in the 6th stage realm, so she still sensed a bit of pressure. She didn't want to spend too much energy resisting this pressure, hence she slowly decreased her speed, consciously. Sigh, this is really Blue Profound Sect's early historical remains. For so many years it has filtered numerous peerless geniuses, and is indeed the gateway to do things. I'm just at 4,000 plus meters, and my speed has already decreased to this snail pace. Looks like before I reach the 7th stage realm, I can forget about mounting to the summit. Today I can only have a casual try. Next time if there's another chance, I'll make Moying accompany me. Huang Yueli sighed with a slight disappointment. She wasn't very satisfied with her own performance, but to the practitioners who had crowded below the mountain, she had already performed a miracle amid all the miracles. Because she had already broken Feng Zhihao's newly created record, surpassing the cloud mounting chart number 1 ranks 4,617 meters. From now onwards, she was the new number 1 rank in the cloud mounting chart, and moreover, it wasn't because she had ascended to first rank because the previous senior top expert had disappeared from the chart, but purely because of her own ability. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she surpassed the current number 1 rank. Everyone's gaze fell onto Feng Zhihao at the first instance. Feng Zhihao's feelings were extremely complicated. By right, to be defeated by someone, he should be feeling unreconciled, especially since he had been flaunting delightfully earlier, which was simply too embarrassing. But unfortunately, he no longer had any intention to compete. Because he had already realized that his own ability, as compared to Huang Yueli's, the distance was just too huge. Under this huge disparity, other than conceding defeat, what else could he do? From the time when Huang Yueli stepped on the first step of the Sky Ascension stairs until now, it took merely a quarter of an hour, but everyone's attitude towards Huang Yueli had completely taken a turn. In the beginning, when they spoke about her, the tone was filled with jealousy and disdain, but now, they were filled with only admiration. No wonder she's senior brother Li's fiancée. Junior sister Bai is simply too awesome. So, peerless genius is only compatible with another peerless genius. For a male god like senior brother Li, only junior sister Bai is qualified to stand by his side. I'd better just purely admire his handsome face, that will do. Junior sister Bai is just too powerful, only junior brother Li is able to yield to her. Speaking of that, I'm very curious, whose innate talent between the two of them is better? Definitely senior brother Li. Haven't you seen that kind of adoration expression junior sister Bai shows when she talks about him? For a genius young lady to show that kind of expression, just how much of an achievement did she have? If I were senior brother Li, I would wake up from my dream laughing. Enough, stop with the rubbish. Quickly look up the cliff, junior sister Bai. She's still continuing to climb upwards. 5,000 meters, it's already 5,000 meters. Junior sister Bai is about to ascend into the skies. How much potential does she really have, to be able to climb to such a high place? Everyone was totally stunned by now. If they were to use the word genius to describe what had happened earlier, then whatever was happening now could only be described as outrageous. No one had seen such an abnormal genius before. She was about to chase up to the then Mu Qingqing. What was the most terrifying was, 5,000 meters didn't seem as though it was her limit. She was still continuing to climb, one step at a time. Although as compared to the initial flying speed, she was moving at a snail pace, just like a tortoise climbing as she took each step extremely carefully and extremely prudently. But it was undeniable that she was still moving ahead. Huang Yueli was curious to know just where her limit was, so she moved forward with extreme determination. 5,000 meters, 5,500 meters, 6,000 meters. Her five senses slowly disappeared and the pressure she suffered increased greatly. Under this kind of circumstances, Huang Yueli only felt the profound energy within her being exhausted, continuously like water flowing outwards. At the same time, every single meridian in her were crashing against each other, shaking and shivering, tight and taut as though it would break off into part at the very next moment. Huang Yueli had already gone through the process of redeveloping her marrow when she soaked herself in the phoenix blood pool, hence she knew clearly what this feeling meant. Although it was extremely dangerous and extremely painful, but as long as she persisted on, her meridians would become even more resilient and her profound energy would also become even more condensed under such resistance, in turn becoming even purer. Whereas one's meridian's intensity and purity of profound energy was exactly the most basic essence which divided the line between geniuses from the ordinary practitioners. Exactly because of this, it caused same realm practitioners to have such a huge disparity in terms of potential. Huang Yueli clenched her teeth and persisted on, slowly bit by bit, going through this kind of forging experience. As compared to the phoenix blood pool, this was even more difficult because she must make herself maintain stability under such pain and suppression. Any bit of shaking or trembling might cause herself to lose control of her own body, which would lead to her losing her footing immediately, falling down into the bottomless abyss below. On the sky ascension stairs, not only was there a chance to suddenly break through, at the same time, it was also filled with dangers. Not knowing how long had passed where Huang Yueli made progress only with great difficulty, but she had successfully reached the height of 6,000 meters. At this moment, the foot of the mountain was completely silent. Everyone rose up their heads to look at her, but no one let out any sound at all. If one was alone, he would not be able to stop himself from discussing this with the surrounding people, but if it delved deeper by one more step, which was shocked to the extreme, then it would lead to the fact that one would not be able to speak a single word at all. 6,000 meters. A legendary height which was impossible to reach. In history, there were many ninth-grade innate talented practitioners, even after they had broken through to the ninth stage realm, they weren't able to reach this height. If it wasn't for the fact that they had witnessed this with their own eyes, no one would believe that a young lass like Huang Yueli, with such an innate talent, would possibly be able to reach it. Even for now, many of them still felt that their eyes were creating an illusion as they kept on rubbing their eyes. There were some whose emotions got the better of them as their eyes rolled back and fainted. The only ones who were still considered composed were Tsang Pujun, those three great guardians. After experiencing Huang Yueli's advancement scene, they knew more or less that her innate talent should be on the same level as Li Moying. But so ridiculously strong to this extent still made them extremely surprised. The few of them exchanged glances as all of them saw the shock in one another's eyes. After some time, Tsang Pujun lifted up his head again, returning his gaze towards Huang Yueli as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if Grandmaster Huang will continue mounting upwards. Based on my judgment, 6,000 meters and a little more should be her limit." Tsang Pujun nodded, "That's right, I also feel the same way. After all, she's only in 6th stage realm." Tsang Pujun frowned. Actually, Grandmaster Huang should be able to head up a little more, but the risk is too huge and the cons outweigh the pros. Just worried that a peerless genius like her would be unresigned to come down, just like this, and insist to climb upwards continuously. By then, if any accident happens, how should we explain it to Sovereign? When Tsang Pujun heard this, he shook his head slightly. Relax, such a matter couldn't possibly happen. In Grandmaster Huang's heart, the most important person is Sovereign. She couldn't possibly take unnecessary risks to make Sovereign worry. I think she will probably take a few more steps to try it out and come down after that. The few of them nodded their heads, apparently agreeing with what he said. Ever since Huang Yueli and Li Moying returned to Levitation Sword Palace, everyone saw how the both of them reacted during this period of time. Li Moying was still the same as the past, but Huang Yueli was apparently no longer the same as a decade plus ago. Perhaps it was because she had died once, the current her became even more sentimental, especially when she faced Li Moying. She totally didn't conceal her feelings towards him. As compared to the slightly arrogant and cold palace Lord Huang in the past, the current her was simply a young lady who had fallen into the river of love. The three guardians' guesses weren't wrong, because Huang Yueli indeed thought in this way. When she stood at the height of 6,000 meters, she had already understood that it was impossible for her to pass through the last 1,000 meters test, to reach the summit. Her soul trace had disappeared completely, and the pressure from all around was much stronger than before by 10 times or more. Even if it was a 9th stage realm practitioner who was standing here, that person would also be suppressed by this kind of pressure until he coughed up blood. So at this stage, her limit should be right here. But Huang Yueli still wanted to try the feeling of how it felt to stand at 6,000 meters height, hence she took another step more. When she moved forward, her body immediately shook. An intense spell of dizziness instantly invaded her brain, almost making her vomit on the spot. If it wasn't because of her overwhelming determination, she would probably have fallen off the cliff, because her legs had gone soft. The mortified crowd at the foot of the mountain all found their voices when they saw Huang Yueli almost falling down. Heavens, that's too thrilling. Junior sister Bai almost fell down. I think she must have reached her limit. She's already past the 6,000 meters height. Too terrifying, just too terrifying. The first step onto the 6,000 meter mark and she almost fell. Proceeding upwards will be too dangerous, so I guess she's about to give up. That's for sure. Just how old is she right now? There's still next year and the year after that, and she had multiple more times to climb up the sky ascension stairs. Why bother to rush over this? She has already recreated history if she came down now. In Blue Profound Sex history, no one is comparable to her at all. With her soul trace being shut down completely and the increasing dizziness which came along with every step she took, under this kind of circumstances, Huang Yueli had no choice but to admit that she had no way to deal with this. She made a resolute decision to give up as her fingers flipped and pinched the token into smithereens with force. The token was very fragile and under her lead, it instantly turned into powder. Huang Yueli shut her eyes and waited to be teleported down below. But she waited and waited, but she realized that nothing had changed around her surroundings. Her soul trace and 5 senses had not recovered and the dizziness in her head became even more serious. What was going on? Huang Yueli instinctively sensed that something was amiss, but the problem now was that she couldn't see anything and had no way to judge the surrounding situation, so she could only continue to wait passively. But she waited for a considerably long period of time only to discover that she was still at the original spot. By now, even an idiot was able to understand that her teleportation had failed and there was a 99% chance that the token in her hands had lost its effectiveness. Or perhaps it could be put in another way, which was the token in her hands was not the genuine teleportation token. Huang Yueli's thoughts raced past like electro-optical flints as she linked back to the time when Song Ningyu tried ways and means, even taking the risk to break the law in front of Song Pejun and the rest, just to force her up the sky ascension stairs, and the sinisterly cold smile on Song Ningyu's face then. This matter, absolutely was related to Song Ningyu. She couldn't help but laugh coldly in her heart, this Song Ningyu had improved. Her current motive was not just to let her make a fool out of herself, but, she also wanted Huang Yueli's life. She really didn't know if she should call Song Ningyu smart or to say that she was dumb. Did she really think that after her death, she would be able to obtain Li Moying's interest? The end result of her would probably be torn apart alive by Li Moying. But Song Ningyu had indeed pushed her towards the hardest life and death point now. The question now was, standing at this 6,000+ meter high sky ascension stairs with her profound energy totally suppressed and all five senses lost, even her soul trace has disappeared and she was even worse off than an ordinary person, how was she going to go down? Huang Yueli found it hard to make a decision right now, hence she could only try her best to maintain her body's balance, stopping at the original spot. At the same time, the people below the mountain were looking at her intently, all waiting for her next step. Initially, everyone felt that Huang Yueli was probably still hesitating and unwilling to leave the sky ascension stairs, but after a long period of time had passed, they didn't see her moving forward continuously, neither was she teleported down the mountain, so many of them turned curious. What is junior sister Bai doing? Why hasn't she given up? Could it be that she thought that she is still able to continue climbing upwards, to challenge the height of 7,000 meters? What kind of joke is that? The first step she took earlier almost caused her to fall. If she continued to proceed forward, wouldn't she be looking for her own death? Moreover speaking, if she had the confidence, she would have continued moving forward long ago, so why would she remain at the current spot for such a long period of time? It's already been half an hour already, isn't it? Earlier when she finished 6,000 meters, she hadn't spent that much time at all. That's right, why is she hesitating? The sky is about to turn dark and if she doesn't come down soon, it will be even more dangerous. I hope junior sister Bai doesn't take a wrong turn. If she wants to reach a higher height, it's the same to do it next year, so don't continue climbing upwards any longer. As the duration of Huang Yueli's stopping time dragged on, more and more disciples started to enter into a state of terror and clamor. A peerless genius with such outstanding innate talent wasn't someone whom they could be jealous of. When a person's ability had reached a standard where they were unable to aim for, the others would stop having the jealous feeling. In replacement was full admiration for her. In the disciples' hearts, the current Huang Yueli was the pride and fortune for the entire Blue Profound sect, so she couldn't possibly meet her demise in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment now. Everyone was anticipating for her to return to ground safely. But most of the practitioners had not thought that she was not able to come down because she was schemed against by someone, but only assumed that she was unwilling to come down. The more extreme innate talent the peerless genius had, the easier it was for that genius to be overbearing and paranoid, so this kind of situation was totally not rare at all. Many of them burnt with anxiety as they wished more than nothing but to rush upwards, to shout loudly, advising Huang Yueli to come down quickly. Alas, they were more than 6,000+ meters apart and Huang Yueli's five senses were completely lost, so even if they cried themselves hoarse, Huang Yueli would not be able to hear a single sound at all. Song Ningyu looked at Huang Yueli, immobile side view, and the exuding sweat on her face, a sliver of joy kept arising in her heart. No one among the crowd knew better than her on what had really happened. It wasn't that Huang Yueli didn't want to come down, but she totally couldn't. Apparently she had already broken the token, but she was still trapped on the Sky Ascension stairs, hence she didn't dare to move about recklessly. A smile appeared in full view on Song Ningyu's face as her lips curled into a frigid cold arc. Huang Yueli, aren't you very smug? Don't you love to be in the limelight? But how about now? Aren't you able to come down as well? On this 6,000+ meters Sky Ascension stairs, no matter how great your ability is, you can forget about coming down safely in one piece. Actually, Song Ningyu had never expected that she would really be able to cause Huang Yueli to die. She had originally assumed that Huang Yueli's innate talent for this lifetime must be extremely bad, and it would be considered not bad if she was able to hit 1,000+ meters height. Falling down from their position would at most cause a serious injury, and she probably wouldn't die from it. But now it wasn't the same. Huang Yueli had surpassed her expectations and climbed to the height of 6,000 meters. Although her innate talent made Song Ningyu so jealous to the point of going mad, but at the same time, it also made her stand at a height which guaranteed death. Falling down from a 6,000-meter height, Even if it was a ninth stage realm top exponent, she would absolutely not be able to live. Huang Yueli, whatever I can't get, you can forget about getting it as well. No matter how many times you reincarnate, you can forget about being together with Sovereign. You are just an unlucky star who will only bring bad luck to Sovereign, so why don't you just die soon and stop dragging Sovereign down with you? This time you're able to climb so high, I must really thank my lucky stars for this. Her. What are you laughing at? A deep voice was heard, and Song Ningyu's smile froze. She turned back and saw Song Pijun looking at her with a frown. Song Ningyu replied with a tinge of guilt, did I? When did I smile? Brother Pijun, you must have seen wrongly. Song Pijun replied coldly, I didn't see wrongly. You tell me, what on earth is going on? Why is Grandmaster Huang not coming down? This matter, does it have anything to do with you? Song Ningyu's was exposed by him in one sentence, and her body froze up, but very quickly, she calmed down. So what even if Song Pijun and the others saw through this? They didn't have any evidence to prove that this was her plot. Huang Yueli was on the Sky Ascension stairs, and she wasn't able to say a single word. Whereas the only material evidence, which was the token, had definitely already been pinched to smithereens by her. In this way, by the time Huang Yueli fell to her death from the mountain, the dead could not testify, so who would be able to say that she was schemed by someone to death? Saying that she was too eager to show off, hence she fell to her death, was obviously an even more reasonable and logical explanation. Song Ningyu was thinking in this way, and her attitude became even more unyielding. She looked at Song Pijun with a look as though she had been insulted. Puh! Brother Pijun, how could you suspect me like that? Grandmaster Huang doesn't come down, of course she has her own reasoning, probably because she wanted to continue climbing upwards. What does this have to do with me? Song Pijun had not expected that by now. She was still shoving false arguments down her throat as his gaze turned chillier. Then can you explain why you must insist on forcing Grandmaster Huang up the Sky Ascension stairs? I think you must have planned this for a very long time, preparing to take her life during this assessment. Of course, Song Ningyu would deny this allegation to her deathbed. Brother Pijun, you can't slander me like this. I made Grandmaster Huang take part in the assessment because of Blue Profound sex regulations. I did this out of fairness and absolutely did not have any selfish motives at all. As for harming her life, where did this come out from? This kind of matter required proof. How can you simply plant the crime on me like this? Song Ningyu spoke forcibly out of a sense of righteousness, and that determined attitude really looked as though she was maligned. Song Piyu also walked over and his gaze was fixated on her as he spoke. Ningyu, tell us clearly, does this matter have anything to do with you or not? When Song Ningyu saw Song Piyu coming over to interrogate her as well, she instantly became anxious. Really? It has nothing to do with me. Song Piyu intensified his tone as he said, I'm telling you, the last time I'm able to save your life is Sovereign's limit in giving in. Moreover, the last time you had only said the wrong thing and Sovereign is already so upset. If Grandmaster Huang really died because of you this time, don't talk about your own life, so many of us here will all be implicated by you and lose our lives as well. You are not able to take responsibility for this. In Song Piyu's younger days, he had once been smitten over Song Ningyu's beauty as well. As Soaring Heaven's Continent's only 9th-ranked array master, Song Piyu's position in Blue Profound sect wasn't common at all. Although he knew that Song Ningyu had always liked Mu Qingqing, but after getting engaged with her, he had took on the responsibility of helping her settle her troubles, and every single time Song Ningyu committed an offense, it was all due to Song Piyu, which made Mu Qingqing give in. But as time went by, he got the feeling that under Song Ningyu's beautiful skin hid an extremely malicious heart. This time it was even more undue. Just because of jealousy, she actually wanted to cause Huang Yueli to die. No matter if it was a decade plus ago or until now, Huang Yueli had never taken the offense to create trouble for Song Mingyu. The truth was, the proud and arrogant young palace lord of mythical Flame Palace totally couldn't be bothered with Song Mingyu at all. Every single time Song Mingyu was tricked, it was all due to her own fault for provocation. Unfortunately, Song Mingyu had never reflected on her own doings, and in fact she took a turn for the worse, this time even had the intention to take one's life. What was worse of all was that based on Li Moying's attitude towards Huang Yueli now, this matter wasn't something which Song Mingyu could take on the responsibility herself. The three guardians weren't able to stop this matter from happening in time, and they weren't about to escape censure as well. By then, everyone present would be implicated by Song Mingyu. Thinking of this, Song Piyu was so infuriated that he started shaking. He was Song Mingyu's fiancé, whereas Song Pijun and Song Pahun had already saved her life multiple times as well, but Song Mingyu just totally didn't care if she had implicated anyone else. All she had on her mind was to deal with a vicious hand towards the innocent. In the past, why did he even feel that Song Mingyu was a pitiful soul? Song Mingyu, I'm warning you, you'd better not be related to this matter. Otherwise this time round, no one will be able to save you, and I will not dabble my hands into this matter. Song Piyu said each word out clearly. When Song Mingyu heard this, she finally started to fluster. If she didn't had Song Piyu helping her, once the plot falls through, she would definitely be a goner. Piyu, you. How can you say things in such a way? We've been engaged for so many years, how could you not care about me? She tugged Song Piyu's hand, giving out a pitiful expression. Song Mingyu's side of the face, where it wasn't covered by the mask, was still sweet and charming. When her eyeballs roved, it was enough to make anyone emotionally moved. Song Piyu lowered his gaze to look at her from the side as he recalled the memories from that year. Song Mingyu had used this kind of stance to baffle him, hence it made him possessed for a moment and agreed to get engaged with her. He assumed that Song Mingyu was momentarily flushed with jealousy, but her inherent quality was not bad, and she was still an innocent and pure young lady. In future, when Song Mingyu gave up on Mu Qingqing, she would then set her mind to stay with him. Song Mingyu, when you got jealous and did something to Grandmaster Huang, do you still recall that I am your fiancé? Song Piyu's tone was icy cold. Song Mingyu was stunned. When Song Piyu heard that, he couldn't help but gave a cold laugh. Since you don't remember, then why should I admit that I have such a laughable marriage agreement? No, it's not like this. Piyu, listen to my explanation. Song Mingyu ran over hurriedly, trying to grab onto this last straw, which could save her life. Speaking of this, Song Piyu seemed as though his character was icy cold, but he was in fact a sentimental person. From the way that he pleaded with the sovereign for her every single time she committed an offense, it was obvious. Such a good spare tire, how could she let him go so easily? But Song Piyu seemed as though he had really given up on her, as he merely casted a cold glance onto her and, turning sideways, he avoided her totally. You don't need to explain to me, it's better for you to save your energy to explain to sovereign. We've already sent someone to invite sovereign out of his closed-door seclusion. As long as you are sure you have not plotted to harm Grandmaster Huang, and Grandmaster Huang is able to descend from the Sky Ascension stairs safely, sovereign might not sentence you to death. But of course Song Mingyu knew that if Huang Yueli was fine, everyone would be fine as well. But now Huang Yueli was definitely dead meat. Looked like she could only clench her teeth tightly, denying all the way. Song Pahun looked at her ever-changing expression as she couldn't help but butted in, "Second brother, if you really don't want this woman, then hand her over to me. My soul-searching skill has reached a large accomplishment recently, and I will be able to make practitioners whose cultivation are lower than 9th stage realm peak speak the truth. I'm just worried that second brother, you can't bear to." When Song Mingyu heard this, her forehead immediately sprouted out large beads of sweat as her complexion turned extremely pale. Soul-searching skill was an extremely vicious, profound skill. It was able to enter a practitioner's memories forcibly and search the other party's memories to obtain the truth. As for the person who was bestowed the skill, the end result would either become an idiot or go mad immediately. Song Pahun was most apt with this sort of methods, but as he was on good terms with Song Piyu, he would not resort to such methods on his fiancée. Song Ningyu started to scream loudly, "No! You can't do this to me! Piyu, you won't watch this happen to me with your eyes open, right?" Her voice was very loud, and if it wasn't for the fact that Song Piyu had already set up a sound isolation array right from the start, it would have attracted everyone's attention from her shrieking. Song Piyu took an icy cold look at her and was just about to speak. At this moment, a stir was suddenly seen from the public square. Initially, it was the practitioners who were around the exterior boundary of the valley who had discovered something, as all of them revealed an excited expression and started to talk about this to the surrounding groups of people. Not long later, all the practitioners started to get excited as they momentarily forgot about Huang Yueli, who was still trapped on the sky ascension stairs, and all started to gaze towards the outside of the valley. What's going on? Song Pujun also realized that something was amiss and gave a frown as he looked towards the valley's entrance. It just took one glance when his body straightened up. Sovereign is here. That's fast. From the rear mountain to Levitation Sword Palace, ordinary practitioners needed to spend at least a quarter of an hour, and the attendant who they sent to convey the message apparently had not reached yet. Looked like it was Li Moying himself, who waited for too long and couldn't rest his heart, hence he came over by himself. The three guardians exchanged glances as their hearts thumped wildly. Li Moying had actually reached so quickly. They hadn't managed to interrogate anything out of Song Ningyu, neither had they found a way to rescue Huang Yueli, and he had actually reached. What should they do now? Li Moying would absolutely fly into a rage when he saw the current situation. However, Li Moying had already arrived, and no matter how terrified they were, they had no choice but to head up to welcome him. Li Moying was still outside the valley when he was surrounded by disciples who came to take a look at him, shooting off various praises towards him. Senior Brother Li, it's really Senior Brother Li himself. This is my first time seeing him in person. He looks even more handsome from this close, especially that pair of peach blossom eyes. It's simply too captivating. I'm almost about to faint after being looked at by him. Is Senior Brotherly really in the 9th stage realm, 1st level? Why do I feel that his aura isn't any weaker than Guardian June and the rest, to the extent that he seems even stronger than he looks? Is this my misperception? Heavens, so Junior Brotherly is like this? No wonder such a talented lady like Junior Sister Bai is wholehearted towards him, totally not interested in Senior Brother Feng. There isn't any problem with Junior Sister Bai's eyes at all. Sigh, such an outstanding man actually really has a fiancé. But no matter, I'd be willing if I can be a bondmaid for Junior Brotherly. Stop dreaming. With such a beautiful and powerful fiancé like Junior Sister Bai, will he even take any interest in you? Ever since Li Moying had been fought over by various large sects at Soaring Heaven's continent's city gates, his reputation was extremely resounding, and there weren't many who didn't know just how much of a peerless genius he was. But the number of people who had seen him in person were very few. Because ever since he returned to Levitation Sword Palace, he had always been in closed-door cultivation, hoping to use the fastest speed possible to restore back to his past life's cultivation. As there was just simplified information about him, hence the outer world had various kinds of guesses towards him. Some of them were even dubious over his ability, thinking that the rumors were just too ridiculous and were obviously exaggerated. The genuine Li Moying was totally not as powerful as what the legends claimed. Feng Zhihao daring to challenge him was also due to this kind of influence. However, at this present moment in time, when he saw Li Moying himself, he sensed that invisible overpowering aura, and it just took an instant for Feng Zhihao to feel ashamed of his own inferiority. In front of a genius like Li Moying, he was no different from an ordinary practitioner. Recalling the conceited nonsense that he had babbled in front of so many people 2 days ago, he really wished to slap himself hard with 2 tight slaps. Li Moying was rarely surrounded by so many people and started to frown with displeasure. By this time, Song Pijun and the rest had finally managed to squeeze themselves to the front of the crowd. SOV, ugh, Li. Young Master Li. They felt a little awkward the moment they spoke out, because they didn't know how to address Li Moying. If this place was Levitation Sword Palace, they would have knelt down to kowtow by this moment. After such a slip-up, how could they not hurry up to beg for mercy? But unfortunately, now under so many people's eyes, Sovereign had given them strict instructions to not reveal his identity. In this way, it made the 3 guardians fall into a difficult place. But Li Moying hadn't noticed the issue here. He merely grazed past the few of them and asked, "Is the assessment over? Where is Lier? Why hasn't she returned now that it's already so late?" The minute he posed his questions, Song Pijun's sweat immediately rolled down. This assessment. Young Miss Bai. She. Li Moying knew something was not right as his expression sunk. What do you mean? What happened to Lier? Tell me clearly. His heart was raging with fire, and a 9th stage realm strong exponent's aura seeped out, making the weaker ordinary disciples present throw up blood. Although Song Pijun and the rest wouldn't get injured because of this, but they were all awestruck by his prestige and imposing manner, hence they didn't dare to lift up their heads to look at him. SOV. Young Master Li, young Miss Bai, she's on the Sky Ascension stairs. Lier is doing the assessment? Why did she take part in the assessment for no reason? I'll go take a look. When Li Moying heard that, his creased forehead smoothened a little, and not waiting for Song Pijun to finish his words, he stowed with big steps into the valley. Song Pijun had just hesitated for a moment, and before he could finish his words, he had not expected that Li Moying couldn't wait and had already walked away. His unfinished words were stuck at the back of his throat. Looking at Li Moying distance as he walked far away, the few guardians started to chase after him in terror. Li. Young Master Li, please wait for a moment. Usually those guardians who held great authority were high up there, all started to follow blindly after Li Moying, with a terror-stricken face. This kind of scenario made those surrounding disciples' jaws almost drop on the ground. WH. What situation is this? Did you see Guardian June and the other guardians' attitudes? Guardian June is acting on behalf of the sovereign to take on his tasks and an actual abled overall in charge. Why did he speak in such a humble way towards a direct disciple? Could it be that rumor is real? What rumor? I've also heard about someone talking about it, that Sovereign had already come out of his closed-door cultivation, moreover already decided to take senior brother Li as his only disciple, which is something that I originally didn't believe. Now looking at Guardian June and the others' attitudes, I feel that this matter might be true. What? How could this be possible? If it was like this, then senior brother Li will become the young sovereign of Blue Profound Sect. What's so strange about that? Even junior sister Bai's innate talent is so abnormal, junior brother Li's must be even more unimaginable. Other than him, who else is able to take the position of young sovereign? Sigh, that's true. I originally thought that senior brother Feng will be able to compete with senior brother Li, but from the looks of it now, the two of them are obviously as different as cloud and mud. These words also emitted into Feng Zhihao's ears. If it was before today that he heard these words, he would absolutely not be convinced or possibly even rush up to challenge Li Moying. But now, he totally couldn't say a single word to refute it because in the depths of his heart, he admitted that he himself could not be compared to Li Moying. It's just a waste, we don't get to see junior brother Li climbing the Sky Ascension stairs. Even junior sister Bai had reached the height of 6,000 meters, then junior brother Li. Could he really mount to the summit? There were many who had the same sentiments as Feng Zhihao in their minds. Many of them were secretly hoping that they would be able to see Li Moying take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment. Will Senior Brotherly mount the Sky Stairs? Not quite possible, right? He already said that he will not be attending the assessment today. But wasn't that because Senior Brotherly was in closed-door cultivation? Now that he came out of it, and he's already at the bottom of the cliff, can't he just take part in it conveniently? Everyone was guessing while following tightly behind Li Moying and the three guardians all the way to the foot of the mountain. Li Moying raised his head and saw a white figure on the Sky Ascension Stairs as his pupils contracted and an appalled look flashed past his eyes. What's going on? Why is Lier trapped on the Sky Ascension Stairs? What kind of slip-up had happened? Li Moying's expression instantly sunk as a terrifying murderous chi started to gather around him. Even Song Pejun and the others weren't able to take this as they started to retreat backwards, feeling a surge of blood swirling around their chests. Based on his experience and sight, he naturally could tell from one look that Huang Yueli was now in a precarious position. Moreover, her body was already swaying to and fro, evidently she had already reached her limit. Trapped? Isn't it because junior sister Bai didn't want to come down by herself? That's right, pinching the token to smithereens will allow her to teleport down. She isn't coming down, isn't she intending to climb to an even higher height? But speaking of this, junior sister Bai has already stood on that spot for indeed quite a long time, isn't it? It's already been an hour. Ordinary disciples had never thought that there would be anyone who would be trapped on the Sky Ascension Stairs and unable to come down. Every year, the Sky Ascension Stairs was Blue Profound Sect's #1 major event, and every single teleportation token had been checked meticulously, and until now, there had never been a single time that the token had lost its effect. So subconsciously, they wouldn't think of this possibility at all. Song Pejun and the others could no longer take the pressure as their knees gave way and were about to kneel down. Young Master Li. However, Li Moying had no time to listen to their explanation. He flicked his sleeves and leapt up into the sky as he flew past from the disciples' heads, directly charging towards the bottom of the cliff. Li Moying's heart was burning with anxiety, as he no longer bothered about the question if his identity would be exposed. He only knew that his Lier was now in a precarious situation and she might fall down directly from the Sky Ascension Stairs any moment now. 6th stage realm practitioner, falling from such a high position, would directly turn into a mold of minced meat, more dead than one would ever be. Li Moying's heart jumped right into his throat. The image of Huang Yueli dying in front of him in their past lives surfaced once again in front of his eyes as his inner terror was raised to the highest point ever. No, Lier. Nothing can happen to you, nothing. Persist on, I'll come and save you right now. Persist for a little while more. Li Moying totally didn't bother to collect the teleportation token from the examining officer's table, but instead he directly stepped onto the Sky Ascension Stairs, not even spending any time to make preparations, using his fastest speed ever while dashing towards the summit. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Flashed by within a blink of an eye. Even until Li Moying had dashed towards the position of 3,000 or 4,000 meters, some of them were still unresponsive. What? What's the current situation? Where has Senior Brotherly gone to? Wasn't he still standing there earlier? Are you dreaming? Senior Brotherly is already on the Sky Ascension Stairs. What? Where? How come I didn't see him? Didn't he say he's not taking part in the assessment? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Idiot, stop nagging, look there quickly. If you don't, you'll miss his shadow again. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads with their hearts burning with anxiety, but in the end, most of them weren't able to find him at all. Where is Senior Brotherly? Where are you looking at? He's already at mid-mountain position, no. He's already up to 5,000 meters. 6,000 meters. Heavens, he's already chased up to junior sister Bai. Amidst the clamoring, Li Moying didn't stop at all as he pursued swiftly after his little fox. He was the same as Huang Yueli and totally didn't need to rely on his five senses. Just using his soul trace, and he was able to clearly differentiate the surrounding circumstances. Moreover, his cultivation was high enough so even if he suffered from Sky Ascension Stairs' restrictions and pressure from the array, the influence on him was extremely limited. Hence even though he was at 6,000 meters height, he was still moving unobstructed, as though he was treading on level ground. Just as he was approaching 6,000 meters, he saw Huang Yueli's body swaying slightly again. Li Moying dashed up flying in terror as he locked onto Huang Yueli's slender waist. It was until he had certified that his little fox was leaning securely in his arms when he heaved a sigh of relief. Whereas Huang Yueli now was actually not a sitting duck waiting for its death. Even though her teleportation token had lost effect, but if she really wanted to get off the mountain safely, she still had her ways. She could summon little Phoenix Wang Kai from the Sky Phoenix Ring. That little thing had recently grown a little more, so safely flying onto the ground shouldn't be a problem at all. Only thing was, in this way, she would really become famous. It was imaginable that an ancient spiritual beast like Little Phoenix reappearing in Soaring Heaven's continent would rock the world. It would probably attract all the large powerhouses within the entire Soaring Heavens continent over. In her past life, she only has a piece of God relic, Sky Phoenix Ring, and it was the remnant piece with no knowledge on its effect, but it had already attracted so many people's coveting over it, and even led to her best friend into betraying her. Then now that she had a true blue spiritual beast Phoenix, just how much of a ruckus would it cause? The worst of all was that she and Li Moying's current ability was no longer the same as that year, so if it really attracted all the powerhouses in Soaring Heaven's continent to pursue after them, then they would probably not be able to deal with it. Hence, Huang Yueli was extremely unwilling to expose her real ace, even though she had already swayed for a couple of times, but she was still hesitant. Just as she was put in a difficult position, suddenly, a gust of overbearing and familiar aura approached her. As her five senses had disappeared, Huang Yueli actually couldn't feel Li Moying already locking her waist tightly. She could only sense a huge traction which tugged her to move upwards, and it was such a strong and overbearing power which didn't allow her to resist or reject, but at the same time made her feel exceptionally at ease. Her Moying came? Huang Yueli's heart just flashed past this thought when her eyes suddenly became blurry. Her five senses instantly came back. At the same time, she distinctively sensed the strength of the arm which was locked on her waist and the warmth from the man's firm chest behind her. The arm around her tightened as he lifted her upwards again. After that, Huang Yueli's feet stepped onto the ground. Moying, it's you. MMF. Huang Yueli turned around, but before she could see the man behind her clearly, her jaw was already held by someone, lifting her head upwards. Immediately following that, her breath was swallowed by a scorching kiss. This was an exceptionally anxious kiss. Li Moying used force to pry open her teeth and prodded inside, not allowing any rejection at all. He even bit her lips roughly until it tore, and the taste of blood started to spread in the duo's mouths. Huang Yueli almost suffocated, so she couldn't help but to push the man's firm chest. She only wanted a bit of breathing space, but Li Moying wasn't willing to accept even a minute bit of resistance, which sparked off the rage in his heart. He grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist and restrained it, rendering her totally immovable. The kissing turned even more passionate and even more wantonly. Not knowing how long had passed, Li Moying then lifted up his head with great effort as he panted and let her off. But the arm which revolved around her waist was still unwilling to loosen up. As Huang Yueli wasn't able to breathe, her mind had already turned blank and she was feeling dizzy, so she could only lean against his chest. Li Moying lowered his head and bit her hard on her neck. Little fox, you almost scared me to death. You really make one worry. Why are you up on the Sky Ascension stairs for no good reason? Moreover, you still don't come down? I just went into closed-door cultivation for a moment and you've already met with danger. Can't you be a little more careful just for me? Am I supposed to lock you up in Levitation Sword Palace, then you will finally make me assured? Li Moying gritted his teeth as he said that, but the arm which was wrapped around her was still shaking slightly. Huang Yueli gave a dull moan from his bite and instinctively shrunk her neck. This man, why did he bite her for no reason? And even on her neck, what would happen if everyone saw that? But she had a guilty conscience, and now wasn't the best time to challenge Li Moying, so she could only pacify him softly. Brother Moying, can you don't be angry? I didn't do it on purpose. Li Moying felt his bones were melting when he heard her call him Brother Moying and instantly extinguished his anger by a large portion. But thinking that he was always so easily settled by this lass, when was she really going to understand how to take care of herself to make him assured? So he still tried his best to put on a straight face. Not allowed to act coquettish. Huang Yueli shrank her neck again, so fierce. Li Moying's lips twitched as he pinched the young lady's shoulder with an aggressive tone. Don't want me to be fierce to you? Then can you stop doing these kinds of dangerous things? I remember that you told me yesterday that you're only there to see Jiyun take the assessment. You didn't say that you will climb the Sky Ascension stairs. Huang Yueli replied, I didn't want to as well. I was forced to a corner, all right? Everyone said that I wasn't fit to be with you, and I don't like to hear such things, so I thought of performing a little. Moreover, climbing the Sky Ascension stairs itself isn't dangerous, and it's not as though I am some inexperienced young girl. How will something happen just because I took part in an assessment? I just didn't imagine that the teleportation token would suddenly lose its effect, otherwise I'd have returned long ago. When Li Moying heard what she said, he immediately frowned. What's going on? The teleportation token is spoilt? I knew that an accident must have happened when you were trapped in the middle of the path. The token which you have, whose hand did it go through? And who forced you to mount the Sky Ascension stairs? Who dares to flag their tongues to say that we're not compatible? Huang Yueli sighed softly, isn't it that guardian you of yours? She said that Blue Profound Sect's regulation stated that first-year direct disciples who entered the sect have to take part in the assessment and also incited the other disciples' emotions, indirectly causing me to take the Sky Ascension stairs assessment. But whether she had done anything to the token or not, that I don't know, but this matter is definitely part of her ploy. Li Moying's expression turned extremely gloomy. Song, Ning, you. I gave her a chance on account of Piyu's face, but I've not expected that a leopard doesn't change its spots. This time round, I will ensure her a dismembered body. The cold intent beneath Li Moying's eyes was enough to freeze the entire Blue Profound Sect into an ice river. Huang Yueli sighed silently, knowing that Li Moying was indeed infuriated this time. Song Ningyu was really seeking her own death this time round, with no chance of survival. She was merely a little worried, not knowing what kind of reaction would Song Piyu had. As Soaring Heavens Continent's #1 array mastered Song Piyu, he had always been Li Moying's right-hand man, and if this incident gave birth to animosity, what should they do? But Li Moying was still upset right now, and it was all because of her, so Huang Yueli merely thought about it but didn't say anything at all. Alright, Moying, don't be angry, haven't you managed to save me in time? You're really good to me. Let's return back now, and I'll personally whip up a meal to show my gratitude, alright? Huang Yueli tugged his sleeve as she swayed gently in an attempt to placate him. Li Moying swept a glance at her and gave a cold harumph, trying to bribe me with just one meal? No way. This is not even your first offense. Don't be angry anymore, alright? This time is an accident, an accident. Moreover, you're overly anxious. In the past, during the experience learning, I've met with even more dangers than this, but aren't I still alright? Li Moying lowered his head as he bit down hard on her neck. Both bites were hard bites, and it left distinct teeth marks on her neck, which looked especially evident. You have the cheek to mention this. In the past, you shouldn't have taken the danger up by yourself. It's all my fault for not controlling you. In future, you're not allowed to do so, do you hear me? Li Moying looked at her from up close. Huang Yueli sweat. Being cautious and prudent wasn't wrong, but which practitioner didn't take any risks when they were out for gaining experience? If they weren't able to take any risks at all, then they could forget about dashing up to the cultivation peak. This man, he was really overly anxious. Looking at the little fox's eyeballs rolling around, but she didn't say a single word, Li Moying's heart started to flare up again. He lowered his head and wanted to bite her once again. Huang Yueli immediately raised up her hand and covered his mouth, quickly. Hey! Hey! Don't be like this, so many pairs of eyes are watching us. Li Moying stuck out his tongue and licked her palm. Huang Yueli hastily withdrew her hand. Li Moying then spoke lazily, "Where's the people?" Huang Yueli went into a daze as she turned her head to the left and right only to discover that they hadn't reached the ground, but we're on the summit on the rear mountain behind Blue Profound Sect. This place was the final destination of the Sky Ascension Stairs. 7,000 meters end point. Huang Yueli's eyes widened her eyes. We're on the summit. You brought me here along with you? Li Moying was able to reach this place by himself, which was something which she wasn't surprised about. But he brought an immovable her along, but he was still able to reach the summit together. This was something which even Huang Yueli was shocked about. Li Moying replied calmly, "What's so difficult about this? In the past, after the first time I've reached the summit, I've always been up here often. As long as you grasp the method, it's just an easy feat. By the time your cultivation raises up a little higher, you will be able to do it as well." Huang Yueli blinked at her, suspiciously. "What are you doing up here for no good reason?" "Of course there's a reason." Li Moying's lips curled as he brought her and turned towards the other direction. "Look." A magnificent scenery appeared in front of Huang Yueli's eyes. A huge lake appeared in the center of the summit, and on the two sides of the lake was laid with lush green grass, various beautiful flowers and trees with willowy stems draping down above the lake. As for the clear blue water in the lake, which was so clear where the bottom could be seen, it was apparently warm as a faint fog could be seen spiraling upwards, making the surrounding masked with an ambiguous feel which looked ethereal like a dream, as though it was an immortal fairyland. Huang Yueli looked at the beautiful scenery with her mouth agape and took some time before she was able to say something. "This. What kind of situation is this? Isn't it still winter now?" But on the summit of this rear mountain, it looked no different from spring. Li Moying looked at her shocked little face, and a sliver of smile appeared in his eyes. "The summit on the rear mountain is always this scenery. The absolute sword lake in front of you isn't an ordinary hot spring. Every drop of lake water contains an extremely condensed heaven and earth, profound qi, and the fog which floats on top of the lake are all profound qi. Under the nourishment of the heaven and earth, profound qi, these vegetation are filled with vitality." After Li Moying said this, Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and sensed the surrounding presence carefully. As expected, she just used a little strength and took in a mouthful of breath, not even using her cultivation method, when the condensed heaven and earth profound qi all gushed into her body in a rush. The feeling of the pure and moist profound qi flowed through her meridians, which was extremely comfortable, making her entire body feel light. So comfortable. She narrowed her eyes as her lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. After a moment, she reopened her eyes and turned to look at the man beside her as she asked curiously, "Strange, this absolute sword lake's profound qi's density is evidently much higher than the sword bath pool, isn't it? Why does everyone soak in the sword bath pool instead?" Blue Profound Sect's sword bath pool's reputation is famous outside, and it's one of the most established ancient historical remains in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and it was also the best cultivation training ground. Even for Blue Profound Sect's direct disciples, just going to cultivate in the sword bath pool, it required them to go through various hard work before they were able to obtain a certain amount. Whereas the evidently incredible Absolute Sword Lake was something which even Huang Yueli had never heard of. Li Moying laughed as he said, because at the summit of the rear mountain, only those who had passed the Sky Ascension stairs can come up. Most practitioners, even if they have reached the 9th stage realm, they aren't able to come up. So to speak, in the entire Soaring Heavens continent's practitioners, only the two of us have been here. As for the others, even if we told them that there is such a good cultivational ground at the end of the Sky Ascension stairs, they don't have the ability to come up here. Huang Yueli blinked, then the sword bath pool. Li Moying's slender long fingers pointed towards the bottom of their feet. Haven't you realized it already? The position of the sword bath pool is where the rear mountain valley's hinterland is, which is to say, it's right below the Absolute Sword Lake. Ah. Huang Yueli suddenly got it. In that way, the sword bath pool's pool water is water which flowed down from this lake. Li Moying nodded his head. Should be like this. Huang Yueli's brows rose as she said, in this way, so many talented disciples in Blue Profound Sect tried to wreck their racks to find a way to gain a chance to soak in it, are all bath water left over from what you bathed in. All the benefits have been reaped by you. They merely used the remaining dregs and were all in 7th heaven. I really feel the heartache for them. Li Moying gave her a smile which didn't look like a smile as he spoke on indifferently. The Absolute Sword Lake is right here, and for the past thousands of years, there haven't been any changes, and I've never stopped anyone from climbing the Sky Ascension stairs. If they have the ability, they can feel free to come share a bowl of the broth. Since they don't have the ability, then of course they can only use whatever I have left over. Saying that, his seductive peach blossom eyes radiated with brilliance as his gaze fell onto Huang Yueli's face. Right, in future, this place won't only be my bathtub, but yours as well. Eh? Huang Yueli had yet to react when Li Moying had already walked right over as he clasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Huang Yueli went into a daze for a moment before jumping up, trying to shake Li Moying's hand away. What are you trying to do? Li Moying's lips curled into an evil smile as he lowered his tone, making his voice sound even mellower and sexy. Lear, my little beauty, look at how condensed the profound chi is right here. The 4 seasons are just like spring, and what's even rarer is that no one else can come up here. It's just nice for the two of us to cultivate together. To tell you the truth, I had once found a god-grade cultivation method in an ancient mystic region previously, and I'm just lacking a beauty like you to cultivate together with me. Li Moying had a god-grade cultivation method in his past life, which was suitable for a husband and wife to cultivate together. This matter was something which Huang Yueli knew about. In her past life, because of this cultivation method, she had once suspected Mu Qingqing's motive for wooing her. But now, when these words entered her ears, what she felt was not suspicions, but rather embarrassment. Huang Yueli's face whooshed as it flushed bright red. You, what rubbish are you spouting? Li Moying pulled onto the young lady who attempted to escape, pulling her into his arms and kissed her hair on the top of her head as a mellow laugh was heard from his chest. Shy? You need not feel embarrassed. Usually the gaze which you cast upon me, I know it all. Anyway, there's no outsiders here right now. Let your husband give you a kiss. Li Moying's voice gradually became deeper and deeper, until it vanished totally without a trace. Huang Yueli was caught off guard by his kiss and immediately went into a blank. It took her quite some time before she regained her senses, as the heat on her face started to spiral once again. This man, he usually looked so cold and aloof, why did it feel as though he had no integrity at all now? Of course, even though he was bearing a dangerous look which seemed as though he was ready to attack her any time, it actually made her heart pound as well. Huang Yueli blinked and met that pair of seductive peach blossom eyes. For his past 2 lifetimes, that pair of eyes had attracted and seduced numerous young ladies. Pitch black like ink, which clearly reflected her petite figure, his gaze was focused yet passionate. From the start to the end, no matter how many people had counterwooed him, in his eyes, there was only her. Huang Yueli's heart jolted, and when Li Moying slowly leaned in close to her, she forgot to retreat backwards and forgot to hide, as though she was bewitched as she automatically leaned closer to him. Under the willowy twigs, the dense mist echoed a magpie's melodious chirping. After quite a while later, Li Moying suddenly pushed her aside. Moying? Huang Yueli blinked her bright beautiful eyes, as her eyes still bore a misty watery glint. Li Moying couldn't help but gulped as he almost couldn't stop himself from stretching out his wolf paws towards her once again. But eventually he managed to find his own self-control as he clenched his teeth hard and spoke in a deep voice, "Continue to cultivate on your own first, I'm going to leave you a little further away." Saying that, he turned around swiftly and plunged his head into the lake. His muscular hand moved lightly and he swam a far distance away. Huang Yueli took a deep breath as she steadied her breathing, and by the time she regained her senses, she turned around and took a look. Li Moying's figure kept on moving towards the other end of the absolute sword lake from this end, and then swum from the other end to this end. After a few rounds later, Huang Yueli couldn't help but let out a giggle. Sigh, she was just saying, some man actually dared to sprout rubbish, so he ended up without a good ending. She knew long ago that Li Moying would not possibly do anything to her right here, because even though the both of them were sleeping in the same room at night, Li Moying had never done anything to her at all. Huang Yueli roughly knew what Li Moying was thinking about. A powerful and overbearing man like her fiancé was generally rather traditional. He wouldn't really touch her until they were married. Knowing this point made Huang Yueli even more unbridled, especially when Li Moying was cracking his brains to use those awry ways to scare her. She mostly didn't fight back, and sometimes she would follow his trend to tease her own fiancé. Anyway, the person who needed to bath in cold water for the next 2 to 3 days was not her. Some people just wanted to court disaster, so why would she stop him from doing so, right? Li Moying swam 10 over rounds in the absolute sword lake and finally managed to exhaust a large portion of his excess energy before he barely managed to calm down. But when he turned his head around to take a look, only to see his little fox giggling non-stop, her gaze was still moving around him. That gaze could really make anyone go mad. Li Moying's brows creased as he took large strides towards her and gave her a stare. "What are you laughing at?" Huang Yueli put on an especially innocent sweet smile. "I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just very happy being with you, so can't I smile a little?" "Then do you want me to cry for you to see?" Saying that, she intentionally stretched out her little paw and poked Li Moying's face. But before she could continue to rebel, her little hand was caught by Li Moying. "Enough, do not play with fire." Li Moying's gaze was filled with warning. Huang Yueli smiled sweetly. "Forgive me for not being able to abide by your command. I'm a fire-attributed god-grade genius, and I have to play with fire every single day, so just let me play for a little while." Li Moying stared hard at her, and that scorching gaze simply lit her up completely. Huang Yueli looked at his restrained emotions as she couldn't help but blurt out, "Moying, let's get married sooner." When Li Moying heard that, he was apparently stunned. "What?" Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him as she couldn't help but mumbled, "Forget it if you didn't hear me." Once she said that, she felt a little regretful. After all, this sort of matter didn't seem as though it should be spoken out by a lady. But when she saw this usually overbearing man who did everything based on his own will, revealing such a restrained expression, she didn't know why and just blurted that out. She was feeling vexed and totally didn't notice that Li Moying's eyes flashed past a sliver of pain-struggling glint, as his hands also clenched tightly into fists. But this kind of expression only maintained for an extremely short period of time. When Huang Yueli raised her head once again, Li Moying had already resumed back to normal, as his face revealed an expression of ridicule. Lear, you can't wait to get married to me?" Is it because you have been looking forward to it for a long time? Then usually when I want to kiss you, you always push me away. Indeed, women all don't mean what they say. Scram. Huang Yueli couldn't help but kick his leg in the water. Humph, consider it as I'm too nosy. It'll be best if you don't want to get married forever. Li Moying looked at her proud look as the pained feeling grew beneath his eyes, pressing her face onto his body, not allowing her to see his real expression. How could he possibly not want to get married? He constantly kept thinking about it, to immediately complete their marriage to make her become his totally. But Li Moying's heart was twitching in pain, but his voice was gentle and mellow, with a hint of smile. All right, Lear, don't be angry, I'm just joking around with you. I also want to get married sooner, but we're not in this state. What kind of identity should we get married with? Isn't that too aggrieved for you? After I reach the 9th stage realm peak, we'll get married immediately. Li Moying coaxed the young lady in his arms softly, worried that she would not be happy. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. Men, you're indeed boring. Li Moying intentionally replied, since when am I boring? In the past, who was the one who said that she must marry the #1 top expert in Soaring Heaven's continent? Now I'm not, so of course I must try my best return back to that position. I must allow my little fox to marry grandly. Huang Yueli went into a blank for a moment, but her lips couldn't help but curled upwards as she felt a sense of sweetness in her heart. So, this was something which she had said a very long time ago, so long that she almost forgot about it, but yet Li Moying remembered it clearly even until now. To tell the truth, now that things became like this, she no longer minded if she could marry glamorously or not. As long as the both of them were still alive and they could be together, she already felt very happy. After experiencing the test of life and death and despair, she already knew what was most important and most valuable to her. But since her fiancé was so insistent, she had no need to dampen his spirits. Anyway, as long as she knew this man was already hers and he had no way to run, that was enough. Huang Yueli totally never thought that Li Moying would ever cheat in terms of this kind of matter. Because based on Li Moying's character, making such a decision was totally nothing strange at all. A proud peerless genius naturally didn't want to assume the identity of a weakling to go past the most important day of his entire life. Huang Yueli totally didn't suspect him as she leaned close to Li Moying and kissed him on his face while giving a sweet smile. Darling, you're really great to me. Then I will just wait. Li Moying's brows twitched, apparently being driven crazy by his little fiancé. At the same time, he also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least, Lear did not suspect anything. He suddenly put on a straight face as he put in pressure and pulled her hard, pressing Huang Yueli into the water. What's there to play? Cultivate properly. Earlier when you mounted the Sky Ascension stairs, you suffered a serious internal injury. Especially when you were trapped on the 6,000-meter mark, your soul trace suffered serious damage. Haven't you felt it for yourself? Ah. I think so. Huang Yueli's actions took a pause as she revealed an enlightened look. No wonder after she reached the summit had the giddy sensation. Initially, she thought that she was being smitten by this man, so it was actually not? No, it should be put as, both were part of the reasons. Li Moying was melancholic as he couldn't help but stuck out his finger and flicked her fair shiny little forehead. So silly, hurry up and cultivate. Your cultivation is obviously not enough, but you had to force yourself to climb upwards. Why is it that you are forever so stubborn? What's the matter with slightly stepping back for once? Luckily, the Absolute Sword Lake's lake water has miraculous effects towards restoring one's meridians and soul trace damage, so soak in it for some time and you will feel much better. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's nose wrinkled as she raised her delicate little chin with a face of disapproval. The Sky Ascension stairs which your blue profound sect set up, isn't it to filter out the outstanding disciples with the sect for nurturing? Climb up a few more meters, and it will definitely be advantageous. I know this point, which is why I persisted on climbing up, otherwise would I intentionally look for a beating for no good reason. Do you really think I'm dumb? You're indeed not dumb, but... Lemoyne casted a glance at her and gave a humph. Is that the only reason why you climbed up here? Of course. Huang Yueli originally wanted to insist on the explanation which she was saying before, but when her sight grazed past Lemoyne's face, she discovered that this man had a "I know everything" expression, and she instantly deflated as she pouted her lips. Alright, there was another teeny-weeny bit of reason, and that's because I can't stand that woman Song Ningyu. Who asked her to use that kind of gaze towards you, as though you're hers? What was wrong with that? I'm the one who's your fiancé, just what sprout does she think she is? The more Huang Yueli said, the angrier she got as she stretched out her fingers and twisted part of Lemoyne's arm. Say for yourself, why does Song Ningyu think of herself in that kind of inevitable and right way? In the past I already found her to be very strange. Have you been doing anything that you shouldn't behind my back? Lemoyne's breathing took a pause, as he finally realized that he had asked a question which he should never have asked. Originally he only wanted to tease his little fox a little, but he had not expected her to recall the matter regarding Song Ningyu instead. He could sense deeply now, what was called as moving the stone to smash his own feet. Meeting Huang Yueli's ferocious big eyes, he coughed out fiercely, this. Lear, you obviously know it's impossible for there to be anything between me and her. She can't even be compared to a finger of yours, how could I possibly take any interest in her? As Lemoyne was saying that, his expression slowly turned chilly. He really had not expected that Song Ningyu had actually provoked Huang Yueli in their past lives. No wonder when he wooed Huang Yueli then, when he invited the little fox to come to Blue Profound Sect as his guest with the original intention to improve their relationship, but in the end it actually angered her instead, making the both of them almost separating totally. Song Ningyu, she was simply looking for death. Huang Yueli stared at him in a worked-up manner. Actually she knew that it was a degrading act for her to compare herself with Song Ningyu, this kind of woman, but the moment she recalled the gaze which she casted on to Lemoyne, she really couldn't help the sourish feeling from gushing up. Lemoyne realized that something was amiss as an idea popped up and he quickly changed topic. Alright, Lear, we will talk about this matter another day. I guarantee that after we leave this place, I will give you a satisfactory reply. Now, should you head towards the lake to recuperate? The injury's on you, it's not wise to drag it out for too long. Oh, for matters related to cultivation, Huang Yueli started to become solemn. Lemoyne's gaze went round her face. But it's not advisable to soak too long as well because it will cause one to become groggy. In future, I will still bring you over here. Heavens knows that if he continued to stay around this delicate little beautiful fiancée with disorderly clothing, how much self-restraint would he finally have left? The next time if he were to bring her along, he would definitely bring along a large towel, wrapping up this little fox completely. Lemoyne thought about this hatefully. On seeing Huang Yueli sitting back obediently and even started to cultivate, he shifted his gaze away as he looked out into the far distance. Recalling the incidental questions which Huang Yueli posed earlier, Lemoyne's mood turned extremely heavy. Huang Yueli pretended to shut her eyes, but she was actually spying on Lemoyne's action secretly. Seeing his face suddenly revealing a grave look, her heart started to raise some suspicions. But the feeling of being soaked in the absolute sword lake was simply too comfortable. The warm lake water's temperature was just nice, and the condensed heaven and earth profound chi enveloped her within, without the need to use too much energy, and she was able to take in a large amount of pure profound chi. Huang Yueli slowly immersed herself into this feeling as she entered a state of meditation. She didn't know how long had passed, but by the time she roused, she turned her head over and saw Lemoyne sitting opposite her, with his eyes shut as he cultivated as well. As though suddenly detecting Huang Yueli's gaze, he opened his eyes at the same time. What's the matter? Where are you not feeling well? Lemoyne asked concernedly. Huang Yueli made the profound energy revolve around her meridians for one cycle and later shook her head. Nothing. The injuries on my meridians and internal injury have recovered totally. This lake water is really too miraculous. I wonder which large clan or powerhouse from the ancient times left behind these historical remains? The effect of the Absolute Sword Lake was comparable to the Phoenix blood pool which she had soaked in previously. But the difference between the effects between these two was still rather huge. Phoenix blood was mainly used to refine the marrow to strengthen one's physique, so soaking in it was extremely stimulating and also very painful. But the Absolute Sword Lake was meant for storing various injuries and to nurture the meridians, hence it was extremely gentle, making one's body feel totally relaxed. Li Moying saw that her face had indeed turned rosy, like a healthy baby, so he finally could rest his heart. Since this is the case, the sky has already turned dark, so it's time for us to go back as well. The lake water in the Absolute Lake pool will turn cold and might even freeze, so it's not possible to keep soaking in it. Huang Yueli nodded and directly stood up from the lake water. A shapely, fair and graceful young lady's figure was tightly stuck on with a layer of thin material, which revealed itself faintly discernibly. Li Moying saw this scene without any preparation and it almost led to a nosebleed. Huang Yueli looked at his dazed look and giggled before turning around to a huge tree behind to change her clothes. The clothes on her was not only dirty, it was also wet, but luckily she kept a few spare sets in the space within the Sky Phoenix ring, so she could just change into those. Not too long later, she had already changed out of her wet clothes. Li Moying took out an outer robe and his fingers pulled onto a gold-colored waist belt as she passed over to Huang Yueli. Help me fasten it on. You have hands, why can't you fasten it yourself? I'm not your maid. Huang Yueli mumbled in dissatisfaction. Although she said that, she still received his waist belt obediently and stretched out her arm around his slender and well-built waist to help him fasten it on. Li Moying found her pouty lips very adorable and gave a soft chuckle. You're not my maid, you're my little wife. Huang Yueli raised her chin. That is hard to say. We're not married yet, I still have chances to pick someone else. Keep wishing, you're already engaged. You're my woman alive, and my ghost if you're dead. Li Moying bit her lips hard and took the opportunity while she covered her mouth and breathed hard to hold her slender waist and jumped down from the cliff. Falling down from a height of 6,000 meters and above, even if it was a 9th stage realm practitioner, it would still result in either death or serious injury with more parts of it pointing to disaster. But Li Moying seemed as though he didn't know the danger of doing so, and just jumped down without any sense of hesitation. Huang Yueli buried her face into the man's chest. Even though the speed of dropping downwards quickly made one feel uncomfortable, but leaning against Li Moying's embrace made her feel filled with a sense of security. This man, when did he turn so powerful and invincible? Every single time she met with danger, he was always able to reach in time. As long as he was around, there was nothing that she needed to worry about. Even though she was such a powerful and outstanding talented young lady, but she still desired the feeling of being pampered and protected, and only Li Moying was able to give her this kind of feeling. The speed of descent became faster and faster, and not too long later, the two of them neared the ground. Li Moying's back flashed past a bolt of blue-purplish electric current as a pair of magnificent thunder wings appeared behind his back, opening up to his left and right sides. The tremendous force was cushioned and their descending speed decreased slowly, and finally they landed steadily onto the ground. Huang Yueli then raised up her head as she looked at Li Moying. We too. She had merely said 2 words when she suddenly felt her eyes getting blurry and the surroundings suddenly started to light up brightly, getting brighter by the minute as a radiant glow pierced directly into her eyes, so bright that she totally couldn't open her eyes at all, to the point of tears almost flowing out. What's the matter? Huang Yueli hurriedly shut her eyes as she buried her face back into Li Moying's chest. Li Moying used his wide robe sleeve and covered her head to help her block the light, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. No need to be anxious, this should be due to the reallocation of ranking on the cloud mounting chart. Ah. Huang Yueli then recalled that after she and Li Moying mounted to the summit, there would definitely be changes in the ranking, and it was heard that when there was a shift in first rank, the cloud mounting chart would give off stunning brilliant rays to the extreme, and she had thought that this was exaggerated. In the end, it was really that eye-piercing, almost causing her eyes to become blind. After a short moment later, the rays slowly became weaker and Huang Yueli's vision slowly regained back to normal. She turned her head around and the first thing she noticed was not the chart but that the valley was filled with people. Why are there so many people? We've obviously been on the summit for several hours. Why are they still here for? Li Moying knew the reason for this as his lips curled, probably wanted to witness the grand scene of the change in ranking for first place. Huang Yueli pouted as she spoke with disdain, what's so interesting about that? You don't feel it's interesting, but others feel it is. Li Moying pinched her cheek. Little Fox had a pampered life with outstanding innate talent, and she herself had broken numerous records so naturally she wouldn't understand the looking forward which ordinary practitioners had towards the strong. They obviously knew that they themselves weren't able to reach that destination, but looking at their own idols breaking the record, they were able to feel as though it had happened to themselves. Li Moying hadn't guessed wrongly. So many of them were waiting right here, it was indeed because they were waiting for them to descend. Although the assessment had already ended, but Song Pijun and the others didn't dare to leave. They had committed such a grave mistake today, almost making their future sovereigness dying in front of them. If they still dared to run away from the offense, they would probably be skinned alive by Li Moying. They didn't dare to leave and those ordinary disciples thought that they were waiting to witness the birth of the new ranking, so they all stayed behind as well. There were some practitioners who found out about these later on and all hurried over upon hearing of this. That was why it led to the entire valley being filled with mountains of people. Everyone's gazes were fixed uniformly towards the cloud mounting chart. However, the result of the chart was out of everyone's expectations. Quite a number of them rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen it wrongly themselves. When the number 1 rank of the cloud mounting chart has any changes, it actually gives off such radiance. This is really too shocking. Senior Brother Li is really the genius whom so many large powerhouses fight over for. Such a tedious sky ascension stairs, to him it's just an appetizer. Senior Brother Li becoming the number 1 of the cloud mounting chart is really well deserved. Wait a minute. Have I seen it wrongly? You didn't see it wrongly, Junior Sister Bai's name is indeed above Senior Brother Li's. How could this be possible? It was obviously Senior Brother Li who brought Junior Sister Bai to the summit. How is it possible that Junior Sister Bai's name is on top? That's right. Could it be that the cloud mounting chart has an error? What's going now? How can the ranking be wrong? In the past, such a mistake had never happened. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as they didn't expect such a thing to really happen. When Huang Yueli heard their discussions, she blinked in astonishment as she turned her head and looked towards the cloud mounting chart. She only saw the number 1 and 2 positions on the chart had already been replaced by new names, and Feng Zhihao was pushed to the 3rd rank. This was something which was unexpected, but the name which appeared on the number 1 place was not Li Moying's name as what everyone expected, but was Huang Yueli's. Li Moying's name appeared right below her name instead, and the height which was stated behind their names were both 7,000 meters. Huang Yueli went into a blank momentarily and instantly understood why. No wonder earlier when Li Moying carried her to the summit, he intentionally lifted up her waist before putting her down, so it was because he wanted to let her land on the summit first. Both of them were on the same height and the first to reach would naturally rank in front. Li Moying, who had always been proud and arrogant, unwilling to be beneath anyone else, was actually willing to let his own beloved fiancée stand on top of him. Huang Yueli turned back her head and took a peek at Li Moying. Sovereign, you actually gave up your number 1 rank so magnanimously? In future, if you are suppressed by your wife, you will have no chance of turning yourself over. Li Moying chuckled softly, I'm willing with all my heart. Will my wife please do your best to suppress me, don't stand on ceremony. You said this yourself. Huang Yueli revealed a crafty smile. Li Moying held his fiancée's waist as his heart pounded and was just about to speak when he saw Song Pajun and the others who were standing not too far away in fear and trepidation, and his expression sunk instantly. Huang Yueli also noticed them and at the same time acutely sensed that Li Moying was unable to control the fury in his heart as his breathing became heavier and heavier, while his profound energy kept on seeping out, almost about to explode on the spot. She hurriedly poked the man's elbow from behind as she said softly, please. Moying, there's so many people around, do you really want to expose your own identity? Li Moying's voice seemed to have hissed out from the slits of his teeth, this slut, she almost killed you. Huang Yueli answered softly, let's talk about it after we return to Levitation Sword Palace. Alright, then let's go. Li Moying knew too that this wasn't the right place to get worked up and could only forcefully suppress his rage as he hooked onto Huang Yueli's waist and brought her leaving this place swiftly. Song Pajun and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly dragged Song Mingyu along, while chasing after them. The few important people had all left, but the crowd at the foot of the mountain didn't leave until a long time later. There were a lot of others who rushed over in a hurry after seeing such a bright ray of light coming from the rear mountain. Many of them pounded their chests for missing the chance to see Li Moying climb the mountain, regretting that they had left one step too early. Li Moying brought Huang Yueli back to Levitation Sword Palace strolling in big steps as they walked. The few guardians chased after them behind, but the minute they reached the door, their footsteps halted and they didn't dare to step inside. Li Moying's ice-cold voice was heard coming from the inside of the door, what's the matter? Still not going to scram in? Do I need to coax and plead for you all to come in? Their hearts jolted as the sweat on their backs started to sprout, soaking through their clothes. From Sovereign's tone, they knew that he was still in a rage and if they entered the room right now, it was definitely delivering themselves to their own deaths, but if they didn't enter, it was still the same as looking for death. Song Pajun and the others braced themselves as they pushed the door open and the minute they entered the main hall, they immediately knelt down on the ground. Sovereign, this subordinate was unable to protect Madame properly. We really deserve 1,000 deaths. Li Moying's icy cold gaze swept across the trio who prostrated on the ground. This sovereign passed Lear to you guys for protection, but in the end, how did you manage things? Last time you didn't follow her down the mountain and caused her to almost be abducted. On account of so many years of hard work, which you have put in for so many years, this sovereign let you all off. But this time, at Blue Profound Sex Turf, something similar happened again. What's the use of this sovereign having a few imbeciles like you for? Song Pajun and the others pressed their heads heavily onto the ground as they didn't dare to even breathe heavily. Li Moying was usually grave, stern, and dignified, but the minute he flared up, it made one tremble in fear. Even for a 9th stage realm peak practitioner like Song Pajun, under his imposing manner, he had no choice but to submit to him automatically. Huang Yueli looked at Song Pajun and the others and couldn't help but cried out softly, Moying, you can't blame this matter on them entirely. I also agreed to take part in the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment. Li Moying turned his head and gave her an angry stare, you also know you are at fault. Huang Yueli stuck out her tongue and didn't say a single word. But after Li Moying was interrupted by her, his anger dropped slightly and his rationality regained a little. How would he not know that Song Pajun and the others were totally loyal to him and this was merely an accident, which wasn't so serious that it should lead to death? But the minute anything was linked to Huang Yueli, Li Moying found it hard to control his own anger, so it was unavoidable to do something overly aggressive. The anger in his heart was hard to quell as he pointed towards the door, since nothing happened to Lear today, I'll let you guys off. But you can't escape punishment. All of you scram to the torture chamber to accept your punishment. Men, throw that slut Song Mingyu in. Song Pajun and the others seemed as though they were saved as they hurriedly retreated out of the door. When they left, they happened to see a few attendants escorting Song Mingyu, who had been bundled up like a dumpling, as they brushed past her. Song Piyu's footsteps took a halt, as he turned back and took a look at Song Mingyu. Song Pajun noticed his action and frowned. Piyu, surely you're not still thinking of that woman, trying to think of going to plead with sovereign right? Song Piyu's fist subconsciously tightened. Song Pahun also persuaded, second brother, it's not that I want to say you but Song Mingyu, she had never liked you at all. She got engaged to you just because she's merely using you. If she did treat you as a matter, why would she go provoke Grandmaster Huang so many times after Sovereign returned? Who does she think she is? Sovereign's concubine? Song Pajun also added, forget about her. You're one of Soaring Heaven's continent's top exponents, the #1 array master, so you can get whichever woman you want, isn't it? She's not worth it. Don't anger Sovereign and push yourself over because of her. Song Piyu clenched his teeth tightly, I understand. The minute Song Mingyu entered the main hall, her gaze fell onto Huang Yueli. Not only did Huang Yueli not sustain any injury, instead her complexion was rosy and her fluid glance was circulating as though her cultivation had a huge improvement. Moreover, Li Moying held on to her hand, not letting go. That made Song Mingyu feel extremely hateful and jealous towards her, so not only did she not plead for mercy, instead she started to berate her loudly. Huang Yueli, you're so complacent now. So your innate talent is much more outstanding than in your past life, no wonder you have no fear of anything. Do you think that you're worthy of Sovereign just because of this? Do you think that your innate talent fell from the sky just like that? I'm telling you, you can have today's achievements, it's all because of Sovereign. Song Mingyu's miserable shrieks were heard hovering from above the main hall. This reckless speech of hers made Li Moying totally unable to control his own temper as the profound energy in his body surged outwards, striking heavily onto Song Mingyu's chest. Song Mingyu's body was sent flying as she spat out blood in midair, crashing heavily onto the wall. The incomparable firm 1,000-year-old outer wall shook from this force that hit against it. Song Mingyu slowly slid down against the wall with an evident pool of blood on the ground. Those attendants who had not retreated out from the hall in time all shuddered when they saw this. Because anyone with eyes could tell that the posture Song Mingyu slid down was extremely strange. Evidently, all the bones in her body had been crushed by the raging Li Moying. Song Mingyu laid limp on the ground like a pile of mud as blood kept spilling out from her mouth. Her entire body seemed as though it was burning with incomparable pain, but she was completely immobile, not even able to cry out at all. But on seeing Huang Yueli, who was slowly approaching her, her gaze suddenly shot out a venomous look. Song Mingyu was really unresigned. She had already started to love Sovereign before Huang Yueli, and it was obviously her who gave up more things than her, and even because of Li Moying, she forced herself to continue cultivating, accepting the most dangerous missions just so that he could give her one more look. But why was it that in Li Moying's heart, there was only Huang Yueli from the start to the end? Even if it was more than a decade ago when Huang Yueli totally refused to accept him, he was still deeply attached to this atrocious woman, totally unwilling to cast her a glance at all? Song Mingyu stared intently at Huang Yueli. If one's gaze could kill, she would have probably killed Huang Yueli more than 1,000 times. If only this wretched lass wasn't around, perhaps. Huang Yueli stopped the upset Li Moying as she personally walked up. She lowered her head and looked at Song Mingyu as she calmly opened her mouth. Why? Still want to kill me? Feel that I've caused you harm? Did you really think that without me, Moying will fall in love with you? Song Mingyu wanted to open her mouth to abuse roundly, but she was only able to make a caw-caw sound from her throat, totally unable to make out a single word at all. Huang Yueli spoke with an icy cold tone. Must Moying fall in love with you just because you're devoted to him? Then Guardian Yu is already very good to you, but why is it that so many years have passed and you still betrayed him so easily? On account that you have once helped Moying do many things, I had given you a chance to let you and Guardian Yu lead a good life together. Alas, you insisted on seeking your own death. This time round, no one can save you. Huang Yueli raised her right hand as she said that, about to kill Song Ningyu with her own hands. However, her wrist was suddenly held back from behind. Lear, don't dirty your own hand because of this wretched woman. After Li Moying spoke to her in an extremely gentle tone, he turned his head back and commanded the attendants. Drag her away. There are so many magical beasts in the Imperial Beast Garden, they should want a change in their diet. Song Ningyu's expression changed abruptly. The magical beasts reared in the Imperial Beast Garden were all 7th tier and above, and each and every one of them were extremely vicious. If she was really thrown in there, she would die with an incomplete corpse, not even having any remains of bones of dregs. After Li Moying finished with his words, he didn't even bother to take another look at her as he grabbed hold of his fiancée's little hand and pulled her away. Lear, you must be tired today. I'll make them bring some snacks into the bedroom, take some and have a good rest. But don't forget that you promised to cook for me personally today. We'll just put it aside for now, but tomorrow you must fulfill your promise. Song Ningyu's eyes turned black as she was totally unwilling to believe that she would end up with this kind of ending. It was obviously that little slut who should die. Why was it that that wretched lass would be able to turn misfortune into blessing every single time? She was obviously dead meat this time, but she still managed to escape death and even gained more adoration from Li Moying. She was unresigned, unreconciled. Even till her death, she would still be unreconciled. Song Pijun and the others heard Song Ningyu's miserable cries. Song Piyu's forehead creased together tightly, as he subconsciously wanted to return to the main hall. Song Pahun's reaction was extremely swift. On seeing his expression, he immediately guessed what he was about to do and pounced upwards, hugging his waist from behind to stop his movements. Second brother, wake up. Song Ningyu got what she deserved, and she is guilty of this. How many times have Sovereign let her off on your account? This time round you still want to plead for her? Have you forgotten the days when we were in our most miserable state? It was the Sovereign who gave us a hand, and it was all because of him, which is why we are able to achieve what we have today? You really want to betray Sovereign because of a woman who played around with your feelings? Let go of me. Song Piyu struggled for a while, but didn't manage to struggle free. Song Pijun looked at him and his brows were tightly knitted, not knowing how to persuade him. Piyu, Song Ningyu isn't the same young lady 30 years ago who joined in the Guardian training with us, the one who went through experience training with us. She has changed, and if you are still unable to get this fact into your head, it will only cause pain to yourself. Song Piyu's struggling movements took a pause. How would he not know what Song Pijun said was the truth? In actual fact, he was extremely disappointed with Song Ningyu, but when she was really about to be sentenced to death, he couldn't help but recall that Song Ningyu, who had yet to be smitten by Li Moying a long, long time ago. The her then, was once a very innocent and very stubborn young lady. Alas, so much time had passed and everyone was not able to return back to the past. Just at this moment, the door to the hall opened and the few attendants dragged Song Ningyu out. The current Song Ningyu was already half dead as she laid limp on the ground, totally immovable. Song Pahun had a shock and didn't grab on tightly, which allowed Song Piyu to struggle free, rushing over towards Song Ningyu. Second brother! Song Pahun shrieked out, wanting to chase after him. Song Pijun pulled him from behind. Forget it, from what I see. Song Ningyu is severely injured this time round and probably is unable to live. Just let them bid their last farewell. When Song Pahun heard that, he withdrew his hands blankly. Song Pijun looked at Song Piyu, who was kneeling on the ground, as he gave a deep sigh. In the bedroom, Li Moying accompanied Huang Yueli to have their dinner, then summoned the attendants for the report. Reporting to Sovereign, Guardian Yu. Housekeeper Yu has already breathed her last. Li Moying's brows rose. So fast? Just this bit of time, it's not even enough to send her to the Imperial Beast Garden, isn't it? His played-down sentence made the attendant's back break out in cold sweat. Why, yes, reporting to Sovereign, it was Guardian Yu who retrieved Housekeeper Yu's corpse. Li Moying's brows creased. Song Piyu? He had already been betrayed by this slut several times, and he still hadn't given up. He even dares to defy my command for her? Huang Yueli could tell that he was slightly angered and immediately stretched out her arm, pressing against the man's slender long arm, and at the same time shot a glance towards the attendant, hinting for him to retreat hurriedly. Forget it, since Guardian Yu didn't come in to plead for her, that means that he is totally disappointed with Song Ningyu. Anyway, she's already dead, so you should just cool your temper. As Huang Yueli was saying that, she was feeling slightly regretful. Speaking of this, Song Piyu was indeed loyal towards Li Moying. Based on his status of number 1 array master in Soaring Heaven's continent, if he wanted to establish his own school, his status would not be any worse off than Liu Bian's. But in order to pay back the gratitude which Li Moying had given him back then, he had always been loyal to him and did not have any second thoughts at all. In their past lives, Song Ningyu had almost caused Huang Yueli's death once, and that time Li Moying almost killed her, but was obstructed by Song Piyu, who went all out to stop him. Huang Yueli could tell Song Piyu's thoughts, and a bright idea suddenly occurred to her as she suggested to Li Moying to betroth Song Ningyu to Song Piyu, thinking that this could help Song Piyu accomplish his aim, and as time passed by, Song Ningyu would eventually give up. Whoever knew that some things were predestined. 30 years had gone by, and whatever should have happened, still happened. After this matter had happened, even though Song Piyu didn't do anything wrong, but Li Moying would absolutely not trust him as he did in the past. The logic of guarding against those who try to hurt you wasn't something which Li Moying didn't understand. Li Moying had apparently thought of this as he gave a sigh and stretched out his arms to pull Huang Yueli into his embrace. Then I'll listen to you. Forget about it. Even after the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment had ended, the rear mountain was still bustling with excitement. Li Moying had sent out strict orders, not allowing the sect's disciples to spread out the incident of what had happened then. The number 1 Sacred Land sect regulations were extremely strict, and no one actually dared to speak out publicly, but in the entire Blue Profound sect's internal departments, it spread around like wildfire. Those disciples who had missed that day's grand event were all pounding their chests, extremely regretful about it. There were many who went over to take a look at the new cloud mounting chart, and they even laid in wait especially at Levitation Sword Palace, hoping to take a look at the legendary senior brotherly. But Li Moying was wholeheartedly focused in cultivating and almost never left Levitation Sword Palace. Only Huang Yueli would leave the door to swing about occasionally. In the fast, when Blue Profound sect's disciples saw her, their eyes were mostly filled with disdain, but now it was totally different. The moment she appeared, a large group of people would crowd around her, ferociously trying to fawn on her, being extremely nice, which made her unsure if she should laugh or cry. However, such peaceful days didn't last for too long. One afternoon, Song Pahun suddenly rushed into the rear hall in a haste. SOV. Where is Sovereign? This subordinate has something urgent to report. Huang Yueli left her half-refined profound armament and came out to meet the guest. Guardian Hun, it's so rare to see you in such an anxious state. Has something happened? Song Pahun replied. Grandmaster Huang, Lin family's clan leader, brought a large group of people saying that Sovereign killed some elder of theirs, and came over to Blue Profound sect to ask for an explanation. When Huang Yueli heard that, her brows raised as she spoke out in surprise. Those Lin guys actually have the guts to come to Blue Profound sect? And even to ask for an explanation? Aren't their guts a little too fat? Or are they tired of living? Lung family's status in Soaring Heaven's continent was only considered as a third-rate powerhouse and totally unable to fight against the number one sacred lands. Li Moying didn't bother to go find trouble with them and was already considered as being magnanimous, but they actually came looking for him themselves? Wasn't this a little overestimating their own ability? Song Pahun saw her puzzlement as he revealed a bitter smile and explained, Grandmaster Huang, things aren't like what you think. Although that Lung family's clan leader doesn't have much ability, but he's not so dumb to that extent. Today he's not here alone. Seven Stars Palace and Cloud Ocean sect have also sent their elders along, to stand up for him. What? Seven Stars Palace and Cloud Ocean sect have also sent their men here? Why do they want to wade in the muddled waters? Aren't they afraid of bringing trouble to themselves by being nosy? Huang Yueli's slender brows creased slightly. Seven Stars Palace and Cloud Ocean sect were one of the seven sacred lands, and in this kind of large powerhouse, each elder had at least 9th stage realm 8-level cultivation. Sending out such top exponents, just to stand out for a small clan's so-called elder? That Lung Fugue was merely at 9th stage realm 4th level cultivation, and was really not considered as some important character. According to logic, the 7 sacred lands were all high and mighty and seldom bothered about those small powerhouses' grudges. There was no news of Lin family having some strong backing behind them as well, so they were merely living on as some top 10 clans. What ability did they have to make 2 of the 7 sacred lands stand up for them? Moreover speaking, even if it was the 7 sacred lands, none of them would dare to come make trouble for Blue Profound sect over such a small matter. Song Pahun met with Huang Yueli's puzzled line of sight as he helplessly explained, Grandmaster Huang, that's something that you're not aware of. It's no longer the same now as it was 16 years ago. Huang Yueli was stunned. What do you mean? Ever since you self-exploded in the northern ice fields that year, after Sovereign killed those culprits, he announced that he went into closed-door cultivation, but actually you know the truth, which was he had already entered the wheel of reincarnation. From the start, Sovereign's prestige was still resounding, and although he wasn't around physically, there weren't many powerhouses who dared to offend Blue Profound sect, but as the years went by, Sovereign didn't emerge from his closed-door cultivation, so Sky Emperor City started to come out with various sort of rumors saying Sovereign's plan to advance failed and he had died from chi deviation. Whereas no practitioner in Blue Profound sect had enough standing and ability to replace him, therefore we did not dare to reveal the news of his death. Hence some powerhouses sent their men to create havoc, trying to probe to ascertain Sovereign's current situation. In the recent years, there had been many cases of our disciples who met with attacks while undergoing experience learning outside, and including your incident, as it was a little too sudden, the other sect's elders all came looking for us to get an explanation. Huang Yueli was in deep thoughts as she nodded, so it's like this. Soaring Heaven's continent's resources were limited and there were bound to be conflicts when various large powerhouses' disciples were out on experience learning or if they went out on missions. That year when Mu Qingqing's performance was at its peak, it awed the 4 sky regions and no one dared to pull his whiskers, which in turn made others not dare to offend Blue Profound sect's disciples. They were either ruling as a despot or behaving unscrupulously. But men were easily forgetful. After Mu Qingqing went into closed-door cultivation for a long period of time, many of them forgot his overpowering stance that year. Some large powerhouses, which had once been regulated under Mu Qingqing, were all fearful of his ability, not daring to act recklessly. Probe, 2. What they needed to do was to certify that Mu Qingqing was no longer alive before they dared to take genuine action. Otherwise, if Mu Qingqing were really to break through to the 10th stage realm, the minute he came out of his closed-door cultivation, he would probably kill them all in just one move. Since that's the case, then you guys must definitely not appear to be too weak. You must be hard enough in order to make those powerhouses who fear the strong and bullies the weak to stop short. Huang Yueli responded. Song Pahun nodded his head in agreement. Grandmaster Huang, what you said is correct. Every time Big Brother would appear very strong, as though Sovereign would come out of his closed-door cultivation at any moment, and initially, it really did scare quite a number of people. But after using the same trick for too many times, the effect gradually weakened, and now many of them were certain that Sovereign had already passed away, and their attitudes are much stronger than Big Brother Pajun. Big Brother isn't able to suppress the scene every single time. Take this time for example. 7 Stars Palace and Cloud Ocean Sex Elders are all in 9th stage realm peak. Apparently they don't have the intention to let this go easily. Since that's the case, let's hurry over and take a look quickly. Saying that, she hastened her footsteps as she ran towards the front hall. Grandmaster Huang, wait a moment, Grandmaster Huang. Song Pahun called out to her anxiously. He came over this time round wasn't to ask Huang Yueli to take care of this matter. If she was the Palace Lord Huang in her past life, this matter would of course be settled easily, but now her status must not be exposed, and although her innate talent was excellent, but she was just too young and her ability was just not powerful enough. Just based on her innocent and pure young lady appearance, how was she able to suppress those few wily old foxes who came with ill intentions? However, Huang Yueli's body movement was the strongest as she ran off like a wisp of smoke, which even Song Pahun was unable to stop in time. He was deeply worried that Huang Yueli would get into trouble, hence he could only hurriedly chase after her. Levitation Sword Palace Front Hall. Lung family's clan leader Lung Weiming sat on the guest seat and his hand was holding on to a teacup, but only half of his but was seated on the chair as he was shaking in fear and trepidation, unable to sit or stand still out of nervousness as he looked apprehensively at Song Pajun who was seated vertically above him. Ever since Mu Qingqing had gone into closed door, Song Pajun had been representing the authority of Blue Profound Sex Sovereign, also to aid Mu Qingqing in entertaining all the visitors. But he had never once sat on the main seat, only on the second seat, by the side. This was to announce to everyone that Mu Qingqing was still around, and as his subordinate, he didn't dare to assume dictatorship without permission. Lung Weiming's gaze went round the empty main seat and suspicions filled his heart. Had Mu Qingqing really passed away, like what the rumors said? If he hadn't passed away, why hadn't he appeared ever since then? He had gone into closed-door cultivation for the past 16 years, which was extremely uncommon. But if he was really dead, why was Song Pajun able to persist on for so many years, living on as the identity of the eldest guardian, and not become the sovereign instead? Not even daring to sit on the main seat? Although Song Pajun's ability couldn't be compared to Mu Qingqing's ability which awed the 7 sacred lands that year, but he was also a top exponent on the sky chart and he could still take a firm hold on the position of sovereign. Just as Lung Weiming was letting his thoughts run wild, Song Pajun spoke out. Clan leader Lung, elders, you all are rare visitors. Today you visited Blue Profound Sect, and even insisted on paying a visit to Sovereign. I wonder what can we do for you? Surely it's not as if you don't know that our Sovereign had always been in closed-door cultivation? Before Lung Weiming could say a single word, his sweat already broke out. He was only a tiny character in Sky Emperor City, and if it wasn't for 7 Stars Palace and Cloud Ocean Sect's instigation, where would he ever find the guts to come to Blue Profound Sect? Finding trouble privately for the young disciple Li Moying was one matter. When it came to really coming to the door to challenge the number 1 sacred land, that was a different matter. Clan leader Lung, do be frank, and if there's nothing else, this guardian has many other sect affairs to deal with, so I do apologize for not being able to give you a good reception. Song Pajun placed the teacup heavily onto the table, as he spoke in a chilly tone. This attitude was extremely arrogant. Before Lung Weiming could say a word, the elder from 7 Stars Palace couldn't suppress himself as he spoke out loudly, Guardian Jun, no matter what we are considered as someone with a reputation from various large powerhouses, so isn't your words a little too discourteous? Blue Profound Sect's disciples have killed someone and yet still being so arrogant? Song Pajun gave a cold laugh. Elder Pan's words are really interesting. I am Blue Profound Sect's guardian whereas you are 7 Stars Palace's elder, so since when have our statuses become equivalent? This guardian invited you guys in to have some tea, and that's already courteous enough. You guys are the ones who are hemming and hawing, wasting so much time. Equivalent to the same elder-level character from the 7 sacred lands, Song Pujun totally didn't even think much of Elder Pan as he even said it outright. Elder Pan was so agitated by these words that he almost jumped out of his seat. You. Actually, when Mu Qingying's ability was at its peak, Blue Profound Sect was even more conceited and wilder than what they were now. This was the #1 sacred land's confidence and air of arrogance. But now that Mu Qingying had disappeared for such a long time, some of them were finding it a little hard to adapt, feeling that without Mu Qingying, Blue Profound Sect's total ability wasn't comparable to their 7 stars palace, so how could they continue to be so arrogant? He almost wanted to challenge Song Pujun, but he took a deep breath and managed to control his temper before sitting back at his original seat. Song Pujun saw this, and he couldn't help but sigh with lament. His sovereign's ability was just too valiant. Even after disappearing for so many years under the situation where his life and death was unpredictable, for a 9th stage realm peak practitioner like Elder Pan to still have restraining fear of his ability just from his fame alone, which didn't make him act recklessly. A person who managed to live like this had really reached his limit. Elder Pan's anger had not yet quelled as he spoke out in an eccentric tone. It's not that we're hemming and hawing, it's obviously Blue Profound Sect, which had the intention to cover up for the person who committed the crime. This matter is already clear enough. Lung family had an elder who had been killed some days ago, and the murderer is your sect's newly accepted direct disciple, Li Moying. He even dares to kill elders from other large powerhouses. He's simply gone too far in bullying others. Before Elder Pan could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted by Song Pujun. Elder Pan, when have you betrayed 7 Stars Palace? Elder Pan suddenly went into a blank. What? I am totally loyal towards 7 Stars Palace, how could I possibly betray the sect? Song Pujun replied coolly, really? From your tone, this guardian thought that you have already turned towards the Ling family and joined them. Since the person who died is an elder from the Ling family, how did you find out about this? And on what basis do you have to sprout rubbish right here? You. Alright, then I'll let clan leader Ling tell you himself. Elder Pan was stuffed for words as his face flushed crimson red, turning his head back fiercely towards Ling Weiming while throwing a vicious look at him. Looking at his cowardly expression, the minute he entered Levitation Sword Palace, he was so scared that he wasn't able to speak a single word clearly. It was no wonder that Ling family's forces had been dropping badly. Ling Weiming had actually started to regret coming over because no matter which sacred land, he totally could not afford to offend any one of them. When the deities fought, the ones who suffered a calamity were the little imps like them. But he understood this logic too late, and now he was already stuck in a difficult position. Under Elder Pan's coercive look, Ling Weiming could only brace himself to open his mouth. This. Guardian June, the matter happened like this. Our family's elder Ling Fugue was murdered by someone a few days ago. We found this corpse and suspected that this matter had something to do with your sect's Li Moying, so we'd like to ask Blue Profound Sect for an explanation regarding this. Ling Weiming was shaking in fear and trepidation as he immediately shrunk back to his seat the minute he finished his speech. Elder Pan was thoroughly upset by this. This fellow had obviously become terrified after he saw Song Pujun, and his words were just too weak, so who would bother about him at all? Elder Pan immediately spoke out, what suspect? He is killed by Li Moying. How could an elder from a large powerhouse die for no reason? Aren't you guys going to hand over the murderer? Song Pujun revealed a cold smile. Elder Pan's words are really interesting. You're saying that that person was killed by young Master Li, but does that really mean that he killed him? What proof do you have? Proof? What proof do you need? Everyone knows that Li Moying and the Ling family had a feud. He's the one who obviously nurses a grudge against the Ling family and intentionally created trouble, simply because he was relying on the fact that he's a disciple from Blue Profound sect so he could kill anyone recklessly. He's simply a villain who has moral turpitude. Elder Pan started off with a round of abuses the minute he opened his mouth, casting out various malicious accusations towards him. I have personally seen Elder Ling's corpse. The bones on his body had been crushed into dregs, and his meridians had all been broken, but yet he didn't die immediately. He struggled for 4 hours on the ground before he finally breathed his last. This method of killing someone is simply too cruel, and Li Moying is simply devoid of conscience. I am here today to help the entire Sky Emperor city get rid of the venom. Elder Pan's aggressive look was just like an envoy of justice, just as if Song Pajun didn't immediately tie Li Moying up and handed him over to them, he would become one of those evildoers. Song Pajun's expression was extremely gloomy. Elder Pan's words had insulted the entire Blue Profound sect, and he even splashed dirty water onto his sovereign whom he respected the most. In Song Pajun's mind, Li Moying was the greatest existence in the entire continent, and no matter what he did, he was absolutely right. Even if he did casually kill someone, that was something which should have been done, so who was this clown Elder Pan to judge? A loud resounding crash was heard as the main hall exploded. Song Pajun smashed an arabesque-designed porcelain teacup heavily on the ground as he stood right up. Elder Pan, please use your words carefully. This is Blue Profound sect, not some place where you can behave atrociously at will or where you can speak freely without thinking. This guardian allowed you into this hall is considered as giving 7 Stars Palace enough face, but now you're maligning our sect's disciples openly. Do you really think Blue Profound sect is that easy to bully? Song Pajun's ability originally overpowered Elder Pan, and now that he was in a rage, it made one even more terrified. Elder Pan subconsciously took a step back, but his lips were still extremely tough. I am standing on the righteous side. It's only just and right to pay one's life for murder. Guardian June can't win me in words and is unwilling to hand out the murderer. Are you intending to use your power to threaten me? Too bad, we 7 Stars Palace isn't someone who you can threaten easily. Song Pajun gave a cold laugh. What a joke. A mere 7 Stars Palace actually dares to challenge Blue Profound sect? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? You've insulted our sect's disciples, and this guilt cannot be forgiven. On account of 7 Stars Palace and Cloud Ocean sect's relationship with our sect, we will forgive you this once, so why don't you hurry up and scram? Men, send the guests out. His astute and arrogant attitude seemed as though he wasn't chasing away some elder from the 7 sacred lands, but rather a beggar who came up to beg for alms. Song Pajun waved his sleeves as an indication for the attendants to come in and chase those people out. Elder Pan was shaking from anger. Guardian June, aren't you going overboard? Why? Elder Pan doesn't bear to leave? Surely you're not waiting for this guardian to send you off personally? Song Pajun spoke icily. Elder Pan got a little timid under Song Pajun's pressurizing aura. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, a restraint existed within Soaring Heaven's continent, obstructing many powerful practitioners from breaking through to 10th stage realm and merely remaining at 9th stage realm peak cultivations. But precisely because of this, it caused many 9th stage realm peak practitioners to have a huge disparity in terms of ability. The sky chart was used to weigh this kind of disparity, and Mu Qingqing, who was on the top of the chart, was able to kill everyone who was in the chart below him. Song Pajun was ranked number 6, and his ability was extremely strong, so Elder Pan admitted that he was not his opponent, hence his imposing manner immediately stood at a disadvantage. Just as Elder Pan was being hesitant, a middle-aged man seated next to him, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly stood up and walked right towards a spot which was not too far away from Song Pajun. Guardian June, what do you mean by this? Is this the way that Blue Profound sect treats their guests? Could it be that Sovereign Mu isn't around, so you guys have lost the basic manners on how to treat your guests? The middle-aged man who had two short stashes of mustache spoke in a slow and steady manner, and the imposing manner coming from him was even stronger than Elder Pan. "Bisect Master Yu, I should be asking you what's your meaning of all these? You guys just came for no apparent reason, saying that our sect's direct disciple had killed someone. You even came with such an overbearing look, why? Are you intending to capture him personally? Do you treat this as your own place, Cloud Ocean Sect?" Song Pajun still bore the icy cold expression, but in his heart, he already felt that things were not going very well. This middle-aged man's backing was very huge. He was the vice sect master of Cloud Ocean Sect and ranked number right on the sky chart. He was also considered as one of the top experts, and although he and Elder Pan's individual abilities weren't comparable to his, but if they joined hands, Song Pajun would definitely not be their match. From their looks, it seemed as though they were set on probing clearly if Mu Qingqing was really still alive. Li Moying's innate talent was outstanding, and there were high hopes for him to become the second Mu Qingqing. Anyone with brains would surely understand that this kind of peerless genius was the sect's biggest fortune. He had just killed someone out of convenience, so how would they possibly hand him over to other powerhouses, to be punished just over such a small matter like this? Don't say that Blue Profound Sect was the number one sacred lands. Even if it was an ordinary powerhouse, they wouldn't possibly do such a stupid thing like this. Unless they were left with no choice. So these people used the handle of capturing Li Moying. Their main motive wasn't for him, but for the sake of forcing out the mastermind Mu Qingqing. From what they saw, if Mu Qingqing was still alive, he would absolutely not allow anyone to bully his people under his watchful eyes. If he was unable to protect the genius disciples under his wing, how was he able to claim that they were the number one sacred lands? Whereas if Mu Qingqing continued to keep silent like this, that would only mean that he was really dead or some accident had happened while he was cultivating. So even if he wasn't dead, he wasn't able to come out. Those large powerhouses, which were getting to stir, would have no need to be worried about him then. Song Pajun's mind was racing fast, but his face revealed a smile of ridicule. Interesting, just based on you two's ability, do you really think that you can do whatever you wish in Blue Profound Sect? I'm not the only one in Blue Profound Sect who is at 9th stage realm peak. When Vice Sect Master Yu heard that, he gave a cold laugh. I also know that Blue Profound Sect has extraordinary ability, and the 4 Great Guardians are all strong exponents in the sky chart. Other than that, there are several elders who are in 9th stage realm peak, and there are even some grand elders who are living in seclusion. Just based on the two of us, of course we naturally wouldn't dare to challenge the might of the number one sacred land. Song Pajun's gaze congealed as he cried out sharply, since you know these, still not going to scram. Vice Sect Master Yu suddenly laughed out loudly, Guardian Jun, you've misunderstood our intentions. Of course just me and Elder Pan alone do not have enough qualification, so we're not here alone. It's just that we walked much faster, so we couldn't help, but came over to visit Guardian Jun first. What do you mean? Song Pajun knew that something fishy was going on as his forehead creased tightly. What I mean is. Before Vice Sect Master Yu could speak out, an attendant came running in while falling from outside the hall. His face had evident injuries, as though he had been beaten up. The minute he entered the door, he knelt onto the ground. Gooer. Guardian Jun, things are not wise. The door. Many people came to our door, from various large powerhouses, and they all said they're here to ask you, to hand over young Master Li. What? Song Pajun's eyes widened in shock, who else came over? There's 2 elders from Celestial Heaven's Gate, Sky Devil Sect's young sect master, Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's elder, and also my Mythical Flame Palace also sent someone over. The more Song Pajun heard, the deeper his heart sunk as the grave look on his face could not be concealed any longer. The other 6 clans from the 7 sacred lands had actually all arrived. Moreover, every clan sent out their top-rated top exponent who were in 9th stage realm peak. No wonder they had no fear and assumed that they were definitely able to force Li Moying out, to probe Mu Qingqing's actual situation. So many clans had arrived at the same time, even if Blue Profound Sect gathered all their 9th stage realm peak practitioners to meet the enemies head-on, they might barely be able to win all of them. But it was not possible for them to start a battle with the 6 sacred lands at the same time. Otherwise, even if they managed to defeat them, it would definitely draw out an even bigger trouble. Moreover, it might expose the truth related to Mu Qingqing's inability to lead the closed-door cultivation. In this way, the 6 sacred lands would act without restraining fear and dispatch their troops in full force, and by then, it would really be Blue Profound Sect's greatest catastrophe. So this time, Blue Profound Sect was really in a place where they could not advance nor retreat. Song Pajun's mind was in a turmoil and he had not yet come out with a plan, but those various large powerhouses' top exponents who were at the door could not wait as they walked in by themselves. Guardian June, we really haven't met for a long time. Your cultivation seemed to have advanced yet again. Levitation Sword Palace is really the same as a decade plus ago. It didn't change much since the time Sovereign Mu went into closed-door cultivation. Guardian June, how have you been? The few top exponents walked in as they all exchanged humble greetings with Song Pajun, with a polite and modest attitude. But Song Pajun's back was already soaked with cold sweat completely. He was very sure that they were being modest, because they weren't afraid of him or afraid of the Blue Profound Sect, but rather they were secured in the knowledge that they had a strong backing. Exactly because they had the confidence, hence they resorted to using this kind of peaceful measures, before using force. Actually, in these people's hearts, they had already confirmed that Mu Qingqing had already died in a disaster. Of course, Mu Qingqing was not dead, but had successfully reincarnated. But his current ability as compared to that year, then was really too big of a difference. Even Song Pajun himself was much stronger than the current Li Moying. Song Pajun was feeling uncertain, but there weren't any signs on his face as he cupped in fist in the other hand as a greeting to the various large powerhouses. Each of you are rare visitors. It's really rare that you have made time to grace our Blue Profound Sect, which really brings light to our humble sect. Please have a seat. He spoke slowly, attempting to draw a little more time. Because Song Pajun had already sent someone to go to the rear hall to ask Li Moying himself while he was with Lin Weiming and the others. Now that things had developed to such a step, it wasn't something which a guardian like him could deal on his own, so he could only see what plans Li Moying had in mind. This time round was the greatest crisis which he had encountered since he had started acting on behalf to handle the sect's matters, so that left him with no choice but to handle it prudently. Huang Yueli ran all the way from the corridor to the front hall when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Song Pahun then managed to chase up to her while huffing and puffing heavily. Grandmaster Huang, aren't your body movements a little too incredible? Even I can't chase up to you. You really have no intention to invite Sovereign out, but want to handle the Ling family's matters by yourself? Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes slightly as a grave expression appeared on her elegant face. I originally had this intention, but it looks like this matter isn't something which I can handle on my own. Song Pahun went into a blank. What do you mean? We have met with a huge mess. Huang Yueli pointed to a distance not too far away. Strong exponents from the 4 sacred lands were just entering Levitation Sword Palace's front hall. They moved swiftly with full determination, all having thoughts of slapping Song Pajun's face and to expose Blue Profound Sect's secret so naturally they wouldn't have noticed the 2 people who were hiding in the corner. Song Pajun took a look and his expression immediately changed. Celestial Heaven's Gate, Sky Devil Sect, Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, and even Mythical Flame Palace. Why has it become like this? The 6 other sacred lands other than Blue Profound Sect have all sent their 9th stage realm peak elders over. What are they intending to do? Huang Yueli couldn't help but give a cold smile. Looks like someone can't wait any longer. Wait. Wait for what? Huang Yueli swept him a glance. Can't wait for your sovereign to die faster. Song Pahan was so angry that his face turned red. Damn it. These people, they indeed don't have any good intentions. Sovereign had been in closed door for so many years and have no longer dabbled in the worldly affairs. Blue Profound Sect is also much lower keyed as compared to that year. They still dare to come create trouble for us now? What has Sovereign stopped them from doing? Huang Yueli spoke in a low voice. That's exactly the thing which I am unable to understand. She had a feeling that this matter isn't as simple as it appeared. Although on the appearance, it looked as though the 6 large powerhouses had come challenged the number 1 sacred lands for their own benefits, but after Mu Qingqing had gone into closed door for so many years, in actual fact, Blue Profound Sect no longer had the essence to control the entire Sky Emperor city. It was actually not necessary for them to work out with such great fanfare, just to be so insistent on certifying Mu Qingqing's current state. Not knowing why, Huang Yueli suddenly recalled that the last time she saw several clans from the 6 other sacred lands gathering today, was in the northern ice fields. So many of them worked together to set up the 10-directional nightfall formation to attack her, just to obtain the god relic Sky Phoenix Ring. Plus the fact that she heard from Yi Xinghua while she was in the Armament Guild headquarters on the matter where many unidentified 9th stage realm peak top exponents all forced President Jiang to his death. So many 9th stage realm top exponents definitely had their own origins, and they would definitely not appear out of nowhere for no reason. The highest probability was naturally from various sacred lands. These few matters, was it related or not? Grandmaster Huang? Please hurry on and snap out of your daze. Huang Yueli was lost in her thoughts, but Song Pahan was already unable to hold on. Grandmaster Huang, later on a fight might break out in the front hall. So many 9th stage realm peak practitioners making a move at the same time is extremely dangerous. I must hurry up to help Big Brother now, so can I trouble you to please ask Sovereign out from his closed door and leave Levitation Sword Palace together with him to a place a little further away. Saying that, Song Pahan was about to rush into the front hall. Song Pajun was alone in the front hall and facing so many same-leveled strong practitioners with the same kind of abilities like him, it was imaginable just how much pressure he was suffering from, so Song Pajun was in a hurry to back him up. Huang Yueli pulled on to him hurriedly. Wait, Guardian Hun, don't be in a rush yet. What time is it now? Let me go quickly. Song Pahan cried out urgently. Huang Yueli shook her head and her speech was still in a not too fast or too slow pace. Dashing out like this, how much use will it do? Could it be that you really intend to fight with these few people? If you really fought, just based on the 2 of you, how are you intending to defeat so many first-rated top exponents? Song Pahan replied anxiously, then what should we do? Now the question isn't whether we want to fight or not, but rather there's no choice. What if they insist on us handing out the sovereign? Then we will definitely reject it, so in the end the result will probably end up in a battle. All of them already pressed on and dropped in, so today's matter definitely will not end up easily. He was extremely anxious, but Huang Yueli still remained extremely calm as she replied calmly, just based on the 2 of you who can't settle this, so this matter will still need your sovereign to settle. Song Pahan shook his head furiously. Grandmaster Huang, this subordinate knows your good intentions and sovereign doesn't like to hide behind us, but based on your current cultivations, it's after all no longer the same as that year. 9th stage realm peak practitioners first-rated top exponents aren't someone who you can go up against right now. It's best that you'd better hurry on and leave first, so as long as the 2 of you aren't hurt, in future when sovereign breaks through, you are still able to return the favor. Huang Yueli looked at his earnest expression as she shook her head, not knowing if she should laugh or cry. Can you listen to me first? When have I ever said that I wanted to fight? What I'm saying is to do reparations. Reparations, do you understand? Song Pahun's face was still blank. Reparation? It's already at this stage, is it still possible to do reparations? Of course. But this required a bit of skill. Huang Yueli looked left and right, and after certifying that no one was eavesdropping on them, she leaned close beside Song Pajun's ear. Hurry to the rear hall and ask Moying to come out from his closed door. The secret knocking code which I've set with him is. The young lady's delicate fragrance's breathing was so close that Song Pahun lost his senses for an instant. Hey, are you listening? What I'm saying is very important, you must follow exactly what I said. No mistake must happen. Huang Yueli noticed that he was absent-minded and frowned as she re-emphasized what she was saying. Song Pahun's senses came back as his ears turned red. But Huang Yueli didn't notice his abnormality but grabbed tightly of time as she continued speaking. When he's out, tell him. As Huang Yueli spoke on, Song Pahun's eyes grew wider and wider. Have you understood what I said? Huang Yueli asked when she finished with her instructions. Song Pahun's eyes revealed an overjoyed look as he hurriedly nodded. I understood it clearly. Grandmaster Huang, you've really got the way. In this way, those old tortoises will probably be scared to their deaths. Huang Yueli's lips curled up. They deserve to be frightened to death alive. Who asked them to come and be tortured on their own? Alright, let's stop with the gibberish, hurry on and pass my message. Song Pahun turned around but took a few steps out, and on seeing that Huang Yueli still standing on the spot, he stopped again. Grandmaster Huang, aren't you going along with me? Huang Yueli shook her head. I'm afraid that before you have passed my message, the front hall will have already broken out in a fight. I'll head over first and drag some time. Hurry on and leave, there's not much time left. But. Song Pahun's brows creased worriedly. What was wrong with her? Huang Yueli actually was preparing to go in like that. Now that the main hall gathered so many people and they were all 9th stage realm and above practitioners, a majority of them were 9th stage realm peak first-rated top practitioners. Even Song Pahun himself was worried that he wasn't able to take on such enormous pressure. Whereas Huang Yueli was still in the 6th stage realm, but she was actually thinking of entering like this? Moreover, as the main person involved in Ling family's elder's murder, she only needed to enter there and she would become everyone's target. For those young practitioners who met with this scene, if one didn't have a strong heart, they might just possibly faint from seeing this alone. However, Huang Yueli hadn't even waited for him to finish his words when she merely waved her hand at him and instructed him, hurry up. We're all depending on you. Saying that, she slipped away into the front hall, so fast that even Song Pahun wasn't able to stop her in time. Front hall of Levitation Sword Palace. After the two parties exchanged humble greetings, Song Pajun still remained calm and collected, only instructing the attendants to serve various powerhouses' elders tea. The few of those elders couldn't sit still, and after exchanging glances at each other, Elder Pan stood out yet again. Guardian Hun, since everyone is here already, regarding the matter which I mentioned earlier, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Song Pajun gave a cold humph. Elder Pan, what on earth are you trying to convey? I have obviously made it very clear earlier. Your sect's direct disciple Li Moying resorted to vicious and merciless methods, killing an elder from the Ling family for no apparent reason. Will Guardian Jun please hand him out quickly? You keep on hemming and hawing, unable to make up your mind. Are you trying to conceal the culprit who had committed the crime? With so many 9th stage realm peak practitioners standing up for him, Elder Pan's confidence became apparent, and when he spoke, his voice was much louder as he bore a victorious look. Not only him, the others also started to chime in. Clan leader Ling is just too pitiful, his family's power isn't quite enough, and now even after his elder had been killed, he had no way to claim back the injustice. So what if it was a direct disciple from the number 1 sacred lands? Can he murder other practitioners from other powerhouses at will? Isn't there any heaven's law at all? That's right, quickly hand over the murderer. The group got agitated and some unleashed the profound energy within them in anticipation, attempting to strike Song Pajun into awe with their abilities. Song Pajun's expression turned a little uneasy because in front of so many same-graded practitioners, it indeed left him with heavy pressure. He worked up his cultivation method before he could barely make it seem as though he wasn't affected at all. You all, are you trying to coerce Blue Profound Sect to hand over our men? Do you really think that Sovereign is in closed-door seclusion and you can act at will in Blue Profound Sect? Elder Pan laughed. Guardian June, these words are a little too much. Sovereign Mu is above us, and we are all respectful of him, but when Sovereign Mu was young, he acted openly and candidly. Now that the disciples under his wing did such a matter, he will definitely deal with this fairly, isn't that so? Fairly my ass. Sovereign had always been most defensive towards his own men even if they were in the wrong. When he was still in his peak condition, if anyone came over in such a pressurizing manner, he would immediately go on a killing spree, totally not caring who was in the right or wrong, so there was no way that he would even allow these bunch of trash to say such exaggerated statements right here. Alas, it wasn't the same now as it was before. In a place like Soaring Heaven's continent, whatever one with ability said was all correct, but the moment they lost the absolute advantage, they had no choice but to be controlled by others. Song Pajun was feeling so vexed in his mind, but there was no way he could rebuke them. Elder Pan saw that he had nothing to say to that as he placed his hands behind his back and moved forward one more step. Anyway, we are here to request for the severe punishment of the murderer on behalf of all the practitioners' safety in Sky Emperor City. Of course, we do not dare to not respect Sovereign Mu. If Sovereign Mu dares to guarantee personally that Li Moying didn't kill anyone, we can only accept it as well. But if even Sovereign Mu has no way to guarantee that, then we can only request your sect to handle this in an open and just way, to hand out the murderer. That's right, based on Sovereign Mu's reputation, as long as he says a word, we naturally will not dare to defy it. That's right, Sovereign Mu has always been fair and we are all convinced by him. Song Pajun spoke out icily, you all obviously know that. Our sovereign is still in closed-door seclusion and he cannot come out to handle this sort of matters. Then there's no way to settle this then. Elder Pan naturally knew that this was the conclusion and a delightful smile appeared on his face. We are all convinced by Sovereign Mu, but not you Guardian June. If Sovereign Mu doesn't come out, then we can only trouble you to hand Li Moying over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being discourteous. When he finished saying that, he took another step forward. At the same time, all the 9th stage realm peak practitioners present all started to rouse as some stood up while others stood at their original spots, but all of them had accumulated their powers and were just waiting for action as they were fully prepared for battle. Song Pajun clenched his fists as he raised his aura to the highest point. Song Piyu and Song Pahun went off separately to pass the message and had not come back yet, so there was only him alone here. It could be said that if he was slightly careless, he would die a horrible death. But he must exhaust all his energy at all costs. He absolutely could not allow Sovereign to suffer even a little bit of danger. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Just at this perilous moment, a crisp clear clapping sound was suddenly heard from the main hall's entrance. Originally, the main hall's atmosphere was already so tense to the extreme that even the air seemed to have congealed. The tremendous pressure dissipated and disciples and attendants who had slightly lower cultivations had already silently collapsed onto the ground. But this string of clapping sound instantly broke that strange silence. Everyone's heart jolted as they subconsciously turned their heads, as they looked towards the door. But following that, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Because standing at the door wasn't a peerless genius whom they had assumed, but a young lady with exquisite beauty who looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. Her posture was graceful and charming, and a pair of watery big eyes seemed to be sparkling, which made her look extremely pure and cute. Moreover, she wasn't just young, her cultivation was only at the 6th stage realm, which was incomparable to those present. You. Huang. Song Pijun had never expected Huang Yueli to actually run to the front hall at this moment. He tried ways and means to make Huang Yueli and Li Moying leave as far as possible, but whoever knew that not only had she not left to hide, instead she ran over by herself? What on earth was going on? Didn't Song Pahun convey his message? Song Pijun's cold sweat dripped down, but he suddenly had an idea as he barked out sharply, "Do you know what place is this? Is Levitation Sword Palace a place where an ordinary disciple like you can walk in casually? The sect's elders are discussing matters, and yet you just barged in like this. How should you be punished? Not going to get out right now." Song Pijun tried his best to stare at Huang Yueli, attempting to use his gaze to convey the anxiety in his heart to her. But Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't feel anything. Not only had she not bolted away, instead she gave a faint smile. "Guardian June, I'm so sorry for offending these few seniors right here. But everyone came over to Blue Profound Sect, isn't it, because they want to meet my fiancé? He's now in closed-door cultivation and isn't convenient to meet guests, so surely I need to come out and explain a few words for him, right? Huang. Young Miss Bai, what are you trying to do? This matter has nothing to do with you at all." Song Pijun was so anxious that he almost wanted to cough out blood. What time was it now, and Huang Yueli actually dared to jump out like this? She was indeed very talented and intelligent, but this wasn't 16 years ago. Did she really think that she was still at 9th stage realm peak? Song Pijun wanted to make her leave quickly, but he couldn't say it out clearly. He hemmed and hawed for half a day, almost choking himself to death. But before he could finish his words, Leng Weiming had already seen Huang Yueli's looks clearly as he cried out. "Bai Ruoli. This lady here is Bai Ruoli, Li Moying's fiancé." "What? She's Li Moying's fiancé? What's the situation?" Li Moying is hiding in the sect now, daring to come out, but his fiancé came running to the front hall, directly? Tisk, he's really the legendary #1 young and smart talent, and he indeed has luck with women. This young lass is really a young beauty, but too bad her brain isn't working very well. She still dares to come running out right now, isn't her guts a little too fat? The few elders stared at Huang Yueli in shock, as they sized her up from head to toe. They had all heard that when Li Moying came to Sky Emperor City, he brought along his fiancée, but the number of people who recognized Huang Yueli was very limited. Many of them only focused on Li Moying's fame, so who would place their emphasis on the young lady next to him? Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's people knew a little, but they had not expected that her actual innate talent was actually on the same level as Li Moying. Elder Pan slapped his thigh hard as the smile on his face became even more apparent. "So you're Li Moying's fiancé?" Clan leader Leng, I heard that when Li Moying killed the elder, his fiancé was just by his side, is that so? Leng Weiming had already shrunk himself into a ball by now. The larger the commotion escalated and the more important characters who appeared at the scene, Leng Weiming had already started to regret coming to Blue Profound Sect, simply couldn't wait to make himself disappear completely. Earlier he was just too shocked, hence he shouted out Huang Yueli's identity. Whoever knew that when Elder Pan asked him a question, everyone's attention immediately gathered around him again. Leng Weiming spoke out in fear and trepidation, yes, that's the case. Then good. Let's capture this young lass first. I heard that Li Moying pampers his fiancée dearly, and if he doesn't come out, we will, ha, such a delicate young beauty, she's really not commonly seen. Elder Pan's wrinkled face revealed a wretched smile. Song Pijun's expression immediately changed as he shot upwards in front of Huang Yueli, blocking her behind him. Elder Pan. Please mind your own status. Are the female disciples in Blue Profound Sect someone who you can tease? As he was saying that, he hinted to Huang Yueli to leave immediately, by Ruoli, still not leaving. How dare you defy this guardian's orders? Elder Pan's words had scared Song Pujun badly. He suddenly recalled that Elder Pan was Sky Emperor City's famous lecher, dirty old man. If Huang Yueli really fell into the hands of these people and suffered from any injuries or violation, Sovereign would be extremely furious. Song Pujun didn't know why Huang Yueli had to run over to create more trouble. He blocked himself in front of Huang Yueli now so that she could gain some time for herself. If these top exponents were bent on catching her, he was unable to go up against them just based on his own effort. Song Pujun was burning with anxiety, but Huang Yueli wasn't the least alarmed at all. These people didn't recognize her, but she was able to recognize at least half of them, because in her past life, she had some dealings with various large powerhouses' elders. Her feet didn't move and she stood behind Song Pujun, blinking her large eyes curiously. What's the matter? From these few seniors meaning. You're all here for Moying? Elder Pan's sight drifted wantonly around her delicate, pretty face as he gave a wretched laugh. Young Miss Bai, what you said is indeed correct. Li Moying killed Ling family's elder and stirred an uproar among the masses. It's only right to pay with one's life for murder, and today, with so many top exponents here, he's a goner for sure. But if you're willing to help him redeem his sins, we can also consider letting him die a less painful death, haha. Elder Pan, what do you mean by that? Do you really think that everyone is dead in Blue Profound Sect? Song Pujun's expression changed abruptly when he heard that. Li Moying's temper allowed others to insult himself, but if it was insulting Huang Yueli, that could not be done. If Elder Pan's words were to be heard by Li Moying, it was highly possible that Li Moying would take action against him regardless of the consequence. However, based on Li Moying's current ability, dealing with an Elder Pan was already barely manageable, not to mention that Elder Pan had so many other helpers. This matter, how could it be reconciled? Moreover, as Li Moying's subordinate, his mistress being insulted was akin to a heavy slap on his face. Huang Yueli's expression turned a little ugly, but she didn't throw a temper, instead she was all smiles as she opened her mouth. In this case, the few of you are really here because of Li Moying. I've never expected that Blue Profound Sect's face to be that big. He's merely a direct disciple, but able to attract so many large powerhouses' elders to come pay him a visit. Looks like Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple status in Sky Emperor City is getting higher and higher. The few elders present originally were beaming with high spirits. But on hearing Huang Yueli's words, they immediately became embarrassed. Huang Yueli's meaning was evident, meaning they were shameless enough to come right here just over a small matter. But according to the way she put it, it sounded as though so many powerhouses' elders, all added together, were around the same as Li Moying's Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple status. You, wretched lass, what do you mean? What status do we have? How could it be possible that we're all here, because of Li Moying? We're willing to come to Blue Profound Sect, just because. Someone couldn't stand it and almost revealed the truth directly. Elder Pan quickly coughed, slightly interrupting him. Cough cough, Elder Zheng. There's no need to entertain their gibberish, we'd better hurry on to settle our proper business. Oh, right. Elder Zheng hastily hushed, as he wiped off the sweat on his head awkwardly. But the other elders all gave a shocked and surprised gaze towards Huang Yueli. Initially, they had all assumed that Huang Yueli was only a young and ignorant lass, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was Li Moying's fiancée, they wouldn't even be bothered to take a straight look at her. In the end, no one had expected that she spoke such incisive words, directly making a fool out of everyone. Elder Pan stared intently at her, as his expression became even more sinister. Young lass, you have a sharp tongue. Unfortunately, Li Moying had really killed someone, so no matter what you say, it's of no use at all. We've all come today not because he's a mere Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple, but for the entire Sky Emperor City's axiom and justice. Your Blue Profound Sect bullying such a small sect, even daring to kill other people's elders. If we don't stand up for the Lin family, where is the heavenly law? Elder Pan's words were put across beautifully. Elder Jing, who had almost blurted out the wrong things, immediately followed up and echoed, right, that's correct, we're here to uphold justice and fairness. Blue Profound Sect has gone too far in bullying and we just can't stand it. For Sky Emperor City's practitioners, we are duty-bound to do this. When Huang Yueli and Song Pujun heard these, they almost threw up. These people's skins were indeed thick to a new standard. They were the ones who obviously came shamelessly to another sect to create havoc, but made it as though they were acting on behalf of justice. They don't even look at themselves, under their sanctimonious outlooks, just how much dirty things they usually did. Huang Yueli was laughing coldly in her heart, but on her face, she looked as though she was shocked as she shirked backwards. Since that's the case, I understand it all now. Everyone here are all important figures in Soaring Heaven's continent, so naturally you're all speaking righteously and fairly. Everything you say has its own logic and evidence, so if my Moing didn't kill anyone, you can't possibly frame him. Elder Pan gave a snort as he spoke out loudly, that's right. You young lass know some reason after all, it's impossible for us to frame someone. Still not going to get Li Moing to come out and receive his punishment? Elder Pan was certain that they had successfully scared Huang Yueli. Such a young lass with only 6th stage realm cultivation, facing so many top-rated top exponents, it would be strange if she wasn't scared off by them. Hearing her words, didn't it mean that she was going to admit to the crime and beg for mercy? Whoever knew that Huang Yueli didn't act out the way which they had imagined, to kneel on the ground and begging for mercy, but instead she continued with an innocent, but, my Moing didn't kill anyone at all, so what crime should he admit to? Elder Pan went into a daze, but following that, his expression sunk. Wretched lass, are you playing tricks on me? Earlier you've said so much gibberish, but still not going to ask him out. Why? Trying to delay the time? I'm telling you, Li Moing can't escape today. Stop wasting your effort. Huang Yueli's expression became even more innocent. Elder Pan, you've mistaken. I'm not trying to drag time, but I just feel that, has clan leader Lin mistaken something? Why did you say that my Moing murdered someone? If there's any misunderstanding, let's just talk about it clearly, and there's no need to talk about killing or beatings. Shut your mouth. Li Moing killed someone and there's solid evidence, so what's there more to talk about? Just get him to come out quickly, there's no place for a young lass like you to speak over here. Elder Pan lost his patience as he barked sharply. Huang Yueli blinked and said, Elder Pan, how can you act like this? Earlier you're the one who said this yourself, that you've come to Blue Profound Sect to uphold justice, and will absolutely not frame anyone. Since that's the case, why aren't you giving us a chance to explain? Just based on one side's accusation, surely that's not considered fair, right? Hearing these words, Elder Pan's expression instantly darkened. He totally didn't expect Huang Yueli to throw the words which he had just said right back on his face, to the extent that he had no way to rebuke at all. So, this young lass put on a fearful look and talked for such a long time, it was all just to worm these words out of them. Elder Pan was about to deny when he heard Huang Yueli speaking out again, everyone here are all large powerhouses elders, so of course you won't act like those pimps or gangsters, trying to renege on those words which you've said. If it was in that case, won't your words be just like letting off a fart? Saying to this point, she suddenly stopped when her mouth covered her apologetic face. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I am absolutely not saying that all of you elders are talking as though you are farting. What I am saying is, how can elders' words be comparable to a fart, right? No, I absolutely am not saying that your words cannot be compared to even a fart, I mean that. Enough. Elder Pan's face was steely green as he barked out sharply to stop her. Not only Elder Pan, all the other elders present had a ghastly look on their faces. Everyone were soaring heaven's continents established and reputable figures, so how could they be described as someone who spoke as though they were farting? Even if they were usually being shameless and often went back on their words, but they couldn't possibly be abused with their noses being pointed right? Someone within the crowd could not take it. Wretched lass, what gibberish are you sprouting? Who are we? Do we need to trick or swindle a young lass like you? That's right, we are absolutely not maligning Li Moying, who had really killed someone. What we said is all backed by reason and evidence. Clan leader Ling is the evidence. We'll let him confront you. I want to see that in front of the truth. How is Blue Profound Sect going to renege on this? Everyone shot their gazes towards Lung Weiming, wanting him to tell the truth. Elder Pan was the smartest among them, as he faintly felt that something was amiss. This exceptionally gorgeous young lady looked frail and weak, pitiful and innocent, but on serious thoughts. From the moment she stepped into the main hall, every single word she said were filled with deep meanings, and she had already dug a hole for them right from the start. If she were to go into a confrontation with Lung Weiming, would there be a problem? Huang Yueli saw his hesitation as her brows rose slightly. Why? Elder Pan isn't confident, feeling that you have framed Moying, hence you're so hesitant? Could it be that the crime which you had accused Moying of is something that you intentionally pinned upon him? Before Elder Pan could reply, the others already couldn't suppress themselves. Who's framing him? Li Moying had really murdered someone. That's right, the truth is the truth, let them go into a confrontation. Let's see what tricks she can come out with. Elder Pan then nodded his head and stepped aside. Huang Yueli smiled and walked out from behind Song Pajun, as she gazed towards the direction of Lung Weiming. Clan leader Lung, I have a few questions, which I'm unsure of and will like you to explain clearly. Surely you will not reject answering right? Lung Weiming was extremely anxious right now. Ever since he walked into Blue Profound Sect today, he was like a string puppet, totally unable to control himself. He really wished that he could disappear from this place immediately. Whoever knew that the arrowhead came pointing towards him once again. Asking him to confront Huang Yueli? Lung Weiming was very afraid that he might say the wrong thing, and offend so many large powerhouses' elders. But he could only brace himself to say, go ahead and ask. Huang Yueli nodded as she held her composure and posed her questions, with those top exponents crowded around them. You said my fiancé killed someone, do you have the evidence? Have you seen it with your own eyes? I heard that when Elder Ling's corpse was discovered, there was no one around at all, so how did you judge that he was killed by Moying? This. When Lung Weiming heard the first question, he went into a blank. Of course he couldn't have possibly seen it with his own eyes on how Li Moying killed Lung Fugui, nor was there any other witness. But it was easy to come out with this conclusion because Lung Fugui and his two disciples had accepted Lung family's mission to abduct Huang Yueli. In fact, before this happened, Lung Fugui even sent a message back to the family that they had successfully abducted Huang Yueli. Later on, the abducted young lass went missing, whereas the few of them were dead, by the roadside. Even if they used their toes to think, they knew that it was Li Moying who saved his fiancée, and also conveniently killed him. But these words cannot be said openly, because in this way, it wouldn't be Li Moying who casually killed someone, but rather it was the Lin family's fault in the first place. Under this sort of circumstance, his skills weren't up to match and ended up being killed, they could only say that he deserved it. Lung Weiming had not expected Huang Yueli's questions to be so incisive as he was stuffed for a moment before he barely replied, although I did not see it with my own eyes, but Lin family has a grudge with Li Moying and this is something which everyone knows of. Lung Fugui died at the entrance of Blue Profound Sect and his fatal injury was caused by thunder, then naturally he was killed by Li Moying. When Huang Yueli heard that, her brows rose as she said, clan leader's words may not be right, from what I know, that elder from Lin family has quite a number of enemies, so how can you ascertain that this is the doing of my Moying? Just because he is thunder attributed? There are so many thunder-attributed practitioners in Sky Emperor City, how will we know who killed him? Huang Yueli spoke with reason and logic, making Lin Weiming momentarily unable to rebuke her at all. He was certain that the man was killed by Li Moying, but after what Huang Yueli said, it seemed as though he was talking nonsense. The few large powerhouses elders swept their glances towards him, making Lin Weiming's back start to break out in sweat. He pondered over this for a long time and finally thought of a reason. He died in the pathway between Blue Profound Sect and Sky Emperor City, and those who will usually take this route are all Blue Profound Sect's disciples. So in this way, Elder Lung Fugui definitely died under the hands of someone in your sect, and Li Moying's suspicion is the greatest. Lung Weiming assumed that this reason was brilliant, and after he finished saying it, he raised his chin up high, feeling that Huang Yueli would definitely have no way to deny it. Huang Yueli's brows merely rose slightly. Oh? In that way, my Moying is only a suspect? Earlier didn't clan leader Lung claim that it was definitely done by him? So clan leader Lung's words are not credible at all. This. A casual sentence had actually given Huang Yueli another hold on him, and Lung Weiming's face flushed bright red in an instant. When Elder Pan saw this, that this fellow was completely useless, he simply could not help but jumped out to butt in. Enough, clan leader Lung merely used the wrong words. Now it's already proven that Elder Lung had died under the hands of Blue Profound Sect's disciple. Wait. Since when have we proved it? How come I don't know about it? Huang Yueli frowned as she interrupted him. Elder Pan replied, hasn't clan leader said so earlier? He died on the path at Blue Profound Sect's entrance. Just this point alone clinches the truth. Huang Yueli burst out laughing. Elder Pan, is there something wrong with your brain? Dying at Blue Profound Sect's entrance means he's killed by a disciple from Blue Profound Sect. Blue Profound Sect has monopolized such a large mountain range outside Sky Emperor City, and the only powerhouse here is you. Moreover, Blue Profound Sect's security is so tight, usually who will come over to your area? Elder Pan answered back sarcastically. Then why did Lung Fugui come over here for? According to what Elder Pan said, usually people outside the sect will not head over, then his appearance right here should definitely be because he was up to no good? Elder Pan was stuffed for words once again. He had not expected Huang Yueli's reaction to be so quick. Every single time, no matter what reason he thought of to quibble, this young lass could easily find the flaw within it, and just using mere words to stuff the words back into their mouths. Under her fiery piercing eyes, the reasons which they found seemed to be full of loopholes. Not waiting for his reply, Huang Yueli continued with her interrogation. I'd like to ask clan leader Lung that your elder in your sect absurdly appeared in front of Blue Profound Sect's entrance. May I know what was he trying to do? Lung Weiming totally couldn't answer her as he took half a day. Lung Fugui's motive for coming to Blue Profound Sect, we have no way to find out now. But he's already dead, isn't that right? Why should we pursue the reason for what he's doing over here for? Right, he's already dead, so we just need to find out the identity of the murderer. Who cared what he's doing here for? It has nothing to do with whoever who killed him. Elder Pan chipped in urgently. Huang Yueli swept him a meaningful glance, with a half-smile. That gaze made those two feel stuffed. Their instinctive reaction was, what was going on? Had they just dug a hole again? No one dared to belittle Huang Yueli now. Although this young lass's cultivation wasn't very high, but she was slyer than a little fox. Huang Yueli gave a humph as she said, who said it's not related? Of course it's related. I know what Elder Lung is doing here. I also know how he died. In fact, I'm the person involved. Person involved? Those present suddenly recalled that Lung Weiming had indeed mentioned that when Li Moying killed the elder, his fiancée should be around. Why? Could it be that you witnessed how Lung Fugui died? Then tell me, If he was not killed by Li Moying, who else could have killed him? Surely he couldn't have committed suicide? Elder Pan sneered as he spoke with ridicule. Huang Yueli immediately covered her mouth in exaggeration. How did you know? What? He really committed suicide? The few elders exchanged glances, but very quickly they reacted in time. Just because you said he committed suicide doesn't mean it's true, eh? He's a 9th stage realm practitioner with ability and status. Why would he commit suicide for no good reason? Who will believe your gibberish? Simply spouting nonsense. Right, nonsense. Haven't you made it sound too ridiculous? If you have the ability, tell us clearly on how he committed suicide. Everyone stared intently on her, especially Elder Pan with a cold smile hanging on his lips. I'll be watching how you exaggerate this story. Even Song Pajun's eyes were widened, as he was totally disheveled. Ever since Huang Yueli opened her mouth, it didn't seem as though there was a place for this great guardian to speak out. Of course, it wasn't only him. So many 9th stage realm peak practitioners were like 3-year-old kids in front of her, being played and fooled around within her palms. Originally when Huang Yueli appeared, Song Pajun was still worried that she would be captured away by those people. In the end, almost 2 hours had passed by and she was still standing at the original spot in one piece. Instead, it was those top-rated exponents who came with an imposing manner, bearing a look which seemed as though they had seen a ghost, being choked until they weren't able to say a single word. But now, what was she thinking of saying? Huang Yueli coughed lightly, as she spoke in a kindly and informal fashion. Sigh, actually this matter is something that I don't really wish to talk about. After all, Lung family is also one of a large powerhouse in Sky Emperor City, and everyone all wants their face. The disciples under them doing such an embarrassing matter, if this spreads, the entire Lung family will be shamed. Moying and I are just doing our obligations, to keep silent about this. But now, since everyone insists on knowing the truth, then I can only tell. What do you mean? Hearing the opening speech, Lung Weiming instinctively felt that something was amiss, but however, he had no ideas on how to stop her. The matter is like this. A few days ago, when Moying was in closed-door cultivation in Levitation Sword Palace, I headed to Sky Emperor City alone, to buy some stuff. On my way back, I met with 2 young men who were dressed in black, and when they saw me, they immediately tied me up and kidnapped me onto the carriage, saying they had taken fancy to me and wanted to. Of course I wouldn't, and they claimed that they were disciples from Lin family. As long as I agreed to follow them, they will guarantee me a good life. What? How could this be possible? What nonsense. How could such a matter possibly happen? Clan leader Lung slammed his fists on the table. Huang Yueli clutched her chest with both her hands, with an expression which seemed as though she couldn't bear to recollect the image. Really? Clan leader Lung, I know that you don't dare to believe that there's such scum under your wing, but it's all real. Lung Weiming could roughly guess that those 2 were probably really Lung family's disciples, and the part on abducting Huang Yueli was true as well, but their motive was to lure Li Moying, and not for lust. But as he had no way to put this across frankly. After those 2 scums tied me up onto the carriage sped towards the desolate area outside the town, entering a remote area. Huang Yueli didn't care what he thought as she continued speaking. Just as I thought I was a goner for sure and about to kill myself by banging my head, Elder Lung Fugui appeared. He killed those 2 scums in one strike and saved me. I naturally was feeling extremely grateful towards him, but I'd not expected that Elder Lung didn't harbor any good intentions as well. He refused to let me return to Blue Profound Sect, instead he asked me to follow him to Sky Emperor City. Under the dire circumstances, I questioned him back, naturally. In the end, he said. When Huang Yueli spoke until this point, she paused for a moment, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Everyone's curiosity had already been drawn by her undulated mysterious story as they all couldn't help but questioned, what did he say? What happened after that? Huang Yueli took a deep breath. Elder Lung said that he did not harbor any ulterior motives towards me, only wanting to bring me out to tour Sky Emperor City's streets. If he had other ulterior motives, he would be struck by lightning. His words had just ended when the sky fell a bolt of terrifying thunder, striking him dead on the spot. He died so miserably that even I suffered a huge shock. If it wasn't for Moing who kept on comforting me after I returned to the sect, I might be having nightmares even at night. When Huang Yueli finished her story, she anxiously shrunk her neck, putting on an expression which showed that she had lingering fears. Everyone who heard what she said were all dumbstruck, as though they had just been struck by lightning. It took some time before someone regained their senses and started berating angrily, "What nonsense are you sprouting? You mean Elder Lung had gone something guilty and was struck to death by the heavenly thunder?" Huang Yueli blinked and said, "I didn't say that. Do you feel that Elder Lung had done something guilty? I just assumed that he was just slightly unlucky because a bolt of heavenly thunder came striking down onto him." The person speaking was an elder from Celestial Heaven's Gate, and he realized that he had said something wrong, but it was too late for him to swallow back the words as he could only retreat backwards with an awkward look. Song Pajun was laughing in his tummy to the point of cramping, but due to his status, he could not laugh out loud openly and could only stifle his laughter. It got so bad that he almost suffocated. Huang Yueli turned back to take a look at him, and Song Pajun immediately reciprocated as he added oil and vinegar. "I'd not expected that there was such lecherous scum in the Lung family. This is really an eye-opener." "Young Miss Bai, you're just too naive. How could the heavenly thunder just strike him so coincidentally? Evidently, the things which this Elder Lung is just too dirty and shameless, thus attracting the heavenly thunder. You're really lucky to have survived this crisis, otherwise if you fall into the hands of those scum from the Lung family, who knows what crime you will be involved in. AI, these days, any kind of person can also become an elder. Just what kind of standard of the powerhouse behind is just imaginable." Lung Weiming's face flushed crimson red, as he was boiling to the point of almost spitting out blood. He had not expected Huang Yueli to explain Lung Fugui's death in such a manner, pouring pails and pails of dirty water, as though it was free, splashing it onto the dead man's face. If this conversation was spread out, not only were others going to say that Lung Fugui deserved his ending, moreover even the entire Lung family would be despised by all the practitioners in Sky Emperor City. "Impossible, the disciples of our Lung family can't possibly do such a thing." Elder Pan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Young Miss Bai, don't you go spouting nonsense. What kind of crap are you saying? Did you think that Elder Lung is dead and there is no evidence? You even claim that he was struck to death by the heavenly thunder. This is simply unheard of. Do you treat everyone here present as idiots?" Huang Yueli took a step back out of shock as she said, "Clan leader Lung, what I said is the entire truth. Moreover, I have evidence." "Evidence? How could this be considered as evidence?" Everyone was dazed. Everyone could tell that Huang Yueli was blurting out crazy nonsense. She actually had evidence. Huang Yueli spoke in a deadly earnest tone, "Of course, what I said is the truth, unlike clan leader Lung, who deduced that my fiancé had murdered someone. Since it is the truth, of course I'd have evidence to justify what I said." What she said was reasonable, so everyone present had nothing to say against it. "So, what evidence do you have?" "The evidence is, those two disciples who kidnapped me right from the start, their carriage and corpse are still in a desolated little forest. I can tell you the location and you can go check it out for yourself, then you will know. Moreover, the quality of the soil there is very soft, so it might still show Elder Lung and my footprints. These are enough to prove that what I'm saying is the truth." The crowd looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. Although they had not gone over to verify what she said was the truth, but since Huang Yueli was able to say this out so frankly, apparently, her evidence should really be existent. Just what was this? How could such a ridiculous matter really have happened? Especially Leng Weiming, he was simply trembling with fear. The two disciples which Huang Yueli mentioned, who had died outside, was something that even he didn't know of. After all, they were just two ordinary disciples, so if they died, then they died. Moreover, they didn't die beside Leng Fugue, so no one bothered to spend any energy to go look for them. Whoever knew that this unremarkable oversight had now become Huang Yueli's evidence? Everyone was all dazed by this. Song Pejun finally found a chance to perform as he opened his mouth and said, "Since young Miss Bai already said so, then will all sects here send someone to follow Blue Profound Sect's men to the place where young Miss Bai mentioned, to verify the truth if there are indeed Carriage and Ling family's disciples' corpses." Saying that, he gave a cold laugh as he spoke with ridicule. "We Blue Profound Sect always use evidence to speak, and we will make everyone convinced with it. Unlike some sect who just speak randomly at will." Obviously it was their own disciples who were being despicable and shameless, but they had to pour dirty water onto others instead. The few elders' expressions turned extremely ugly. The gazes they threw towards Leng Weiming was exceptionally fierce and abnormal, as though they couldn't wait to chop him up into pieces. This fellow actually reported inaccurate news to them, and he totally didn't mention the two disciples who died, which had turned into the evidence which Huang Yueli had fabricated up. What should they do now? Did they really have to send someone to look for the evidence? So what after they found it? Admit that they had framed someone and apologize to Li Moying? Then what was the point in them coming today? Sending themselves here specially for Blue Profound Sect to slap their faces? Everyone? Why aren't you moving? Could it be that you don't want the evidence anymore? Song Pejun urged. Elder Pan's thoughts raced past his mind as he suddenly thought of a point. You don't try to shift the main focus. Even if we really found the carriage and corpse, that could only mean that Lin family indeed had two scums which were killed by Elder Leng. What was so great about that? Such a large powerhouse, having two scums are considered rather normal. Elder Leng is merely placing righteousness before family and clearing the scum from their doors, which reflects his noble character and unquestionable integrity. As for how he himself died, you don't have the evidence at all. Hearing his words, the others also started to react. Right, that's correct. What, being struck by the heavenly thunder? Who will believe this? Obviously he was killed by a thunder-attributed practitioner. That's right, young Miss Bai, a person can't be ungrateful. Elder Leng saved you, and is your savior. You allowed your fiancé to murder him, and still backstab Elder Leng instead. Sigh, a woman's heart is indeed the most malicious. Momentarily, the situation reversed. Huang Yueli was a little surprised, not expecting this Elder Pan's mind to be rather bright, at least by now she still wasn't muddled by her. But no matter, if they were going to play word games, then he would definitely not be able to win herself. Huang Yueli smiled. Elders, I really don't know why you are so insistent that my Moying had murdered him. Even if he wanted to kill him, he must have the ability to do so. Surely you're all aware of this. Elder Leng is a 9th stage realm 4th level practitioner, whereas my Moying had just broken through to the 9th stage realm just 1 month ago. The disparity of their abilities are so great, how could Moying possibly have the ability to kill him? The minute she said this, everyone present was struck silly. Before this, they had all overlooked this point, and after Huang Yueli's reminder, everyone was feeling stunned. For every single level after the 9th stage realm, the disparity in terms of ability was exceptionally huge. Especially for a practitioner who just ascended to the 9th stage realm, as compared to established 9th stage realm top experts, the difference between their abilities was like heaven and earth. The reason was because when practitioners finished the process of forging their bodies and advanced into the 9th stage realm, it was equivalent to entering a brand new territory. No matter if it was in terms of the flow of profound energy within the body, ability to connect between heaven and earth, or actual combat style, it was totally different from when they were in the 8th stage realm. 9th stage realm rookie practitioners mostly weren't accustomed to this kind of battle style and would probably need at least 1 to 2 years' time before they were able to reach their normal battle power. Even if 2 practitioners were on the same 9th stage realm first level grade, a newly advanced practitioner versus a practitioner who had already advanced for a year had a huge difference in terms of ability. Under this circumstance, if they said that Li Moying was able to kill Lung Fugue, it indeed didn't sound too reliable. Elder Pan tried his hardest to explain, then perhaps Li Moying was that talented and he could fight cross-realm battles, thus killing the 9th stage realm 4th level practitioner. That is hard to say, isn't it? Isn't Sky Emperor City all spreading that Li Moying is extremely talented, even more so than Sovereign Mu then? Huang Yueli gave a composed smile. Elder Pan, you hold Moying in high regards, and this really makes us feel extremely honorable. But that year Sovereign Mu also did not have the ability to battle cross-realm to defeat his opponent, wasn't it? This was the truth, and Elder Pan didn't chirp at all over this. Huang Yueli spoke again, moreover speaking, you probably haven't seen Elder Lung's corpse, right? That time when that bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, it killed him on the spot, so probably Elder Lung's entire bones and internal organs had instantly been crushed into dregs. Haven't you even thought about this? Based on Moying's cultivation, is this even possible? No matter how talented he is, to kill a top exponent like Elder Lung must be through a tough battle before he could obtain victory? How could he possibly kill him in just one strike? Ask clan leader Lung to move his corpse over, and everyone can take a look on just how clean and tidy the technique was. Even if it was the few of you here, not everyone would be able to do it. This really was instant death? Everyone shot their gazes towards Lung Weiming. Lung Weiming had already bowed his head so low that he couldn't even lift it up, as he only barely nodded his head. This time round, all the elders are really stunned. An instant kill of an established 9th stage realm 4th level practitioner. Without absolute ability difference, it was impossible to achieve, not to mention being the weaker party to defeat the strong. Although 9th stage realm peak's top experts' sights were extremely high, they had once experienced the times when Mu Qingqing swept across the entire soaring heavens continent. However, they were still totally unable to imagine how this sort of genius could be like. They had not witnessed Li Moying making a move personally, so naturally, they would not believe in such a ridiculous matter. But in this way, the person who killed Lung Fugue was not Li Moying? Then who was Lung Fugue killed by? Someone finally could not hold himself in as he posed this question. Huang Yueli shrugged her hands and said, I already said that a bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, killing him instantly. But where did the lightning come from? AI, my cultivation is just this little bit and my sight cannot make it, so I also can't differentiate this out. Then in this case, whether it's heavenly lightning or not, it might be something which this young lass cooked up. It's possible that a 9th stage realm peak thunder attributed practitioner killed Lung Fugue, only that this lass didn't see it. That's right, a 6th stage realm practitioner. How could she see clearly on how the strong exponent made his move? In this case, this matter really is not related to Li Moying? The crowd's voices were discussing this softly, self-assuming that they had finally found out the truth with regards to this matter. When Song Pajun heard their talk, he was completely dumbstruck. Of course he knew what had happened exactly, and that Huang Yueli was obviously sprouting rubbish, because the person who murdered the other party was his sovereign. But after this kind of illogical reasoning, it was actually summed up by her. Now that this pot was thrown out perfectly by her, not only did Blue Profound Sect not need to take on the responsibility, they even became the victim. Wasn't this a little too miraculous? How on earth did she manage to do this? Song Pajun's lips twitched, not knowing how to react. Guardian June, Guardian June. The young lady suppressed her voice as she called out to him several times. Song Pajun then regained his senses. Bye. Young Miss Bai? Huang Yueli gave a few light coughs. Since this matter has nothing to do with Blue Profound Sect, then it's time to send off the guests, right? So many top experts staying in our sect like this, it will disrupt the ordinary disciples from their cultivations. Oh, right. Song Pajun acknowledged as he lifted his head and spoke with a prim and proper tone towards those few elders. Everyone, the truth is now out. Elder Lin's death has nothing to do with our sect's disciples. On account of the long years of relationship that the 7 sacred lands shared, this guardian shall not pursue after the face that you all have offended our sect today. See the guests out. He waved his hand and wanted to chase them away. The elders were all dazed as they exchanged glances with one another, not knowing what they should do. By right, the reason they found for coming today was to help Elder Lung reclaim some fairness, but now that it had been verified that this matter was not related to Li Moying, naturally they should apologize and immediately leave. But Elder Lung was merely an excuse for them to come knocking on their doors. Now that they had not achieved their aim, how could they possibly leave like this? All the way until the very end, they still had not managed to probe if Mu Qingqing was alive or dead. If they went back in this state, they would have to suffer the consequences. It was rare for the 6 sacred lands to cooperate, and they actually returned back empty-handed. In future, there would probably not be able to work together in such a large-scale action, nor were they able to find out any inside information in Blue Profound Sect. Few elders' feet refused to nudge, but they weren't able to find out a reason to stay on. Song Pajun urged, everyone, what do you mean by this? Do you treat Blue Profound Sect as your own sex, and that you can keep staying here and not leave? Everyone exchanged glances again, and finally it was Elder Pan who stood out again. Guardian June, today's matter is indeed our fault for mistaking young Master Li, offending your sect. Since this is the case, we shall personally apologize to Sovereign. Otherwise, if we just leave like this, it will reflect on our ill-mannerism. That's right, we have to apologize to Sovereign Mu. Right, it's better to invite Sovereign Mu to come meet us. When Song Pajun heard that, the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. He had already said things to this state, and yet these people still stuck on around refusing to leave. Elders, Sovereign Mu has been behind closed-door seclusion for many years, and it is not possible for him to come out just because of a small matter like this. We will not haggle with all of you over this as well, so will you all please make a move? Elder Pan's old face revealed a rogue smile. Then I'm so sorry, Guardian June. We are here to pay our respects to Sovereign Mu, and not to visit you. If we don't get to meet Sovereign Mu today, we will not leave. You all. Song Pajun's face changed colors abruptly. These people had obviously shown that they don't even want their faces anymore. Anyway, they had already decided that today they must force Mu Qingqing out, and they already did not care to use whatever reason, nor the consequence of this matter spreading out. Song Pajun's back spiraled a chilly sensation, knowing that the battle today was inevitable. The first thing he did was to turn back, and he said to Huang Yueli, young Miss Bai, hurry on and leave. Help me check where Pahun and Piyu went to, why haven't they appeared until now? And, when you go to the rear hall, hurry on and run away. Song Pajun had already put aside his own life and death because to him, the most important thing was to protect the safety of Huang Yueli and Li Moying. However, Huang Yueli didn't leave. She merely took 2 steps back as she lowered her voice, Guardian June, we will not leave you here in the lurch. Is this the question of leaving who in the lurch? Song Pajun started to become anxious. Just what time was it now? Huang Yueli was still talking about these. He felt very touched to hear her say this, but the question now was that this little bit of cultivation of hers wouldn't do much good even if she stayed behind. It might even add on to the trouble for everyone. Young Miss Bai, you'd better hurry on to the rear hall, to look for young Master Li. Such a long time has already passed, Pu and the others should have already contacted all the elders in the sect and we will still gain the upper hand, so you need not worry. But Huang Yueli still didn't move at all. Song Pejun was just about to continue persuading her when at this moment, all the 9th stage realm peak elders had already entered a state of warmongering as they slowly released their profound energy suppression, which dissipated and filled the entire levitation sword palace. Song Pejun's senses stiffened as he tried his best to raise his own aura to go up against them as he wasn't able to care about Huang Yueli any further. Because of that, he also didn't notice Huang Yueli's gaze sweeping towards the hall's entrance secretly, as she made a hand gesture towards the outside of the door. Guardian June, I heard that there are a total of 10 over 9th stage realm peak elders in Blue Profound Sect. Why is it that until now, not a second person had appeared? Haha, could it be that Sovereign Mu had encountered a mishap and since Guardian June has no way to make them swear their allegiance, so the minute danger appeared, they all ran away? I'd not expected that Blue Profound Sect has already fallen to such a state, so Guardian June better not do any needless struggles. Everyone was chipping in sentences as they started to make sarcastic remarks. On one hand, it was to waver Song Pejun's willpower while on the other hand, they really thought that they were going to win for sure this time. The rest of Blue Profound Sect's elders did not make it in time and Song Pejun was alone, so he definitely would not be able to fight against so many of them who had joined hands together. Today they would surely be able to barge into Levitation Sword Palace's internal sector, to find out exactly where Mu Qingqing was. Song Pejun clenched his teeth tightly as he had been waiting for action after accumulating enough power and was just about to strike out. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli's beaming voice suddenly rang behind him. Elders, I haven't finished what I'm saying and you're all urging me to take action already? Haven't you thought about this, that in Blue Profound Sect's entrance, the most probable person who could use thunder-attributed profound skills to kill Elder Lung would be? Elder Pan snorted in disdain, we are not interested to find out about this anymore. Young lass, there's no place for you to but in right here. Huang Yueli blinked and smiled, that's hard to say. If you don't get your facts clearly, you will definitely regret it in future. I already said that we're not interested. Elder Pan's words abruptly stopped. Because in his heart, a terrifying guess suddenly arose. In Blue Profound Sect, 9th stage realm peak potential, thunder attributed, this was simply describing a certain someone. That certain someone was the most terrifying and unsurpassable peerless top exponent in everyone's hearts. Just at this moment, it seemed as though it had really verified his guess. Bursts of metal-attributed chafing sounds suddenly rang from the skies above Levitation Sword Palace as the ground beneath their feet also started to shake. 10,000 swords whined as it shot up into the clouds. Elder Pan's feet turned into jelly as he totally uncontrollably fell on his butt onto the ground, while his entire body started shaking non-stop. Not only him, the other elders also started to turn pale, bearing a preoccupied look as the terror in their hearts were displayed in full view. Overbearing and powerful profound energy pressure enveloped the entire Levitation Sword Palace. The elders present were all in 9th stage realm peak cultivations, but under such pressure, all of them were shaking in fear and trepidation as they only had one single thought to kneel down and beg for mercy. In the entire Soaring Heavens continent, only one person had such overbearing and powerful, the only one unsurpassable strong exponent, number 1 Sacred Lands Blue Profound Sect Sovereign, Mu Qingqing. Mu. Sovereign Mu. Elder Pan spoke in a trembling tone, as his teeth were chattering non-stop. Ray, really is. Sovereign Mu? Levitation Sword Palace's sword array in the air had been inherited for generations, and only Blue Profound Sect Sovereign is able to activate it using an exclusive profound skill. Other than Sovereign Mu, no. No one else can activate it. But, wasn't it said that Sovereign Mu had already. The elders finally found their voices, but each and every one of their voices were shaking. They exchanged glances mutually, with the hope to find proof that the sensation they felt earlier was just a hallucination. But they only found deeper terror within their companion's eyes. Just how strong was Mu Qingqing was something which no one was certain of, but all those practitioners who had experienced the times when he had flourished fully all knew the extent of how ridiculously powerful he was. Moreover, he was overbearing and extremely defensive even though he knew the person was in the wrong, so no one dared to challenge his authority. All those who dared to offend him all died without any burial grounds. If this really was Mu Qingqing himself who came out from his closed door, then their trip today was no different from sending themselves to their death. So, Sovereign Mu, Mare, mercy. I absolutely did not, intentionally, want to offend you. Someone within them was unable to take such tremendous pressure and started to lead as he plopped down onto the ground, kneeling down to beg for mercy, furiously. When the others heard, they also reacted and all started to kneel down consecutively, as their voices rose in waves, while kowtowing. SOV. Sovereign Mu. Please show us mercy. Misunderstanding, this really is a misunderstanding. Sovereign Mu, please be appeased. The situation instantly reversed and the elders from the 6 sacred lands, who were originally extremely arrogant, had all turned into startled birds. Not only had the flames from earlier disappeared totally, they also lowered their voices, by several notches as low as they could. The expressions on their faces seemed as though they had seen a living ghost. Apparently they had been so shocked that their souls were about to fly away. Song Pajun was also stunned momentarily, and by the time he regained his senses, the entire ground was full of people who had knelt down in front of him. This kind of scenario seemed as though it was 16 years ago, when Mu Qingqing was still in his peak. However, Song Pajun didn't feel complacent because of this. In actual fact, he was feeling as shocked and surprised in his heart, which was no lesser than these elders. He didn't understand what was going on. Why was Levitation Sword Palace's sword array suddenly activated? He was much clearer than anyone else on Li Moying's current cultivation and ability. It wasn't enough to activate Levitation Sword Palace's sword array unless there was some hidden agenda behind all these. Song Pajun turned his head blankly towards Huang Yueli. Instinct told him that this matter was likely related to this future sovereigness. Grandmaster Huang, what's going on? Did you arrange this? He used his profound energy to transmit his voice as he inquired secretly. Huang Yueli replied, considered so, I guess. Although she said that, but she frowned slightly as her heart was filled with puzzlement. This was indeed her plan because she had long expected that the 6 sacred lands would send out so many top-rated exponents to gather at Blue Profound Sect to not give up and leave so easily since they had not attained their motive. Although she could think of thousands of reasons to absolve Li Moying of the guilt, but the elders' motive was originally not Li Moying, so it was inevitable for them to eventually tear their faces and take action directly. What she could do was just to drag as much time as possible, to give Song Pahun and the others enough time for preparation. The only thing which could make them leave, and also to stop finding trouble for Blue Profound Sect within the short period of time, was to let them know that Mu Qingqing was still alive, and moreover, he might come out from closed-door seclusion any time. Under such awe, the 6 sacred lands would then have fear arising from their hearts, otherwise even if they managed to trick them away this time round, the next time they would still find other reasons to come over again, and moreover in an even more exaggerated fashion the very next time. However, to make Li Moying appear now to fight against them, this apparently was an unrealistic matter, hence Huang Yueli thought of making use of Levitation Sword Palace's sword array instead. Levitation Sword Palace's sword array required 9th stage realm peak ability to activate, and Li Moying was only at 9th stage realm 1st level now. But in terms of actual potential ability, he was at least 9th stage realm 6th to 7th level. Whereas Blue Profound Sect still retained many medicinal pills which Liu Bian had left behind previously, which could lift a practitioner's cultivation within a short period of time. If Li Moying swallowed one, he would be able to attain 9th stage realm peak cultivation within 2 hours' time. But for safety's sake, Huang Yueli still made Song Pahun and Song Piyu made some setups around Levitation Sword Palace, and these setups were used mainly to strengthen the array's might, creating an obvious bustle to attract the fear from these elders. Originally, Levitation Sword Palace's mechanisms and arrays were all left behind from ancient times, and without her making her appearance personally, it was very hard to modify. Luckily, Blue Profound Sect still had Song Piyu, the #1 array master, and with his help, everything proceeded smoothly. Levitation Sword Palace's sword array was activated in time and its momentum was shocking. All the elders present had mostly experienced Li Moying's peak period, and the fear towards him was deep set in their bones. They subconsciously thought that he was about to come out from his closed door, and their souls almost left their bodies out of fear. From the looks of it, to make them scram immediately should be an easy matter. But Huang Yueli somehow felt that something was not right. But at this moment, she was not able to think through this point in detail, before the opportunity disappeared. She shot Song Pahun a glance, indicating for him to quickly chase them away. Song Pajun understood her meaning as he gave a cold laugh and shouted out loudly, "Elders, weren't you hooting earlier for our sovereign to come out right away? Now sovereign is really going to come out, why have you guys turned scared until like this?" Elder Pan was tongue-tied as he stammered, Will Guardian June please forgive me, it's me. I've offended." Song Pajun spoke with mirth, "Offend? Earlier weren't you saying that you all are here to uphold justice? Didn't you also say that you wish to pay your respects to sovereign, otherwise you will not leave? Now that we're giving you an opportunity to let you enter, how?" All the elders were already scared out of their wits. Who dares to go to the rear hall at this kind of timing? Mu Qingqing apparently was infuriated right now, so whoever ran to look for him really thought their life was a little too long. Just how retarded was that person to be able to do such a thing? Elder Pan shook his head furiously, No need, how would I dare to disrupt Sovereign Mu from his cultivation? I'd better bid farewell first. Right, we shall leave now, we'll leave right now. Guardian June, we'll take our leave now. Few elders exchanged glances and struggled to get up, as they thought of leaving in a hurry. Some of them were afraid and their feet turned into jelly, so when they stood up, they almost fell flat on their faces. Seeing their performance, Song Pajun silently heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he didn't know what happened in the rear hall, but as long as he could manage the current situation then it would do. He had no choice but to admit that Sovereign's fame was simply too useful. There was no sight of him, but it had already scared these people witless. However, it was too early for him to be relieved. Just as most of them were about to leave, suddenly an elder among them pulled onto Elder Pan and said, "Wait, Elder Pan, what's the matter with all of you? Why are you all so afraid? We haven't even seen Sovereign Mu, and we're leaving just like this?" Elder Pan was pulled back by him and he turned his head around to take a look, to discover that it was Sky Devil Sect's Elder Qi. Among all the elders who came today, he was one of the youngest, and also the only one who had not met Mu Qingqing 16 years ago. The saying newborn calves do not fear tigers applied totally to him. As he had never experienced Mu Qingqing's absolute ability that year, he naturally didn't understand why the others were so afraid of him to this extent. From what he saw, everyone were all 9th stage realm peak practitioners, and were all Skychart's top exponents, so even if there was a difference in their abilities, but they had more people here. 7 or 8 people together, even if they had no way to win Mu Qingqing, surely they were able to have a fight, right? Just like a stray dog, tucking their tail between their feet and running away? Elder Pan totally didn't expect there to be someone as moronic as that, and he was so anxious that he almost spat out blood. Why, you really are insane. Do you know just how strong Sovereign Mu's ability is? Just based on you in this state, you're not even enough to be crushed by one finger of Sovereign Mu's. You're much younger than I am, surely you're not in a hurry to die, right? For the sake of your little life, aren't you going to hurry on and leave? What are you still waiting for? When Elder Qi heard that, he was extremely shocked. Elder Pan was considered as one of the higher-ranking top exponents in the Sky Chart and absolutely one of the top-rated famous practitioners in Sky Emperor City. Whoever knew that in front of Mu Qingqing, he was actually scared stiff. No, wrong, he wasn't even in front of Mu Qingqing yet, just listening to the sword array on top of Levitation Sword Palace, and it scared him so much until his face turned into a vegetable green color. Elder Qi hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't follow suit to run away. He had already broken through to the 9th stage realm when he was 40 years old and was considered as one of the first-rated geniuses who advanced swiftly. Although his advancement was the shortest, but his ranking on the Sky Chart even surpassed Elder Pan. With this kind of innate talent, it made him think too highly of himself, feeling that although Mu Qingqing was strong, but he wasn't any worse off himself. Moreover, before he came, Sky Devil Sect Master had once promised that if he was able to verify Mu Qingqing's life and death, he would enjoy much more rewards. Elder Qi clenched his teeth as he stopped in his tracks. Elder Pan, I feel that everyone need not be in a hurry to leave so anxiously. Are you all really certain that Sovereign Mu is still above and that he's about to come out from his closed-door cultivation? Don't you need to verify it with your own eyes? Elder Pan replied urgently, what's there to verify? Levitation Sword Palace's sword array is already activated, so surely it has already explained for itself, isn't it? If it's not Sovereign Mu himself, who else is able to do this? Elder Qi replied, this is hard to say. Perhaps before Sovereign Mu went into rigid closed cultivation, he had once taken in a disciple or perhaps left some secret manual, then his successor could also drive the array. Moreover speaking, what I don't understand is, since he's already come out of his closed-door seclusion, then since he's so powerful, why doesn't he make a move towards us but instead activate the array? I heard that Blue Profound Sect Protection Sword Array will not be activated unless it's at a life and death point. Based on today's situation, does he need to activate the sword array? Elder Qi's forehead was wound tightly as he spoke out the doubts in his mind. His fear towards Mu Qingqing wasn't as intense, so he became the only one within the entire crowd to be able to remain calm to think things through. Hearing his words, Huang Yueli's heart thumped hard. She had never expected that this plan of hers originally was a plan which popped out of desperation, and it was all based on Mu Qingqing's many years of accumulated power to scare these people off momentarily, so that rest of the 6 sacred lands no longer dared to come the second time. Whoever knew that there was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death and still had a clear mind, to see through the loophole in her plan. Indeed, after Elder Qi said these, the other elders who had originally ran out of the hall's door all stopped in their tracks. What Elder Qi said made perfect sense. If Mu Qingqing had really came out of his closed-door seclusion, then according to his past temper, he might have already taken action against them. At the very least, he would leave a mark on them to make them remember, instead of just chasing them out. Moreover speaking, activating the Sex Protection Sword Array over such a small matter was indeed abnormal. But they didn't dare to run back just like this, so they maintained the stance of running away at any point of time, as they shot suspicious gazes onto Tsang Pajun. Tsang Pajun didn't understand the situation as well, but he couldn't possibly display his ignorance at this point of time, so his face was still maintaining the icy cold expression. Why? Since when has Blue Profound Sect required your permission to activate the sword array? Sovereign's situation needs to be reported to you guys? Since you don't believe, then head over to the rear hall personally. But, if Sovereign flares up and any accident happens, then it's all your own doing. Elders all looked at each other in dismay, although their hearts were filled with doubts, but they didn't dare to enter the rear hall. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if Mu Qingqing was perfectly fine? The few of them looked towards Elder Qi, who spoke out at first. Elder Qi, since you've raised this concern, then will you head in to take a look? After you've verified Sovereign Mu's situation, then the rest of them will be assured, isn't it? You all. Elder Chi's face flushed a bright red shade, as he turned melancholic. He had raised out his doubt out of good intentions, but in the end these people were all timid cowards, not daring to take any risks at all. Instead, they pushed him out alone. He clenched his teeth and said, "We go all together. Do you really treat this elder as an idiot?" The few of them weighed the matter over and over again and still felt that there were too many suspicious points, so a few bolder ones stood up, with the intention to take a look together at the situation inside. Song Pujun knew deeply that if they went in, this play would definitely fall through, but he had no way to stop them. Song Pujun snuck a glance at Huang Yueli to see if she had any countermeasures to deal with this situation. But Huang Yueli also didn't have any better idea. The current situation was the worst kind of scenario within her plan, and now that things had come to such a pass, other than taking action, there was basically no other choice. Luckily, when Song Puyu's array was already successfully set up, various 9th stage realm elders had all arrived in place, and to defeat this group of people, it wasn't considered as a difficult feat, but the secret that Mu Qingqing was no longer in Blue Profound Sect would definitely not be kept under wraps any longer. Huang Yueli could only give Song Pujun a hand gesture, indicating for him to be prepared to take action. Song Pujun's heart sunk. This time he was really out of hope. Not knowing when it started, Huang Yueli had turned into the most intelligent, most dependable existence in them Guardians' eyes, as though they knew that as long as she was there, whatever complicated or disorderly situation would all be easily dealt with. But now, even she also had no idea. Looked like this secret, which was kept for 16 years, was finally about to be revealed. The minute this secret leaked out, to the entire Soaring Heavens continent, it was explosive news which was enough to shake all the corners of the continent, and Sky Emperor City's powerhouse structure would then undergo turbulent changes. At this point, Elder Qi and the others were already standing at the front hall's corridor leading to the rear hall. Elder Qi spoke out, "Guardian Jun, will you please move aside? We are on our way to pay our respects to Sovereign Mu, so surely you will not intentionally obstruct us, right?" Song Pujun's gaze congealed slightly as he spoke out slowly, "How would that be? Since you're in a hurry to be reincarnated, then why should this guardian poke my nose into this, or even stop you from doing so?" "Ha ha, great then, let's go." Elder Qi sneered as he strode on ahead. Song Pujun watched them walking towards the rear hall as he was fully alert, waiting for the best chance to take action. Elder Qi and 3 others walked towards the rear hall's tightly shut door as they bowed down and called out in a bright voice, "Sovereign Mu, I am Sky Devil Sect's Elder Qi Hui, and I've long heard of Sovereign Mu's fame, so I've specially came over to pay a visit and pay my respects to Sovereign Mu." The rear hall's door was shut tightly, without any movements coming from inside. Elder Qi and the others revealed an excited expression, feeling that they'd guessed it correctly as they had even more confidence in their own judgment. He raised his voice once again, "Sovereign Mu, if you're unwilling to voice out, then I will proceed indirectly." Saying that, the trio stood up and wanted to push the door to enter inside. Simply disrespectful to the extreme. What do you treat the restricted area of Blue Profound Sect as? Song Pujun was agitated by their bold and disrespectful act as his expression was extremely gloomy, with the look as though he couldn't wait to rush up to stop them. But before Song Pujun could take any action, just as Elder Qi's hand touched the heavy hall door, they suddenly heard an icy cold harumph coming from behind the door. "How presumptuous!" A mellow, cold voice reverberated above the rear hall skies. But when it rang in everyone's ears, it seemed like a shockingly huge thunder which was booming right above their heads. The voice was filled with might, so overpowering that it almost pierced through everyone's ears. Everyone's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. However, before anyone could take any action, Levitation Sword Palace's densely packed sword array was once again activated by the scoff, and this time, it was much more intense than before by 100 times. It was like a rainbow as the sword's chi gushed towards the skies, reflecting a strange bluish-purple shade in Sky Emperor City's skies. At the same time, gushing waves of profound energy surged out from behind the door. Elder Qi had not expected such a matter to actually happen as he was caught unprepared and faced the first wave. He was struck by that gush of profound energy directly on his chest and he was thrown back. The other two elders who came along with him were standing at a distance a little further away, but they similarly couldn't react in time as they were thrown up into the sky by the airflow. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. 3 blinding flashes struck down from the sky above Levitation Sword Palace and accurately penetrated through those 3 figures who were sent flying in the sky. The 3 of them kept on twitching in mid-air, as though their bodies were dancing as their bodies twisted into a strange posture. Lastly, with a thump and boom, they crashed heavily onto the ground. Although all the other elders present were all stunned by this sudden change as their mouths opened agape and appeared tongue-tied, eyes wide open, and it was until the trio landed onto the ground when their glances turned towards those 3 men. On one look, they drew in a breath of cold air, with horror. Because the trio on the ground had turned black and not only had they already breathed their last, their bodies had already been struck by lightning into charcoal, totally unable to differentiate their looks at all. No one had expected that the smug and determined 3 elders had actually died in an instant, moreover in such a miserable state. The few of them subconsciously lowered their heads as they gazed towards the rear hall's door. At this moment in time, that arch-shaped door with complicated array patterns remained tightly shut and the inside had resumed its usual peace. Even the sword array above Levitation Sword Palace did not make any sound, so silent as though nothing had happened before. But this similar scene made the rest of the elders feel shocked, nothing else but shock. Earlier when Elder Qi and the others were sent flying, everyone present heard the clear sound that was emitted out from inside the hall. Such ice-cold strictness, it was extremely overbearing to the extreme. And that tyrannical and shockingly overwhelming profound energy. Without a doubt, the man inside the hall was Mu Qingqing. The elders all thought of this point at the same time and they were shaking so much that they seemed as though they were sifting chaffs, as they hastily knelt down, prostrating furiously on the ground while kowtowing. Moreover this time round, they didn't even dare to say a single word, only using all the strength that they had left to kowtow with all they had got left. If they were still doubtful of the person's identity in the hall earlier, as well as doubtful of his ability, then whatever had happened earlier was the best evidence, which slapped them hard on their faces. He did not even reveal his face, just based on 2 words imposing pressure to kill 3 9th stage realm peak practitioners who were famous on the sky chart. Such unsurpassable absolute ability with this exaggerated and overbearing mannerism, told them once and again who the identity of the person behind the scenes was. Mu Qingqing, he really had been around always. Moreover his ability was totally not any weaker than yesteryear. Finding out about this pointer, everyone's fear in their hearts had all instantly reached the peak and many of them all started to see black, almost causing them to faint. Everyone were all regretting this, feeling that they were simply too dumb to the extreme. Why did they believe in the rumors that Mu Qingqing had really gotten into a mishap? And even came here dim-wittedly to provoke them? Why was there such a good opportunity to leave Blue Profound Sect earlier, but why did they think too highly of themselves, hence missing the chance once and again? Now that Mu Qingqing was really angered by them, he just waved his hand and instantly killed 3 of them. Now they wanted to escape, but there was nowhere for them to run. To tell the truth, the strongest thought in their minds now was to quickly run away, out of the most terrifying absolute demon lord, Mu Qingqing's zone of influence. But unfortunately, all of their legs refused to listen to what their brains were telling them. Under extreme terror, not to mention run away, they couldn't even straighten their kneecaps, as their feet turned soft and consciousness turned unclear. Other than kneeling onto the ground to beg for mercy, there was no second option. Bam! 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 One after another, sounds of heads banging on the ground arose as they prostrated towards the front hall. The sounds were dull, like an unregulated rhythm as it knocked into their hearts. Not too long later, bloodstains appeared on the limestone pavement, and moreover the bloodstains were increasing by the minute as it started to stream downwards onto the stone floor. Many of their faces were already filled with so much blood that their eyes weren't able to open up, but they didn't dare to stop, only continuing to kowtow, with hope that the unsurpassable unparalleled top exponent would be lenient and left them a path of survival. However, no sound came out from behind the hall's door. The elders didn't dare to slack as they still tried their hardest to kowtow, as though they didn't feel any pain or tiredness. This scene, in Song Pujun and Huang Yueli's eyes, made them extremely shocked. The two of them exchanged glances as they didn't really get what the situation had become. The man behind the hall's door was apparently Li Moying because other than him, no one else could manage to do this. But, how did he do it? It took a very, very long time until the limestone pavement in front of the front hall was practically stained with blood before a deep and chilly voice was heard coming from behind the door. "Who gave you the guts to come make trouble at Blue Profound Sect? This sovereign just didn't show myself for this bit of time. Is the Sky and Sky Emperor City going to revolt?" The same cold tone in their memories along with an overbearing suppression was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into their soul trace. Even though this voice seemed a little different from 16 years ago, but no one posed any suspicions in their minds, because deep down in their hearts, there was only terror left. "Sovereign Mu, Mare, mercy. Sky Devil Sect absolutely didn't dare to offend you. We are just misled by someone. We beg Sovereign Mu to let us off. In future, we Seven Stars Palace will definitely follow behind Blue Profound Sect. Whatever Sovereign Mu asks us to do, we will do it. Sovereign Mu, with penetrating judgment, you'd surely know that we have been harmed by Lung Weiming, the sinister villain. He was the one who urged us here." Not knowing who suddenly had a brainwave and threw the pot over onto Lung Weiming. The others instantly reacted as they all joined in. "Right, that's correct. It's all Lung Weiming who fabricated the truth, lying to us that it was Blue Profound Sect who did it. This villain with ulterior motives, he should indeed be punished with 1,000 cuts and myriad pieces." Lung Weiming was so terrified that he almost fainted. These famous Sacred Lands elders were actually also shameless. In order to preserve their own lives, they actually made him a scapegoat at the crucial moment, throwing him out. "Sovereign Mu, He urgently lifted up his head as he tried to explain. But how would the others even give him any chance to explain? Just as he opened his mouth, the few elders struck out simultaneously as severe gushes of profound energy all pierced through his chest. Lung Weiming fell flat onto the ground immediately as he threw up mouthfuls of blood, ending up as dead as he could be. When the others saw Lung Weiming had died, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was just a mere Lung family. Even if their clan leader died, they weren't able to do anything to the 6 sacred lands, so no one else but him would end up being the scapegoat. As long as Mu Qingqing saw this main culprit dead, he ought to be slightly appeased to let them continue living, so this sacrifice was very worth it. Even until his death, Lung Weiming probably hadn't thought through why he ended up with such an ending. Just 1 week ago, he was still delightfully planning on how to make Li Moying die an impassable death, so he had not expected that not too long later, he would end up dying a violent death. Moreover, his death was obvious that under the 6 sacred lands' care, the entire Lin family was about to collapse and fall apart, so it probably wouldn't take a few days before the powerhouse Lin family no longer appeared in Sky Emperor City. After the few elder killed him, they immediately jumped out to ask for commendation. "Sovereign Mu, the main culprit, has already been killed. Will Sovereign Mu please let us go, on account that we have already atoned for our crimes? Sovereign Mu, I am willing to be planted with the slave seal, to be at Sovereign's beck and call for the rest of my life, so please allow me to live." Various kinds of shameless words were heard from these dignified elders. At the thin line between life and death, in order to survive, they no longer cared about anything. As for face or reputation or pride, it had long been thrown unimaginably far away. Finally, after their performance had come to an end, the rear hall's door echoed a chilly voice. This sovereign had been nurturing my character for many years, and since I'd just come out from my closed-door seclusion, I originally didn't want to kill anyone the moment I came out. Sovereign Mu is simply too compassionate. No wonder you're the entire soaring heavens continent's most powerful peerless top exponent. Sovereign Mu, will you please be magnanimous and show mercy to us? Your grand kindness will never be forgotten. Sovereign Mu is benevolent and kindly, no wonder your ability is so preeminent. Li Moying had just started off and the group couldn't wait to fawn on him. Those corny expressions and the flattering tones left Huang Yueli and Song Pijun dumbstruck. Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. These people were just too comical. Since when had Mu Qingqing ever been complimented as compassionate, benevolent, and kindly? He was everything but compassionate. No one knew the game of the strong devouring the weak better than Mu Qingqing. All of his gentleness and weak spots were only exposed in front of his beloved woman. Her laughter was not very soft as the elders who knelt on the ground just in front of her echoed into their ears. They were not deaf, so naturally they could all hear her laughter. To be ridiculed by a young junior with such ordinary cultivation, if it happened just 1 hour ago, these elders would have acted up long ago, to make her pay the price which she would never forget for the rest of her life. But now that things had come to such a pass, none of the elders dared to touch her. They didn't even dare to turn their heads back to take a look at her. Mu Qingqing was right there at Levitation Sword Palace, so who had the audacity to touch even a finger of the disciples under him? Li Moying's voice drifted out once again, count your lucky stars today. This sovereign is going to pray for blessings for the Blue Profound sect for 7 days, and I don't wish to kill indiscriminately. Each of you just leave your right arm and a pair of eyes, then you can scram. Hearing this, the crowd all rejoiced over this. For practitioners to be crippled, their cultivations would definitely drop drastically, and their ability could possibly no longer reach 9th stage realm peak forever. But at this moment in time, these elders totally had no spare energy to consider all these. To them, to be able to preserve their lives was already 1,000 fortunes amid the misfortune. Those who had offended Mu Qingqing rarely were able to escape unscathed, so they had really bumped into a great streak of luck today. The few of them hurriedly drew out their weapons, which were hanging by their waists, and without even blinking, they swung it towards their right arm. Blood splattered everything as one after another limb fell onto the ground, causing the thick blood stench to saturate the air. After the elders chopped off their arm, they blinded their 2 eyes and escaped out of the door in a staggering motion. As their 2 eyes were blind and they couldn't see anything at all, although they could barely use their soul trace to differentiate the surrounding conditions, but the elders still fell heavily on the stairs right in front of Levitation Sword Palace's door. Levitation Sword Palace was built right smack in the thickest fog, and the palace door steps were exactly 999 steps. These stairs to a 5th stage realm and above practitioner wasn't considered as anything much, and they could climb up easily. But towards the current elders from the 6 sacred lands, these steps were simply too long. They rolled down the stairs along the mountain, and there was nothing to block them, so somehow they weren't able to stop at all. Dong 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 dong. Continuous knocking sounds rang on the stairs as it could be heard even from far away. The surroundings around Levitation Sword Palace were filled with many Blue Profound Sect's disciples who guarded the stairs, as they watched worriedly at the palace doors. When the elders from the 6 sacred lands arrived, they didn't conceal their own tracks, but walked in brazenly with smug appearances reflecting their intention to show off, as they seemed to be worried that others didn't know about them. Blue Profound Sect's disciples could roughly guess their intentions and were extremely worried, but they didn't dare to run into Levitation Sword Palace, so they could only watch from afar. Initially, they were all worried that Song Pajun and the others would fight with the elders, and worried that something had really happened to the legendary unsurpassable sovereign while he was behind closed-door seclusion. But even after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from Levitation Sword Palace. No earth-shattering actions taken from those ninth-stage realm peak practitioners, nor did they see the elders from the 6 sacred lands leave. What was going on? Just as the disciples were feeling confused and worried, they finally heard bursts of awe-striking sword cries. Immediately following that, the sword array above Levitation Sword Palace kept out ringing, and there were a few times when brilliant rays shone as the entire heaven and earth's profound chi from the spiritual artery all gushed madly towards Levitation Sword Palace. This time round, all the disciples in the sects were stunned as they all hurriedly rushed over, determined to risk their lives and die for the number 1 sacred land's glory. Whoever knew, when they ran near, they discovered that the big battle in their imaginations had not occurred. Levitation Sword Palace's palace doors were suddenly swung open and a few things started to roll down. Crashing pong-dong sounds were heard in coordination with miserable shrieks made all the disciples stunned. What is this exactly? What happened? Something doesn't seem right. 6 sacred lands elders have already gone in for such a long time and they're still not out yet. Could it be that Guardian June is unable to deal with them? Look there quickly. What's that thing which is rolling down? It's rolling so fast. Is it a rubber ball? What kind of sight do you have? What rubber ball? It's obviously. It seems like a few people. What? Under blue profound sect's disciples' astonished and shocked gazes, the few elders finally landed at the bottom of the stairs. By now, they were already bruised and battered, without a single piece of good skin on their bodies with various bones fractures all over. What was worse of all was that during the process of falling, the wounds on their arm and eyes were being tugged continuously, and the wounds became increasingly malevolent and frightening. Moreover, as their heads had been knocking against the stone ground, by the time they landed at the bottom of the stairs, everyone had already gone groggy from it as their minds were dizzy and unable to lift up their heads, not to mention having the thoughts about their current predicament. On seeing the few balls landing, blue profound sect's disciples all gasped as they crowded around them, sizing them up in curiosity. It fell. It finally fell down. Arg, move aside a little, take a look to see what it is exactly? It dropped out from Levitation Sword Palace, which is just too strange. Surely it can't be some kind of profound armament or treasure, right? Fat hope. This obviously looks like humans, moreover humans who had fallen to such a sad state. What? There's this kind of thing? Who is so dumb to fall down even from climbing a flight of stairs? Are they practitioners or not? Moreover, rolling down from such a height and still alive, their cultivations are really not ordinary. Look at their right sleeves, it's all empty. Could it be that they rolled down so precisely at the same spot, which made their right arms fly out while they were rolling down? Have they arranged this together? Everyone was giving off gasps of shock and surprise. They were intentionally ridiculing them, but this matter originally made them feel too surprised. The disciples in the sect had never met with such a bizarre matter before, so they instantly got excited, as they pulled their friends and got into grounds to crowd around and take a look. When the few elders heard what those younger generation disciples said, they were all furious and embarrassed, simply couldn't wait to explode on the spot. They were all top exponents on the sky chart with exceptionally strong abilities and excellent statuses, so since when had they been embarrassed like this before? Simply had thrown all their faces away. But this wasn't comparable to earlier, only disgraced in front of Song Pajun. All of them were same-leveled top exponents, so they could still barely accept it. But now, with these younger generation disciples crowded around them as though they were looking at a group of clowns, this feeling was simply as awkward as it could get. The few elders subconsciously lowered their faces onto the ground, totally not moving, fearing that they would be recognized. They were berating these younger generation people several thousand times for being too bored and too nosy, praying that these idle people would quickly leave and absolutely not see their faces. Alas, their prayers weren't of much use. When the elders from the 6 sacred lands arrived, they made their stance so grand, and those younger generation disciples weren't idiots. They merely needed a push, and someone already guessed their identities. Haha, I know what's going on already. Look at the clothes on them, these are all uniforms from the 6 sacred lands. These people are obviously those few elders who had stormed into our sect arrogantly earlier. What? Let me take a look. They really are. What's going on? From the stance which they entered earlier, I thought that Blue Profound sect had met with strong opponents. Just how long has it been, and they're turned into the state? I know why, isn't that obvious? These people must have been dealt with by Guardian June and the others. TSK, I said this earlier, that these old fools actually dare to come to Blue Profound sect to create havoc. Don't they even take a look at themselves in their own piss? Blue Profound sect's disciples were all extremely excited as they casted out sentences after sentences of sarcasm, making the elders feel utterly despondent. If a large hole appeared on the ground right now, they would definitely wiggle right in immediately, without any hesitation. But too bad, it was impossible for the ground to have a hole, whereas for them, even if they wanted to stand up and leave right now, they lacked the strength to do so because their heads were still whirling around, totally unable to pick themselves up. The few elders were usually standing upright, and now they were reduced to become a clown for people to admire, lying limp on the ground as they were subjected to those disciples' ridicule, not even daring to make a sound over this. Blue Profound sect's disciples were all excited for a moment, but they also started to have their doubts. But speaking of this, what happened in Levitation Sword Palace earlier? Although Guardian June and others' abilities are very strong, but these elders from the 6 sacred lands are not simple as well. Guardian June is actually able to deal with them to such a miserable state? I also feel that it's not possible, but the truth is indeed like this. I feel that something is wrong. Haven't you noticed that the sword array above Levitation Sword Palace has been activated with the penetrating profound chi gushing up into the skies? I heard that this sword array is something which only the sovereign himself is able to activate. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that Sovereign Mu has already come out from closed door and he personally dealt with these few fellows here? I'm just guessing, but other than Sovereign Mu, who else has the ability to deal with these Sky Chart's top exponents so easily? Although what you say is logical, but Sovereign Mu hasn't appeared for the past 16 years, and this time. Younger generation disciples were guessing quietly as they were filled with puzzlement, anxiously anticipating in their heart that Mu Qingqing was able to make his appearance once again. Most of them had not experienced the times when Mu Qingqing rode the waves, but they had heard lots of rumors and had been looking forward to seeing this top exponent's glamour. At the same time, they were hopeful to see what the real number 1 sacred lands was like. But most of them were merely saying it and didn't really believe it in their hearts that Mu Qingqing had really come out from closed-door seclusion. It was simply because 16 years was just too long, so long that almost everyone had given up hope. Not to mention the 6 sacred lands, even quite a number of disciples from Blue Profound sect were suspicious on Mu Qingqing's life and death, just not daring to speak it out. At this very moment, Levitation Sword Palace's palace door opened up once again. This time round, the person who walked out was Third Guardian Song Pahun, who was dressed entirely in black with outstanding bearing. Disciples. He gave a slight cough and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The younger generation disciples immediately shut their mouths and showed their respects to him by bowing down. Song Pahun lifted his hand slightly, indicating for them to dispense with the formalities as he gave a smile. I'd like to inform everyone of a joyous incident which is happening in our sect. Sovereign has come out from closed-door cultivation. Hearing that, everyone didn't manage to respond in time as they stared blankly at Song Pahun. Song Pijun was composed as he added, these few villains below who had overestimated themselves were all dealt with by the sovereign conveniently. Sovereign ordered me to pass down the command, to inform all disciples in Blue Profound Sect that if you ever met such things with no eyes in future, then just teach them a vicious lesson. Let them know what is called the real number one of the sacred lands. The disciples finally felt a little realistic as their eyes all popped out unbelievably. Immediately following that, everyone all started to kneel down, bowing down in respect towards that faintly discernible levitation sword palace. Paying our respects to the sovereign. Sonorous and vigorous voices, with lingering echoes, resonated. Every younger generation disciples were extremely excited as they felt extremely excited in their hearts. Everyone had been waiting for a total of 16 years, finally for this moment. Song Pahun led the disciples in kowtowing towards Levitation Sword Palace's direction 3 times before indicating for everyone to stand up. Alright, Sovereign will be praying on behalf of Blue Profound Sect these few days, so everyone remember to continue doing your own stuff properly, and work hard to raise your own cultivation. This is Sovereign's first time out in 16 years, so this is an opportunity for everyone to show your performance. Don't throw Blue Profound Sect's face. Yes, sir. The disciples answered in unison, as all of them were enormously proud of their own success. Song Pahun had mentioned something which they had been looking forward to in their hearts. Which younger generation disciple didn't want to show off their skills in front of Mu Qingqing, cooking up different ways to show their faces? Although Levitation Sword Palace had a peerless genius like Li Moying and it was impossible for their sovereign to take them in as disciple, but if this number 1 top exponent could casually give them some pointers, it would be enough to make them improve tremendously. Song Pahun continued, oh yes, these few elders below, will anyone willingly volunteer to send them back to their own sects? Before he could finish his words, a swarm of people all leapt upwards, wanting to grab this beautiful task. Everyone remembered the moment when these few elders just entered the door, their smug looks were still fresh in their memories. But now seeing that they had been dealt with so miserly by their sovereign, naturally they were all thrilled, as they couldn't wait to add in some punches or kicks on their own as well. When Song Pahun saw that, he hastily urged, everyone please show some mercy, and be gentler, to the elders. After all, they are all elders from large powerhouses, so if they end up in a terrible and miserable state, it will be too unsightly. Moreover speaking, Sovereign has some information which he wants them to bring to the 6 sacred lands, so you must ensure that they bring the information back. All the disciples started to restrain themselves, but they were still crowded in a large group excitedly, as they moved forward to make a grab for them. The few elders were surrounded in the middle, being snatched and pushed around. Their originally wound-ridden and tired body were tugged so much that their bones almost fell apart. Whatever reputation or status they had, it had all turned into floating clouds, which couldn't be described by just a mere miserable word. Song Pahun acted as though he didn't see anything as he turned and walked back into Levitation Sword Palace. The palace doors closed instantly the minute he walked in, and Song Pahun's expression immediately sunk. Levitation Sword Palace. The scenario of the few elders who automatically scrammed out of Levitation Sword Palace was simply too sensational and too comical. Song Pajun's uptight senses could finally relax as he heaved a long sigh of relief. That's marvelous, I thought that we'd be a goner this time round. I've never expected that. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something as his expression turned ugly. Something's not right. How did Sovereign manage to do that? Earlier the display of his prowess was simply no different from when he was in his peak. Whereas Huang Yueli, who was beside him, had long thought of this point. The instant the elders left her vision, she immediately moved and dashed into the rear hall. She pushed the palace door hard only to discover that the palace door was shut tightly, not knowing if it was locked or whatever. Anyway, with that bit of strength of hers, it was totally impossible for her to push it open. Huang Yueli was so anxious that she stomped her feet, Guardian Jun, Guardian Yu, quickly come over to open the door. Song Pijun and Song Piyu immediately rushed over and without any hesitation, they immediately joined hands as two ninth-stage realm peak practitioners' profound energy fell onto the palace door. The palace door shook violently for a while and suddenly opened up. The instant the palace door opened up, a disorderly and rampaging thunder attributed profound energy leaked out from the slit of the door. This profound energy was extremely overbearing, forcing Song Pijun and Song Piyu to be pushed back repeatedly. Song Pijun had finally managed to stand firm when he raised his head and cried out in surprise, "Grandmaster Huang." Huang Yueli seemed as though she was completely unaffected by this profound energy as her feet moved lightly and she flashed past the door, entering the rear hall. The minute she entered the door, she noticed that there was no attendant in sight there, only Li Moying standing in the middle of the rear hall. His entire body was shrouded by bluish-purple electric currents, and around him occasionally sparked lightning. The powerful thunder-attributed energy filled every corner of the rear hall. The entire rear hall was covered in Li Moying's thunder region. Luckily, Levitation Sword Palace was a historical site left behind since the ancient times, and with an array like that as protection, it was extremely solid, hence it was not shattered by his profound energy. But even so, cracks started to appear as the dust and ash kept on dropping from the cracked ceiling, but under the electric current scorches, it turned into flames, so before it had even fell onto the ground, it had already turned into a wisp of smoke. This. Sovereign he, Song Pijun, finally resisted the pressure and barely made it into the palace door. Song Piyu's brows were tightly wound. Sovereign he. His illness has acted up. What's going on? Song Piyu didn't reply because Huang Yueli had already rushed into the thunder region boundary without any hesitation, as she avoided every single bolt of lightning, arriving next to Li Moying. Li Moying's complexion was almost transparent as it radiated a palely white color, which reflected a bluish-purple tint which made him appear extremely terrifying. Huang Yueli tipped her toes as she hooked her arms around Li Moying's neck and lifted up her head as she kissed his lips. Li Moying's lips were icy cold and dry, moreover his body kept on trembling non-stop. The moment his lips touched Huang Yueli's soft and warm lips, he was like a withered tree that had been thirsting for a long time, as he drew in the warmth with great anticipation which was emitting from her. Li Moying's arm embraced the young lady's slender waist tightly and drew in tighter as the tip of his tongue forcibly penetrated into her mouth, with wild passion which almost drowned the duo completely. Huang Yueli almost ran out of breath from his tight embrace as the rubs near her chest almost fractured. But she didn't struggle. Instead she hugged him back hard because she knew that this was the basic instinct of Li Moying's soul detachment illness, and she must completely accept him in order to let him recover as soon as possible. But this time round, Li Moying's kiss seemed to be much longer as compared to before. Huang Yueli felt as though her profound energy was about to be sucked dry by Li Moying, and even her breathing was not smooth any longer as her eyes kept seeing black, and just at the moment when she was about to fall, the strength which Li Moying held around her waist suddenly weakened. Following that, he fell entirely onto Huang Yueli. However, Huang Yueli was already totally exhausted, and being pressed down by him, she lost her balance and immediately fell backwards. Sovereign! Grandmaster Huang! Luckily, the few guardians reacted in time and immediately headed up to catch Li Moying and also held on to Huang Yueli, hence the two were not hurt from the fall. Li Moying entered a state of unconsciousness, and his forehead was creased tightly with weak breathing. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, even his lips, which had just been through the passionate kiss, did not show any trace of blood at all. Song Pijun caught hold of him and immediately summoned the attendants. Men, quickly carry Sovereign back to his bedroom. Huang Yueli was held on by Song Pijun, who had just dashed in, and she was still seeing black patches. Hearing Song Pijun's words, she immediately turned around. Quickly get the doctors. I'll follow and take a look too. As she was saying that, She wanted to follow the attendant to the bedroom but had underestimated the severity of her exhaustion. She had just got up when her knees suddenly went weak and almost fell down. "Grandmaster Huang, do be careful. If you are hurt, Sovereign will feel even more miserable. You'd better go back and take a rest first. We're here to look after Sovereign, so there will definitely be no problem." Song Pahun flusteredly wanted to support her, but Huang Yueli pushed him away. "No, I'm not assured." Huang Yueli took a deep breath and with much difficulty, she suppressed the feeling of feeling faint and she ran towards the bedroom. The three guardians, and Luo Jiyun and the others who heard the news all hurried over anxiously. Blue Profound Sex Doctor was summoned over in a haste and at first timing, he sat by the bedside to do a consultation for Li Moying. This Dr. Shengwan had a head full of white hair and was already 300 over years old this year. He was one of the 8th-ranked doctors in Soaring Heaven's continent, which could be counted with one hand, and he had been through plenty of consultations. Even Liu Bian did not have his amount of experience in consultations. However, at this current moment, Dr. Shengwan's senses were congealed as one hand was placed on Li Moying's right wrist, while the other was lightly stroking his beard while pondering over it without saying a single word. Huang Yueli didn't dare to interrupt him, only moving aside slightly as she stood next to Song Pajun and asked quietly, "What's going on? What happened in the rear hall earlier? Why did Moying's illness suddenly act up?" Song Pahun looked at her worriedly as he wanted to say something but hesitated. "This Sovereign just said. Huang Yueli took a look at his expression and immediately understood what had happened. "Why? He told you not to tell me, didn't he?" Grandmaster Huang is indeed brilliant. This subordinate." Song Pahun wiped the sweat off his forehead. Huang Yueli said, "Even if you don't tell me, I also know." Did Moying intentionally allow himself to act up just so that he could ignite enough ability to awe those troublemakers, killing them instantly? But how on earth did he do it? The sweat on Song Pahun's forehead instantly increased. Huang Yueli casted a glance at him as she mumbled, "Right, should be that pill?" Liu Bian left behind some pills which could raise one's cultivation. Is it because he cannot take those pills, and the minute he takes it, his illness will act up? Damn it. I didn't think of this at all, even coming out with a scheme to dupe them, making him take what pill? His illness acting up is because of me. When Huang Yueli thought of this, her complexion started to turn pale. Recently, Li Moying's soul detachment illness seemed to be a little under control. Other than full moon's night, his illness didn't act up at all. Moreover, the acting up on a full moon's night was controlled within a short period of time. Hence, Huang Yueli had neglected this point several times. Because when Li Moying's illness didn't act up, he really looked extremely powerful, and for someone with such outstanding ability as him, there was simply no way to correlate just how frail he turned out to be when his illness acted up. Huang Yueli was extremely vexed as she felt extremely ashamed for her own carelessness. She should have known about this long ago, that Li Moying's body was different from ordinary practitioners, and he simply could not afford to be tormented. Medicines may also be poison to some, hence no matter what medication it was, he shouldn't take it discriminately. Huang Yueli recalled that 1 year ago, in Dark Moon Forest, it was the first time when she met with Li Moying's illness acting up, and back then, it was one of the most serious times when Li Moying's illness acted up. That time it was because he had taken the cultivation raising pill, forcibly lifting his potential, hence almost causing an irreversible consequence. He almost lost his life in the Dark Moon Forest. Whereas she had actually forgotten about this point. Huang Yueli took a look at the bedridden Li Moying as he didn't move at all, and her heart was aching to the extreme. Unknowingly, she bit her lips so hard that the skin had already broken from it. When Song Pahun saw that, he didn't care about anything else as he hurriedly propitiated her. "Grandmaster Huang, please don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. The situation was so pressing earlier, and if it wasn't for your idea, the entire Blue Profound sect might have already fallen into a huge crisis. But Moying he still, Huang Yueli remained despondent. Actually to her, she really didn't care much about how Blue Profound sect turned out, because it was not as important as Li Moying. One could say that she was selfish, she didn't care at all because from her point of view, as long as Li Moying remained safe and sound, even if the entire Blue Profound sect was flattened, she wouldn't feel any heartache at all. She came out with this plan, trying ways and means to protect the Blue Profound sect. It was all because this was Li Moying's sect and it was very important to him. Song Pahun knew that she had already guessed what happened, so he didn't bother to conceal the fact and spoke out directly, "Grandmaster Huang, this really isn't your fault." Before Sovereign took the pill, he already knew that this would be the result, but he still insisted on taking it. You might feel that his life is more important, but to a man, the sect's honor is something that Sovereign cannot abandon. When Huang Yueli heard that, she went into a blank, but immediately knitted her brows and became silent. At this point of time, Dr. Shengwan finally let go of Li Moying's wrist as he stood up. The few of them immediately swarmed over as they started to ask, "Divine Dr. Shengwan, how is it? Moying does he have a problem?" Dr. Shengwan gave a long sigh and his expression remained grave. "Grandmaster Huang, Guardians, Sovereign's illness isn't optimistic at all, so I hope all of you are mentally prepared." Huang Yueli's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Dr. Shengwan continued, "Sovereign had a long history of soul detachment illness, ever since he was born, so his naturally weak primordial spirit is because of this. This kind of illness, by right there isn't a cure. Because for people who have weak primordial spirits, as their age increases, not only would there not be a turn for the better, instead they will become weaker. Most of them generally do not live past 20 years old, before they eventually die." Huang Yueli's color on her face drained away as she spoke with a trembling voice, "Divine Dr. Shengwan, I understand all these which you've said. But Moying is already over 20 years old. Moreover, those with soul detachment illness generally can't cultivate, not to mention raising his cultivation to the 9th stage realm. He has his current cultivation now, doesn't it represent that his illness is getting better?" Dr. Shengwan looked at Huang Yueli's pale little face as he felt a little disturbed. He had been in Blue Profound sect for a very long time, and although he wasn't considered as Li Moying's core trusted aides and didn't know what Li Moying had done that year, but he had personally witnessed how this pair overcame all the twists and turns before they were finally connected. Now that they finally got together, yet they had to face such a huge blow. However, Dr. Shengwan didn't want to lie to Huang Yueli. This kind of thing, whether it was said earlier or later, eventually they would still find out, so it would be better if she found out about it earlier in order to make preparations in advance. Dr. Shengwan gave a light cough and said, "Grandmaster Huang, I believe that you have already realized that although Sovereign's acting up time is more stable and with you by his side, every time he acts up, he will also lose consciousness, which is no longer the same as in the past, and this causes a serious destruction to him. But this doesn't represent that he's already turning for the better. In actual fact, every time he acts up, the amount of time that he is weakened becomes longer." Huang Yueli's senses jolted as her heart pounded wildly. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is Sovereign's condition might seem as though it has taken a turn for the better, but in actual fact, his body condition is turning worse by the minute. I believe that every single time Sovereign wakes up, there would be a long period of time when his body turns frail and he has no way to utilize his profound energy. He might even go into hypersomnia every day, and this situation will maintain for several days." Dr. Shengwan explained. Huang Yueli blinked as she looked at him puzzledly. How could this be? Moying he obviously. Saying that, she seemed to have thought of something as she turned her head around and looked at the 3 guardians who were standing with their hands behind the backs. The 3 of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze as their faces were filled with guilt. This verified Huang Yueli's guess, and she clenched her fists tightly as she spoke between her clenched teeth. I understand now. No wonder every time after Moying acts up, he will tell me that he will go into closed-door seclusion, moreover each time would be for several days. I thought that he was working hard to cultivate, in order to return to his former peak state, so. He just didn't want me to tell the fact that he was getting weaker and weaker. You all actually kept me in the dark. Song Pujun braced himself to stand out to explain, Grandmaster Huang, it really isn't that we want to hide this from you, but Sovereign said that he didn't want you to worry. Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh as she interrupted him. Yes, he doesn't allow me to know, and it can only make me feel at ease momentarily. But by the time his condition worsens, I will find out eventually, and by then, will I not be worried? What does he treat me as? Am I really those kind of weak, frail young ladies who are unable to take any blows, unable to face the difficulty with him together? As she was saying that, she stared at Song Pujun and the rest, and you guys. Do you treat me as one of you or not? My fiancé is facing such a huge problem and yet no one told me about it. The three guardians lowered their heads together, not saying a single word. Actually, they all felt that Li Moying hiding this fact from Huang Yueli was a meaningless thing to do. But a sovereign was that strong and overbearing, a man who was extremely chauvinistic with overly protective instincts, feeling that as long as his own woman was happy every day, it was enough. So he didn't want to tell any negative news to Huang Yueli at all. As subordinates, who had the guts to defy the commands of this ruler of great talent who inspired awe throughout the empire? Huang Yueli knew this point clearly, so she just lectured them a little and stopped at that. She turned around to face Dr. Shangguan as she lowered her voice and asked, Divine Dr. Shangguan, in the past I wasn't very sure on Moying's condition, but now that I understand it already. Will you please let me know how Moying's condition is right now? What must I do in order to treat him? Dr. Shangguan's brows creased as he sighed while shaking his head. Grandmaster Huang, Sovereign's illness is very hard to treat because he hurt his primordial spirit, and the damage on primordial spirits isn't something which ordinary medical skills can solve, so please forgive me for being powerless. Huang Yueli pursed her lips disappointedly. Then, Dr. Shangguan suddenly said, But. What? Have you thought of an idea? The few guardians all crowded around him excitedly. Dr. Shangguan muttered to himself irresolutely, I've heard Guardian Jun mention this previously, that when Sovereign was at a very young age, his illness had already started to act up, and every single time his body deteriorated steadily and almost lost his life. It was Divine Dr. Liu who did his consultation, and he even refined a few medicinal pills to help preserve his life. Is that so? Huang Yueli nodded her head. That's right, there is indeed this happening. But later on, after he finished all the pills, there were a few times I tried to find ways to search for Divine Dr. Liu for him to help Moying do a consultation. There was always some accident happening and it never happened. Dr. Shangguan asked, then, Grandmaster Huang, do you remember the situation when Divine Dr. Liu helped Sovereign with the consultation? Huang Yueli frowned. I wasn't present then. But there should be someone who knows the actual situation. Saying that, she turned her head to the attendant at the door as she instructed, Go invite young Master Moe over. Very soon, Moe gated hurriedly into the rear hall, and when he saw the immovable Li Moying who laid on the bed, a worried expression was shown on his face. But he still respectfully bowed in respect towards Huang Yueli and the guardians who were around there. Huang Yueli nodded her head to him, Brother Moe, this is Dr. Shangguan and he's helping Moying do a consultation, and he wants to know the situation when Divine Dr. Liu helped Moying do a consultation, so please explain the details to him. Yes. Moe hurriedly agreed to it. Divine Dr. Shangguan was worried that he would disturb Li Moying's rest and specially pulled Moe over to one side as he inquired further on the fine details. Sovereign's soul detachment illness happened when he nearly died in the snowlands at 6 years old. Every month he would act up once, and initially everyone was caught unaware and the entire celestial light sect was tormented upside down, and later on with more experience, things got much better. Every time Sovereign acted up, the frail and weakened state of his body was becoming longer, and when he was almost 10 years old, he was unconscious for an entire month, and the minute he woke up, he immediately acted up again. Sect Master Morone was worried about his frail body not being able to take it, and it was by coincidence when Divine Dr. Lu passed by Skycloud City, so he went up to beg him. Originally he thought that he would be rejected, but in the end Divine Dr. Lu actually agreed to it. Divine Dr. Lu also said that Sovereign's illness was incurable and could only be controlled instead. Ordinary people with weak primordial spirits can only live until 20 years ago, but after he had his life lengthened, Sovereign still has a chance to live past 25 years ago. He will still continue to pay attention to other treatment methods. Other than that, Divine Dr. Lu hadn't appeared for so many years, so perhaps he hadn't found any better treatment method. Moe didn't hide this fact, as well as he told everything which he knew. Huang Yueli was standing not too far away, her heart feeling alarmed while listening to these. She had not expected that Li Moying's soul detachment illness was much more serious than what she had imagined. Moreover, when he was just 10 years old, he was already facing life and death. If it wasn't for Lu Bian, probably, before they had even reunited, Li Moying would have already died an unnatural death. Luckily, there was Lu Bian. However, now that Li Moying had once again met with a life and death crisis, where was Lu Bian now? The last time she sought Lu Bian for treatment, Lu Bian was unwilling to come over, but she wondered if Lu Bian found out that Li Moying was Mu Qingqing, would he reject coming over to do a consultation? Huang Yueli was pondering over this when his brows creased. Not right. Almost forgot that Lu Bian and Mu Qingqing had already fallen out with each other, and they no longer had the best buddy relationship, but instead they became enemies with each other totally. So if Lu Bian found out that the person who was ill was Mu Qingqing, he might not turn up instead. Just as Huang Yueli was in a daze, Dr. Shengguan had already asked Moe a pile of questions, and Moe told him everything that he knew, replying to all the questions which were posed to him. Dr. Shengguan's brows were locked into a knot for a while before he shook his head and said, according to what you have said, Sovereign's illness isn't the common soul detachment illness, and there are various symptoms which cannot be explained with our current medical knowledge. I really lack the ability to treat him, and I believe that other 8th-ranked doctors aren't able to help as well. The only way is to look for Divine Dr. Lu to have a possibility to treat him. It will be best if Guardians are able to find Divine Dr. Lu as soon as possible. But the few Guardians' gazes met as they wanted to say something, but stopped. After Dr. Shengguan took his leave, Huang Yueli swept a glance towards Song Pujun and the others before opening her mouth to ask, Guardians, I believe that you all know that Divine Dr. Lu and your sovereign has already turned against each other, so is there any way for him to disregard the past to help Moying do a consultation? How did you know? Song Pahan revealed a shocked expression and was almost about to let the cat out of the bag when Song Piyu abruptly kicked him. He instantly regained his senses as he swallowed back the words which were already at the back of his throat. Huang Yueli originally wanted to fake them, to find out the real truth between Li Moying and Lu Bian's feud, but whoever knew that Song Piyu's reaction was so swift that he immediately saw through her words, causing her plan to fall through. She simply stopped beating around the bush and said directly, Guardian Yu, why did you kick Guardian Hun for? Is there anything that I shouldn't know about? Song Piyu lowered his head in guilt. Grandmaster Huang, this subordinate doesn't quite understand what you're saying. Earlier I just lost my standing, so I accidentally kicked third brother. As for Divine Dr. Lu and Sovereign's matters, we are only subordinates, so how would we know why Master actually fell out with his best buddy, because this is Sovereign's private affairs. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she couldn't help but gave a sneer. What a good excuse of Sovereign's private affairs. You all just feel that your cultivations are much higher than mine, so there's no need to be afraid of my hypnotism, right? How could that be? Grandmaster Huang, you really thought too much. Song Piyu's cold sweat was almost dripping down because Huang Yueli's piercing gaze and expressions were getting too similar to their sovereign's. That original pair of clear and lively eyes now revealed a cold intent, almost freezing him into a block of ice. In all honesty, he didn't intentionally want to hide the truth from Huang Yueli. But with Song Ningyu as a predecessor, who dared to reveal Li Moying's secret, which he wanted to hide the most, Huang Yueli gave a cold harumph, such an important matter, and all of you wish to hide it from me. If Divine Dr. Lu refuses to help your sovereign do a consultation, who will be able to take up this responsibility? Song Pijun lowered his head as he spoke out meekly, Grandmaster Huang, you don't need to worry about this. As long as you open your mouth, Divine Dr. Lu should be willing to do this consultation. Huang Yueli was stunned momentarily as her creased brows slowly eased. That's true, I haven't even turned tables with Lu Bian. Never mind if you don't tell me, when I find him, I'll question him personally. Three guardians exchanged glances, and they were able to see the bitter smiles on one another's faces. The real reason for Lu Bian and Sovereign to fall out wasn't at all because of Grandmaster Huang. She even wanted to ask Lu Bian personally. Heavens know that when the few of them meet up and when Lu Bian finds out about her identity, just what kind of situation would it turn out to be? Probably it would become another world war. But the Guardians thought that even if it became a world war, it didn't matter as well. As long as Huang Yueli was able to convince Lu Bian to help Sovereign do a consultation, that would do. So they made the wise decision to remain silent, not saying a single word more. Huang Yueli waved her hand, then hurry up and arrange your men to search the entire Soaring Heavens continent for Divine Dr. Lu's whereabouts. For safety's sake, do not reveal that the person who needs the consultation is your sovereign, otherwise the 6 sacred lands might just make a comeback. Your subordinates understand, will Grandmaster Huang please rest assured. Song Pijun and the others hurriedly responded to her. After the 3 guardians stepped down, Huang Yueli sat in front of the bed alone, carefully taking care of the unconscious Li Moying. Even if he was in lethargic sleep, his brows were creased tightly as sweat kept profusing out on his forehead, soaking the pillowcase below his head, and at the same time talking in his sleep. Lear. No. Don't leave me. You promised me. After you come back from the northern ice fields, we will get married. Please, I'm begging you. Don't die. Huang Yueli leaned close to his mouth and heard all the terrified and uneasy mutterings from him. Apparently, losing her was this man's innermost greatest fear, so much that it was etched into the deepest part of his soul, subjecting him to enormous torment. She held Li Moying's large hand, which had distinct joints, as she pressed it against her own face and lightly stroked him. Moying, don't worry, I'm totally fine. Nothing happened at all. Don't worry, alright? I swear that I will never allow myself to step into any dangerous spots again, to make you worry. Huang Yueli busied herself with wiping his sweat, covering him up with the blanket and feeding him water. It was until after midnight when Li Moying seemed to have calmed down as the knot on his brows finally loosened and he looked like he had a considerably peaceful sleep. Huang Yueli was feeling sleepy as well as her head leaned against the side of the bed and gradually fell into deep sleep, as her hand held on to Li Moying's large palm tightly. The second day morning, Huang Yueli suddenly awoke in shock. She opened her eyes to discover that the sky had already turned bright and she originally was sprawling by the side of the bed, but not knowing when, she had been moved onto the bed and her outer clothes had all been removed, with only a half-transparent thin inner clothes, as a thin and soft ice silk blanket was covered on her all the way until the lower part of her chin. Whereas by her side, there was no one at all. There was no sight of Li Moying, but the bedsheet showed a warm bump, apparently that man had just left not too long ago. Huang Yueli's heart jolted as she hurriedly sat up and was just about to get off the bed. Just at this moment, the bedroom's large door opened up and following that was a strict, but mellow voice from a man. Not allowed to get off the bed. You didn't put on your socks yet. Huang Yueli's fair and smooth little feet almost touched the surface of the ground. Li Moying shot in like an arrow, as he held on to her small feet. Let go of me. Huang Yueli felt his warm fingers touching her sensitive soles, and her face flushed red as she hurriedly shrunk her feet back. However, Li Moying's firm and strong hands held on firmly to her ankles as that good-looking face displayed an unhappy look. The weather is so cold, you didn't even put on any socks and wanted to step on the floor. Did you really think that practitioners won't fall sick? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. Practitioners, of course, won't feel cold because of this. But before she could even say any words of rebuttal, Li Moying had already retrieved the pair of white cotton socks on the bed and put it on her feet for her before releasing her. In future, you're not allowed to be so disobedient, alright? Hurry up and change your clothes, it's time for breakfast. Li Moying used his normal adoration tone and said all the things he wanted, then he turned around to leave the room. It was at this moment when Huang Yueli seemed to have awoken from her dream as she jumped down from the bed. Wait, you haven't put on any shoes. Li Moying wanted to catch her again, but Huang Yueli no longer bothered as she landed onto the floor and pounced towards him abruptly, grabbing him by the lapel. Moying, you're all right? Li Moying could not understand the situation as he lowered his head and took a look at her. Yes, I'm already fine. Yesterday's situation was just too urgent, and as there was no other choice, I had to take the pill to raise my cultivation, thus causing my soul detachment illness to act up. But luckily we still managed to scare away those few elders, and luckily you're by my side, so I'm already fine. Li Moying touched her face as his face was calm and composed. Huang Yueli raised her head to look at him. That sculpture-perfect, handsome-looking face was no longer as pale as yesterday. Other than the faint red veins in his eyes, everything else was normal. Especially the expression on his face was especially gentle and concentrated, no different from usual. If it wasn't for the words which Dr. Shengwan said yesterday, Huang Yueli would absolutely not doubt the authenticity of his words. This man. His determination was overwhelmingly shocking, and he was overly able to endure and put up a false pretense. Huang Yueli sized him up for a moment and said, "Are you really all right already? Today I'd like to head over to the Armament Guild headquarters. Accompany me there, please?" Li Moying's gaze was searching on the ground, in a hurry to dig out his little fox's boot, worried that she would catch a cold. So he totally didn't detect Huang Yueli's probing gaze as he casually replied, "Lear, must you go today? I'm going into closed-door cultivation these few days. Why not wait for me to come out from closed-door seclusion, then I'll accompany you there." Saying that, he found Huang Yueli's black little boots as he stretched out his hands and retrieved the boots. Then without any hesitation, he squatted down and placed Huang Yueli's feet on his own knee, then carefully putting on the boots for her. This man. No matter what kind of predicament he was facing, he would always be this thoughtful towards her, wishing that she was worry-free and indulged her in adoration all day long. Huang Yueli lowered her head and looked at him as tears were brimming in her eyes, almost to the point of flowing down. She hurriedly took a deep breath and suppressed the tears in her eyes. She continued, "But I have something urgent on. You seem to be in closed-door seclusion every day, why not take a breather today? Accompany me there, please." She seemed to be acting coquettish, but her tone of voice seemed to have a slight uncontrollable quiver. Li Moying seemed to have noticed something as he lifted his head upwards. "Lear, what's the matter?" "I'm doing all these to quickly resume back to my former ability, which is why I try so hard to cultivate. It's not as if you don't know the current situation which Blue Profound Sect is now facing." Li Moying attempted to explain. Huang Yueli stretched out her finger and placed it on his lips, which made his urgent defense come to an end spontaneously. "Is it really because of this reason? Because you want to quickly resume your ability? Isn't it because, if you don't go into seclusion, there is a possibility that you might faint in front of me, and you don't wish for me to see all these? Bewitching peach-blossomed eyes instantly widened and Li Moying stared at the young lady in front of him in shock, holding on to her little hand as he moved aside. What nonsense are you thinking about? There's no such matter, you're thinking too much. Li Moying subconsciously denied. Huang Yueli stared intently at him. Really? Moying, are you really not lying to me? If I were to say that I already know about that little secret which you want to hide from me? Li Moying's heart jumped as he almost jumped right up from the floor. His little fox already knew about it. How could it be possible? Which bold fellow dared to ignore his command and leak the secret out? The number of people who knew about that matter were just those miserly few. Li Moying's expression sunk and that earlier gentleness disappeared instantly, as a chilly cold fury dissipated from his body. Who told you? Song Pajun? Or Song Piyu? They don't even listen to my orders. Are they trying to start a rebellion? Men. Li Moying's anger rose up as he was about to fly into a rage. He had been planning meticulously to hide this from Huang Yueli, naturally because he had no choice but to do this because there was nothing which was more important than matters concerning Huang Yueli. Song Pajun and the rest had repeatedly committed mistakes and he kept on enduring but this matter. He absolutely had the mind to kill them on the spot. Huang Yueli had not expected his reaction to be so intense as she got a shock and couldn't help but frowned. Why are you so fierce? Are you intending to punish all of them? You're obviously in the wrong, so how can you blame them? They're all loyal to you and you shouldn't hide this kind of matter from me. Moreover, your illness isn't told to me by brothers June. It was Dr. Shangguan who told me about these when he did the consultation for you yesterday. Hearing that, Li Moying's furious emotions seemed to have eased a little. You're talking about my illness? Dr. Shangguan said that? Huang Yueli stared daggers at him. Right. Did you really think that your body's condition can be concealed always? Every single time you act up, your body turns weaker and weaker and you will be unable to hold on because your primordial spirit is weakened, hence the recuperation period becomes longer and longer. Why didn't you tell me about these things? Still lying to me that you're in closed-door cultivation? Do you know or not that I'd be worried? Li Moying's serene and profound gaze fell onto her anxious little face as his right hand rose up, gently caressing her face. Lear, it's exactly because I'm afraid that you'd worry so I didn't tell you. When he said these, he was rejoicing over this in his heart. He thought that the matter which he had been hiding from Huang Yueli had totally been exposed. After such a long time, he was almost cheated by this little fox. So she only knew that his condition was worsening but totally clueless about the underlying reason. Luckily. As for his body taking a turn for the worse, he originally knew that there was no way to keep hiding it from Huang Yueli because this sort of matter could be easily seen through by any doctor with perfect mastery of medical expertise. While feeling fortunate, Li Moying quickly readjusted his emotions and didn't reveal his truthful thinking, but merely put on a sheepish look as though he had been exposed. Huang Yueli felt that Li Moying's expression wasn't quite right, but she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Moreover, her current thoughts were all occupied by Li Moying's illness, and she was extremely worried, with no other free time to go think about other things. She looked at that pair of watery big eyes, furiously at her own fiancé as she continued to berate him endlessly. You're simply too much. How can you hide from me about your body condition? You totally don't treat me as your fiancé right. Just because you feel that I'm an outsider, so you don't even tell me such an important matter. As she was saying that, her emotions suddenly took a sharp decline. Li Moying was originally still thinking about something when he heard that her tone wasn't quite right and immediately sobered up, pulling Huang Yueli into his embrace as he tried to explain with all his might. Lear, what nonsense are you thinking about? How would I feel that you're an outsider? How would I not treat you as my fiancé? Until now you still don't understand my feelings? I'm really afraid that you will worry. I'm sorry, Lear, I've never thought about hiding this from you at all, but I just don't know how to say it out. I really wish that my position in your heart is that unsurpassable strong exponent, and I am able to protect you forever, wishing that you will never get a chance to see the weak side of me. Huang Yueli pushed away his chest with all her might, totally not taking in his explanation. Go away. I don't believe your nonsense. You just feel that I can't go through thick and thin with you, and I'm not able to face all the difficulties with you. Do you know that when I found out about the truth, just how worried I was? I rather work hard together with you, to find a way to treat your illness, rather than someone suddenly telling me one day that you already have no cure. Huang Yueli's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Li Moying sensed this, and immediately hugged her even more tightly, and in an instant, his heartache rose to the extreme. Luckily, Huang Yueli only knew about his gradually weakened state but not know why he turned out like this, nor did she know. The truth was, he already had no cure. Ever since that day when he decided on defying heaven, everything was predestined. Now to be able to hold these beautiful memories with her, was like a stolen moment. But even so, he still felt very fortunate. Huang Yueli felt a little stuffed in her chest from his hug and struggled as she tried to lift up her head. Li Moying used his strength to hold her in his embrace, not allowing her to lift up her head to look at his expression, and at the same time burying his face into her pleasant-smelling hair, as he spoke out softly, "Don't move, let me hug you." Huang Yueli spoke out in a fierce tone, "I don't need your hug. Aren't you going into closed-door cultivation? Quickly go into your closed door. Anyway, I don't need to know anything at all." Li Moying hugged her tightly, and hearing her crisp and melodious voice, even when she was angry, it still made his heart stir. At this moment, he felt a little terrible and a little amused, as his heart was filled with hundreds of emotions. After a while, he regained control of his emotions and managed to make himself not look so agitated. Li Moying then loosened her a little, but still held on to her slender waist with both his hands, placing her right in front of him. "All right, Lear, don't be angry anymore. I already know my mistake. In future, no matter what condition my body is in, I will absolutely not hide it from you. I will also not find reasons like going into closed-door cultivation in future, and will discuss every single thing with you from now on, all right? You said this yourself. I'll check on your performance." Huang Yueli was waiting exactly for this sentence, but she also knew that based on Li Moying's overbearing character, there was a huge possibility of him agreeing on the surface, but defying whatever he said at the back, so she was still acting tsundere, refusing to loosen up easily. Li Moying lowered his head, as he gave a peck on her fuming face. "I will put on my best performance. Will my dear wife please wait and see?" "Who's your wife?" "Don't anyhow claim family ties." Huang Yueli still put on a straight face as she pointed to the bedside. "Then you sit down and tell me properly, exactly how is your sickness, and when did you discover the symptoms worsening, and have you done a consultation with a doctor? How is your condition now?" Li Moying couldn't help but sigh. "Lear, aren't you hungry? Can you at least have your breakfast before you come to interrogate me? I'm not going to escape. I heard from Pajun and the rest that since yesterday afternoon, you've been looking after me, and didn't eat anything at all." Huang Yueli indeed felt hungry, but because she was anxious to find out the truth, she somehow felt that she could not allow this man to divert the topic, so she persisted on. "No way. If you don't tell me clearly today, then I will not eat." She raised her chin as she posed out a determined stance, apparently displaying the fact that no matter how overbearing he was, she would not easily give in. However, Li Moying didn't order her around, but revealed a pitiful expression. "Really? But I feel hungry. You probably don't know that I'm feeling especially weak, and if I don't have my fill, the dizzy symptoms will become even more serious, and the time that I become unconscious will lengthen." Before he could finish his words, Huang Yueli had already leapt up as she pulled open the room door and commanded the attendants to prepare breakfast. Li Muang's lips curled up as he followed behind her, strolling outwards. The attendants had already made preparations, so their actions were extremely quick. It didn't take long before the table had 10 over plates of food which filled up the entire table, and every single one of it were delicacies with fine taste that had been cooked with utmost care. Blue Profound Sect's disciples had always held bitter cultivation as their glory and were not fussy about their meals. After the past life, Mu Qingqing started liking Huang Yueli. In order to fawn on this little foodie, he invited many famous chefs to Levitation Sword Palace, just so that whenever she stayed over, she would have a great time eating. But this time, facing an entire table of delicacies, Huang Yueli totally wasn't interested in savoring the taste, but kept on picking dishes for Li Muang, one chopstick after another. Li Muang looked at his own bowl as the dishes accumulated to a sky-high height, which was almost about to overflow, and he didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "All right, Lear, that's too much, I can't eat that much." "No way, you have to eat more." Dr. Shengguan said that using high-leveled magical beasts and medicinal herbs to stew into medical cuisines can aid in recuperation therapy. Although this method cannot cure you totally, it can alleviate the symptoms, making you feel much better. But this is really too much. Moreover, is having such oily food so early in the morning really good? Li Muang attempted to reason with her. But the young lady, who had been worried for the entire night, was very stubborn. "These ingredients were prepared by me personally last night, before I stewed it." "You're not willing to eat, does that mean you don't think much of my culinary skills?" Hearing that, how would Li Muang even dare to protest any further, as he obediently lowered his head and started to eat? "No, no such thing. Our Lear's culinary skills are the best, who dares to look down on it? I'm just worried that you're too tired, and if you hurt your hand just for the sake of cooking, how much heartache would I suffer from?" Li Muang's flattery piled up as though it was free of charge. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him as she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Hey, you're too mushy." Saying this kind of thing seemed to be said by those hedonistic evil young lads in those storybooks who tries to abduct those innocent young women. When Li Muang saw that she finally extended a smile, he silently heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, his little fox smiled. Sigh, it was so difficult. Earlier, looking at her furious look, it really made his heart ache. Huang Yueli noticed his line of sight as she immediately stopped smiling and stiffened her little face once again while staring at him. "All right, you're not allowed to look at me, quickly eat. After you finish, I have tons of questions for you, so don't even think about trying to avoid the questions." Li Muang silently shook his head. Looks like his sweet nothings, coupled with his handsome male scheme, wasn't able to smitten Lear out of her senses. But if Huang Yueli was just asking about his medical condition, it wasn't as if he was prepared to continue concealing this. So after he finally gulped down the huge pile of medical cuisine, facing Huang Yueli's interrogation, he owned up and explained every single situation where he acted up since he turned 6 years old. After Huang Yueli heard that, she silently muttered irresolutely, "Looks like what Brother Moe said were basically correct." Later on, "Have you ever got another doctor to take a look at you?" Li Muang nodded. "Of course, I can't be a sitting duck waiting for death, right?" Soaring Heaven's continent's famous doctors were all called upon, including some divine doctors who went into seclusion. I've sent out my men to look for them. Most of them were interested in this mysterious illness of mine and were willing to do a consultation for me, only, none of them were able to cure me. Huang Yueli said, "Then in this case, from the start to the end, only Lu Bian alone was able to improve your illness? He's really the #1 divine doctor, as compared to the other 8th-ranked doctors, he's on a totally different level." Hearing her admiration towards Lu Bian, Li Muang immediately recalled that man who coveted intentions towards his Lear for 2 lifetimes, and a sour feeling immediately gushed up in his chest. In your heart, is Lu Bian really that incredible? Isn't that obvious? There isn't anyone else who could match Lu Bian's medical skills in the entire continent. In our past lives, whenever we met with danger or were hurt, there were several times when we relied on his medical skills before we managed to escape death. He is worthy of the title #1 Divine Doctor. Huang Yueli didn't detect his jealousy as she was still piling on praises onto Lu Bian. Li Moying gave a cold harumph. What's so great about him? In terms of cultivation, he's so ordinary, and whenever he goes to pick medicinal herbs, he still needs the both of us to protect him. Haven't we often saved his life as well? Is there a need to be so grateful that you're almost in tears? Moreover speaking, he had a way to cure my soul detachment illness, because Lu Bian was the only one who knew about his identity, who knew the cause of his soul detachment illness. Ordinary doctors totally can't imagine what was going on, not to mention finding the cause of the illness, so naturally they weren't able to prescribe the right medicine for it. Li Moying's last sentence was spoken in an extremely soft voice, practically muffled inside his mouth. Huang Yueli didn't hear it clearly, but based on his previous words, it was so sour that one could not ignore it. She blinked her large eyes. Moying, what's the matter with you? Isn't Lu Bian your best buddy? Ah, no. The two of you have already severed your ties. But, how is it possible for you two to sever your ties? What on earth happened? Li Moying was dazed as he subsequently mumbled something. Don't bother about this. Anyway, we have indeed severed our ties. Moreover, he was the one who initiated to cut off all ties with me. Huang Yueli stared at him suspiciously. Why do I feel that? You're hiding something from me again? I'm warning you, if you let me find out that you're lying or hiding something from me again. His little fox's tone was fleetingly cold, making Li Moying silently break out in a cold shudder. What will happen? Huang Yueli snorted coldly. Then I will not stay in Levitation Sword Palace any longer, but move to Armament Guild headquarters. What? Li Moying had a rude shock. How will this do? You're my fiancé, so naturally you should stay together with me. How can you move elsewhere? Sky Emperor City is very dangerous. The most dangerous part was, he heard that the fellow Yi Xinghua had already become the Armament Guild headquarters president, and had always been staying in the headquarters. How could he possibly allow Lear to face another man every single day, especially when that fellow had some thinking towards his Lear? Having a popular fiancé really made one's heart tired. Huang Yueli looked at his anxious look as her lips curled upwards. Sky Emperor City isn't as dangerous as you make it out to be, alright? Moreover, Armament Guild headquarters has many high-ranked armament masters, and they are always staying in the headquarters, which is as normal as it can be. How is it possible that it's not safe? But... Wicked, you're intentionally making me upset, isn't it? Li Moying stared angrily at his little fiancé as his heart was crying out in depression. Thinking of the fact that he had always had outstanding potential in both lifetimes, powerfully overbearing but totally could not do anything towards the woman who he liked at all. Moreover, he still strangely thought that being ridden over by his little fox was bliss. Was he a masochism? Huang Yueli pouted her lips as she stared at him. You're obviously the one who's upsetting me, and you still have the cheek to say that about me. You have so many secrets hidden from me, you dare to say that it's not intentional? Li Moying had nothing to say towards that, and after being stared at by her for a long time, he then sighed heavily. Alright, you win and I lose, alright? You wish to know the reason why Lu Bian and I severed our ties? The matter is actually very simple, and that. The words were at his lips, but he suddenly stopped. For him to speak out that Lu Bian had been secretly in love with his little fox, it somehow made him unable to say it out. Moreover, if Huang Yueli heard about Lu Bian's infatuation towards her, what would happen if she was moved by him? Although it was impossible for Lear to have a change of heart, but if she were to treat Lu Bian in a gentler or affectionate way, he would be jealous. Li Moying had just hesitated for a moment, and Huang Yueli had always tugged his sleeve impatiently, swinging it to the left and right while being coquettish. What's the matter? Tell me. Quickly tell me. Li Muang had no choice as he took a deep breath. Alright, I'll say. Actually, the reason for Lu Bian was sever ties with me was because of your self-explosion in the northern ice fields. He felt that I didn't protect you properly, and I'm not considered as a man, so he had no way to forgive me. You probably don't know about this. Lu Bian, he had always. Li Muang frowned, but was still unable to say it out. But Huang Yueli blinked and completed his unfinished sentence for him. You're trying to tell me that Lu Bian, he had always liked me? Of course I knew about it. But I've not expected him to be so passionate, to sever ties with you just over this sort of matter. Aren't you guys best buddies? When Li Muang heard this, his chin almost fell onto the ground as he turned around to look at Huang Yueli in disbelief. What? You knew? Huang Yueli took a curious look at him. Of course I knew. Do I look that stupid? Why do you feel that I'm so retarded to this degree? If I didn't guess wrongly, he probably started liking me since a long time ago? If I didn't notice that for so many years, that would really be called abnormal. Moreover, every time I speak to Brother Lu, your jealousy was so obvious. Even if I originally didn't notice it, from your reaction, I'd also suspect something? Li Muang was instantly choked, till he was speechless, and at the same time, the expression on his face began to stiffen. So, his usual jealous look was really that obvious? Moreover, Huang Yueli actually knew that Lu Bian had been secretly admiring her for a long time, then wasn't she very touched? When Huang Yueli saw his expression, which wasn't quite right, she giggled as she pinched his handsome face. Why does your complexion look so ugly? Worried that I'd have a change of heart? Alright, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I was only guessing about that and had not confirmed whether he liked me or not. Brother Lu really treats you like his buddy, so he has always been good at avoiding doing something which may arouse suspicion. It was until after my rebirth, when I met him again, before I realized that he liked me. Li Muang grabbed her roving hands and met her bright beautiful eyes as he lowered his voice and asked, What do you mean? Do you still remember? The last time when I was on my way to Skycloud City, I was pursued after by someone and almost lost my life, and it was Brother Lu who saved me. At that time, he said I was very alike to the girl who he liked and even asked me to stay on to accompany him for a period of time as payment for my medical treatment. At that time I thought he liked someone else, but later on thinking about this, I somehow felt that this matter was just a little too strange. The girl who Brother Lu liked also loved to wear flowing dress and also liked rainbow profound crystals in her accessories, and she also knew how to play the zither and dance, and also cook. Moreover, from his description, I can tell that that lady's innate talent was very outstanding, totally not beneath himself at all. As Huang Yueli was saying that, she wrinkled her little nose. It's not that I think too highly of myself, but that you're those talented young ladies who we are acquainted with, there isn't a second person who fits this description. He put on a look which looked as though he had been secretly admiring that person for years. Then there is a 99% chance that the person is me. Am I smart or not? Her sparkly bright eyes with her hands cupped together, had an expression which looked as though she was seeking his praises. Li Muang looked at the sweet beautiful look on the young lady, but his heart was astringent. Smart. So Lu Bian was so devoted to his Lier. Not only could he sever ties with him because of Lier's death that year, even until now that more than a decade had passed by, Lu Bian actually still remembered what Lier liked, preserving the things which she left behind, reminiscing about her. Not right. Lu Bian seemed as though he had a change of heart. Li Muang suddenly recalled that before he regained his past life's memories, Lu Bian had specially made a visit to Celestial Light sect intentionally to find trouble for him, just so that he could give up on this life's Huang Yueli. Damn it. That fellow surnamed Lu is really persistent. Thinking of this, Li Muang was so infuriated that he almost vomited out blood. Lu Baiyan's insight was exceptionally accurate, simply too accurate. Even after his Lear had reincarnated, it still can't escape his eyes. Could it be that in this lifetime, he was going to continue being love rivals with Lu Baiyan again? After experiencing Lear's miserable ending in their past lives, would Lu Baiyan still choose to back off? Should be impossible? Huang Yueli waited for quite some time but didn't hear her fiancé praising her. Instead, she saw the unfathomable expression on his face and ended up with a few phrases of vulgar language. She poked his handsome-looking face in dissatisfaction as she pouted. "What's the matter with you? Why are you so unhappy? Could it be that you're starting to be jealous again? Please, whether Brother Lu likes me or not, that's his own matter, I have no feeling towards him, alright? Moreover speaking, Brother Lu is rather good to you. He had never said anything to me previously, and he saved your life so many times, so how could you have the cheek to scold him?" Li Moying originally was feeling melancholic, but upon hearing his own fiancé berating him because of another man, the anger in his chest started to burn up. He grabbed Huang Yueli's hand tightly as he wrestled her into his arms, and propped up her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. "You're actually helping him? Who is your fiancé exactly? Is it because you found out that Li Baiyan liked you for such a long time and so sentimental, so it made you very touched? Feel that you owe him something?" Huang Yueli looked at his taut handsome face and realized that this man's vinegar urn had just toppled once again as she instantly felt amused. Unfortunately, her lower jaw was still in control by that man's big hand, so even if she found it amusing, she just simply couldn't laugh. She intentionally said, "Since you put it in this way, it had indeed reminded me that I really seem to feel sorry towards Lu Baiyan." Li Moying's strength in his hands instantly increased. "Really? You feel that you're sorry towards him? You want to make it up to him? Too bad, you're already engaged to me. I will never allow you to take another look at another man, so whatever you want to do, it's already too late because I will not allow it. You can give up on this." Huang Yueli was pained by his grab hold and couldn't help but stretched out her hand to push him away. "I don't mean it in that way, you're hurting me, MMPH. Huang Yueli realized that she had gone a little overboard in her game and hurriedly spoke out to explain, but the man who had upsetted the vinegar urn simply didn't wanted to hear what she was saying, as he held her waist tightly, forcibly attempting to lift up her chin, and as his head lowered down, he planted his kiss fiercely on her lips. MMPH. Huang Yueli sensed a piercing pain and at the same time, blood stench started dissipating in her mouth. What kind of man was he? How could he be so savage? Huang Yueli wanted to cry but shed no tears as she deeply regretted her actions of intentionally teasing this man earlier. Indeed, the huge vinegar bucket shouldn't be casually kicked, otherwise she would follow in the suffering, but alas, she only realized this logic now. But Huang Yueli peeked open her eyes slightly and was able to see the man's imminent and outstanding lateral view. His jaw was taut due to anger and that pitch-black pupils were squinted slightly. The man was exuding a dangerous aura which was flowing out, which made her heart beating faster. Even at this moment, she couldn't help but let her mind wander. Her future husband was really suave. No wonder so many ladies liked him. Huang Yueli silently swallowed her saliva. Just as Huang Yueli was prepared to give up on resisting and lie down straight to be subjected to his teasing, Li Moying's body suddenly swayed and the strength which was binding her tightly abruptly disappeared. Following that, the man's tall statue suddenly swayed hard and fell completely on top of her. Huang Yueli went into a blank as she flusteredly stretched out her hand to catch him. Seeing his straight brows creased together, apparently with a pained look, she suddenly recalled that this was probably the aftermath of Li Moying's soul detachment illness. She hurriedly pushed him and called out softly, "Moying? Are you not feeling well?" Li Moying gave a low groan in reply. His ending note rose slightly, apparently it was easy to tell that he was acting all haughty again. Huang Yueli was speechless for a moment, because by this timing, this man actually still has not forgotten to be jealous. But Li Moying was indeed not feeling comfortable, so no matter how unreconciled he was, he could only allow Huang Yueli to escape from his clutches, and even carried him up horizontally onto the bed. Li Moying shut his eyes tightly, while pretending that he had already lost consciousness and lost his awareness. To be carried by his woman in the way where a groom carried a bride. Luckily, no one else saw it, otherwise if word spreads out, his face as the #1 sacred land sovereign would not be able to hold on. However, things always turned out contrary to the way one wished, and at this very moment, someone knocked on the bedroom door, and immediately following that, someone was heard pushing the door open and walking in. Lil sister-in-law, has eldest senior brother awoken? Luo Jiyun gave a shriek as he ran towards the bed. Is eldest senior brother not feeling well? Has he not awoken, or has he fallen unconscious again? Sister-in-law, you're so virtuous, carrying him around here and there like this. Li Moying simply wanted to die. What was called carrying around here and there? It was obviously just carrying him for a short moment. This time round, his reputation was really all ruined. The most fraudulent of all was that he had obviously heard Huang Yueli laughing lightly, as he could simply imagine that little fox's astute and mischievous smile in his mind. Luckily, after Huang Yueli finished laughing, she still carefully covered him with the blanket and placed the pillow properly. She spoke out softly to Luo Jiyun, your eldest senior brother needs rest now, let's go out and talk about it. Huang Yueli brought Luo Jiyun out as she roughly gave him an idea on Li Moying's illness. Luo Jiyun was extremely shocked and tensed. Huang Yueli instructed him, the few guardians have a lot of daily sect affairs to deal with and are very busy, whereas Moying required 9th stage realm peak practitioners to take turns to protect him, so Guardian June and the rest probably don't have too much time to deal with this matter. Hence, I'll hand over the responsibility of searching for Divine Dr. Lu over to you. You can lead Moe and the others to do this task, but you must stay low-key. Moying has just deliberately mystified and awed the 6 sacred lands into intimidation, and if the news of his illness leaks out, the consequences will be dire. Luo Jiyun nodded his head prudently. Lil sister-in-law, don't worry, I know the stakes in this. I will try my best to locate Divine Dr. Lu's whereabouts as soon as possible. Huang Yueli nodded and said, this sort of thing, it's best to leave it to our own people to be assured. Jiyun, we're depending on you. Luo Jiyun left with a heavy heart. Huang Yueli returned to the bedroom and continued to take care of Li Moying. Li Moying's primordial spirit was weak, so it was difficult to gather his concentration, but his determination was extremely strong, and moreover in terms of cultivation innate talent, he didn't suffer any influence from the soul detachment illness at all. With the addition of Huang Yueli's delicate care of him, his recuperation speed was considered very swift. Around 7 to 8 days later, he felt less dizzy and started to cultivate normally. But Luo Jiyun's search on Lu Baiyan's whereabouts, the progress of it was not very smooth. As he couldn't openly release news that he was looking for him, so all information gathering could only be done secretly. Soaring Heaven's continent was extremely vast, and Lu Baiyan had always acted according to his own wishes, so there weren't too many people who knew about his whereabouts. 10 days went past, but there was still no news of him at all. Because of this, Huang Yueli also ignored Li Moying's opposition as she headed over to Sky Emperor City alone to look for Yi Xinghua, hoping that he could use the Armament Guild headquarters' influence to help search for him. But for safety's sake, Huang Yueli didn't tell him that the person who needed to be treated was Li Moying. Hence Yi Xinghua initially thought that she was the one who was ill and was extremely nervous. Master, where are you not feeling well? Our Armament Guild has contact with the Medical Doctors Guild. Do you need me to find a few 8th-ranked doctors to do a consultation for you first? Huang Yueli hastily stopped him. No need, the person who is ill is not me. Moreover, his symptoms had been diagnosed by many divine doctors before this, and there doesn't seem to be any improvement. Anyway, please try to think of a way to help me make inquiries. Yi Xinghua nodded his head as he heaved a long sigh. Unfortunately, Sovereign Mu and Divine Dr. Lu had already severed their ties for an unknown reason. Otherwise, I heard that in the past, they seemed to have a special communication channel. As long as Sovereign Mu says one word, no matter how far Divine Dr. Lu is, he will immediately rush over, so asking him to look for him will be the best and convenient method. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and her mood seemed to be heavy. She had been throwing a tantrum or acting cute in front of Li Moying, no different from her usual self, because she didn't want to give him too much pressure, but in the deepest abyss of her heart, she had been extremely worried. Instinct told her that Li Moying's soul detachment illness was so strange, might be related to his rebirth in his past life. Only thing was Li Moying and his guardians weren't willing to tell her the truth. Moreover, because of her, Lu Bian fell out with Li Moying and refused to help him do a consultation. If it was like this, if Li Moying really died because of her, then she really wouldn't know how to take this kind of blow. Huang Yueli had no mood to chat, so after relating the matter, she prepared to leave. When Yi Xinghua saw that she was about to leave, she suddenly called out to her. "Wait, master, there's one more matter. The last time you instructed me to reorganize the remains in President Zheng's armament refining room, so I've already asked my men to handle it. But it might still take a bit more time, because the mechanisms in that area are very complicated. So if we need to reorganize the place, we must be extremely cautious." Ever since the previous time when Huang Yueli heard Yi Xinghua say that President Jiang had been harmed by some mysterious top exponents, she went back and pondered over it for a very long time, feeling that there must be some valuable clues which should still be residing in President Zheng's armament refining room, which had been destroyed. Only this pile of rubble was now buried in the deep underground. Hence she purposely instructed Yi Xinghua to clear the remains. Huang Yueli nodded and said, "I know, President Zheng's armament refining room is filled with many mechanisms, so it's best that you remind everyone to be extremely careful. If there's any mechanism that you need me to help decode, just send your men over to Levitation Sword Palace to look for me." Huang Yueli left the Armament Guild headquarters, and she somehow felt a little depressed. Li Moying's condition suddenly turned into this state, and no one knew where Lu Bian had gone to, whereas President Zheng's murder totally lacked any outlines at all. So many issues, all those matters seemed to be like an invisible huge net, without main threads, numerous and complicated. Huang Yueli breathed a deep sigh as she made a wish towards the moon. "I wish Moying would get better immediately, and as long as he could remain healthy and happy, no matter what price I have to pay, I am willing, even if I had to die immediately." Her carriage stopped at the door of Blue Profound Sect. The minute Huang Yueli stepped down, she was Song Pujun welcoming her in urgency. "Grandmaster Huang, you're finally back. Big trouble has happened." Huang Yueli looked at him and instantly became anxious. "What's the matter? What happened? Could it be that something happened to Moying's body again?" Song Pujun ran too hastily and was panting endlessly as his words were also in bits and pieces. "No, not that. The sovereign's body is fine, it's Divine Dr. Lu, he came knocking on our door himself." When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately revealed a smile and at the same time, gave Song Pujun a look of rebuttal. "Guardian Jun, you almost scared me to death. I thought, what bad news was it? So Brother Lu has come, that's really too great. I'd not expected him to hurry over so quickly. Looks like he and Moying didn't really sever all ties, he still has Moying in his mind." According to Huang Yueli's calculated situation, searching for Lu Bian wasn't an easy task, and moreover she still gauged that Lu Bian probably wouldn't come easily to help Li Moying do a consultation. After all, in the few scenarios when she was in contact with Lu Bian's bias towards Mu Qingqing was very deep, so even if she had to personally talk to him, she would probably need to come out with lies, bluffs and cheats, before she was able to abduct him back. In the end, whoever knew that things actually went on so smoothly? She didn't spend any effort at all, and he actually came knocking on their doors automatically. Huang Yueli felt extremely gratified as she nodded her head in satisfaction. Guardian Jun, it's been hard on you, I'll go take a look at Moying now. Wait a moment, Grandmaster Huang, don't be in such a haste. Song Pejun's expression was still filled with urgency as he shot up towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli looked at him curiously. What are you trying to do? Why are you obstructing me? Song Pejun replied, Grandmaster Huang, when Divine Dr. Lu came, Before he could finish his words, they felt an intense burst of tremor coming from Levitation Sword Palace's direction as a blinding strong ray gushed towards the skies. Huang Yueli went into a blank for a moment and her complexion changed subsequently. What situation is this? Isn't he here to give treatment? They're fighting? Levitation Sword Palace. By the time Li Moying ended his cultivation, it was already midnight and the skies had already darkened. He called for the attendant and the first thing he asked was the whereabouts of Huang Yueli. The attendant hemmed and hawed, Sovereign. The minute Li Moying heard that, he knew that his little fox must have ran out behind his back, or to meet that Yi Xinghua who was unpleasant to his eyes. At this very moment, his room door came a loud knocking. Li Moying was just being gloomy as he spoke out in a bad mood, Who's that? Sovereign, it's me. Song Pejun's voice was heard. Come in. Li Moying waved his sleeve and opened the door thinking of educating Song Pejun for letting his little fox go down the mountain by herself again. But the minute the room door opened, all the words which he wanted to say were all thrown behind his head. Because standing right beside Song Pejun was a figure whom he was once extremely familiar to, the number 1 divine Dr. Lu Bian. Lu, Bu, Yen. It's you. Lu Bian was dressed in his iconic white robe as his posture was upright as his sleeves fluttered, giving off the feeling akin to a deity. His face was filled with ridicule as he gave a cold harumph, Your memory has indeed recovered. No wonder these days, the entire soaring heavens continent is already spreading those rumors that Blue Profound Sect's sovereign Mu Qingqing has already come out of closed-door cultivation, and his ability is much stronger than then. Li Moying's expression wasn't very well as his lips curled upwards, coldly. So it's like this, no wonder you came over so quickly, it's because you've heard of the rumors? Right, otherwise what did you think it was? Could it be that you thought that I was here to give you treatment? Lu Bian stared at him. Li Moying didn't say a word. Of course he knew that Lu Bian would not hurry over just to give him consultation. In his past life before he did that matter, Lu Bian had already told him clearly that from that moment on, their friendship would be cut into two, and the next time they meet, they would be enemies. So when Huang Yueli previously said she wanted to seek Lu Bian, he disapproved of it but could not say out directly. If Lu Bian was here to do a consultation for him, that would definitely be because of Huang Yueli's face, but to make her own woman beg his love rival to help him do a consultation. Li Moying's pride was so strong, so of course he had no way to accept that. Therefore, from the very start, he had not placed any hope on Lu Bian at all. But Huang Yueli had been actively thinking of ideas so he didn't want to go against his fiancée. Now that Lu Bian actually came knocking on his doors of his own accord, that simply made one too surprised. Li Moying waved his hand as an indication for Song Pejun and the attendant to leave and then lifting up his chin, he looked at Lu Bian. If I hadn't remembered wrongly, Divine Dr. Lu had once said that year, that you will never take another step into Levitation Sword Palace again. Why, 10 years has passed and your memory has already failed you. Have you already forgotten about the vow you made that year? He sat on the chair comfortably, totally without any intention of standing up to welcome him, nor did he invite Lu Bian to have a seat and even used all sorts of immodest words to ridicule him. After 16 years, under the situation where he had a complete set of memories, when he met his old acquaintance again, it would be impossible to say that he didn't feel touched at all. But Li Moying quickly remembered the fact that Lu Bian was his love rival for 2 lifetimes. Especially in this lifetime, Lu Bian not only had feelings for the reincarnated Lier, he even intentionally went over to Celestial Light Sect to threaten him, just so that he would give up on Lier. At that time, his cultivation was far from Lu Bian, and the humiliation from being pressurized by that exceptional peerless strong awe was something which he could not forget about until today. Being a peerless genius with extraordinary innate talent for 2 lifetimes, since when did Li Moying ever suffer this kind of loss? Moreover, the man in front of him wanted to snatch away the young lady whom he valued more than his life. The moment he thought of this, Li Moying's emotions started to run awry. Lu Bian looked at him and gave an even uglier expression as he gave a cold smile. I came mainly to see if you're dead or not. You're really a disaster which lasts for a millennium, to think that you're still alive and kicking. Li Moying poured himself a cup of tea as he spoke leisurely. That's right, I'm so sorry to have disappointed you. Since you've already seen me, you can now scram. Lu Bian gritted his teeth as his anger was sparked by a few words. How could he possibly not know that Li Moying's current illness was getting more and more serious, and he had already reached the crucial stage of life and death? Before Lu Bian came over, he had once pondered over the fact that when facing life and death, would Li Moying treat him a little more courteously, or even begged him to save his life. However, the end result was exactly the same as what he had guessed earlier. Li Moying still had this hard temper, like in the past. In his past life when they were still young and wild, Mu Qingqing was just like this. Just a few casual words and he could drive one crazy. But that time his ridicule wasn't aimed towards Lu Bian. Rest assured, after I finish what I want to say, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will absolutely not stay. Li Moying's brows rose. What else do you want to say? Lu Bian's expression suddenly turned grave as he stared right into Li Moying's eyes, speaking out one word at a time. Leave, by Rua, Li. Li Moying went into a blank and his expression instantly sunk and his tone turned even more dangerous than before. Lu Bian, do you know what you're saying? Lu Bian gave a cold laugh. Why? Still want to act as if you're silly? I have long heard about it. Sky Emperor City recently came out with a peerless genius Li Moying, who was even more outstanding than Sovereign Mu's innate talent that year. He already had a fiancée at a tender age and she is a young lady who came over from South Sky region, by Ruoli. Am I right? So what if it is? What does it have to do with you? Li Moying's expression turned icy cold. Lu Bian patted heavily on the table and the teacups and teapot all dropped down from the tremor as the crisp breaking sound reverberated within the room. Mu Qingqing, why are you still pretending? Since your memory already came back, then you should remember why you reincarnated that year. I thought you could really give up everything for Yueli, so I tried my best to save you when you were 10 years old that year. In the end, you were just an unscrupulous and cool-blooded thing. The minute your body started to have a good turn, you fell in love with another woman? Li Moying was really stunned this time round, but after a moment later, he instantly realized what was going on. You thought that, my feelings towards Lier. Shut up. You have no right to call out her name. Li Moying's apparent surprise, in Lu Bian's eyes, became the evidence of his guilt and it verified Lu Bian's guess. I really had not thought that you were this kind of person. Forget it if you weren't able to protect Yueli that year, but now you even totally forgot about her. Huang Yueli must have been reborn along with you, but you have already recovered your memories for so long, yet you didn't go search for her. Instead you even got engaged with another woman? Li Moying actually wanted to explain, but he had not expected that Lu Bian totally refused to listen to him, and had been berating him in a bitter and hateful way. The rage in his heart started to spiral upwards as he found Lu Bian even more unpleasant than before. Li Moying gave a cold humph and said, Divine Dr. Lu, what you say is really interesting. You only allow the magistrates to burn down the houses, but don't allow the commoners to light up their lamps. You say that I had a shift of life, but how about you? The person you liked, is it the yesteryear Huang Yueli or the current Bairuoli? On what stand do you have to make me leave Bairuoli? Is it really because of Lear? Or because of your own selfishness? Think about this clearly in your own heart. After Lu Bian was rebutted by him in such a way, he was instantly defeated and couldn't say a single word of rebuttal. Because what Li Moying said was right, he indeed had feelings towards someone other than Huang Yueli. But this didn't mean that he had already forgotten about Huang Yueli. He only knew that no matter what, there was no way for him to get what he wanted the most, so out of desperation, he could only back down and settled for the next best thing. Lu Bian took a couple of deep breaths before forcing himself to cool down. But the minute he spoke out, he still found his anger unable to be quelled. Sovereign Mu, no matter what selfish thoughts I have, it cannot be compared to your despicable and shamelessness. You've already ruined one Huang Yueli, don't tell me that you're about to ruin another young lady now. You've obviously gotten Huang Yueli. In your past lives, the way she looked at you is different from other people. Now that she has reincarnated, she is waiting for you in some corner of soaring heaven's continent. If one day she were to appear, what should young Miss Bai do by then? Li Moying listened to Lu Bian's berating, and the more he heard, the angrier he got. What's more, there was a kind of indescribable terror. Lu Bian's sight had always been very accurate. Although he didn't know Bairuoli's real identity, but this lifetime he had fallen in love with the same young lady, and what did that represent? It meant that his feelings towards Huang Yueli was indeed deep enough, which actually placed her inside his heart exclusively among the mass of commoners around. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Bian had fallen in love with his beloved woman, then Li Moying would probably be moved by this passion of his. If Lear found out about it, would she be moved? Li Moying purposely spied him and purposely didn't tell Lu Bian the truth. Instead his lips curled upwards in an evil way as he said, "What should we do if Huang Yueli comes back?" Very easy, just drizzle the salad with dressing. Let the both of them end up with a deal. I'm the sovereign of the #1 sacred lands, so marrying 2 wives shouldn't be any big deal, isn't it? You. Shameless to the extreme. Lu Bian was so angry that he stood up immediately, and he could no longer control his fury as 9th stage realm peak practitioner's profound energy pressure was instantly unleashed. He was one of the top 10 top exponents in the sky chart and had been established for many years. His cultivation base was solid and the profound energy which he unleashed was unsophisticated and pure, totally filled with the pressurizing sense from a high-ranking person. A few months ago in Celestial Light Sect, it was exactly under this pressure which pushed Li Moying into a disheveled state. But the current Li Moying was no longer the same as before. After advancing into 9th stage realm, based on his past life's experience and foundation, his cultivation swiftly stabilized and moreover, his soul trace was much stronger than any other ordinary 9th stage realm practitioner, and he had also started to relearn various famous profound skills which he had acquired in his past life. Even though he had yet to reach his past life's ability to sweep the entire world, but in front of Lu Bian, at least he didn't appear disheveled. Li Moying also stood up slowly as he unleashed his own profound energy, going up against Lu Bian. Lu Bian cultivated mainly in earth-attributed cultivation methods, and his cure and regeneration of ability was extremely strong, which in comparison was much gentler as compared to Li Moying's aggressive and penetrative thunder-attributed cultivation methods. The disparity of his attack ability was simply too huge, and in actual combat, he was often the weaker party. Hence, it made up for Li Moying's lack of cultivation. The two of them stood upright as they sensed each other's pressure. Li Moying was feeling a little hot-tempered because Lu Bian, who refused to back down in this lifetime, was a huge threat to him. Whereas Lu Bian looked at Li Moying, who was giving off the same aura as in his past life, he was feeling extremely shocked. As compared to the last time when the both of them had a standoff, Li Moying's cultivation apparently had tremendously improved. Even if he had his past lifetime's foundation, his cultivation shouldn't be able to advance so swiftly. Moreover, his primordial spirit was damaged, so theoretically, it should have a big influence towards his cultivation. Why was Li Moying still the same, ridiculously strong to such a step? This man, why was it that at any moment, he was always being taken care of by life? Not only did he have outstanding talent, even the most outstanding, most dazzling talented young lady had her eyes only for him. The Huangyueli, 16 years ago, and by Ruoli, from 16 years later. Lu Baiyan's eyes turned red as he stared at Li Moying furiously. I'm warning you for the very last time, break off the engagement with Bai Ruoli immediately. You've already got Huangyueli, so why are you still snatching young Miss Bai from me? She deserves someone better. This time round, I will not give in to you anymore. Li Moying gave a cold harumph. My answer is still the same, keep dreaming. Lu Baiyan laughed coldly, you're sure? I'm advising you not to answer me so quickly, and it's best that you think about your current predicament first. Your soul detachment illness is getting more serious as time goes by, isn't it? Every single time you act up, the duration that you are weak has lengthened, isn't it? I'm telling you, if I'm not here to help you, the longest you can live for will not exceed a year. When Li Moying heard that, his heart jolted. He knew his body most clearly. He had indeed sensed and knew that if the current situation kept on developing on, he would really walk to the end of his life very soon. This was also the reason why he hadn't gotten married to Huangyueli yet. Although he kept saying this, that he wished to regain his former lifetime's ability before getting married to Huangyueli glamorously, but in actual fact, after experiencing the life and death situation 16 years ago, he no longer cared about face or similar issues. To him, he couldn't wait to get married to Huangyueli today, telling the world that she had legitimately become his one and only. If it wasn't for the fact that he had misgivings, he already wanted to get married to Lier when he was still in South Yu Kingdom. But no matter what kind of realization he came to, he had absolutely not thought that he only had less than a year's time. Li Moying was unwilling to believe what Lu Baiyan said, but in his heart, he was very clear that Lu Baiyan was an arrogant person, so he wasn't those kind who were used to telling lies. Especially in the medical aspect, Lu Baiyan absolutely would not speak without thinking. If he said 1 year, then it would really be 1 year. Li Moying was stuck into so much awe that he couldn't say a single word and his eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Baiyan looked at the expression on his face and finally found back some self-confidence as his lips curled into a frigid smile. Why? Very surprised? I thought you were already prepared. I advise you to consider carefully. As long as you break off the engagement with Bai Ruoli, I can treat you, and although I am unable to cure you completely, but dragging it out for 3 to 5 years shouldn't be any problem at all. Although having a beauty is good, but one's life is even more valuable, so don't be muddle-headed. Li Moying turned his gaze back towards Lu Baiyan's face and spoke with disdain, Divine Dr. Lu, don't waste your time and energy. I'm very clear on what I want. For me to break off the engagement with Lier. It's impossible. Lu Baiyan had not expected that he had already said it to this extent, and Li Moying was still so persistent. He didn't even have an ounce of hesitation at all. Lu Baiyan started to become anxious as he started threatening him without holding back. Have you really thought through this carefully, Sovereign Mu? You must get things straight, even if you're unwilling to give up on Bai Ruoli now or even get married to her, but after a year if anything happened to you, you will still split up. By then, you totally can't stop me from wooing her. Anyway, since the ending would be the same, why don't you be more straightforward and at least you'd be able to gain a few more years of lifespan. Enough. Lu Baiyan, I've known you for so many years, and it's until today, then I realized that you're this despicable. Li Moying abruptly stopped Lu Baiyan, as his rage was completely ignited. The profound energy around him started to shake vigorously, uncontrollably, as his hands clenched into fists and even started to shake. When Lu Baiyan saw this, he was somewhat feeling happy over this as he couldn't help but gave a cold laugh. Why? Unable to accept reality? What I said is merely the truth, totally unable to be considered as despicable at all. It's you yourself who don't understand the current situation. Li Moying naturally knew that what he said was all the truth. It was exactly because this was the truth, which made him unable to accept it. He was left with less than a year's time, and that meant that not too long later, he would have to separate with Lear again. The two of them were able to be united in heart and mind and were extremely intimate, but the duration was actually that short. Other than regrets, Li Moying had been rejecting to think that after he died, what would become of Huang Yueli? His Lear was so talented and so powerful. Even if she left him, she naturally could continue to stand at the top of the world, to become a peerless top exponent whom everyone in the entire soaring heavens continent admired. But, he wondered if she would fall in love with another man? The minute he started to think that Huang Yueli might have feelings for another person, and there would be another man to replace him to become Lear's fiancé or even her husband, Li Moying's heart was in so much pain that he was unable to control himself. But if Huang Yueli were to spend her entire life in solitary for him, always remembering a dead man like him, Li Moying somehow felt reluctant. His Lear was so beautiful and so nice, how could there not be anyone to pamper or to protect her? Just how pitiful would that be? No matter what Huang Yueli did, Li Moying felt upset over it. No. So the only thing he could do was not to think. But now, Lu Bian actually poked through the layer of paper on the window. Even to the extent of challenging him without any misgivings, telling him that, as long as you have died, I will woo your woman. By then, will you still be able to climb out from your coffin, to stop me? Li Moying's mind went into a turmoil as the taut string instantly broke. Lu Bian, you're looking for death. Following a sharp cry, raging thunder attributed profound energy had already spiraled out, charging right towards Lu Bian. Lu Bian had already prepared himself as he instantly made a move to counterattack. Two bursts of intense and pure profound energies clashed against each other in midair, giving out a vigorous explosion as it shot into the clouds and the walls and ground kept on shaking. The explosive energy waves were refracted outwards, causing many lower cultivation attendants to suffer from internal injury on the spot. After the two of them dealt with each other a hand, Lu Bian kept on retreating backwards, but Li Moying felt his chest shaking, as blood was turbulating around his chest area, and he almost spat out blood. It was actually Lu Bian who had higher skills. Li Moying's eyes squinted, but his voice remained calm. Not bad, Lu Bian. We haven't met for more than a decade and your cultivation has indeed improved, by quite a bit. Looks like your time had been spent on cultivation for the past few years? Lu Bian looked at him coldly. That's right. In the past 16 years, I've indeed been cultivating. Because from you, I learnt that having enough power, would I be able to protect the woman who I love. I don't wish to keep on backing off just because I don't have enough ability. Today, I will let you see. Who is it who had the greater ability? Li Moying's face turned extremely sinister as he gave a fierce stare at Lu Bian, so angry to the point that he laughed. Ha 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 ha, it's really so funny. You really thought that after cultivating hard for the past decade, you will be able to win me? In my past life, you weren't able to win me, whereas this lifetime, it's still impossible. Want to snatch my woman, you're still far from it. Lu Bian gave a chilly laugh. Do you really think that you're still the same Mu Qingqing from 16 years ago? Quite the rubbish talk, since you won't shed tears till you see the coffin, then today I'll grant you your wish. Saying that Lu Bian flew out and left Li Moying's secret cultivation room, to the garden at Levitation Sword Palace's entrance. This place was much more spacious and more suitable to take action. Li Moying's face was sullen and he immediately followed after. Song Pajun was originally worried that the both of them would get into trouble, so after he led Lu Bian in, he had been standing guard at the entrance, totally not daring to take a step away. Earlier the room kept echoing clashing sounds, and it had already scared Song Wei-jun stiff, but without Li Moying's command, he didn't dare to push the door open to step in on his own, so he could only wait outside while strolling up and down in frustration, hoping that Liu Bian could quickly come out. In the end, Liu Bian really stepped out, but looking at their poses, they seemed to really be prepared to take action. Song Pejun hurriedly walked in between the both of them, in an attempt to stop them. "Sovereign, Divine Dr. Liu, you two, what are you two trying to do? Can't you talk things over properly? On account of your past relationship." Liu Bian gave a cold snort. Who has any past relationship with him? The day that Huang Yueli died, we had already become enemies. But Song Pejun wanted to continue. However, Li Moying also followed suit and chipped in. Moreover, he made it in even simpler terms. Scram. Following Li Moying's tone, he had already swiftly made him move as the electric currents in the sky were crying out and that rampaging presence kept on increasing, forming a burst of dazzling and eye-catching light pillar, charging towards Liu Bian. Liu Bian flicked his sleeves. "You only have this bit of ability? Not even 10% of your past ability in your past life." Amid his ridicule, he also immediately retaliated. The two of them went round Song Pejun, and when they exchanged blows, they were totally inseparable. In terms of cultivation, it was Liu Bian who had gained an obvious upper hand. 9th Stage Realm Peak versus 9th Stage Realm First Level, the total power in terms of profound energy was totally incomparable. Moreover, adding up, Liu Bian had cultivated hard for the past decade, so no matter if it was in terms of cultivation method or profound skills, or even actual combat experience, he was much stronger by many times as compared to 16 years ago. The current him had already squeezed into the Skychart's top 3 ranking. To the point that while Mu Qingqing was in closed-door cultivation, he was practically considered as the number 1 under this heavens. This ability was apparently not something which Li Moying could counter under the fact that he did not have enough cultivation and when his primordial spirit was damaged severely. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't even take 1 incense's time before he lost. But the location where the both of them had exchanged blows was unfortunately at Levitation Sword Palace. Levitation Sword Palace was in Blue Profound Sex Core, and also Li Moying's old nest. Every array and the spiritual artery under this place were most advantageous to thunder-attributed practitioners to exhibit their powers, and even if Li Moying didn't intentionally use the sword array's might, his ability virtually got an extreme uplift. Under these circumstances, Li Moying's disadvantage and ability obtained a certain complement, and adding on to the natural thunder-attributed advantage, it made him tangle around Liu Bian for quite some time. Song Pejun was watching on the side as he was so anxious that he was perspiring so much that the back of his shirt was soaked in cold sweat. He really wanted to pull them apart, but from the intensity of their battle, if he abruptly charged in, it might injure the both of them, and if Li Moying suffered any harm from this, he would be the biggest sinner. Just as he didn't know what he should do, an attendant suddenly ran over to report that Huang Yueli had already returned from Sky Emperor City. Song Pejun simply wanted to kneel down and thank God. This savior really came back at a timely moment. He hurriedly turned around and sped towards Blue Profound Sex entrance, welcoming Huang Yueli back. The moment Huang Yueli heard the news of those two fighting, she immediately turned pale with fright. By the time she reached Levitation Sword Palace, the two peerless top exponents' battle had already reached the white-hot stage. Initially, when the both of them crossed hands, they still held themselves back. After all, it wasn't a life-and-death feud, and there was no need to coerce the other party to death. But as both parties started to sustain injuries, and furthermore as the provocation in words upgraded, the two of them started to fight with real firepower and started to have no qualms when they struck out. Various formidable heaven-grade profound skills were heard cracking and exploding on the top of Levitation Sword Palace, and the powerful aftermath from the explosion left the weaker practitioners no choice but to retreat out of Levitation Sword Palace. Even the three great guardians had no choice but to make a strategic retreat. Whereas for Li Moying and Lu Bian, they had already suffered rather heavy injuries as blood splattered and their internal organs and meridians were all damaged. The both of them stared at each other and their gazes were filled with murderous aura, as though the fury, irreconciliation, jealousy, despair which had been accumulated in the past 16 years were all vented out at this very moment. Lu Bian spat out a mouthful of blood and his chest felt as though it was churning, but he still held on to a furtive smile on his face. Mu Qingqing, still not going to admit defeat? Your primordial spirit is so weak and it probably can't even support you to last for a full power battle, right? Aren't you feeling very dizzy now? If you continue to force yourself, your remaining 1 year might just end up only with 3 months. Li Moying was indeed feeling extremely dizzy as his head was aching so much as though it was about to split open, but he still coerced himself forcibly to remain clear-headed. Even if I only have 3 days left, I will. Will absolutely not let you have the chance to covet my woman. Lu Bian was unable to speak out what kind of feeling he really had in his mind, but looking at Li Moying's disheveled look, he still refused to give up, which made him feel a little touched and a little heartache. After all, they were once friends who could hand their lives over to each other, and in the past, just because of one word which the other party had said, they were able to go through water and tread on fire just for each other. Since when did the both of them turn into this kind of relationship, to the point that he personally coerced Li Moying to his death path? However, this thought merely flashed past in a second, because in the short moment of hesitation, Lu Bian immediately thought about Huang Yueli. That exceptional beauty who had once enraptured the entire soaring heavens continent, did she knew or not that the man who had once said that he would not marry anyone else except for her, and the man who was able to give up everything for her, had fallen in love with another person the minute he had reincarnated? And he was similarly willing to die for her? Thinking of this point, Lu Bian's fury started to shoot up as he lost his rationality. Very good, since you're in a hurry to die, then I can only satisfy you. Take this. This time round, Lu Bian used 100% of his power, as he struck out towards Li Moying, risking his all. Whereas Li Moying had also ignited his intention to kill. If he really only had a few months of life expectancy, then he wouldn't allow this man in front of him to have a chance to dirty his lair. Perhaps if he killed him now, it would be the best option. The profound chi from the spiritual artery below Levitation Sword Palace was totally drawn in an instant, and he didn't mind risking using the Kabbalah to lift up his cultivation to go all out. The two of them used their most powerful killer move, and they were just about to end up in a situation where neither side would win. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli finally reached Levitation Sword Palace. On seeing this scenario, she was pale with fright as she immediately started screaming, "Stop it! Both of you, stop it! What are you trying to do?" When the two men heard her voice, they both started to shake, as they revealed a stupefied expression on their faces. No one had expected Huang Yueli to suddenly pop out at this very moment. But the both of them were like arrows on the top bough, and there was no way that they would not shoot out. Furthermore, it was exactly because of Huang Yueli's appearance which made them have the urge to send the other party to their deathbed. On seeing that Li Moying and Lu Bian were about to strike out, Huang Yueli had no time to consider any longer as she immediately charged forward and stood in between the both of them. "Lear, have you gone insane? Young Miss Bai, damn it!" The two men gave up a shrill of terror simultaneously, and at the same crucial last moment, they coerced themselves to stop. At this stage, trying to retract their profound energy, which had already been pushed to the limit, would definitely suffer from a vigorous backlash, but they no longer cared about their own bodies as they only had one thought in their minds, and that was to absolutely not hurt Huang Yueli. Powerful profound energy gushed back into their meridians, making them spat out blood on the spot. Li Moying's condition was originally on the verge of collapse, and after suffering such a heavy blow, his body flew backwards as he crashed heavily on the wall and subsequently landed on the ground. Lu Bian was also pushed back for more than 10 oversteps, and in the end, He couldn't support himself up as he knelt on the ground with a pale face, while clutching his chest and throwing up blood. Huang Yueli stood right smack in the center of the raging profound energy storm, and although the two men had already exhausted their limit to retract their power, she still sustained some damages as her chest felt as though it was churning and had a strong desire to spit out blood. But she still held herself back forcibly as she turned her head to take a look at Li Moying. "Moying, you. How are you feeling?" Li Moying's eyes were half shut as he leaned his head against the wall while holding a last puff of breath. His head was so dizzy that it had reached the limit, and even though he'd like to climb up, but no matter how much he tried, it was almost impossible for him to lift even a finger, so he could only suppress his pain as he moaned softly, Lear. Moying, don't scare me." Huang Yueli's eyes widened in terror as she was about to pounce over to take a look at him. But at this very moment, the shaking Lu Bian, who had already readjusted his breathing, had already stood up. His eyes were staring straight at Huang Yueli as his flowy white shirt was already stained with a large patch of blood stain. Huang Yueli felt his stare and turned around as she looked at him in alertness. "Lu Bian, you." Lu Bian's lips parted tremblingly. "You also choose him, right?" Huang Yueli wasn't able to react in time as she subconsciously asked, "What?" Lu Bian wanted to say something else, but at this very moment, Song Pujun and Guardians had already rushed in, and on seeing Li Moying in such a miserable state, their expressions suddenly underwent a change. The trio immediately blocked themselves in front of Li Moying and facing Lu Bian. They couldn't wait to tear him to shreds. Although Lu Bian looked to be in a much better state than Li Moying, but at this very moment he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. If he moved slightly, his internal organs felt as though it was scorched by fire, totally unable to cross hands with anyone. Needless to say, facing him were 3 ninth stage realm peak top exponents. He knew that there was no way for him to snatch Huang Yueli, so after a brief moment of hesitation, although he wasn't reconciled, he could only choose to retreat. Lu Bian didn't say a single word as he moved back several steps and suddenly turned around, driving him body movement profound skill and left blue profound sect. Song Pujun and the others heaved a sigh of relief. "He's finally left. Men, quickly, get Divine Dr. Shangguan over." He had yet to finish his sentence when a figure suddenly flashed past him. Song Pujun took a look and couldn't help but lose his composure. "Huang. Grandmaster Huang, you're... Where are you going off to?" However, Huang Yueli totally didn't reply him. Instead, she didn't even turn her head back as she pursued after the direction where Lu Bian had left in. Li Moying heard Song Pujun's cries and forcibly lifted up his head and saw Huang Yueli chasing after Lu Bian as her skirt fluttered while she left. He was filled with terror and clutched his chest as he almost started to go into convulsion. Under the pretext that he and Lu Bian had crossed hands, ending up with both of them suffering heavy losses, not only did Huang Yueli not come over to take a look at him, she even chased after Lu Bian as he left. Why did it end up like this?" Li Moying moaned softly. Lear, come back." But his injuries were simply too heavy, and under the situation that he was anxious and angered, his blood flowed back, causing him to faint directly. Sovereign, what's the matter? Men, quick. Why hasn't Dr. Shangguan arrived yet?" After a flustering moment, at the same time the people who chased after Huang Yueli also returned, and the result was, they naturally weren't able to chase up to the both of them. Song Pahun shook as he asked, Big bro, surely Grandmaster Huang hasn't eloped with Divine Dr. Lu, right?" Song Pujun berated with a steely green face, "Shut up. Are we fit to discuss master's matters?" However, even he himself was filled with terror inside. Li Moying had been heavily injured by Lu Bian, and this kind of injury itself was extremely serious, not to mention that his primordial spirit was damaged, so he was originally weaker than ordinary people. Seeing the way that Li Moying collapsed, perhaps even divine Dr. Shangguan, found it hard to save him. Even if he was saved successfully, now that Huang Yueli ran off with Lu Bian, when Li Moying awoken, he would probably not be able to take this kind of blow right. The small path in the mountains, Lu Bian staggered as he trudged towards the inside of the forest. It was until he had left Blue Profound Sect for 10 over miles when he stopped in his tracks and disappointedly leaned against a huge tree trunk, panting heavily with all his might. His hands trembled as he retrieved a large amount of medicinal pills from his realm ring and stuffed it inside his mouth. Invaluable 9th-grade medicinal pills were akin to the cheapest sweets, stuffed into his mouth, by the handfuls. Earlier, in front of his two-lifetime love rival Li Moying, he didn't want to show his weak side, so he had been putting on a brave front earlier. Actually, the internal injury which he suffered from was not much different from Li Moying's. Thunder attribute was indeed the #1 strongest attack attribute, and Li Moying was indeed the unsurpassed genius who had outstanding innate talent and comprehension, so even though his cultivation was far from Lu Bian, but every single move and strike he made was still filled with murderous intent. Based on 9th stage realm first level's cultivation, going up against a 9th stage realm peak top exponent, he still wasn't at a disadvantage. Lu Bian was coerced and hung on a life and death thread by him several times. Mu Qingqing. Wrong, it's Li Moying, even though you had reincarnated and your primordial spirit is damaged, but you're still so powerful. He leaned against the tree trunk as he shook his head and sighed. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Even though both of them were love rivals, and he had already decided that he had nothing to do with Li Moying anymore, but he had never once thought of making Li Moying die. Their many years of friendship wasn't phony, and even though they appeared to have severed their ties on the surface, they would still silently keep track of the other party. Mu Qingqing had successfully reincarnated, and moreover his innate talent was still that outstanding, so originally Lu Bian was silently glad for him. But he had not expected that things actually developed to such a step. Earlier, when the both of them lost their rationality and only wanted to risk everything to kill the other party, they totally didn't hold back at all. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli's sudden appearance. Lu Buya suddenly recalled that earlier when he left, Li Moying's condition had worsened to the maximum limit, and moreover from the way he held on to his head, apparently his primordial spirit seemed to have suffered an even more serious injury. Whereas Li Moying didn't have any miracle medicine which he had concocted with him. In this way, would he really have died on the spot? Lu Bian started to become a little flustered, but for him to take a step back to head back and do a consultation for Li Moying, he began to feel a little unresigned. In the past, he had said this before, that he would not bother about Li Moying's life or death. Moreover, Li Moying was stubborn enough, as he had never once begged him. So what would become of him if he just sent himself over dryly? Moreover, speaking, if he saved Li Moying, wasn't it granting him a chance to snatch the woman who he liked? Lu Bian. I've finally caught up to you. Young lady's crisp and clear voice was heard from not too far away, and immediately following that, a fit of hurried footsteps sounded. Lu Bian was stunned as he turned his head back in astonishment and saw that it was actually Huang Yueli, who flew right towards him from the forest. You. Young Miss Bai, why have you come over? Wasn't Li Moying the person whom this young lady liked? Why did she leave the heavily injured Li Moying to chase after him? Huang Yueli ran towards him and spoke out while panting heavily. Lu Bian, you're too much. Moying, he's at least your best buddy for so many years. Have you forgotten that year when you two became sworn brothers in Levitation Sword Palace, and said that you will share life and death? Why did you deal him with such a heavy hand? He suffered from such a serious injury, I'm afraid, so afraid that he will. No, you get up and follow me back to give him treatment right now. The instant Lu Bian saw Huang Yueli, his heart was filled with joy. The girl he liked chased after him without a care for anything else, and it really gave him a misperception, as though she really was here for him. as though he was the beloved lover whom she had painstakingly pursued after. However, the minute Huang Yueli opened her mouth, it completely shattered his beautiful dream. She came because of Li Moying. She headed over with her internal injury, forcing herself to chase him along the way for 10 over miles, was totally not because she had any unusual feelings towards him, but for that man inside Levitation Sword Palace. No wonder she chased after him. She was already engaged to Li Moying, and for her, Li Moying had even forsaken mythical Flame Palace's young palace lord, Huang Yueli, whom he loved dearly in his past life. How could she just fall in love with anyone else just because of a few chance encounters? Only thing was, she was fuming mad, and that dainty look where she ordered people by pointing to the chin was simply too alike to the Huang Yueli 16 years ago. Huang Yueli realized that he kept on staring at him but didn't reply a single word, and she couldn't help but became even more anxious. Lu Bian. Divine Dr. Lu. I beg you, please do us some good. You should already know that Moying is diagnosed with the soul detachment illness, and his primordial spirit is originally extremely weak, and yet you still gave him such a fatal blow. He will really die. Can you really watch with your bare eyes that your past best buddy die because of you? Lu Bian heard her repeated questions, and his head grew even more melancholic. No matter how this young lady's pleading stance made one feel pitiful towards her, or how sweet and gentle her voice sounded like, it was eventually not for him. Or perhaps, it would never be for him ever. The minute Lu Bian thought of that, his heart hardened and he stared intently at Huang Yueli as he said, even if Lu Bian died, that would never be because of me. Huang Yueli blinked. What do you mean? Lu Bian looked at her clear and pure large eyes as he was struck into awe by the brilliance beneath it. At the same time, a spark of nameless fire fired up his heart, making him speak without thinking through. Young Miss Bai, you're really too innocent. Did you really believe that Li Moying likes you, and only you alone? He will pamper you forever? I'm telling you, there are tons of ignorant young ladies who were smitten by him. Do you know that he had once liked someone else? Do you know just how wild and devoted he was to that woman? In the end, he changed at once after seeing someone different and liked you, casting the previous one completely behind his mind? Even though he had once loved that woman, who might still be suffering from torment in some corner of soaring heaven's continent, toiling herself day and night, but he totally can't feel it at all. Li Moying. He's this kind of cold-blooded and emotionless man. You've really seen him wrongly, and also loved the wrong person. Lu Bian had totally not cared if he exposed Li Moying's real identity, or even to the point where he did not consider just how shocking were the things that he had just mentioned, whether the young lady in front of him was able to accept it or not. He only wanted to awaken Huang Yueli as soon as possible. There were so many beautiful young ladies. Why must they all choose to like Li Moying, that scum, and yet none of them wished to take a look at Lu Bian instead? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, and blinked again. Initially, when she heard that Lu Bian accused Li Moying with changed at once on seeing someone different, and then added with a cold-blooded and emotionless man, she was rather clueless on what he was saying. But as she heard more and more, she started to come around it as she couldn't help but gave out an expression which looked as though she didn't know if she should laugh or cry. After half a day, Lu Bian still didn't realize that she was Huang Yueli herself? And he had assumed that Li Moying fell in love with another person? The both of them were locked in Levitation Sword Palace for an entire afternoon and yet didn't speak about this matter clearly? Could it be that the minute they met, they had already engaged in a fight? What was this considered as? No matter what, they had been best buddies back then, so just how much of a grievance or feud did they have? Huang Yueli was moved for the first time, and the person who she liked was Mu Qingqing. Whereas in these 2 lifetimes, Mu Qingqing was totally devoted to her. It could be said that she was a blessed little princess in love and had never been taken advantage of so naturally. She could not understand the feelings where jealousy nibbled at the heart and the thinking to send their love rivals to death. She wanted to clear things up in a hurry, I say. Brother Liu, you've really mistaken. How could Moying possibly have a change of heart? Actually, him and I. When Huang Yueli just spoke out, she had not even completed 2 sentences when she suddenly felt a piercing pain on her chest. Her eyes widened and realized that Lu Bian had suddenly made a move, sealing her meridians. Huang Yuli's body instantly became weak, and as she could not control her actions, she fell onto the ground. Lu Bian tugged onto her, in time, pulling her onto him. Huang Yueli banged onto his chest, and although she wasn't hurt from the fall, but she was in an extremely ambiguous position, as she fell into Lu Bian's arms. Whereas it was Lu Bian himself who originally was already injured, and after this knock, he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Huang Yueli tried her best to speak out, but unfortunately she could only make muffling moans. She exhausted all her strength to climb up from Lu Bian's body, but unfortunately, Lu Bian's cultivation was much higher than hers, and he had set a restraining order, which was something which the 6th stage realm Huang Yueli could not break through. Lu Bian looked at her comical wriggling look and instantly felt that his injuries weren't in that much pain now. His face revealed a smile, as he said, "Young Miss Bai, don't waste your energy any longer and leave with me." Huang Yueli was unable to say a single word, but her clear, distinct bright eyes were filled with surprise and fury, as she stared viciously towards the man in front of him. Lu Bian lowered his head as he looked at her, a smitten expression flashed past his eyes. His fingers gently covered Huang Yueli's eyelids as he lowered his voice and sighed, "You have a beautiful pair of eyes, just like her. No wonder Li Moying likes you so much. You're really beautiful." His slender long fingers slowly shifted and caressed her face. The fury in his heart started spiraling, making Lu Bian's expression turn even more dangerous than before. Huang Yueli's face flushed bright red from his touches, and she couldn't help but gritted her teeth, wanting very much to avoid him, but unfortunately had no way to move at all. In the past, Lu Bian had never done something so offensive to her, and he had always been a suave and slightly casual man, although many people said that he was a cynical person and often fooled around, making many young ladies suffer from heartbreak over him. But since it didn't concern her, Huang Yueli just treated it as though it was nothing. At the very least, in front of her, Lu Bian had always been a big brother who was easy to talk to, and had always automatically avoided any actions which would cause suspicions. She had never seen Lu Bian with such a dangerous stance, filled with such an invasive side. By Ruoli. I know you will hate me, but it doesn't matter, I will not let you go. Anyway, Li Moying will die very soon. The gaze which Huang Yueli casted upon Lu Bian was getting fiercer by the minute. Lu Bian ignored her gaze and instead held her delicate chin as he lifted her face and lowered his head, slowly going nearer and nearer to her. Huang Yueli looked at that handsome-looking face coming near and her heart turned anxious, totally unable to hide away from him. She could only silently recite in her mind that she was bitten by a dog and whoever dared to take liberties with her, she would show him some color sooner or later. Just as the both of them were just an inch away, suddenly, a flurry of anxious cries were heard, distinctively from the woods not too far away. Young Miss Bai! Young Miss Bai! Young Miss Bai, where are you? Damn it, she doesn't seem to be here as well. Junior Sister Bai is only in 6th stage realm cultivation, how does she run so quickly? Senior brother, why exactly are we searching for Junior Sister Bai for? Has she really ran away with Divine Dr. Liu? That senior brotherly, isn't he a little too pitiful? I heard that he was even injured by Divine Dr. Liu. What rubbish are you sprouting? Guardian June asked us to search for her, so we'd better conduct a proper search. Are senior brother Li's matters something which we can conjure about? The sound in the woods was sometimes near and sometimes far, but this group searched everywhere, but eventually didn't manage to walk towards Huang Yueli's side. Huang Yueli was so anxious that she tried her best to shout out loud, but the sounds that she made were only muffled cries. Lu Bian frowned slightly as he used his hand to cover Huang Yueli's mouth, so in this way, she couldn't even make a teeny-weeny bit of cry out at all. Lu Bian stretched out his hand to carry Huang Yueli as he got up and wanted to change to a better hiding spot. But he hadn't imagined that the injury on his leg wasn't a slight one, and he didn't take into consideration the weight of the young lady in his arms. Lu Bian lost his balance and kicked a small stone beside his feet. The small stone knocked against the tree trunk and gave off a slight pong sound which was extremely soft. But the surrounding people were all Blue Profound Sect's direct disciples, and all of them had extraordinary abilities, so quite a number of them heard the strange soft noise. Hear that? There's a noise coming from that side. Let's head over there to take a look. That's right, this direction seems to have some blood stains. Could Junior Sister Bai be injured? Let's hurry over quickly and take a look. The group of young disciples crowded over towards the place where Lu Bian was hiding. Lu Bian's brows wound tightly as he was filled with impatience. He was a 9th stage realm peak top exponent, so naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of this group of young disciples who were merely in 6th or 7th stage realm cultivations. But he was now still in Blue Profound Sect's territory, and he was already heavily injured. Moreover, he had to smuggle Li Moying's fiancée out, so he didn't wish to complicate matters. Luckily, quite a number of the large amount of medicinal pills, which he had swallowed earlier, had already started to take effect. Lu Bian swiftly came out with a decision. He rolled up his sleeves and held Huang Yueli tightly in his arms, and at the same time, he tipped his toes and exhibited his body movement profound skills. His tall figure dressed in white instantly floated up, and like a ghostly figure, he shuddered past the sparse forest. There. Did you see that shadow over there? It's Lu Bian. Heavens, the person who he's carrying, it's Junior Sister Bai? Chase after them. Quickly chase after them. Are you looking for death? Divine Dr. Lu is a 9th stage realm top exponent. Moreover, he's so fast, we totally can't catch up at all. Hurry back to report to Guardian June. Huang Yueli's head was covered by Lu Bian's white robe, so she totally couldn't see the situation outside, and could only hear the young disciples' intermittent screams. She wanted to cry, but had no tears because no matter how she predicted, she had not expected things to have changed into this state. Lu Bian actually did something to her, whereas she was actually so silly that she had fallen into his trap. This time she's a goner. Surely Lu Bian hadn't really gone insane, right? Where was he bringing her to? Just at this moment, Huang Yueli felt a sluggish feeling around her chest area, and her eyes blacked out as she lost consciousness. Levitation Sword Palace. The night had fallen and Dr. Shengguan was seated in front of Li Moying's bed with an extremely gloomy expression. Song Pejun and the others didn't even dare to pant loudly as they stood silently by the side, their hearts heavy with worry and apprehension. Dr. Shengguan retracted the golden needles in his hand and spoke out softly. After the emergency treatment, Sovereign should be able to regain his consciousness very soon, but this is merely something which I had used the golden needles to forcibly summon the last thread of chance within his body. Actually, the degree of the damage on his primordial spirit is extremely serious, and if this carries on, he probably won't be able to hold on for more than a few months. What? How did it turn out like this? Could it be because the Sovereign had a battle with Lu Bian? Song Pejun's face paled. Dr. Shengguan replied solemnly, I had already warned Sovereign the last time that based on his current condition, he totally shouldn't fight with anyone at all. Moreover, it wouldn't be that bad if it was a quick battle, but he had fought with the opponent evenly for close to 2 hours. This is really treating his life as a joke. What else should I say? Luo Jiyun was so anxious that he almost cried, and the minute he walked up, he wanted to kneel down to Dr. Shengguan. Divine Dr. Shengguan, I'm begging you, please save senior brother. He's still so young, and so talented, he cannot die. Dr. Shangwan sighed and wanted to help Luo Jiyun up, but the latter refused to get up at all. Young Master Luo, please stand up quickly. It's of no use even if you kneel down to me. I've already said this clearly the last time that Sovereign's illness needs the #1 divine doctor to treat. But in the end Sovereign really did find divine Dr. Lu, but he had a fight with him, and ended up so seriously injured. You'd better think of a way to persuade divine Dr. Lu back instead? Dr. Shangwan had a helpless expression on his face. If something really happened to Li Moying, the entire Blue Profound sect would follow in his demise, so of course he'd like to cure Li Moying as well, wasn't it? But his medical skills were limited and there was nothing that he could do. The minute Dr. Shangwan said that, everyone started to turn silent. Especially for Tsung Pajun, because when he saw Lu Bian appearing at Levitation Sword Palace's doors, he was elated with joy for a short moment, thinking that Lu Bian had come over to mend things back with Li Moying, but whoever knew. Tsung Pajun clenched his teeth. How about this? Later on I'd set off immediately and personally lead some men to look for divine Dr. Lu. He'd also sustained heavy injuries and moreover, he carried Grandmaster Huang along with him, so they definitely had not traveled too far away. We can request for Sky Emperor City to increase their security around the surroundings and search street by street, with the aim to abduct them back here. Just at this moment, Li Moying's weak moaning was heard coming from the bed. Everyone immediately crowded over. Li Moying's eyes were still tightly shut, but his lips were mouthing the words, Lear. Tsung Pajun hurriedly replied, Sovereign, please recuperate in ease. This subordinate will definitely bring divine Dr. Lu back. However, Li Moying was totally not interested in Lu Bian's whereabouts as he persistently questioned, Lear, where is Lear? She really left with Lu Bian. Tsung Pajun didn't know how to reply, and just as he was being hesitant, Tsung Piyu joined in and spoke softly, Sovereign, Grandmaster Huang had personally gone to pursue after divine Dr. Lu. She's worried that divine Dr. Lu refused to give you treatment, so she wanted to convince him personally. Tsung Pajun and the others gave an enlightened look. That's right, Grandmaster Huang also is friends with divine Dr. Lu. With her persuasion, she should be able to persuade divine Dr. Lu. That's right, Sovereign, please don't worry and recuperate with peace of mind. Earlier those few who had suspected that Huang Yueli had eloped all hung their heads down in shame, feeling that they really shouldn't have let their imagination run wild. Indeed, like what Tsung Piyu said, that was the most plausible explanation. But in that kind of scenario earlier, Li Moying had fallen in front of Huang Yueli, but yet the latter did not stop at all as she pursued after Li Moying's enemy. It was really easy to cause a misunderstanding. Hearing what Tsung Piyu said, everyone thought that Li Moying should have a peace of mind. However, Li Moying's reaction became even more agitated as his eyes abruptly turned wide open and his arms propped up his weak and lethargic body, attempting to get down from the bed. Alas, the internal injury he sustained was extremely serious. Just a simple movement like this almost caused him to fall off the bed. Everyone quickly went up to hold him back. Sovereign, how can you come down from the bed at this kind of moment? Lie down back quickly. I've had a hard time trying to regain your consciousness through acupuncture, can you stop tormenting us? Amid the flurry of chaos, Li Moying's body trembled badly, but the bitter glint beneath his eyes was still as penetrative and sharp as usual. No, I have to bring Lear back, she can't be with Lu Bian, absolutely not. Similarly, a man, Li Moying could naturally tell that Lu Bian's persistence towards Huang Yueli had already gone way beyond to an insane stage. He was no longer the same as in his past life. Now that Huang Yueli offered herself to his doorstep, he totally couldn't imagine what Lu Bian could possibly do. Even if Lu Bian didn't do anything out of regulation, but he only needed to drag Huang Yueli for a month's time, and based on Li Moying's current condition, he might not be able to see Huang Yueli even at his deathbed. Song Pajun and the others could not understand his thinking, so they could only follow his wishes. Sovereign, this subordinate will now go search for her, don't worry. Song Pajun tried his best to assure him. Li Moying coughed as he said, no, not you. Cough cough, it's all off you. Everyone go out and search for her. Forget it if Lu Bian escaped, but Lear. You must find her. Those present exchanged glances as they felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Yes, Sovereign. Huang Yueli suddenly opened her eyes to discover that she was lying in a clean and tidy room. The exquisite incense burner on the headboard burnt a special lavender fragrance, giving off a clear and refreshing scent, making one's mood settle down. The sky was already bright outside the window. Huang Yueli propped herself onto the bed as she sat up, but she discovered that her head was extremely dizzy, and she felt extremely unbearable, so she couldn't help but used her hands to grab her head. Just at this moment, the room's door was pushed open from the outside. A handsome male dressed in white walked in, as he held up a tray in his hands. On seeing the young lady on the bed waking up, he walked over in quick steps to the bed. Ruoli, you're awake. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable? Is your head dizzy? Huang Yueli lifted up her head in a daze as she looked at the man's countenance. She somehow felt that this man looked rather familiar and should be considered as someone she was close to, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't remember who he was. It was as though there was a fog in her head, making her feel very murky and cloudy. Who are you? Hearing Huang Yueli's questions, the corners of Lu Bian's lips undetectably curled upwards, but he quickly concealed it, giving off a disappointed and frustrated expression. Ruoli, you really don't remember who I am? Huang Yueli began to think over this carefully, but she felt a wave of dizziness as she couldn't help but creased her brows tightly. Sorry, I also feel that you look very familiar, but I don't know why I just can't seem to remember. My head is so dizzy. Lu Bian hurriedly stretched out his hand and held her. His arms increased in strength as he brought her to lean against him. Don't think any more if you can't remember. I'll tell you directly who I am. I'm Lu Bian, and you are my fiancé. Huang Yueli was leaning extremely close to him and felt totally not used to it as she subconsciously wanted to push him away, but Lu Bian used an exceptional amount of strength so that she could not escape. Hearing the word fiancé, she subconsciously jolted as an exquisitely handsome-looking man's face flashed past her thoughts. Somehow, she really seemed to have a fiancé, moreover that person was even more good-looking than this Lu Bian. When she tried to capture the image in her mind, she started to feel dizzy again. Lu Bian's deep voice rang by the side of her ears. We've been engaged for 2 years and this time round, you accompanied me to the outskirts to pick medicinal herbs, but we met with a 9th-tier magical beast sneak attack. I miscalculated and caused you to be injured, your head knocking against the tree. Huang Yueli blinked as she simply couldn't recall that image, which Lu Bian mentioned. She asked puzzledly, Ray. Really? I don't have any impression about this. Lu Bian supported her gently and his voice was filled with bewitchment. Don't force yourself to remember. You've injured your brain, so that's why you lost your memories. Coercing yourself to think about it will only make you feel worse. Huang Yueli drowned as she somehow felt uneasy in her heart. Then what should I do? I don't know what happened to me, and I can't remember anything at all. What should I do? Her memory was totally blank, so even if Huang Yueli was a young lady with unwavering determination, she would also feel uneasy and terrified. Lu Bian's eyelashes drooped down slightly as he glanced sideways at her. No matter, don't be afraid, you still have me, isn't it? I'm your fiancé, and I will protect and take care of you, so you don't need to worry about anything at all. His gentle breath hit against Huang Yueli's face, as he stretched out his arms to bring her into his embrace. He lowered his head and couldn't help but leaned close to her pink lips. Huang Yueli subconsciously turned her head away as her hand waved. A loud slap resounded. Lu Bian lifted his head in astonishment as his face flushed red. He had not expected the young lady, who seemed weak like a rabbit, had actually given him a tight slap without holding back. After Huang Yueli slapped him, she herself had a shock as she didn't realize what she had done, and that was an extremely basic instinctive reaction. Sore. Sorry, are you all right? Huang Yueli looked a little apologetic at that man's handsome, fair-looking face and that eye-piercing palm print on it. Lu Bian lifted his hand and touched the place where he had been slapped. I'm your fiancé and merely just wanted to give you a kiss, but you actually hit me? Huang Yueli anxiously explained, You. Why did you suddenly try to kiss me for? I don't remember anything now, so of course. Of course it's not suitable. I'm really sorry. Lu Bian met Huang Yueli's eyes, and that pair of large eyes remained limpid and efficacious, but there seemed to be hidden a mist beneath her eyes. Lu Bian's anger, under the young lady's gaze, started to simmer down. That's right, this young lass had just lost her memory, and she probably still felt very uneasy. He shouldn't be over hasty, because this would result in negative results. Anyway, since she doesn't remember anything now, she also doesn't remember who Li Moying was, only knowing that he was her fiancé. Moreover speaking, this young lass was now at a juncture where she lacked security the most, so the only person who she could rely on right now was Lu Bian. Under such circumstances, it would be easy for her to develop reliance on him, and could also easily fall in love with the person who protected her. What Lu Bian had in mind was exactly this plan. He was 100% sure that he could make the young lady in front of him fall in love with him. But he should not rush things. Thinking at this point, his gaze started to become gentle again as he actively stepped back slightly, letting go of the young lady in his arms. At the same time, his gentle voice placated her, No worries, I'm the one who's over hasty and had not considered your feelings. Recuperate in peace, I will not coerce you to do the things which you don't like to do. Huang Yueli then heaved a long sigh of relief. Not knowing why, earlier when Lu Bian came close to her, she felt highly strung up, but the minute he backed off, she however felt more at ease. What situation was this? Wasn't this man her fiancé? Moreover, from what he had just said, he was injured because of her, and both of them even went to pick medicinal herbs together. They should be on good terms? Why was it that when he came close to her, she only felt uncomfortable? Lu Bian stood up and took the tray which he had brought over earlier, leaving it by the side of the bed. In the tray was a bowl of fragrant millet porridge, a few dishes of appetizers, and also a large bowl of pitch-black soup. When Huang Yueli smelled the fragrance of the porridge, she subconsciously gulped several times as her tummy started rumbling. Lu Bian laughed and said, You had been unconscious for several days, so you must be very hungry, right? Drink some of this porridge first, I specially stewed it for you, and it's extremely nourishing. Moreover, the taste isn't bad at all. He personally lifted up the bowl and took the soup spoon, delivering it to Huang Yueli's mouth. Huang Yueli unnaturally turned her head sideways. I will eat by myself. I'll feed you, aren't you feeling lethargic? Lu Bian insisted. Huang Yueli's brows creased awkwardly. I'm not used to it. You acting in this way, I can't eat at all. Lu Bian pursed his lips and reminded himself once again that he could not be too anxious. All right then, eat this by yourself. Huang Yueli personally lifted up the bowl, and although her hand was still weak, but it was considered stable as she slowly finished the entire bowl of porridge, polishing off the appetizers cleanly. She put down the bowl and Lu Bian pointed to that bowl of black soup. All right, drink your medicine and continue to sleep for a while. Huang Yueli's vision fell onto the medicinal bowl and her face immediately revealed a disgusted look. Can I don't drink it? No way. You must take your medicine on time every day. Lu Bian rejected her resolutely. But this medicine soup looks so scary. Huang Yueli pouted. Lu Bian looked at her pitiful watery eyes as his eyes jolted. He had never seen this young lass display such an expression in front of him before. She looked pitiful, which was different from her usual crafty intelligent look and had a different feel to it, making one unable to reject her request. But following that, he cooled down. No way, we can negotiate on any other things, but you definitely have to drink this medicine, and moreover, you have to drink it on time every day. If you want to recover your memory, then drink it every day. Otherwise, if you can't remember the things in the past, don't you cry about this, okay? Lu Bian's voice was filled with threat. The minute Huang Yueli heard this, no matter how unwilling she was, she could only lift up that medicinal bowl. Somehow she felt that she had forgotten about an extremely important matter and she absolutely needed to recall what it was. For this motive, no matter how horrible the medicine tasted, she could only risk it all. Huang Yueli raised her head and downed the entire bowl of medicine down her intestines, but she felt so bitter that her brows creased all the way. Lu Bian's gaze swept past that fair slender neck which she had exposed when she lifted up her head, and his gaze grew deep. This young lass would probably never find out that during these few days when she was unconscious, the medicine that he had been making her drink was exactly this. The more bowls she drank, the more hazy her memories would become. Earlier, Lu Bian mentioned that this medicine was to treat amnesia, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. Huang Yueli finished the medicine and creasing her elegant brows, she casted the medicine bowl aside with disgust. Alright, I've finished it. Can this thing really recover my memories? Lu Bian nodded. I am a doctor, so can I lie to you about this? But you have to promise me that you will obediently finish the medicine every day, every single drop of it, do you understand? Huang Yueli wrinkled her little nose as she looked as though she was put in a spot, but she replied anyway, all right. Lu Bian smiled in satisfaction. Although he felt a little guilty doing this, but the minute he thought about the fact that he would be able to gain this young lady, he couldn't help the evil rush in his heart. After all, it was she who offered herself to his doorstep, wasn't it? He didn't want to become like in the past, giving up such a good chance, giving up his beloved woman to another man. From that day onwards, Huang Yueli had been restrained beside Lu Bian's side. The first few days, she still felt a headache and most of the time, she was resting inside the bedroom. Lu Bian popped by to visit her on time every day and spoke to her in warm and soft words, accompanying her to have her meals while taking care of her daily living. Furthermore, he insisted on personally seeing her finish up that bowl of black medicinal soup before he left. Huang Yueli didn't suspect anything. In such a secluded environment, she couldn't remember anything at all, and she only got in contact with this man. Plus the fact that Lu Bian had been declaring that he was her fiancé, she naturally began to become affectionate towards Lu Bian. But this kind of affinity had merely stopped in terms of words. The minute Lu Bian wanted to do some slightly intimate actions, Huang Yueli would subconsciously avoid him. She was feeling a little guilty over this, but Lu Bian seemed very understanding and had never once got angry or coerced her over this, and that made Huang Yueli increase the good feelings she had towards him. Approximately after 7 to 8 days, Huang Yueli's headache gradually started to recover. She had already been forced to lie in the bed for such a long time and was feeling extremely bored, so there was once when Lu Bian delivered her food over, she couldn't help but pestered him to bring her out. Lu Bian looked passionately at the graceful young lady in front of him and was satisfied with the trust which her eyes revealed. Alright, since you're no longer giddy, that means that your injury is already much better. As long as you persist in taking your medicine, you will be able to recover your memories very soon, then I shall bring you on a short tour. Really, that's great. Huang Yueli cheered out loudly. She originally was someone who couldn't stand boredom, and the only things which could make her quieten down was either cultivation or armament refining. But while Lu Bian was erasing her memories, he also sealed her meridians, making her seem as though she was an ordinary person without any cultivation, so she could do nothing every day except to stroll about in the room. She somehow felt that her life shouldn't be like this, feeling that something was wrong somewhere, but she just simply couldn't recall anything. Lu Bian let the female attendant prepare a set of silvery white embroidered flower-flowing dresses, and waited at the door for her to dress into. When Huang Yueli opened the door, Lu Bian's eyes opened wide in shock when she reappeared in front of him. She finally had the chance to step outside and moreover, putting on her favorite dress, so Huang Yueli's mood was very pleasant as she turned a few rounds in front of him, showing off her dress. "How is it? Pretty?" Lu Bian was struck in awe by her beauty that he couldn't speak and could only nod his head consecutively. "Pretty. Really very pretty. Graceful poise, elegantly outstanding." The young lady in front of him was an exceptionally rare beauty who was hard to find in the entire soaring heavens continent. However, what made Lu Bian extremely shocked was that she looked simply the same as Huang Yueli from 16 years ago. This kind of similarity was not only in terms of external beauty, but an indescribable feeling. Once, when Huang Yueli was still the young palace lord of mythical Flame Palace, innumerable young ladies who admired her copied her way of dressing. Which young lady had not dressed up in a similar kind of flowing dress previously? However, no one could give off the same kind of charm which Huang Yueli had. Only by Ruoli, who was standing in front of him. She was obviously a totally different kind of species with Huang Yueli, but for that one instant, Lu Bian felt that he had seen the past Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli didn't notice his complicated gaze as her eyes shot towards another direction and cried out in excitement, "Wow, so the place we are living in is so huge. I don't even know about this. Is this your home?" Just outside her room was a large garden where various colored flowers were planted. These flora were not only beautiful, it also gave of a faint scent, making one's heart and mind pleased. Huang Yueli couldn't help but gasped, "It's too fragrant. These are medicinal herbs?" Lu Bian stood by her side as he smiled, "Your eyesight is rather good. These are indeed medicinal herbs planted, and that's because this isn't a garden, but a field of medicine." "Huh?" Huang Yueli's eyes widened. Lu Bian said, "I remember telling you this a couple of days ago, isn't it? I'm a pill master and moreover, a rather famous one at that." Huang Yueli nodded blankly, "Right, it really seemed that you've said that, but these medicinal herbs all look very expensive, they seem as though it's hard to grow?" Of course it was difficult to plant, these were practically 7th level and above rare medicinal herbs, and usually, it was impossible to get even one stalk in the market. As Lu Bian looked simply too young from his exterior, and he claimed that they were engaged since young, hence Huang Yueli felt that he should not be much older than her by too much. Moreover, he should only be on the 2nd or 3rd rank standard. Pill masters, as compared to armament masters, were more particular in terms of experience and seniority. Pill masters, who were 30 years and below, was already considered a genius if they were already at 3rd rank. Lu Bian shook his head and said, "These are not planted by me, but if I want, I can use it freely." Saying that, he gently put his arm around Huang Yueli's waist, leading her towards the other end of the corridor. "Let's go, I'll bring you for a tour." Huang Yueli's cultivation was sealed, so she totally could not evade him and could only be embraced by him. The two of them shuttered past the medicine farm and came to the front of the house. Huang Yueli's shock grew because every single person in this entire courtyard, without exception, were all wearing the pill master's uniform, and moreover their badges pinned in front of their chests seemed to indicate that they were basically high-ranking pill masters. It was until the two of them walked to the front courtyard when Lu Bian pointed to the signboard at the entrance with a smile, "Ruoli, welcome to the Alchemist Guild headquarters." Huang Yueli blinked and asked, "This place is the Alchemist Guild headquarters?" She subconsciously felt that something was amiss somewhere, but she couldn't speak out where the problem was. In actual fact, if she had a set of complete memories, she could absolutely suffer a great shock from Liu Bian's words. Because although the Armament Guild and Alchemist Guild were extremely respectable and rare occupations in Soaring Heaven's continent, but armament masters were rather secular and slightly more arrogant, hence they directly built their guild headquarters in the bustling city center in Sky Emperor City, worried that no one could find them. Pill masters were comparably much low-keyed. Their headquarters location was extremely mysterious, and unless they had gotten the recognition from pill masters, outside people practically couldn't find them at all. The place which she stayed at right now, even in the yesteryears when Liu Bian and Mu Qingqing was on extremely good terms, even Mu Qingqing had never been here before because it didn't fit the regulations. But Liu Bian actually brought her in brazenly. Liu Bian smiled and said, "That's right, do you know it now? I'm not trying to boast, but your fiancé is really a very incredible pill master." Huang Yueli was just about to say something when she suddenly heard a joyous shrill, coming from behind. "Divine Dr. Liu, you're back?" She turned back in astonishment and saw a young lady in her prime of youth standing behind them. This girl was around 17 years old and was already wearing a third-rank pill master uniform. The young lady's joyous gaze fell on Liu Bian's face, but immediately following that, she looked at the hand which Liu Bian had embraced around Huang Yueli's waist and couldn't help but creased her brows. This action was extremely minute and moreover, she resumed back to normal in a short period of time. But Huang Yueli still managed to capture this image into her mind. When Liu Bian saw the young lady, there wasn't much variances on his expression, merely raising his brows. "So it's you, Yenner. I've heard your father mention that you've recently been promoted to a third-rank pill master last month. Congratulations." Feng Xiaoyan's face immediately surfaced 2 shades of red. "So, you still remember? I thought Divine Dr. Liu was too busy, so you don't remember the small matter where I had been promoted?" Liu Bian smiled. "How could that be?" His tone was mellow, and with that warm smile, it was easy for others to misunderstood that he bore special feelings towards them, thus missing out on the cold intent and alienation which he hid in the deepest end of his eyes. "If there's nothing else, we'll make a move first." "Wait." On seeing Liu Bian about to bring Huang Yueli to leave, Feng Xiaoyan bit her lip, but still could not endure it as she opened her mouth. Liu Bian's step took a halt. "What other matters are there?" Feng Xiaoyan's gaze fell onto Huang Yueli as she hemmed and hawed and finally spoke out, "Divine Dr. Liu, this is..." Liu Bian turned around to take a look at the young lady beside him and his lips uncontrollably curled upwards. "Oh right, I forgot to do the introductions. This Birewoli young Miss Bai is my fiancée. She had recently got injured and I'm too worried about her, so I brought her over to the Alchemist Guild to stay for some time, so everyone, please take good care of her." Fiancé? Feng Xiaoyan's eyeballs almost dropped out. Never in her wildest dreams had she expected to hear such a reply. "You? Since when did you have a fiancé?" I don't know about this." Liu Bian's tone was still warm, slow and steady as he continued, "Ruoli and I have been engaged several years ago, but as she is still very young, so I didn't specially notify everyone." "Now aren't all of you aware already?" Feng Xiaoyan's eyes widened as though she suffered a huge shock, and she couldn't say a single word momentarily. After Liu Bian left the front courtyard with Huang Yueli, the pill masters who were crowding around seemed to have exploded as they started to discuss this. "Have I heard it wrongly earlier? That's Divine Dr. Liu's fiancé? What situation is this? Wasn't it said that Divine Dr. Liu had always been extremely flirtatious and there were innumerable ladies who were engaged in ambiguity with him? But no matter what methods they used, there was no way for Divine Dr. Liu to openly recognize them, not to mention an official engagement?" "That's right. Moreover, this young lass is not only not a pill master, she doesn't even have any profound energy fluctuations coming from her, seemingly like an ordinary person. What has Divine Dr. Liu taken fancy of her on?" this, as a man, I thought as a man, I can understand divine Dr. Liu. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman, just look at the looks of young Miss Bai who was standing next to him and you'd know. With this kind of exceptional beauty, which man would not be aroused? In the circle of pill masters, Liu Baiyan's reputation could only be described as thunder piercing the ears. The minute he appeared, even though he didn't say a word, everyone's gazes would be concentrated on him so naturally they would not miss the beautiful young lady who appeared right next to him. Everyone had been curious for a long time about the identity of the young lady. But they weren't like Feng Xiaoyan, who directly posed the question like that. They had not imagined that Liu Baiyan introduced Huang Yueli as his fiancée the moment he spoke out, and that made many of them surprised with shock. A Casanova like Liu Baiyan was engaged. This was simply no different from a fantasy story. For a moment, numerous young ladies who were secretly in love with Liu Baiyan were all devastated. Many sourish discussions fell incessantly on the ears. The more Feng Xiaoyan thought, the angrier she got as she huffed angrily, "Shut up. All of you shut up. Divine Dr. Liu isn't that kind of shallow man, how could he possibly just depend on a woman's looks? He must have been bewitched by that vixen." Saying that, she couldn't make herself stay on any longer as she immediately pushed the door open and left. Whereas on the other side, Liu Baiyan brought Huang Yueli and left, as they walked towards a small river behind the rear mountain. Liu Baiyan lowered his head and looked at the young lady by his side and noticed that her expression was calm and her mood was totally not affected at all. He couldn't help but frowned as he asked, "Ruoli, earlier that girl, she's the Alchemist Guild headquarters president's daughter, called Feng Xiaoyan." She. Liu Baiyan wanted to say something, but hesitated. Huang Yueli took a look at him, "That young Miss Feng likes you, right?" Liu Baiyan hurriedly explained, "Right, but I absolutely have no feeling for her. I only have some relations with her father, so I merely took more care of her. Speaking of this, she's considered as my junior. Don't ever think too much into this, and don't get angry." Huang Yueli blinked and said, "You don't need to be too worried, I'm not angry." "Really not?" Huang Yueli looked at him curiously and said, "Why should I be angry? I can tell that your status in the Alchemist Guild is very high and that should mean that you are an able pill master, right? Adding on to the fact that you're so good-looking, it's as normal as it can be for other girls to like you." Liu Baiyan was stunned, but she had already come asking me directly, "Aren't you jealous at all?" Huang Yueli bore an innocent look, "Why should I be jealous? Haven't you already explained to her clearly that you already have a fiancé? You." Liu Baiyan held her wrist as he stared at her intently, but words failed to refute her. Right, this lass indeed was logical and it's perfectly normal for someone to like him. He had indeed clarified this matter proactively, but she really wasn't jealous at all? That year when Huang Yueli was with Mu Qingqing, although the both of them weren't engaged, they were in an ambiguous relationship, but when Huang Yueli got jealous, she absolutely could cause a huge commotion in the entire Blue Profound sect. So in the end, this young lass just didn't like him? Liu Baiyan's heart felt stuffed, but he could say nothing about this. She didn't like him, and that was something which he had predicted. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to resort to such underhanded methods before he could keep her by his side. Liu Baiyan heaved a deep sigh, but instead, his determination was aroused. He didn't believe that he couldn't match up to Li Moying. He just made her fall in love with himself. Another 3 days passed by, and Huang Yueli finally realized just how popular Liu Baiyan was in the Alchemist Guild. As Liu Baiyan's fiancée, no matter where she walked to, she would be surrounded by a group of young ladies who were consumed with jealousy and hatred. Especially Feng Xiaoyan, she even took the opportunity when Liu Baiyan wasn't around, to create trouble for her. "You're not worthy of divine Dr. Liu at all. Other than that face, what other parts of you are there to be proud of? Did you think that just based on your looks, you'd be able to keep a man's heart? What sort of vixen tricks did you use to make Divine Dr. Liu get engaged to you? Various kinds of sneering and ridicule lingered. But the strangest thing was Huang Yueli actually didn't feel angry at all. She only lamented in her heart that Liu Bian indeed was very charming and moreover, a little overprotective for the fairer gender. There were so many young female pill masters, and he was actually able to call out each and every one of their names, so it would be strange if he didn't cause wild and fanciful thoughts in them. Liu Bian was very anxious about Huang Yueli. Moreover, he had plenty of spies in the Alchemist Guild, so every single time someone tried to create trouble for her, he would make a timely appearance and help her to solve her trouble. Initially, Liu Bian was really afraid that Huang Yueli would get angry and regretted his past self-abandonment very much, which was why he had once teased so many young ladies. But the moment time dragged on, he discovered that Huang Yueli was really indifferent about this. Moreover, during this period when he showed her unwavering care and gentle yet determined protection, it was totally unable to stir up any ripples in her heart. Initially, Liu Bian was frustrated over this, and even when Feng Xiaoyan was bullying Huang Yueli, he arrived a little later, just so that he could let Huang Yueli know his importance. But out of his expectations, although Huang Yueli's meridians were under restraint and she had no cultivation at all, but she was able to remain calm and composed, even extremely intensive, which made Feng Xiaoyan being spun into circles by her, totally unable to gain any advantages at all. Liu Bian liked Huang Yueli, and that black-bellied intelligence of hers naturally became an important element. But she was so incredible, as though she totally didn't need a man's protection, and that made Liu Bian not know where to start from, so that he could make Huang Yueli fall into his arms willingly. There were times when he even admired Li Moying. Just what endurance did that man had, to make this talented lady lower down her head to fall in love with him and to cook for him? As Huang Yueli could not cultivate, her days in the Alchemist Guild were extremely boring. Hence, even though there was always someone who kept on creating trouble for her, she still loved to slip out to have a leisurely tour. Only thing was, Liu Bian always used the reason where her memories had not returned back to her, refusing to let her leave the boundary of the Alchemist Guild at all. One fine day, when she returned from a tour around the medicine farm, she heard Liu Bian's voice from the room next door when she returned back. She had no intention to eavesdrop, but the room door was not closed and a faint voice was heard drifting out. "How is Li Moying currently?" Huang Yueli had turned around and was prepared to leave when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Li Moying? The name which came out from Liu Bian's mouth seemed like a huge rock which had dropped on the clear and tranquil lake, causing multiple ripples. Huang Yueli suddenly jolted as her mind started buzzing, feeling waves and waves of dizziness. Li Moying. Even though she only heard the pronunciation, but Huang Yueli was already certain of the way the three words were written. As though this name had been engraved in the deepest end of her soul, with no way of eliminating it, only temporarily being covered by the dirt and ashes. But even though it was covered in dirt or ashes, she just needed to blow out gently and she would be able to see the traces of it hidden below. This subordinate had followed your instruction and arrived at Sky Emperor City 5 days ago. I had yet to enter the city when I saw Blue Profound Sect's notice. Blue Profound Sect? This sect sounded extremely familiar. Huang Yueli frowned and tried her best to recall the matters related to Li Moying and Blue Profound Sect. However, she had been drinking too much medicine recently, and that was the #1 divine doctor's exclusive prescription, so the medicinal effects were absolutely not something which she could offset just based on pure determination. So she only felt even more dizzy, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had used her hand to prop herself against the wall in time, she might have just fallen onto the ground. Whereas the memories in her mind were still blurry and fuzzy. As though an imposing lofty man's figure appeared in front of her eyes, but yet seemed to be hidden in the fog, totally unclear to her vision. The more she tried to take a clear look, the giddier she got. In the room, Liu Bian, who was dressed in a long white robe, was inclined against the chair in the middle with a hand propping his lower jaw, looking afar in a daze, not knowing what he had in his mind. Blue Profound Sect actually put up a notice? What kind of notice? The attendant bowed and answered respectfully, "It's a public announcement to everyone in Sky Emperor City to supply information on your whereabouts, and if anyone manages to invite you over to Blur Profound Sect or provides accurate information about you, then they will be able to obtain Blue Profound Sect's reward." Oh? Liu Bian's brows rose as he was slightly surprised. This is rather strange. Blue Profound Sect is actually openly gathering information about my whereabouts? Hasn't their sovereign recently come out from his closed door? Searching for me with such great fanfare, aren't they afraid that others would suspect that something had happened to their sovereign? Liu Bian originally was certain that he wouldn't be found by Li Moying if he hid here, because he knew that there was no way that Li Moying could search for him publicly. In the end, he had not expected that Li Moying actually pressed his luck. The attendant replied, "Blue Profound Sect's notice didn't mention the reason on why they were looking for you." This subordinate heard the news in the streets, that Blue Profound Sect Sovereign Mu's disciple Li Moying was heavily injured by someone, so they needed you to save his life. Liu Bian was suddenly enlightened. This move is rather brilliant. It was true that Li Moying had suffered a serious injury, and there was no need to worry that he would be exposed. Moreover, it also locked the status of future sovereign's successor on him, which became a wonderful excuse to seek Liu Bian for treatment. Anyway, no one else knew that Li Moying was Mu Qingqing, and when they saw his seriously injured look, they naturally would not link it to the great sovereign at all. Liu Bian guessed the fishiness in this, and his complexion looked slightly ugly. "Then did anyone tell Blue Profound Sect about my whereabouts?" The attendant replied, "Up until now, they don't seem to have gotten any news about you yet." Liu Bian heaved a sigh of relief. When he left with Huang Yueli, he was extremely cautious, so he shouldn't have been on watch by anyone, but the Alchemist Guild headquarters pill masters all know that he's here. There was no guarantee that someone might hunger for the number 1 Sacred Lands reward and betray him. After the attendant finished reporting, he thought that his mission was already completed as he bowed his body down as respect and prepared to leave. Liu Bian suddenly opened his mouth, then, "Have you heard about anyone mentioning Li Moying's injuries? How was it?" The attendant went into a blank and pondered over it for a moment before replying, "This subordinate didn't witness it with my own eyes, but I heard some rumors, saying Li Moying was injured by a 9th stage realm peak practitioner and is on the verge of death. He is already unable to get off the bed, and Blue Profound Sect had been inviting many 8th-ranked doctors to do consultations for him one after another, and they all said that he would not live past these few days." Liu Bian's brows furrowed as he entered into deep thoughts. Although this was within his expectations, but when he really heard that Li Moying was so seriously injured, it still made his heart sink slightly. Whereas those who were feeling melancholic, other than him, there was another person. Huang Yueli stood at the blind spot outside the window by the door and eavesdropped on this conversation. Although it was intermittent, but she could still tell that someone was injured, and the injury was extremely serious, and they sought Li Bian's treatment. The dizziness symptoms had not taken a turn for the better, and moreover following that, a sharp piercing pain arose in her inner heart. Her heart wound around tightly, causing her to be in so much pain that she subconsciously shrank and her feet softened as she accidentally upset a big flower pot at the corner of the wall. With a loud pong, the flower pot rolled onto the ground, shattering into smithereens. The two men who were conversing in the room revealed a shocked expression, apparently not expecting that anyone would eavesdrop. Liu Bian's handsome face sunk and immediately cried out gloomily, "Who's that outside eavesdropping? Get in right now." He had always been speaking softly in front of Huang Yueli, and this was the first time when Huang Yueli heard a severe voice like him, as she couldn't help but had a great shock. But after hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative and pushed the door open. When Liu Bian saw that it was her, he went into a slight stun. "Ruoli? Haven't you gone to the garden for a tour? Why did you suddenly?" Huang Yueli was slightly embarrassed. "I'm so sorry, I didn't intentionally eavesdrop on you. It's just that your door wasn't shut properly, and I happened to pass by. You guys continue chatting, I'll make a move first. She turned around and wanted to leave. However, she suddenly moved and her brain started to become giddy again, causing her to stagger and almost fell down. Lu Bian immediately moved towards her and in an instant, he carried her up horizontally. No need, aren't you still busy? Huang Yueli felt uneasy whenever she was too close to him and she started to struggle. Lu Bian pursed his lips and didn't say a single word, but his firm arms locked her in his arms as he speedily left the study room, putting her down on the bed in her bedroom. Your look is rather unwell, have you been resting properly for the past few days? The injury on your head hasn't healed totally, and if I don't keep an eye on you, you'd just run out every single day? Lu Bian warned her solemnly. Huang Yueli subconsciously touched her head. Actually, she found it very strange, because Lu Bian kept mentioning that she had injured her head, but when she looked at her own reflection in the mirror, she totally couldn't see any scar at all. Wasn't it something which had happened only recently? She had such a bad fall that she even got amnesia, so such a serious injury, how did she get well so quickly? Lu Bian looked at her sitting obediently and his heart was still strung on the topic, which he had been conversing with the attendant, so after he instructed her to rest properly, he was about to leave. Huang Yueli suddenly stretched out her slender hand tugging his sleeve. Brother. Lu, what were you talking about in the study room earlier? Lu Bian's brows undetectably wrinkled and immediately loosened up. Nothing, it's only someone who wants to look for me to do a consultation. These few days, there had been too many patients who went through various channels to seek Lu Bian for consultation, so he thought that if he explained in this way, Huang Yueli would not question him anymore. But this time round, he guessed wrongly. Huang Yueli tugged at his sleeve tightly as she persisted in her interrogation. Who's looking for you to do a consultation? Do I know him? Lu Bian's heart jumped violently as he gave a hoarse reply. You don't know him. Hearing this reply, Huang Yueli's nose wrinkled as she had a puzzled look on her face. Really? But hadn't you mentioned someone called Li Moying earlier? This name sounds really familiar, and I feel that I definitely know him. Lu Bian heard that, and he quickly turned around. He locked Huang Yueli's shoulders and bent down, leaning his handsome-looking face in front of her, staring tightly at her with a tinge of urgency in his voice. You heard what we were talking about earlier? Then what have you recalled? Huang Yueli had not expected Lu Bian to be so agitated as she had a shock and wanted to move backwards to hide, but Lu Bian's fingers gripped her shoulders tightly, holding her weak and fragile body in his grip, rendering her immovable. Loosen your grip, you're hurting me. Hearing that, Lu Bian suddenly regained his senses as he loosened the strength on his hands, but he was still able to lock her down, forcing her to exchange glances with him. What have you recalled? Regarding Li Moying's matters? Tell me quickly. Huang Yueli searched her brain but was still unable to think of anything as her mind went into a state of dizziness, her face paled. I really can't recall. I only feel that the name sounds very familiar, but when I really wanted to try and recall, I just feel that my head is so giddy. Brother Lu, do I know this Li Moying? When Lu Bian heard that, he silently heaved a relief and the hand which grabbed Huang Yueli's shoulders slowly moved to her back as he gently rubbed her. No matter, giddiness is very common, so if you can't recall anything, that means that your injury still hasn't recovered fully and you must continue to take the medication. As for the person who you were talking about, you should not know him, but prior to your injury, he had sought me several times for a consultation and perhaps that left a deep impression on you. Oh, so it's like that. Huang Yueli nodded, as though she could completely accept his saying. But her heart was still puzzled. Because the feeling that she got from hearing the name Li Moying was simply too shocking. She had no way to describe that feeling but subconsciously affirmed that this wasn't like what Lu Bian said, only just hearing about this name before. But Lu Bian was her fiancé and had always been taking so good care of her. How could he possibly lie to her? Perhaps she had really thought too much. And that's right, so you need to recuperate in order to remember everything. Huang Yueli nodded her head obediently as her large eyes sparkled. Those long and curly eyelashes casted a shadow, making her look gentle, agreeable, and obedient. Lu Bian's heart fluttered and lowered his head. He wanted to kiss her. However, Huang Yueli had already gained some experience in these days, and on seeing his expression, she immediately responded and stretched out her hand to cover her mouth. Lu Bian kissed the back of her hand and he couldn't help but frowned. You still can't accept me getting intimate with you? I'm your fiancé, are you intending to not let me touch you forever? Huang Yueli also felt that she shouldn't do this. But her body's instinctive reaction was like that. Every single time Lu Bian came close to her, she would consciously try to avoid him, and sometimes, her actions were even faster than her thoughts. She said apologetically, Sorry, I haven't been able to recall the times when we were together in the past, so can you give me a little more time to get used to it, alright? Lu Bian stared at her for a moment, then got up and left in huge strides. Lu Bian left Huang Yueli's room and his expression sank down gloomily. He dared to speak in his study room without closing the door, because the study room had been set up with quite a number of mechanisms, and arrays so ordinary people couldn't even get close at all. The minute they were 1 mile within the radius, they would be discovered by him. But this time round, Huang Yueli easily hid behind the door and eavesdropped on them, but he knew nothing about it at all. Bairuoli is an armament master, and that was something which he had heard of, but hadn't she lost her memories? Why was it that she could still easily break through those checkpoints? Moreover, when she heard Li Moying's name, she actually became so agitated. Under his repeated feeding of medication, she was still able to have such an intense reaction towards this name. No one was clearer than him on the effect of this kind of medicine. But did she really love Li Moying that much? In the dark night, Lu Bian sat alone in the study room, flipping the medical books in his hand. His thoughts were in turmoil, but as a doctor, he knew best that the best way to nurture one's life was to sleep and wake up early, but no matter what, he was unable to sleep. The flame of the oil lamp on his desk flickered and a drop of flame fell onto his medical book. Lu Bian was stunned as he discovered that he had unwittingly flipped to this page, which was related to the treatment of badly damaged primordial spirit. Subconsciously, he was actually still thinking of how to render treatment to Li Moying. Lu Bian closed the book in frustration and casted it aside heavily. What on earth was he thinking about? Hadn't he already decided 16 years ago that this man's life and death had nothing to do with him anymore? Moreover speaking, Li Moying had already completely forgotten about the woman who he loved dearly in his past life and no longer admitted the long years of friendship they had. Because of Bairuoli, they even had a huge fight. As long as Li Moying died, he will be able to monopolize Bairuoli forever. He no longer need not worry about the day when Bairuoli recovers her memories and flies back to Li Moying's side, to help the past lives Huang Yueli take a pass at this man for letting her down. Moreover speaking, Li Moying wasn't killed by him. If he was dying, the main reason was because he deserved all these for what he had done. At most, he merely did not lift a finger to help and watched him die, and that basically wasn't considered as a sin. Lu Bian repeatedly told himself this and abruptly stood up, preparing to return to the room to rest. It didn't matter even if he couldn't sleep. He only needed to give himself a sleep-inducing pill and that would do the trick. But at this moment, the room next door suddenly echoed with a ping-bang clattering sound, as though something had dropped onto the ground. Following that, a young lady's moans were heard intermittently. In this kind of silent lonely night, it seemed especially distinct. Lu Bian's expression changed as he leapt upwards and rushed into Huang Yueli's bedroom next to his. The floor had several shattered pieces of ceramic artifacts, apparently thrown down from the bedhead. On the rosewood bed, a young lady's body was wriggling in the tightly bounded blanket, as she gave out terrified and frightened cries. Lu Bian shot forward towards Huang Yueli's bed and looking at her extremely pale countenance with her hair completely drenched in sweat, her head flipped to the left and right on the pillow, deeply entranced in a nightmare. He patted Huang Yueli's face with a little strength and asked anxiously, "Ruoli, what's the matter? Quickly wake up." However, Huang Yueli totally couldn't hear his voice and did not show any signs of regaining consciousness as she continued to gasp in alarm. No. No. Lu Bian spoke out anxiously, "You're having a nightmare. Quickly wake up." The sweat on Huang Yueli's forehead was getting more and more, and no matter how Lu Bian shook her, she was unable to wake up. Moreover, she was shaking in fear. Lu Bian took her into his arms and tried to comfort her. "Ruoli, don't be afraid, I'm right here and I will protect you. Be good, don't be afraid." Under his low-pitched coaxing, Huang Yueli seemed to have calmed down a little as she sprawled against his shoulder, quietening down. Lu Bian finally heaved a sigh of relief, but it took a little while later when the young lady in his arms started struggling once again. No. No. Lu Bian's brow creased tightly. "Ruoli, don't be afraid. Quickly wake up, what did you dream about? Relax, I'm by your side, so nobody can hurt you." Huang Yueli mumbled softly, but her voice sounded urged and hoarse, which made it hard to hear her clearly. Lu Bian leaned close. "Ruoli? What are you saying?" He put his ear next to Huang Yueli's lips, and he even started breathing softly, just because he was afraid that he could not hear the voice of what Huang Yueli was saying. Li Moying. Moying, you can't die. Can't die. I'm begging you, don't die." The young lady suddenly screamed out sharply. Anyone could tell what was the fear which was deeply hidden and engraved in the innermost part of her heart. At this moment, Huang Yueli, who was deeply trapped in the nightmare, seemed to be standing on the edge of a cliff and the surroundings were pitch black. Only hazy moonlight illuminated the small zone right in front of her. A man stood over there, and from his figure, he seemed tall and lofty, dressed in a dark gold-rimmed long robe which made him appear extremely powerful and filled with prestige. From the first moment Huang Yueli saw him, her heart had been pounding wildly, and that anxious and agitated feeling was something which she had never experienced when she was facing Lu Bian. She wanted to take a clear look at that man's face, but there seemed to be a fog in front of her eyes, obstructing her sight. Huang Yueli took a step nearer, hoping to take a careful look, but at this moment, the man's figure staggered and fell onto the ground. Huang Yueli then noticed that by his feet was a big puddle of blood trail. "You're injured?" she asked in shock. The man didn't reply to her. Even though his back was against the moonlight and his face was concealed in the shadow, but Huang Yueli was still able to sense that he was staring straight at her. Moreover, it was a kind of warm and intense yet dedicated gaze. Huang Yueli ran over, but the rock below the man's feet suddenly started to crumble, as it fell towards the cliff below. The man's body subsequently rolled towards the side of the cliff. "No, no!" Huang Yueli screamed in terror as she started running towards the man. But the speed of the crumbling of the rocks was just too fast and the man swiftly fell off the cliff, dropping down and down. "Moying, I'm begging you, please don't die. Don't die." Huang Yueli was bobbing up and down in her nightmare, totally unaware that she had called out the name of her real fiancé. However, all these had all entered Lu Bian's ears. The gentle look on his face started to disappear and his expression turned extremely gloomy. He had not expected that he had wasted so much effort in feeding Huang Yueli so much medicine and gave so many hints in terms of psychology, but in the end, the incident whereby she had unintentionally heard Li Moying's name actually made her dream of him. For that one instance, he really wanted to wake Huang Yueli up without a care, to help her regain her memories, telling her that Li Moying was already dead. But when he felt the young lady's soft and tender body, feeling the trembles coming from her fingers, he hesitated again. What on earth was he trying to do? Waking her up, telling her the most cruel lie, hurting her so that he could gain her heart? Moreover, Li Moying was really going to die. Lu Bian's expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions as his fingers kept on trembling, and after some time, he clenched them into fists. Huang Yueli leaned against his shoulder as though she was tired of crying and gradually quietened down. This time round, she was no longer in shock. Lu Bian sat by her bedside for a very long time, and it was until dawn broke when he suddenly got up and turned around to leave. By the time Huang Yueli woke up, it was already 9 and the sky was extremely bright. She seldom got up so late, usually, hence when she took a look at the sky outside, she felt a little dazed. She had already forgotten about the whole scenario where she had been tormented by the nightmare for a good half of the night. She hurriedly washed up and changed her clothes as she walked to the front hall to take her meal. But as she was eating it, she somehow felt that something was amiss. Where's Brother Lu? Does he have anything on today? Usually, no matter how busy Lu Bian was, he would always rush back to accompany her to have her meals. Although she had overslept today, Lu Bian didn't appear, and that made one feel a little strange. The female attendant bowed as she replied, "Young Miss Bai, don't you know? Yesterday night, Divine Dr. Lu suddenly decided to leave to do a consultation for someone, and he will only be back after 10 days or so." Consultation? Who has such great honor to be able to invite him for this? Huang Yueli blinked. This period of time, she had seen Lu Bian accepting multiple invitations for a consultation, and many of them were Sky Emperor City Sky Chart's top exponents, and Lu Bian totally ignored all of them as he casually threw those invites away. Huang Yueli ridiculed him for being too lazy, so she had not expected that there was anyone who could actually make him leave in the middle of the night. The female attendant shook her head. This servant doesn't know. Before Divine Dr. Lu left, he instructed for young Miss Bai to recuperate properly and to take your medicine on time. You shouldn't put on lesser clothes just for the sake of being pretty, and you must sleep before 9 p.m. at night. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go look for. The female attendant was long-winded as she said a pile of things, and that made Huang Yueli's head grow big as she called out hastily for her to stop. All right, I know already. You can go now, I don't need anyone to serve me when I'm eating. After the female attendant left, Huang Yueli started guessing curiously on the patient's identity while she ate. Suddenly, the light bulb flashed in her mind. Right, hadn't she eavesdropped about the conversation that Lu Bian was having with his guard, that someone by the name of Li Moying in Sky Emperor City was seriously injured and was on the verge of death? Surely the person whom he went to do a consultation for isn't Li Moying, right? From this place to travel to and fro Sky Emperor City, it indeed required 10 days, and the timing matched perfectly. But hadn't Lu Bian said yesterday that Li Moying wasn't an important figure? Then why was it that he changed his mind when it was evening time? Lu Bian wasn't around and there was no one to accompany her, which made Huang Yueli grow even more bored than before. She felt that it shouldn't be like this. Although she had no memories, but she somehow felt that she shouldn't be someone who couldn't find anything to do once she left a man's side. On the contrary, she often left her fiancé aside just because. Just because of doing what? Why can't she recall it any longer? Huang Yueli's brows furrowed as she pondered over this, and had not noticed a few young ladies walking over from the garden. When they saw her, they started to whisper in one another's ears for a while, and subsequently, they started to approach her aggressively. By Ruoli, so you're hiding right here. Huang Yueli lifted her head to discover the group standing in front of her were those ladies in the Alchemist Guild who were secretly in love with Lu Bian, and the leader of the pack was the president's daughter Feng Xiaoyan. Huang Yueli saw through them on first look that this group of ladies came with ill intentions, but she had never treated it as a matter worth concerning over and only spoke out calmly, "Why are you calling me for? We don't seem to be very close, right?" Feng Xiaoyan had not expected her to be so impolite to the president's daughter and immediately flared up. By Ruoli, is this how you speak? Get things right, we are all respectable pill masters, whereas you're just an ordinary person. On what basis do you have to speak to us like this? Huang Yueli gave her a fleeting glance. I wasn't talking to you ladies? You're the ones who wanted to talk to me, right? You. Feng Xiaoyan was stuffed until she could not say a single word, and she immediately got annoyed. Huang Yueli asked, why are you looking for me? If there's nothing else, please move aside because you're blocking my way. Feng Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, by Ruoli, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to pester Divine Dr. Liu. His identity and his ability isn't something that a useless young lass like you to be worthy of. You're better give up. Don't think that Divine Dr. Liu will definitely marry you in the end, he's merely just toying with you. Hearing that, Huang Yueli revealed a mocking smile. These ladies liked Lu Bian and had never masked their intentions, so she naturally was able to tell. But when Lu Bian was in the Alchemist Guild, other than dropping by occasionally to say a few profound words of jealousy, they didn't dare to go overboard, just because they were afraid of Lu Bian hating them for this. Now that Lu Bian had just left, they finally revealed their true faces. Weren't they a little impatient? Huang Yueli swept a glance at them all and gave a light laugh as she opened her mouth. You saying these? Aren't you a little too conceited? No matter what, Brother Liu and I are engaged, so if he doesn't marry me, could it be that he will marry you? This sentence hit their Achilles heel right on the spot and everyone's faces all changed immediately. They originally had not understood why the usually distinguished and accomplished casual Lu Bian, who acted like a Casanova everywhere, suddenly had a fiancé. Moreover, from the way he looked at this young lady's care, anyone with eyes was able to tell that Lu Bian values this young fiancé very much, so perhaps it might even be true love. But, how was this possible? Lu Bian could be said to be the man who was most popular in Soaring Heaven's continent. Although Mu Qingying's fame was even brighter than his 16 years ago, but he had after all disappeared for 16 years, so those younger ladies from prominent families totally had not seen his countenance before. Moreover, even if it was that year, as Mu Qingying had wooed Huang Yueli relentlessly, what kind of status was Huang Yueli? Who dared to snatch the man from mythical Flame Palace's young palace lord, and there weren't many of them who dared to, so there would probably be more chances to attract Lu Bian's attention. This group of phoenixes, actually lost in the hands of a young lass. No one would feel resigned. Momentarily, all the ladies present were like cats whose tails had been trodden on, as they all started rebuking out of frustration. By Ruoli, don't be too smug. So what if you're engaged? You hadn't gotten married, isn't it? That's right. Divine Dr. Liu isn't silly at all, so how could he possibly get engaged with you? Take a look at yourself, other than a pretty face, what else do you have? That's right. Did you think that just because you look pretty, then you'd be able to keep a man's heart? I'm telling you, Divine Dr. Liu is only looking for a fresh new experience for now, and by the time the novelty wears off, he will definitely ditch you. That's right. For someone with a status like Divine Dr. Liu, his wife should be an alchemist genius who is in tune with him. Otherwise, her cultivation innate talent should be outstanding, which is barely passable. Of course her status must match him as well. Who do you think you are? Huang Yueli couldn't help but give a giggle. These words were indeed really very sour. She thought that she would be very angry when she heard these words because logically speaking, so many ladies like her fiancé and even dared to come over to provoke her. As his fiancé, she should be angry. But in reality, she only found it comical and at the same time, she sort of pitied these young ladies. The man who you like, yet cannot get him, can only ease your pain by using such words. This is really a little pitiful and amusing. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards. Hearing that, these young ladies flared up. Especially Feng Xiaoyan, she took a step upwards and spoken in a modest manner. By Ruoli, don't think you have one. I am giving you two choices right now. 1. You go pack your own stuff and scram out of the Alchemist Guild right now, vowing never to meet Divine Dr. Lu ever again. 2. I'll get my men to beat you until you are crippled, then throw you out. Huang Yueli looked at her in astonishment and didn't say a single word. Feng Xiaoyan assumed that she was afraid and her face revealed a complacent smile. I think, even idiots will know what to choose, right? I know that a woman like you who does not even have a little bit of innate talent, just merely using a beautiful face to depend on men with ability, has no way to survive in soaring heaven's continent. You relied on Divine Dr. Lu, merely to gain benefits from him. How about this? As long as you leave on your own accord, I won't let you suffer any disadvantages. I'm the Alchemist Guild headquarters president's daughter, and what we lack least are medicinal pills. Before you leave, I'll gift you with 10 pieces of 7th level upper grade medicinal pills. As long as you take one to sell in the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's auction, you will be able to live in luxury till the end of your life. The moment Feng Xiaoyan said that, before Huang Yueli had even expressed anything, the other young ladies present all started to protest. Senior Sister Feng, aren't you a little too nice to this wretched lass? She's obviously the shameless one who went around seducing men. Why are you still giving her 7th level medicinal pills? That's right, for an ordinary person like her with no innate talent at all, how would she even need to use such a good thing? It's simply a reckless waste of natural resources. It's more than enough to give her 3rd-leveled medicinal pills. It'd last her for quite some time after it's sold. 7th-leveled upper-grade medicinal pills to mid- and low-leveled pill masters were a huge fortune which were in sight but unattainable. Only the president's daughter Feng Xiaoyan, with great riches, would be able to come out with so many at one go. But this was already half of her fortune. Coming out with such a huge sum of money, it wasn't that Feng Xiaoyan didn't feel the heartache for it. But from how she looked at it, it was most important now to get rid of Huang Yueli once and for all, so spending this amount of money was necessary. She coughed. Stop all your words now. I've always been generous, so as long as young Miss Bai leaves the Alchemist Guild, I will immediately send you the gift of these 10 7th-leveled medicinal pills, with no regrets at all.